sharp woman's cry startled Li Ming, who was dozing on a park bench. Li Ming struggled to open his tired eyes. A chubby child of about 7 years old was pointing a water gun at his face and spraying. Li Ming instinctively licked his lips. Water. Such sweet water. Not fishy or smelly at all. The child stared in amazement, as Li Ming kept scooping the water from his face into his mouth. The child said to his mother, "Mom, this big brother is crazy. He swallowed the water I shot at him." The woman who had screamed earlier quickly grabbed the chubby child holding the water gun. "Oh dear, I told you not to spray everywhere. What if you hit a crazy person?" The woman glanced at Li Ming with disgust, then quickly pulled the child away. Now fully awake, Li Ming looked around at his surroundings. It was a summer dusk. White clouds drifted across the sky, and the sunset cast dappled light onto the earth. People around were strolling leisurely in the park. The crowd was bustling yet peaceful, and everyone wore happy smiles. Blue sky, white clouds, sunset, pedestrians. Li Ming took out his phone and checked. It was July 8, 2034. He let out a laugh. Ha. There were exactly 10 days left until the terrifying blood rain. Li Ming clutched his forehead and laughed wildly, not caring about the disgusted glances from passersby. I have actually been reborn before the apocalypse. Haha, I returned from a frozen world full of zombies. Ding. A playful voice echoed in Li Ming's mind. The system said, "Hee host. I'm back. Congratulations on successfully binding the Create Doom Lady Legion Unlimited Material Doubling System again." The system explained, Doom Lady Legion Doubling System invite beautiful women meeting system requirements to voluntarily join the Legion. For each member added, the host gains doubled physical attributes, doubled space and supplies, and random rewards. The system said, beauty rating includes age, appearance, figure, and combat power. Host's initial portable space, 1,000 cubic meters. Time stands still inside and no living organisms can be stored. Host initial attributes, Constitution 5, Strength 8, Speed 7, Agility 6, Spirit 6. Oh dear. How did this useless system follow me in rebirth? In his previous life, Li Ming struggled for a month in the apocalypse before finally awakening this useless system. But what's the use? Top beauties. In the apocalypse, you want me to find beauties that meet the system's requirements. What a joke. When that blood rain fell, it polluted all water sources on Earth and turned over 50 of humanity into zombies overnight. When it rains, it pours. Along with the zombie siege, the temperature on Earth plummeted from over 30 C to minus 50 C. A drop of 80 degrees in one night. Under this double blow, in just 1 month, less than 10 of Earth's population survived, perhaps even fewer. Under these circumstances, where am I supposed to find top beauties with a comprehensive score above 80? Even if there were, Li Ming had no supplies or power back then. Why would any beauty follow him? But now that this system has come with him in rebirth, it's different. He has plenty of time to stockpile supplies before the apocalypse. When the apocalypse comes, top beauties will be easy to get. In the apocalypse, a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles can buy a life. Small top beauties, easy to handle. Ding. Detected that the host has previously recruited a member voluntarily. The system displayed, target Luo Zijuan, age 24 years old. The system showed appearance 80, a figure 80, a combat power 5, comprehensive score 80. System detected it barely meets the standard. Host's physical attributes doubled, space capacity and supplies doubled. Due to passing by a narrow margin, no random reward is provided. The system said, host's physical attributes have been doubled. Space capacity has been doubled. Space supplies have been doubled. Host's portable space, 2,000 cubic meters. The system said original space had no supplies. Space supplies 0. System displayed attributes, Constitution 10, Strength 16, Speed 14, Agility 12, Spirit 12. Here it comes. In his previous life, it was because the system detected he had taken in his ex-girlfriend Luo Zijuan that he got the attribute doubling. After the attribute doubling, Li Ming's speed and strength were much greater than an average person. That was how he survived the zombie world and even gained a little fame. Unfortunately, in the end, his ex-girlfriend Luo Zijuan tricked him into her place and drugged him. He was killed by Luo Zijuan and her boyfriend Guanfeng. Eat their flesh and drink their blood. Thinking of this, Li Ming gritted his teeth. That pair of dogs, I will make you pay for this debt. The most important thing now was to stockpile supplies as soon as possible. Ding. The system. No. It was his phone ringing in his pocket. Bank reminder, Shangfa Bank. Dear Mr. Li Ming, your credit card ending in XXXX has been overdue for 12 months. Please repay the principal of 1000 yuan plus interest of 268747. 26 yuan and late fee of 1225420 yuan. The bank message. We remind you again, if you continue to default, the creditor will upload your overdue information to the credit bureau and file a lawsuit against you. The message ended. If you have any questions, please call XXXXXX. Hiss. Li Ming took a deep breath. Damn it. Overdue for 12 months, the late fees and interest already exceed the principal. Go to hell. More bank messages arrived. Jingfa Bank. Huagua Bank. Li Ming saw hundreds of missed calls and knew they were all collection calls. Indeed, Li Ming was a debtor with a credit record so black that he could never turn his life around. After being cheated out of 100 yuan by a shady law firm, Li Ming's WeChat wallet was still usable. Looking at the debt reminders, he opened WeChat and saw the balance 0. 32 yuan. Hiss. Li Ming closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and looked up, saying helplessly, "Indeed, this world deserves to be destroyed." Huafian. A phone rings. Li Ming's other phone rings. To avoid affecting his work, Li Ming specifically opened a phone number using a friend's name. "Hello, are you a courier from Nadutong Express?" A pleasant female voice came from the other end. Li Ming then remembered his other identity, a courier for Nadutong Express. To get through these hard days, Li Ming could only take one of the triathlon jobs delivering packages. "Yes, I am. May I ask what's the matter?" "I have a package at your company. Can you deliver it to me now? I have some urgent business and need to leave Tianhai City today. Please." Li Ming recalled that he had also received this call in his previous life. Memories of his past life gradually surfaced in his mind. Because today his unscrupulous manager was again deducting his salary under various unfounded excuses. This caused Li Ming to storm out, slamming the door, and come to this park to sit and calm down. When he received this call in his previous life, Li Ming was burning with anger and directly replied to the customer, "I'll deliver it to your mother." The customer naturally complained to the company about Li Ming, giving his manager an even stronger reason to withhold all of Li Ming's salary. Because of this, Li Ming got into a fight with his manager Wang Tao and thus lost his delivery job. Before the apocalypse came, he was already penniless with not even a bit of food or drink prepared in his rental room. Having experienced the devastation and baptism of the apocalypse, Li Ming now felt little anger. But he wanted to get back every cent of his salary. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, why not take it? Besides, in peacetime, without money one can't move an inch. Li Ming replied on the phone, "Please wait a moment, I'll deliver it to you right away." Li Ming then returned to the Nadutong warehouse center and found the package for the owner living in Binjiang No. 1. Good heavens, a big box, a full 50 gene heavy, about 25 kilograms. If it were the previous Li Ming, he would be exhausted. But after his body attributes were doubled, Li Ming easily lifted the 50 gene heavy box with one hand. Other Nadutong couriers saw such a vigorous Li Ming and couldn't help but marvel. "Li Ming, did you take some pills today? Take it easy, even if you took pills, don't go limp when doing business tonight." "Limp? I can go 3 days and 3 nights without rest." Having said that, Li Ming carried the huge box and set off towards Binjiang No. 1. He arrived at Building 7, room 2202, as written on the delivery slip. Li Ming rang the doorbell. After a moment, a beautiful woman in a home suspender dress opened the door. Seeing the beauty before him, Li Ming was stunned. Blood rushed to his head, and he almost had a nosebleed. An angelic face, fair and rosy skin, a tall figure, her curvaceous body clearly shown under the soft suspender dress, wavy long hair over her shoulders, exuding a delicate and charming beauty. Suddenly, a blue system interface appeared above Huafian's head. Name: Huafian. Occupation: flight attendant. Appearance: 95 points. Age: 24. Figure: 95 points. Fighting power: 6. Overall score: 95 points. While a 95-point super beauty, Li Ming couldn't help but take a few more glances. In his previous life, after awakening the system for 2 months, Li Ming hadn't encountered any top-tier beauties. Unexpectedly, just after being reborn, he discovered such a rare creature. But if he rashly went up and said, "Beauty, would you like to be with me?" he estimated the beauty would immediately slap him and call the police. A beauty of this level still retaining her purity at this age is truly rare. But at this moment, Li Ming didn't dare to think too much. He was just a debt-ridden courier. She probably wouldn't even give him a second glance. However, just looking was pleasing to the eye. The beauty was clearly on the phone with someone. After opening the door, she gestured to Li Ming with her hand to bring the heavy box inside. Li Ming immediately understood the beauty's intention and carried the big box inside. After moving the big box into the living room, a huge husky ran out of the room, staring at Li Ming with wide eyes, without any dignity of a large pet, but rather looking silly and cute, commonly known as. Li Ming quickly took out the delivery slip for the beauty to sign. However, the beauty was still on the phone, and the husky, which looked very silly, closely followed behind Huafian. "Xiao Mei, please help me out. Our Xiao Ha is very well behaved. You just need to feed him on time." "Oh, I have no choice. I really don't want to trouble you. The airline requires me to fly for half a month straight. I probably won't be able to come home during this half month. The aunt who usually helps take care of Xiao Ha just has something to do these days and can't watch him." Yes, just half a month. Thank you so much, Xiao Mei, I love you. Okay, I'll take Xiao Ha and his things to your place later. Half a month not at home. The apocalypse is coming in 10 days. That means the beauty in front of him will never be able to return to this house. What a pity. Then will this house become ownerless? Thinking of this, Li Ming's eyes lit up and a plan came to mind. He looked around. This apartment was about 140 square meters, 3 bedrooms, and 2 living rooms. The decoration was novel and stylish, and most importantly, all living facilities were complete. Especially the fireplace by the wall, it seemed prepared for the severe cold. Although he didn't understand why in South China the coldest winter temperature was only about -10 degrees Celsius. Why would this beauty install such a fireplace in her home? Maybe just for decoration. Binjiang No. 1 is one of the few high-end residential complexes in Tianhai City. The units are mainly large flats from 140 to 300 square meters. Huafian's 140 square meter apartment is already the smallest unit in this community. Because they are all large units, the population density is much lower than those economical communities. Those who have experienced the apocalypse know that the lower the population density, the fewer zombies there usually are. And there is an even more important reason Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan currently live in this community. As long as he can live here, he can take care of them in the future. Li Ming liked this apartment more and more and couldn't help but sigh. This is simply my dream home. Since it will be empty anyway, it might as well benefit me. The keys were thrown by Huafian onto the pure white tempered glass coffee table. Huafian's Phoenix power. While Huafian and her best friend Xiao Mei were engrossed in their phone conversation, Li Ming pretended to fill out a delivery receipt on the coffee table. In an instant, he stashed the keychain adorned with a small plush toy into his own space. After hanging up with Xiao Mei, Huafian turned her attention to Li Ming. She noticed his gaze wandering around the apartment, tinged with greed and furtiveness, immediately putting her on guard. What are you looking at? Hearing Huafian's voice, Li Ming snapped out of his reverie, waving the receipt in his hand. Looking at what? Beautiful lady, I'm waiting for you to sign. Hurry up, don't waste my time. Huafian took the receipt from Li Ming and signed her name. You can leave now. Li Ming took back the receipt. Leaving. Who wants to stay here anyway? He turned to go. Huafian glanced at the coffee table. Wait, where are my keys? Li Ming put on a bewildered expression. How would I know where you put your keys? I clearly placed them right here on the tempered glass coffee table when I came back. No one else has been here except you, so I have every right to suspect you. Li Ming spread his arms and spun around in front of Huafian. It was a sweltering July day, and Li Ming was dressed lightly, a nadutong, work t-shirt, and a pair of black pants. His entire body only had 2 pockets to hide anything. Li Ming grinned. Beautiful lady, I'm wearing so little. I don't mind you searching me, but only you, of course. Huafian's cheeks flushed. She hesitated, then reached out to pat his pockets. As her hand extended, she suddenly felt it inappropriate. Puffing out her cheeks, she pointed at Li Ming's pockets. I want to see your pockets. Li Ming teased. So should I take them off and let you search yourself? Enraged by his cheeky demeanor, Huafian's face grew even redder, and she raised her voice. Don't take them off. Just turn them out for me to see. Li Ming complied, pulling out only 2 phones and the delivery slip from his pockets. To convince Huafian, he even shook his pant legs and jumped up and down a few times. Huafian's keys were strung together, and any such movement would have made a jingling sound. Moreover, the keys had a small plush toy on them, which Li Ming's pants couldn't possibly conceal. Huafian could only blush and say awkwardly, sorry, I must have misremembered. Li Ming left Binjiang Yihao as dusk fell. Recalling that his WeChat balance was a pitiful 0.32 yuan, he drew a sharp breath. He had to go collect his wages from that grasping department manager. China's e-commerce industry was booming, with daily delivery volumes nearly bursting at the seams. Although it was already dark, the Nadutong courier station where Li Ming worked was still bustling, with staff coming and going at a frantic pace. With a bang, Li Ming kicked open the door of his department manager Wang Tao's office. Wang Tao, who was in the middle of fooling around with the accountant Oh Hong, was startled and immediately ducked under the desk. He thought it was Oh Hong's husband catching them in the act. Li Ming shoved his hands in his pockets. Stop hiding, it's me. Look at you, spineless as ever and still daring to cheat. Wang Tao cautiously poked his head out from under the desk, and only when he confirmed it was Li Ming who had kicked the door did he crawl out boldly. Oh Hong, whose face had also turned pale with fright, quickly straightened her clothes, glared at Wang Tao, and walked out of his office. Wang Tao flew into a rage and slammed his hand on the desk. Damn it, you scared the hell out of me. Li Ming, do you want to get fired? His voice was loud enough to draw the attention of everyone in the station. Most of them stopped working and gathered around the office door, eager for gossip. I saw Oh Hong coming out of Wang Tao's office. Was he caught cheating? No way, that would be epic. Li Ming must have lost his mind today, picking a fight with Manager Wang. I heard Manager Wang docked him 1,000 yuan this morning, and now he's here to settle the score. Our young people are too impulsive. Isn't he falling right into Wang Tao's trap? There's no way he can outsmart that sly old fox Wang Tao. Li Ming's probably going to get screwed over. Wang Tao smirked. Since you've come looking for trouble, I'll make an example of you today. Let those couriers outside see exactly how pitiful the consequences are when you cross Wang Tao. Wang Tao's 2 lackeys, Lai Fu and Wang Sai, heard his shout and rushed into the office, flanking Li Ming. Both Lai Fu and Wang Kai were tall and burly, with thick necks and broad shoulders, and no one dared to provoke them. They now stood on either side of Li Ming, brandishing wrenches with menacing expressions. Ignoring them, Li Ming plopped down on the chair opposite Wang Tao. I'm quitting, and you have to pay me all my wages today. With Lai Fu and Wang Kai present, Wang Tao's arrogance swelled. He lit a cigarette, took a leisurely drag, and glanced at the door Li Ming had kicked in. Your measly wages. Are they enough to cover my door? Li Ming replied calmly. I'm not here to negotiate. I'm telling you today, the wages you owe me must be paid. Wang Tao exchanged glances with Lai Fu and Wang Sai, as if they had just heard the funniest joke. Wang Tao blew a puff of smoke into Li Ming's face and pointed at him. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? He wants to kill me with laughter. Coming here to act tough. Lai Fu put a hand on Li Ming's shoulder. Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd better. Before he could finish, Li Ming suddenly stood up and kicked him square in the abdomen. With twice the strength of an ordinary man, Li Ming sent the nearly 200-pound Lai Fu stumbling back a meter. The searing pain crumpled Lai Fu to the ground, clutching his stomach, drooling and crying. Li Ming glared down at him. Who the hell do you think you are touching my shoulder? Wang Tao never imagined Li Ming would strike first. He turned to Wang Sai, signaling him to subdue Li Ming. Wang Kai immediately swung his wrench at Li Ming. But Li Ming's reflexes were lightning fast. He sidestepped the attack, spun behind Wang Cai, and kicked him in the backside. Wang Cai lost his balance and fell flat on his face. Both Li Fu and Wang Cai, now humiliated, forced themselves to their feet despite the pain, intending to overpower Li Ming with their bulk. Li Ming quickly grabbed Wang Cai's right arm, the one closest to him, and executed a shoulder throw on the nearly 200-pound man. Wang Cai's massive body crashed onto Li Fu, and both lay unconscious. In his previous life, Li Ming had spent 3 months scrap in the apocalypse, killing zombies and eliminating people for food and water. He had honed formidable combat skills. Coupled with his system-enhanced physique, dealing with Li Fu and Wang Cai was no great feat. When a person's strength doubles, it's not simply 112. Often 11 is greater than 2. The employees gathered outside the door were stunned by the scene, but inwardly, they felt a deep satisfaction. Those 2 lackeys, relying on Wang Tao's favor, had bullied them endlessly. They did the least and easiest work, yet took the most pay, and they loved taking advantage of others. Everyone had wanted to teach them a lesson, but they were no match for the pair. Someone exclaimed, "Holy crap, is that really the Li Ming we know? Li Ming, did you go through some hellish training? That's amazing. Wang Cai must weigh at least 190 pounds, oh, and you shoulder through him. Is that even humanly possible?" A female employee squealed, "That was so cool. Too bad he's drowning in debt. Even if he were a pauper, I'd still want him. Who said you have to marry him? Can't you just be friends with benefits?" That remark seemed to strike a chord with most of the women and a few of the men. Yes, friends with benefits, not a bad idea. Wang Tao tried to maintain his composure, but inside he was panicking. Li Ming, assault is a crime. If you have a grievance, you can call the police or take me to court. The couriers outside rolled their eyes at the shameless Wang Tao. What a hypocrite. He never hesitated to rough up other couriers with Li Fu and Wang Cai. When he was the one beating people, he never said assault was a crime. Now that he was about to get beaten, he suddenly remembered the law, and taking him to court. That was practically zero risk. If they won, Wang Tao would only have to pay the wages that were rightfully theirs, suffering no loss. If they lost, Wang Tao could keep the couriers' hard-earned money for nothing. It was a scam with zero cost and infinite profit. Wang Tao had cheated countless naive couriers this way. Li Ming ignored his words and slowly walked toward him. As Li Ming drew closer, Wang Tao's panic grew, but he still had his pride. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he didn't want to back down. Wang Tao grabbed the ashtray from his desk and hurled it at Li Ming. But the clumsy attack was easily dodged. Li Ming seized Wang Tao by the throat and lifted him upward. The 165-centimeter-tall Wang Tao was effortlessly hoisted off the ground by the 180-centimeter Li Ming, his feet dangling. Wang Tao clawed desperately at Li Ming's hand, trying to break free, but against Li Ming's astonishing strength, it was all futile. With one hand still gripping Wang Tao's throat, Li Ming delivered a resounding slap to his face. Slap. Is it a crime or not? Before Wang Tao could answer, a second slap landed. Slap. Should I take you to court? Slap. Is it a crime? Slap. Should I take you to court? After slapping Wang Tao 10 times in succession, Li Ming finally stopped and let him go. Wang Tao, his face swollen and crimson, slumped against the ground and immediately clutched his throat, coughing desperately. He looked once more into Li Ming's sinister and piercing eyes, resembling a wild beast fixated on its prey. Wang Tao's heart thundered within his chest. He had never known Li Ming to be such a ferocious individual. Otherwise, he would never have dared to push Li Ming around so casually. Given Li Ming's reputation for picking on the weak, he had always fit the profile of someone easy to bully. Burdened with heavy responsibilities and terrified of losing his job, he had never dared to truly resist, only venting his frustration in silence. When Wang Tao announced that morning that he would deduct Li Ming's wages, Li Ming had not even dared to protest. How could Li Ming have changed so completely in just a few hours? The murderous intent radiating from Li Ming's gaze struck terror into Wang Tao's heart, causing his entire body to tremble involuntarily. It seemed as though Li Ming truly intended to kill him. Having navigated the streets for many years, Wang Tao could readily distinguish such a predatory glare, though Li Ming himself remained unaware of the lethal aura he now exuded. Yet he had taken lives before. In his past existence, when food and water were scarce, survival through 3 months of the apocalypse had demanded extreme measures. Once driven by desperation for a bottle of mineral water and a pack of biscuits, he had torn apart 2 men stronger than himself with his bare hands. In the apocalypse, without capability, survival was impossible. Li Ming spoke in a grave tone. "Will I receive my wages now? All the money you have withheld under various pretexts must be returned to me today." At this moment, Wang Tao was terrified to his core, clutching his swollen face as he struggled to his feet on trembling legs. Yes. I will have Ohong calculate everything right now and settle your payment." Li Ming settled back into his chair, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette from Wang Tao's pack. He exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Hurry up and do not dare make any mistakes. Every cent I am owed will be accounted for. I will not accept overpayment either." Wang Tao nodded repeatedly. "I guarantee the calculation will be correct." Li Ming added, "Tell that woman not to call the police. I am a barefoot man who fears no one in shoes. If I end up in jail, at least they will provide food and lodging. It is not terrible." Wang Tao immediately understood Li Ming's meaning. Indeed, someone like Li Ming, who had nothing to lose and feared no consequence, was the most terrifying adversary. Wang Tao hastily dialed Ohang's extension, quickly calculate Li Ming's wages, and pay him what he is owed. The female colleagues working in the office outside were utterly stunned. Wow, when did Li Ming become so handsome? I absolutely love him. Yeah, he may be poor, but he is truly domineering. Poverty is not frightening. I come from a wealthy family. If he is willing, I could completely support him. Li Ming's hearing had sharpened to an extraordinary degree, capturing every whispered sentence as clearly as if spoken aloud. Upon hearing that someone offered to support him, he immediately turned to look at the girl who had spoken those words. Ding. The target does not meet the system's minimum requirements. Retreating his gaze, Li Ming avoided making eye contact with the girl. A young woman standing nearly 150 centimeters tall, with a waist circumference of 150, weighing 150 pounds, her face, covered in acne scars, her eyes filled with eager anticipation as she gazed at him with the infatuation of a lovesick admirer. Li Ming immediately turned his head away to avoid any further exchange of glances with the girl. Sure enough, nothing good ever comes freely. Before long, Ohang entered carrying a bundle of red banknotes. With trembling hands, she handed the stack of red bills to Li Ming. Li Ming, count it yourself. 23500. I have calculated everything they have withheld from your wages in the past, including the 100 yuan they deducted this morning. Li Ming did not immediately take the money from Ohang's hands. Instead, he fixed her with a sidelong glare. Where is the pay stub? Feeling a chill run down her spine under Li Ming's unwavering stare, Ohang responded nervously. I have triple-checked the calculations. The amount here can only be more, never less. We would never dare to cheat you. Slap. Slap. Li Ming swiftly delivered 2 sharp slaps across Ohang's face. The force sent her stumbling backward as she crashed to the ground, her previously fair complexion immediately swelling with bruises, while the scattered banknotes fanned out across the floor. Li Ming crouched down in front of her, seizing a handful of her hair. You dare claim you would not deceive me? I walk out of here with this cash, and you call the police and accuse me of robbery. 5 years minimum, and that is just the starting point. Ohang's face drained of color in sheer terror. Having worked alongside Wang Tao for so many years, she could read his intentions perfectly, which is precisely why she had only brought Li Ming cash instead of a proper pay receipt. Li Ming cast his gaze toward Wang Tao, who stood frozen and speechless. Wang Tao's heart lurched, and he immediately stammered. It was not my idea. She is the one behind this. Li Ming rose to his feet and drove a fist into Wang Tao's abdomen, sending him crumpling to the ground in agony. I have not even said a word yet, and you are already selling her out. Coward. Ohang pressed her hands against her swollen, bruised face, terrified that Li Ming would strike again, and scrambled to her feet. I will prepare your pay stub right away. All wages will be processed through proper channels to ensure there is no misunderstanding. While Ohang hurried to prepare the payroll documents, Li Ming sent a video to Wang Tao's phone. In his past life, Li Ming had long wanted to send this video to the company headquarters to bring Wang Tao down. But before he could make his move, the blood-red rain had fallen without warning. No one would ever care about Wang Tao's misdeeds again. He was bringing it up, now only as a precaution against Wang Tao going to the police. Whether or not Wang Tao fell from power no longer concerned him. 10 days remained until the apocalypse arrived, and whether he would survive it was still uncertain. Although he was only reclaiming wages that were rightfully his, the assault alone warranted 15 days of administrative detention. He refused to spend his second life imprisoned in a detention center when the apocalypse came. Li Ming nudged the curled-up Wang Tao with his foot. Check your phone. You will be pleasantly surprised. Wang Tao dared not disobey, and quickly pulled out his phone to check it. Upon opening the video, Li Ming had sent terror washed over Wang Tao's face once more. This was footage of him and Ohang together at a hotel. How had Li Ming obtained it? If this video were leaked, his life would be over. Wang Tao's expression shifted instantly as he turned to Li Ming with a sycophantic grin. Brother Ming. This video, I beg you, let us go. Li Ming kicked the disgusting Wang Tao away. I have no interest in your affairs, nor does it concern me. But if you dare cross me again. Before Li Ming could finish his sentence, Wang Tao scrambled to his feet and threw himself at Li Ming's feet. I would not dare. Thank you, Brother Ming, for giving me a chance. The notification chimed. WeChat payment received 23500 yuan. The money had finally arrived. Though modest, it would cover his basic expenses for the next 10 days. Otherwise, even with extraordinary abilities, without funds, he would be completely stranded. Ohang also rushed over with the payroll documents, and both she and Wang Tao signed to confirm everything. Li Ming examined the payroll records and finally allowed himself a faint smile as he said to Wang Tao, I had no idea you two were living such a wild life. With that, Li Ming turned and walked away from the courier station. Once Li Ming departed, everyone at the station began speculating about what video he had sent to Wang Tao's phone. Even as Li Ming had vanished into the distance, the vindictive Wang Tao still had not made a move. He had ordered everyone not to contact the police, threatening immediate dismissal for anyone who did. This only intensified everyone's curiosity. Li Ming discovered that after his physical attributes doubled, his appetite had nearly doubled as well. He devoured 2 orders of pork knuckle rice before finally feeling somewhat satisfied. Looking at his account balance, which had dwindled to a meager 23500, 32 yuan. Actually, it was now only 23460, 32 yuan. The 2 meals had cost him 40 yuan. He possessed a 2000 cubic meter storage space, yet this paltry sum was nowhere near sufficient. His only viable option was to resort to looting. After a satisfying meal, Li Ming returned to his cramped, dim, and damp rental room in the urban village, barely more than 10 square meters. He took out a pen and paper, sketching out his plans for the upcoming zero-cost shopping spree. In the apocalypse, the most scarce resource was pure water, even more so than food. After the catastrophe, nearly all surface water on the Blue Star had been contaminated by the zombie virus, making a single bottle of purified water prohibitively expensive. Some factions even engaged in armed conflicts over meager water supplies. A single glass of purified water could command a beautiful woman to serve you throughout the night. A 500 milliliters bottle of purified water was enough to trade for another person's life. In the post-apocalyptic world, water resources had become extraordinarily precious. Li Ming intended to reserve 800 cubic meters of his 2,000 cubic meter space for water storage. An average household consumed roughly 20 cubic meters per month. With 800 cubic meters to himself, he could sustain himself for nearly 40 years. If he acquired a stunning beauty who met the system's requirements, his water supply would double to 1,600 cubic meters. Securing one more exquisite beauty would triple his reserves to 3,200 cubic meters. He longed to tell the national leadership that if they provided him with 100 such women, he could save the earth. 2 to the power of 100. Everyone should try calculating that. The number was simply beyond comprehension. Give him 1,000 stunning beauties, and he could rescue the entire galaxy. Purchasing 800 cubic meters of water was clearly impossible. He didn't have that kind of money. Then he remembered the natural reservoir called Farmer's Three Punches, located at the southernmost tip of Tianhai City. Farmer's Three Punches, with its slogan about being nature's porter, drew from pristine mountain springs that were pure enough to drink. The reservoir water was of exceptionally high quality. He could simply draw the water from the reservoir directly into his spatial dimension. The reservoir was said to hold over 10 billion cubic meters. 800 cubic meters was nothing, a mere drop in the ocean. In such a vast reservoir, removing 800 cubic meters would go entirely unnoticed. The reservoir was also a famous natural scenic area, with entrance tickets priced at only 30 per person. The matter of water supply was settled. Next came food and daily necessities. Since he already had the system and spatial dimension, he refused to endure the same hardships as his previous life in the apocalypse. What he needed to stockpile for now was merely the variety of supplies. The quantity would certainly grow as he accumulated more blood. With his spatial capacity doubling, his provisions would become increasingly abundant. Protagonists came and went, but Walmart remained constant. When it came to the widest variety of goods, nothing surpassed the South China regional distribution warehouse of Walmart. Years of living as a courier had introduced him to several particularly eloquent individuals. Conveniently, one of them, named Zhang Ergu, was currently working as a warehouse manager at Walmart's South China distribution center. He could entirely rely on his connection with Zhang Ergu to infiltrate the Walmart warehouse and carry out his zero-cost shopping. As for meat, weapons, medicines, and energy, he would have to find solutions later. Once his resolve was firm, Li Ming opened his phone and booked a ticket to the reservoir scenic area online. The next morning, he hailed a cab to the reservoir. Since it was a weekday rather than a weekend or holiday, very few visitors had come to the reservoir. Surrounding him were emerald hills and clear waters with singing birds and fragrant flowers, a delightful scene that Li Ming greedily explored. After all, after the apocalypse, such scenery would never be seen again. It would be replaced by scorched earth and zombies, endless ice and snow, and corpses strewn across the land. After a casual tour, Li Ming found a spot where the water appeared clearest. He deliberately scooped up some water and drank 2 mouthfuls. Sweet and refreshing. In the apocalypse, a single glass of such mineral water would be enough to make countless beautiful women devote themselves to you. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he placed both hands into the water. With a mere thought, water from the reservoir began flowing continuously into his spatial dimension. The suction power was immense and swift. The 800 cubic meters of water filled within less than a minute. To ensure the water had been properly stored in his space, Li Ming extended his right hand and tested it repeatedly. He confirmed that with a single thought, the water source would flow freely from his system space. Seeing such results, a satisfied smile spread across Li Ming's face. Finally, in the apocalypse, he would no longer need to worry about water sources. Next came food and necessary supplies. After completing the water storage, Li Ming took a cab back to the city. To enter the Walmart distribution warehouse, he would have to curry favor with Zhang Ergu, the warehouse manager. Zhang Ergu loved to boast, was lustful, and had an extreme addiction to alcohol. To get him to take Li Ming into the Walmart warehouse, satisfying these few desires of his would make things straightforward. Having worked in express delivery for several years, Li Ming knew precisely which nearby tobacco and liquor shops sold counterfeit goods, and of what quality. The Xuanfa tobacco and liquor shop he entered offered the highest quality counterfeit goods at relatively reasonable prices. As soon as Li Ming walked in, he called out to the female shopkeeper, "Boss, how much do you sell your Mao Tai for?" The female shopkeeper examined Li Ming from head to toe. Although he was reasonably handsome, his clothing betrayed an air of the lower class. The shopkeeper did not look down on such people. On the contrary, she favored them. Most men like this cared deeply about face. When they won money playing cards, they would recklessly squander their winnings. Treating others to meals and drinking was simply their normal routine. Such people loved to show off and were easily deceived. In ordinary times, she had sold them plenty of counterfeit tobacco and liquor. Moreover, their lack of experience made it impossible for them to distinguish genuine from fake. The shopkeeper smiled warmly at Li Ming and said, "Young man winning big at cards. What good fortune you have." Li Ming chuckled, "Don't be nosy. How much for the liquor?" The shopkeeper took a bottle of Mao Tai from the cabinet. "The original price is 3,000, but I'll sell it to you for 2,880. This is fine wine stored for 10 years. Li Ming took the bottle and immediately knew it was counterfeit. During his entrepreneurial days, he had purchased plenty of Mao Tai to cultivate clients and had visited many high-end venues. He had picked up a bit of knowledge from a client back then. These wines could be identified as fake at a simple glance. Li Ming did not wish to expose her publicly, and after all, he was only there to buy liquor, not to fight counterfeits. Li Ming put down the fake Mao Tai in his hand. "The liquor is good, just too expensive." The shopkeeper said ingratiatingly, "Oh, not expensive at all. At other places you wouldn't get it for less than 3,500. Li Ming grinned mischievously. "It is indeed expensive. I'm only looking for the Mao Tai selling at 100 for 3 bottles. The shopkeeper was speechless. Knowing the trade rules, ordinary people would not casually sell counterfeit liquor unless they were acquaintances. So this shopkeeper would most likely refuse him. Li Ming continued, "I'm a colleague of Li Dasan. He said the shopkeeper here is not only beautiful, but also honest in business, treating old and young alike with fairness. Brother Dasan specifically instructed me to come here to make my purchase." She naturally knew Li Dasan, a middle-aged man who often came here selling various counterfeit liquors to deceive people loving to pretend to be a boss and brag. But those flattering words without a doubt were added by Li Ming himself. Flattered by Li Ming's exaggerated compliments, the shopkeeper's face blossomed with a smile. "Young man, you really know how to speak. Since you are Dashuan's friend, I can sell to you. But the ones at 100 for 3 are quite inferior. Anyone can see through them at a glance." Li Ming grinned mischievously. "No problem. As long as they don't kill people, it's fine." The shopkeeper was speechless. Li Ming pointed to the cigarette cabinet. "Give me a carton of Huazi too." The shopkeeper shot him an annoyed glance. "Even fake Huazi isn't cheap." Li Ming put on an air of someone who had more than enough money. "Why would you sell me fakes? Give me genuine Huazi." The shopkeeper was once again speechless. Li Ming stepped out of Xuanfa Tobacco and Liquor Store, one hand clutching a pack of genuine Zhonghua cigarettes, the other bearing 3 bottles of Feiqian Mao Tai. The Zhonghua cost 450 yuan, and together with the 3 bottles of Feiqian Mao Tai, he spent a total of 550 yuan. He would still need to treat Zhang Ergu to a massage service later. That would be another sizable sum. Li Ming understood the principle well. To gain something, one must first give something. In order for Zhang Ergu to bring him into the Walmart warehouse, Li Ming had to ensure Zhang Ergu received sufficient benefits. It was already evening. According to Li Ming's knowledge, Zhang Ergu's shift started at 10 p.m. and lasted until 9 the next morning. So Li Ming took out his worn iPhone 18 and dialed Zhang Ergu's number. Although Zhang Ergu knew Li Ming, they were not particularly close friends. Zhang Ergu felt somewhat apprehensive about Li Ming's call, for he was well aware of Li Ming's mountain of debt. He genuinely feared Li Ming might ask to borrow money. He quickly made up his mind, if Li Ming did ask to borrow money, he would find various excuses to brush him off. So he answered the call. "Brother Ming, what brings you to call me today?" Li Ming said with false warmth. "Oh, it's just been a while since we last met. I missed you, that's all." Zhang Ergu could sense the insincerity in Li Ming's words, so he decided to strike first and prevent Li Ming from asking to borrow money. "Brother, I've been having such a tough time lately. I keep losing at cards and can hardly afford to eat. How about you treating me to a meal?" Li Ming laughed heartily. "It's just a meal, isn't it? I'll treat you to something good today. Let's go to Yaoqi Club. They have a buffet there, and after eating we can get a massage. The 998 package, are you in?" Zhang Ergu was astonished. Yaoqi Club's 998 package. "Brother Ming, have you struck it rich?" "Haha, I came into some small money. I missed you, so how about we have some fun tonight?" Zhang Ergu thought for a moment. "Then I'll take the night off and accompany you to let loose." Li Ming paused, cursing inwardly. "Take the night off? If you're off, who am I supposed to recruit to bring me into the Walmart warehouse?" Li Ming said falsely, "No need to take leave. It's too short notice to find a replacement. We'll head out now and be done before 10 o'clock. We can't let this affect your work." Zhang Ergu was deeply moved and simultaneously filled with shame for having maliciously suspected Li Ming. "Brother Ming, you're too kind. I'll be there right away." "Great, I'll wait for you at Yaoqi Club." Soon the two met at Yaoqi Club. After a quick wash in the bathhouse, they made their way to the buffet area. Most high-end clubs in Tianhai City came with their own buffet, and the food quantity and quality were quite good. Before long, both men had eaten until their stomachs were bursting. Zhang Ergu asked eagerly, "Brother Ming, where did you make your fortune?" "Got connections. You should pull me in too." Li Ming waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, what fortune? I simply collected the wages that rightfully belonged to me." Li Ming recounted the story of how he had beaten up Wang Tao to Zhang Ergu. Zhang Ergu said regretfully, "Only someone as kind as Brother Ming would settle for just what belongs to him. If it were me, how I'd make that damn manager pay triple compensation." Desire rises with the bell and lingers long after it falls. Time spent in pleasure flew by especially fast. Afterward, Li Ming and Zhang Ergu supported each other as they stepped out of Yaoqi Club. Zhang Ergu savored the moment. "Brother Ming, that technician number 88 was no joke. Next time you come, give her a try. One word, smooth." Li Ming said regretfully, "Next time for sure. It's just a shame our time together was too short, not nearly enough." Zhang Ergu also expressed regret. "There's no way around it. It's too late to take leave now. When my salary comes in a few days, I'll definitely treat Brother Ming to a round. Li Ming said. Then let's not wait a few days. I happen to get 3 bottles of Maotai from somewhere else. Let's finish them all tonight. More Maotai. Zhang Erge hesitated, but Li Ming threw an arm around Zhang Erge's neck. Stop hesitating. We'll drink right at your workplace. Isn't your night shift boring anyway? Seeing Zhang Erge still stammering and hesitating, Li Ming decided to fan the flames further. Li Ming pretended to be angry. Ergu, can you stop being such a coward? Look at me. I slapped that pathetic manager and he didn't dare breathe a word. You're just afraid of having a drink at work. If you're truly scared, I'll find someone else. What a buzzkill. Li Ming knew Zhang Ergu was extremely prideful, and goaded on by Li Ming, Zhang Ergu immediately raised his voice, scared. I, Zhang Ergu, have never been scared of anything. Fine, tonight we drink our fill at my workplace. If worst comes to worst, I'll just quit. Damn it, I've never actually tasted what Maotai is like. Li Ming's lips curled slightly upward. Sure enough, reverse psychology always worked. He had fallen for it. Zhang Ergu led Li Ming to the largest Walmart distribution warehouse in the South China region. The warehouse stored supplies for over 100 Walmart supermarkets across South China, with every category imaginable. It covered food, rice and flour, seasonings, home textiles, appliances, tobacco, and liquor, tea, cleaning products, daily necessities, and more. The warehouse was enormous. Standing at its entrance, Li Ming couldn't even see the far end. Though Zhang Ergu felt somewhat apprehensive bringing Li Ming into the warehouse, he reasoned that even if Li Ming tried to carry things away on his own, he couldn't take much. So he felt slightly relieved. In the locker room, Zhang Ergu handed Li Ming a set of work clothes. Brother Ming, put on this uniform. That way you won't draw attention. There are so many warehouse workers here that no one will notice you. Li Ming took Zhang Erge's work clothes and changed into them. He now looked exactly like a legitimate warehouse administrator. At 1.8 meters tall and handsome, Li Ming actually looked more like a formal employee than Zhang Erge did. After Zhang Erge patrolled the warehouse and found nothing unusual, he led Li Ming into the office and summoned 6 colleagues who were also on the night shift. Li Ming was well versed in worldly wisdom and immediately distributed a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes to everyone upon arrival. Zhang Erge's co-workers had initially been unhappy that Zhang Erge had brought an outsider into the office. Their eyes filled Li Ming with suspicion. But the moment those packs of Zhonghua landed in their hands, their attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, and they warmly welcomed Li Ming. Sometimes a man's affairs are as simple as a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. If one isn't enough, then 2. Those 45 yuan packs of Zhonghua were still occasionally within the workers' reach. Anyone with experience could tell at a glance that Li Ming was handing out genuine products. With that trust established, they naturally believed the Maotai Li Ming had brought was also genuine. Even if they discovered it was fake, they would assume Li Ming himself had been cheated by the liquor seller. Zhang Erge cheerfully announced, "Come, this is Feitian Maotai that my brother Ming specially sourced for everyone. A genuine bargain. Each bottle costs 3500 yuan. He then popped open a bottle of Feitian Maotai and brought it to his nose to smell. So fragrant. Truly worthy of the name Feitian Maotai. Just smelling this aroma has my mouth watering." The counterfeit liquor from Shuanfa Tobacco and Liquor Store was genuinely impressive. Simply by smell, it truly seemed the real deal. Zhang Erge's co-workers all craned their necks watching him intently. They seemed unable to wait for a single sip. Feitian Maotai was something they had only heard of. With their wages a month's pay wouldn't even cover 2 bottles. They could simply never afford it. Li Ming quickly grabbed another bottle of Feitian Maotai and popped it open without hesitation. Zhang Erge wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. "Oh brother, don't waste it. This is Maotai, it's extremely expensive. After finishing this bottle, we can open a second. If we don't finish it, that's a real waste." Li Ming thought to himself, waste your grandfather. If you lot don't finish these 3 bottles of fake liquor, how am I supposed to get things done? Li Ming completely ignored Zhang Erge and raised his bottle of Maotai toward Zhang Erge's co-workers. "We're all friends here, so don't stand on ceremony. If you don't finish these 3 bottles of Maotai tonight, you're looking down on me, Li Ming." Everyone was fired up with enthusiasm and quickly extended their glasses to receive the counterfeit Maotai that cost only 100 yuan per bottle. After 3 rounds of toasting, the 3 1-jin bottles of Maotai had already been finished by Li Ming and 6 others. Emboldened by the liquor, Zhang Erge immediately retrieved all 3 cases of beer he had secretly stashed in the office. Zhang Erge and his colleagues worked in rotating day and night shifts. The daytime shift was considerably busier with supervisors always present, so they worked with extra diligence. The night shift, by contrast, was relatively relaxed. They only needed to patrol the entire warehouse, checking for fire alarms or any other emergencies. During their free time, they would stay in the office and play games. Zhang Erge normally kept a supply of beer in the office refrigerator, drinking a few when he had nothing to do. After downing 3 cases of beer, 6 employees, including Zhang Erge, were thoroughly intoxicated and drowsy. Li Ming had barely drunk anything. Just a few sips to carry a trace of alcohol on his breath, while the rest was discreetly stored within his spatial dimension. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Erge staggered to his feet, draping an arm over Li Ming's shoulder. "Bossly, keep drinking for a bit. It's my patrol shift now. I'll settle the rest when I get back." Li Ming quickly rose to support Zhang Erge. "Ergo, you can barely stand on your own. How do you expect to patrol like this?" Zhang Erge stumbled a few steps. "I have no choice. If I don't patrol on time, they'll dock my pay. At worst, I could lose my job." Li Ming said, Who would know if you skip it? What's there to fear? Zhang Ergu shook the badge pin to his chest. This wretched company has so many rules. I have to clock in at every checkpoint throughout the warehouse with this badge, or the supervisor will notice I haven't patrolled by tomorrow. Li Ming's eyes lit up with excitement as he stared at the badge in Zhang Ergu's hand. Ergo, look, I'm about the same build as you, and I'm already wearing your work uniform. How about I put on a mask and go patrol in your place? I'm feeling much better than you anyway, and I could use the walk to sober up. Zhang Ergu glanced hesitantly at Li Ming. You? Do you even know where the clock-in points are? Just tell me, and that settles it. If you miss 1 or 2 points, you can always tell your supervisor you forgot to clock in. They wouldn't say much over a couple of missing checkpoints, so they certainly wouldn't punish you severely. Zhang Ergu thought it over, and found Li Ming's reasoning entirely sound. Besides, he was genuinely too drunk. Every few steps made him feel like vomiting, which was terribly uncomfortable. If he threw up during the patrol, the consequences would be far worse. Zhang Ergu gave Li Ming a gentle push. Are you sure you can handle it? I saw you drinking just as much as I did. Li Ming spread his arms and spun around. How could someone as weak as you compare to me? My tolerance far exceeds yours. They call me the man who never gets drunk after 1,000 cups. Zhang Ergu handed his badge to Li Ming. If you love bragging. 1,000 cups and not a drop shakes you. We'll continue drinking when you get back. With Zhang Ergu's employee badge now in hand, Li Ming knew from experience that it also functioned as an access card granting entry to many restricted areas throughout the facility. Using Zhang Ergu's badge, Li Ming easily unlocked the warehouse door and stepped into the vast South China regional transit warehouse of Walmart. Inside, neatly arranged shelves stretched 5 tiers high, reaching approximately 5 meters. Every shelf was stacked to the brim with goods. The product selection was breathtakingly diverse, offering everything imaginable. Li Ming entered the warehouse like a rat among rice. The less said, the bolder he became. His first stop was the grain and cooking oil section, where rice flour, noodles, peanut oil, corn oil, and soybean oil were prominently stored. After the apocalypse, these would become premium staple foods, unobtainable even with money. Li Ming wasn't greedy. He took 2 tons each of premium rice and flour, since each bag weighed 50 caddies that amounted to 80 bags of rice and 80 bags of flour. He then took 1 ton each of the remaining supplies, including noodles and peanut oil. In a warehouse holding hundreds of tons of rice and flour, a shortage of mere 2 tons would go completely unnoticed. By the time anyone realized the discrepancy, the apocalypse would have already arrived, and Li Ming harbored zero concerns about that. Next, he moved toward the instant noodles aisle. Though instant noodles occupied more space than grains and oils, they would become a hard currency in the post-apocalyptic world. Their independent packaging made them easy to measure and trade. From a practical standpoint, instant noodles were quick to prepare, filling, and, most importantly, contained sufficient salt and oil to meet the human body's basic needs. After consuming them, one would not need to scavenge elsewhere for seasonings. In water-scarce environments, they could even be eaten dry, which was extremely convenient, though somewhat difficult to swallow. There were over a dozen instant noodle brands, each offering more than 10 different flavors. Li Ming selected only his favorite brand, and took 100 cases of each flavor. The total came to 1,000 cases, occupying nearly 100 cubic meters of space. After collecting the instant noodles, Li Ming proceeded to the beverage section. What attracted him most was the bottled mineral water. In the post-apocalyptic era, this water would be more precious than gold, genuinely rare. As water sources dwindled, every bottle consumed was one less than before, essentially impossible to reproduce. A single bottle of mineral water could easily be traded for a human life. The purified water Li Ming had collected from the outdoors was somewhat impure and inconvenient for trading purposes. Therefore, Li Ming decided to reserve another 200 cubic meters for these bottled waters. 300 milliliter bottles, 500 milliliter bottles, and 1.5 liter containers. All were seized without discrimination. Brand names were irrelevant, as long as it was drinkable, it went into his space. He also collected at least 1 ton each of various carbonated beverages, dairy products, and beers. Once all these items were stored, the volume far exceeded his original estimate of 200 cubic meters. Never mind, Li Ming thought. I'll store less water later when I acquire more supplies and make room. He then arrived at the snack section. Post-apocalyptic life would be terribly monotonous and harsh, so stocking treats to pass the time was essential. Chips, sunflower seeds, spicy gluten strips, pastries, sour and spicy chicken feet, chicken wings, chicken drumsticks, ice cream. The list went on. Li Ming allocated 10 cubic meters from his space exclusively for snacks. The sheer variety was overwhelming, and the indecisive Li Ming spent more time choosing snacks than he had for grains and beverages. Finally, growing impatient, he simply took some of every category to ensure comprehensive coverage. Time was running short. Zhang Ergu's patrol window was only about an hour long. Li Ming quickened his pace. He gathered 5 cubic meters of assorted seasonings and sauces. Paper products were daily necessities, especially indispensable once he acquired beautiful companions in the future. Li Ming reserved 100 cubic meters for various paper goods. He also collected several hundred items of every toiletries category: shampoo, body wash, facial cleanser, toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, and more. At last he reached the tobacco and liquor section he had been eagerly anticipating. Everything here was authentic, not like those counterfeit bottles he'd picked up for 100 yuan 3 at Xunfa Liquor Shop. Among the premium offerings were boxed Feitian Maotai Wuliangye and other high-end Chinese spirits, alongside prestigious imported liquors such as Martel, XO, Hennessy, and Remy Martin. There was also a massive selection of red wine brands he couldn't identify. When Li Ming saw one bottle priced at 29,999, he suddenly felt that even Feitian Mao Dai seemed rather modest by comparison. Whether he understood them or not, the expensive ones were all destined for his space. 10 cases here, 8 cases there. Having finished with the liquor, he moved immediately to the cigarettes, an essential provision for any man. He swept up 100 cartons of Huazi immediately, along with various other premium brands he normally wouldn't afford to buy, storing 100 cartons of each variety. Glancing at the 3,000-plus cartons of premium tobacco now stored in his spatial dimension, Li Ming felt an incomparable sense of satisfaction. Having collected the cigarettes and alcohol, Li Ming proceeded to the clothing section. After that blood-colored rainstorm, the temperature would plummet to minus 50 degrees Celsius. Cold weather clothing was absolutely essential. Although it was currently summer, Li Ming still managed to find a batch of stockpiled thermal underwear, extreme cold weather suits, and other cold weather garments in the Walmart warehouse. Without hesitation, he swept various styles and sizes of clothing into his storage space. He continued walking through the warehouse, collecting electric heaters, electric blankets, warm air fans, coal, and more into his space. Along the route, regardless of whether they would be useful, he took a portion of every type of supply into his storage space. Li Ming didn't forget to clock in for Zhang Ergo along the way. Although the significance of clocking in for him had diminished after the other Walmart employees discovered that so many supplies were missing from the warehouse. The police investigation could be delayed one day at a time, as long as it could be postponed until the moment of the apocalypse, everything would be settled. By then, who would care how much had been lost here? When Li Ming reached the last checkpoint Zhang Ergo had instructed him to visit, he couldn't help but pause. It turned out to be a massive cold storage facility. Li Ming didn't need to think hard to guess what was inside. Meat, imported meat. Only frozen meat required such a colossal cold storage. Li Ming took out Zhang Ergo's work card and swiped it at the access control. A beep sounded and the cold storage door swung open with a rumble. Before entering the cold storage, Li Ming made sure to check if there was a switch inside to open the door. If he went in to get the meat and got locked in the minus 20 degrees Celsius cold storage, he would be really screwed. Sure enough, Li Ming found a switch button on the right side of the door. With a simple press from inside, the door would open automatically. After confirming that, Li Ming walked in confidently. The cold storage was set to minus 20 degrees Celsius specifically for freezing meat. As soon as he entered, he shivered all over from the cold. He quickly took out a Canada Goose down jacket he had just collected and put it on. The bitter cold of the storage instantly brought back the feeling of the apocalypse. Li Ming scanned the cold storage. Amazing. Premium steaks, marbled beef, and various beef products filled the space. The seafood selection was also plentiful: Australian lobsters, salmon, whole bluefin tuna, abalone shark fin, and so on. There were also already butchered pork ribs, pork belly, pork trotters, and more. Poultry such as chicken, duck, and goose were also available. Walmart truly lived up to its name. They even had every kind of meat imaginable. Although they were all imported frozen meats, they were free after all. This saved him the trouble of hunting for meat elsewhere. Li Ming took a certain amount of each type of meat into his storage space, occupying nearly 200 cubic meters of capacity. Currently, of the 2,000 cubic meters of space, only 400 cubic meters remained. Next, he still needed fruits, vegetables, and gasoline, which he probably couldn't get from this Walmart warehouse. The minus 20 degrees Celsius temperature made Li Ming shiver uncontrollably. After collecting the meat, he quickly left the cold storage. Having completed all his supply gathering, Li Ming returned to the office with satisfaction. By then, Zhang Ergo and his colleagues were fast asleep, snoring loudly. No matter how Li Ming called them, they wouldn't wake up. It seemed that the fake liquor costing 100 yuan for 3 bottles was indeed potent. Li Ming had originally intended to advise Zhang Ergo to take leave and go back to his hometown for a few days. But now, looking at the sleeping Zhang Ergo with indifference, he wouldn't utter a single word about the coming apocalypse. Having survived 3 months in the apocalypse, Li Ming's greatest lesson was never to predict disasters to stupid and sanctimonious people. Because stupid and sanctimonious people themselves are a disaster. Zhang Ergo's future fate would depend solely on his own fortune. He placed Zhang Ergo's work card into his hand, then turned and walked toward the changing room. On the way there, passing by an empty room next to the office. Li Ming was pleasantly surprised to find an idle high-power generator stored there. It was probably kept on standby in case of a power outage in the entire warehouse. The electrical grid in Tianhai City had been remarkably stable, with no power outages for years. That's why this generator had been idle here. 1 month into the apocalypse, the entire Tianhai City power grid would collapse and stop supplying electricity. A generator was one of the essential items Li Ming needed to stockpile. Li Ming stretched out his hand, and the SUV-sized generator was swept into his storage space. He was even more satisfied. Free shopping really was the best. After changing into his own clothes in the changing room, Li Ming left the Walmart Longnan transfer warehouse. Returning to his rented room, he was utterly exhausted. He had gotten up early, spent half the day at the reservoir scenic area, then another half day with Zhang Ergo in the Walmart warehouse. He'd even treated himself to a 998 yuan premium package at the Yaoqi Club, draining his energy completely. Back home, he didn't have time to shower. He collapsed onto the bed drowsy. But the day's harvest was substantial. He had already completed 80 of his supply stockpiling. He had water, food, daily necessities, meat, and tobacco and alcohol. What remained to stockpile were fresh fruits and vegetables, gasoline to run the generator, and weapons to deal with enemies and the undead. Gasoline was something he had to get through free shopping. Damn it, nearly 9 long coins per liter, he couldn't afford to buy it anyway. Li Ming thought about all this as he drifted into sleep. The next day he woke up at 3 p.m. Damn it, the after effects of that fake liquor were indeed fierce. He had only taken a few sips, but his head was splitting when he got up. After waking up, Li Ming habitually turned on his phone. Ding, 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 ding. Dozens of text messages flooded in, most of them bank reminders for overdue payments. He habitually ignored them all and opened WeChat. Zhang ergo brother Ming, could those Maotai bottles last night be counterfeit? This morning several of us woke up with terrible headaches. Zhang ergo brother Ming, I don't mean anything else, just worried that you got cheated. Zhang ergo brother Ming, I had someone check the bottles from last night. They were indeed fake. Where did you buy them? Let's go smash their shop today. Damn it, how dare they con our brother Ming. Li Ming. Better not reply, play dead. He exited the chat with Zhang ergo and saw messages from Luo Zijuan. Luo Zijuan, Li Ming, I heard you beat up your manager and resigned the day before yesterday. Why are you still so impulsive? After all these years you haven't matured. Now you're unemployed again. What are you going to do? Become a beggar. If you have any difficulties, contact me and Guanfeng. We'll help you. Li Ming snorted coldly. If it weren't for his past life, he might have believed Luo Zijuan was genuinely concerned about him. But now Li Ming wouldn't think that way. He knew Luo Zijuan's real purpose was to see how decadent and miserable Li Ming had become. Then she would do everything she could to mock him, crushing his enthusiasm for life, so that he would muddle through the golden 20 years of his life. They were also certain that given Li Ming's stubborn character, he would never accept help from Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng. That's why they hypocritically offered to help him. Li Ming grinned then replied, yeah, I'm really down on my luck. Can you lend me 500 yuan for food? Luo Zijuan's WeChat chimed. She glanced at the screen and saw it was a reply from Li Ming. Upon seeing that Li Ming was asking to borrow money, her face turned pale. So that's you, Li Ming. Such a grown man actually asking a girl for money to eat. Truly shameful. Then her anger quickly turned to glee. Wasn't Li Ming's disgrace exactly what she had wanted to see? Moreover, Li Ming was actually asking to borrow merely 500 yuan. Not 5,000, nor even 50,000, just a paltry 500. Doesn't this perfectly prove that Li Ming's current situation is truly desperate and desolate? The thought made Luo Zijuan burst out laughing. Guanfeng slowly walked toward Luo Zijuan and pulled her into his arms. Darling, what's so funny? You look so happy. Luo Zijuan handed her phone to Guanfeng. Li Ming actually asked me to borrow money for food, and it's only a measly 500 yuan. Guanfeng glanced at the chat history between Luo Zijuan and Li Ming, his triumphant smile impossible to conceal. Guanfeng came from an affluent family. Both his parents held prominent positions in the city government. From childhood onward, he had always been the brightest star in everyone's eyes, and he thoroughly enjoyed being the center of attention. Until university, when he encountered Li Ming, who surpassed him in every aspect: appearance, athletics, eloquence, and academics. From that moment on, Guanfeng's brilliance faded, and no matter what he did, Li Ming always overshadowed him. The campus beauty he cherished most, Luo Zijuan, had also been drawn to Li Ming's radiant qualities and ended up with him, taking away Guanfeng's first romance. He had once gotten drunk and sworn that even if she was already taken, he would steal Luo Zijuan away from Li Ming. Yet Guanfeng was also a ruthless man who, for 4 years of university, he never showed any jealousy toward Li Ming. Instead, he became Li Ming's closest friend, constantly surrounding him day and night. Only in his past life, when he fell into Guanfeng's hands, did Li Ming realize that Guanfeng had been lying low beside him, waiting for an opportunity that would ensure Li Ming would never recover. All the glory and honors from school were powerless against one ability in the real world: money. After graduating from university, Li Ming's humble background became a clear disadvantage. Meanwhile, Guanfeng used his wealth to take Luo Zijuan out night after night, indulging in luxury and extravagance. Luo Zijuan's materialistic and vain nature was fully revealed. Soon Luo Zijuan ended up with Guanfeng. Under Guanfeng's manipulation, she pressured Li Ming with demands for a car, a house, marriage, and a hefty bride price, goading him into quitting his government position to pursue entrepreneurship. During this entrepreneurial period, Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng colluded to frame Li Ming, driving him into bankruptcy and debt. After his failed venture left him deeply in debt, his credit rating was ruined and no company would dare hire him. With no other choice, Li Ming resorted to working as a courier to make a living. In his past life, Li Ming had always believed his business had failed, and that Luo Zijuan had left him because she didn't want to be a burden. So when he learned she was with Guanfeng, Li Ming genuinely blessed them from the bottom of his heart. In the future, whenever Luo Zijuan made requests, Li Ming fulfilled them all, feeling as though he owed her. After the apocalypse arrived, Li Ming took decisive action, constantly fighting zombies and competing with enemies for supplies. His stockpile gradually grew. Soon he made a name for himself in the area. When Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan learned that Li Ming had risen again, they were filled with jealous rage. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, they could not bear the thought of Li Ming living better or shining brighter than them. Jealousy can utterly warp a person. Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng exploited Li Ming's trust, once more luring him to their residence. With Li Ming completely defenseless, they delivered a fatal blow. As Li Ming lay dying, they confessed everything they had done over the years. Only then learning the truth, Li Ming could do nothing but regret and watch in bitter hatred as Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan consumed his flesh and blood before he perished. Guanfeng harbored deep-seated jealousy and hostility toward Li Ming, so the more miserable Li Ming's life became, the happier Guanfeng grew. After a breakup, the thing women fear most is seeing their ex-partner doing better than them. Luo Zijuan needed to witness Li Ming's wandering, destitute existence with her own eyes to prove that her decision to abandon him for Guanfeng was absolutely correct. Luo Zijuan leaned shyly against Guanfeng and said, "Darling, how about we lend him that 500 yuan? We could take the chance to humiliate him again." Guanfeng's smile gradually faded. "Lend him money? Not a single cent. He's nobody." Guanfeng picked up Luo Zijuan's phone. "Luo Zijuan, Li Ming, it's not that I'm unwilling to lend you 500 yuan. It's just that a grown man like you having to beg for money to eat. Isn't that shameful? Luo Zijuan, you haven't improved at all in all these years. Sometimes you need to reflect on yourself. Have you been working hard? Has your salary increased? Have you really tried? Seeing you like this really breaks my heart. Luo Zijuan, I won't lend you any money because I'm frustrated by your lack of progress. If you're truly too poor to afford food, Guanfeng can find you a job." Luo Zijuan, Guanfeng's uncle, is a leader at the City Sanitation Bureau. There's currently a position for sewage cleanup. As long as you sincerely ask Guanfeng for help, he'll definitely assist you. From then on, just focus on that work and stop overthinking things. After sending this barrage of messages, Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng burst into laughter. Guanfeng wiped the tears from his eyes. He can't even keep his delivery job anymore. Just wait for him to come begging for that sewage cleanup position. Luo Zijuan pinched Guanfeng. "You're so wicked. Making our former admired figure Li Ming clean sewage. What were you thinking? Haha, but I love it." Li Ming received Luo Zijuan's barrage of messages, but did not grow angry. No one would rage over the petty remarks of two people destined to die. These messages only further confirmed the true character of Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not mock the youth for being poor. Besides, he did not even need to wait 30 years. In 8 days the apocalypse would arrive, and this time Li Ming would surely make them pay for everything they had done. Li Ming sent Luo Zijuan a meaningful smiling emoji and no longer paid her any mind. When Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan received Li Ming's emoji reply, they were extremely irritated inside. It was like punching cotton. The other party didn't even give them a single proper response. Guanfeng said with barely concealed anger, "What does it mean that Li Ming just replied with an emoji?" Luo Zijuan laughed and said, "Li Ming was at least a respected figure once. You're asking him to clean sewage. That's definitely humiliating. Just wait a few more days when he truly can't afford food and he'll naturally come begging to you." Guanfeng thought about it and picked up Luo Zijuan's phone again to send another message to Li Ming. "Luo Zijuan, Li Ming, Guanfeng's uncle urgently needs people. Guanfeng had to beg his uncle for a long time just to get you a 3-day consideration period. This is a rare opportunity. I hope you seize it and stop wallowing in self-pity." After getting up and washing quickly, it was nearly 4 o'clock. Going to the fruit and vegetable wholesale market was already too late. Most fruit and vegetable wholesale markets open at 3 in the morning and basically close by noon to rest. Given this today, he would have to first handle the weapons matter and see if there was a suitable opportunity to secure gasoline. In the 3 months of his previous life surviving the apocalypse, Li Ming had gained experience through battles with zombies and enemies. When it came to dealing with enemies, firearms were effective. Against zombies, however, cold weapons were superior. Zombies felt no pain, knew no fear, and possessed tenacious vitality, even if a bullet punctured their skull. It still did not impede their movement. The only way to kill them was to completely sever their heads. This method was most effective with cold weapons. Li Ming had also collected several kitchen knives from the Walmart warehouse into his space. But those kitchen knives were too short and had extremely low toughness, making them prone to breaking when hacking at zombies. In his past life, Li Ming had once tried to chop a zombie's head with a kitchen knife, but the handle was too short and the knife got stuck in the zombie's skull, unable to be pulled out. He yanked hard, and the entire knife snapped. In that battle, he nearly died at the hands of that zombie, and he never dared to use a kitchen knife against zombies again. The most effective weapons for hacking zombies were the sickles, woodcutters, and axes used in rural farm work. These tools were not only sharp and sturdy, they also possessed high toughness and were not easily broken. When welded with a long handle, their lethality nearly doubled, making them divine weapons for slaughtering zombies. Such a hardware store selling farm tools was certainly not available in Tianhai city center. Li Ming checked the map and found that the nearest one was in the suburbs, nearly 20 kilometers from his rental apartment. To save time, Li Ming decided to call the hardware store first to confirm if it was still open. If so, he would ask them to prepare the weapons he needed in advance, so he wouldn't have to waste time going back and forth. Li Ming dialed the number from the map. "Hello, this is Xinguang Farm Tool Store." Li Ming said immediately, "Hello, do you sell farm tools like sickles, woodcutters, and axes?" "We have all those in stock. Sickles are 30, woodcutters 50, axes 50. When do you need them?" "I need 10 sickles, 10 woodcutters, and 10 axes. But I have a requirement. I don't want wooden handles. I want the heaviest steel pipes welded on." In his past life, Li Ming had used wood-handled woodcutters. Though relatively light, they always carried the risk of the handle coming off. Only handles welded from steel pipes were the most practical. Moreover, using steel pipes greatly increased the weight of the weapon. Greater weight meant greater inertia, making it easier to hack zombies. The only drawback was that it consumed more stamina. An ordinary person might start panting after swinging it a dozen times. But Li Ming already had double the physical strength, and as his strength continued to multiply, wielding such a weapon would be as effortless as a toy. The voice on the other end sounded surprised. 30 tools in total, all with steel pipes welded on. What are you planning to do with them? Buying 30 tools at once, all requiring steel pipe handles, made the owner suspect that the customer might be preparing for illegal activities. After all, ordinary farmers usually bought 3 to 5 tools at most. Li Ming had prepared an excuse. Our family runs a forest farm. The tools there are severely worn out, and we plan to replace all the equipment with new ones. Hearing that Li Ming was running a forest farm, the owner believed him. There were indeed several large forest farms around Tianhai City, and 30 tools was not excessive for their usage. The owner said, welding steel pipes will cost an extra 30 yuan per tool for materials and labor. When do you need them? As soon as possible, preferably today. If you want them today with the steel pipe welding and the tight schedule, I'll need to charge an extra 200 yuan for expedited service. Li Ming calculated 30 yuan per tool for materials and labor. So a sickle would cost 60 yuan 10 for 600. Woodcutters and axes would each cost 80 yuan 10 each, totaling 1600. Plus the expedited fee of 200, the total was 2400 yuan. In the apocalypse, such a weapon could be exchanged for 10 bottles of mineral water equivalent to 10 human lives. It was a bargain. Li Ming agreed immediately. The owner continued, your tools are custom welded with steel pipes and cannot be resold. I need a deposit of 1400 yuan. Li Ming added the owner's WeChat and transferred the 1400 yuan deposit. After paying, Li Ming tentatively asked, boss, there are a lot of wild boars on our forest farm lately. Do you have any crossbows or such weapons? The owner paused for a moment. Let's talk about that when you come to the store. Oh, talking in person meant there was a chance. Crossbows were strictly controlled, and many owners were extremely cautious, not discussing such business over the phone or WeChat. The hardware store owner said, I'll have all these tools processed by 10 a.m. today. You can come pick them up around then. If you arrive after 11, we'll be closed, and you'll have to wait until tomorrow. After hanging up, Li Ming checked his WeChat balance and found only 1900 yuan left. He still had to pay the remaining 100 yuan for the tools, leaving him with just 1800 yuan. Truly, a man with money is a man of might, but a man without money is a man of difficulty. Fortunately, he had gotten back the 23500 from Wang Tao, or else he would be truly stuck. There were still 5 hours until 10 a.m. Li Ming didn't want to waste this time as the day of the apocalypse drew nearer. He had to complete all his stockpiling as soon as possible to feel at ease. His next target was energy, specifically gasoline, diesel 92 octane, 95 octane, 98 octane. He needed to stock up on each type, especially 92 octane gasoline, as he had studied the generator in his space and found it consumed that type. Getting gasoline from a refinery or gas station was utterly unrealistic, as they were under 360-degree surveillance with no blind spots. The only way to obtain gasoline for free was to intercept it during transportation. From his 2 years of delivery experience, Li Ming knew a place where he could certainly get gasoline, though the quality of the fuel was random. It was a restaurant called Lianyo Restaurant near the Huanan refinery in the suburbs of Tianhai City. It was said that this restaurant was run by the brother-in-law of a big leader at the refinery. An unwritten rule at Huanan refinery was that any tanker truck transporting refined oil from the refinery must have its driver eat at Lianyo Restaurant. The underlying interests were obvious. Li Ming's target was, of course, those tankers filled with gasoline. After all, while the drivers were eating, they wouldn't be constantly watching their trucks. No one would ever imagine that someone would dare to target the oil tankers parked in the restaurant's parking lot. Li Ming didn't hesitate. He immediately took a taxi to the Lianyo Restaurant on the outskirts of Tianhai City. The restaurant was located in the northern part of Tianhai, about 20 kilometers from the urban village where Li Ming lived. Having set out right after his meal, Li Ming arrived at the Lianyo Restaurant at 7:30. It was precisely the time when the tanker trucks finished loading at the refinery and the drivers came to the restaurant for dinner. Usually after their meal, the drivers would rest for a while in the restaurant and play some cards. At 10 p.m., when the city center of Tianhai lifted the truck restriction, they would then drive with the refined oil to various gas stations in Tianhai to replenish the station's reserves. To make it convenient for the drivers to park, the Lianyo Restaurant had specially rented a large open space in front of the restaurant. This space was vast enough to accommodate over 100 oil tanker trucks at the same time. The enormous parking lot was not strictly managed, with only a few security guards in their 50s. After all, the Lianyo Restaurant was open for business, and anyone had the right to enter and exit. The security guard's job was merely to coordinate the parking and perform simple gatekeeping duties. At this hour, it was also the most idle time for the lot's guards, as most vehicles had already been parked. Moreover, it was still far from the time to leave. Only after 9 o'clock, when people inside the restaurant began to leave one after another, would they become busy. They could only take a brief rest now. Li Ming approached a security guard who looked about 50 and had a gentle demeanor. He took out the leftover Huazi from last night and pulled out 2 cigarettes. Brother, want one? Li Ming handed one of the Huazi to the guard. The guard looked at Li Ming with suspicion, then glanced at the Huazi in Li Ming's hand. Huazi, not bad. The guard took the Huazi from Li Ming, who tactfully took out a lighter and lit it for the guard, then lit his own. Soon both of them were blowing smoke rings. Communication between men was that simple. With Li Ming's respectful gestures, the guard's vigilance toward him eased considerably. After a few puffs, Li Ming spoke first. I came here with friends for a dinner, a social event. It was too stifling inside, so I thought I'd come out for a smoke and some fresh air. The guard nodded, showing understanding. The people who came here to eat were either train drivers or those attending Huanan Refinery's social banquets. The guard knew exactly what kind of people they were. After Li Ming voluntarily explained his purpose, the guard no longer harbored any wariness toward him. Instead, he felt a hint of goodwill. For these lower-class individuals in society, sometimes all they needed was simple respect. Seeing the guard's defenses gradually relax, Li Ming asked again, "Old brother, how long have you been working here?" The guard flicked the ash from his cigarette. 10 years. I've been a guard here ever since this restaurant opened. I'm old and nobody else wants me for other jobs. Li Ming feigned surprise. 10 years. Then business here must be really good to last 10 years. The guard said confidently, how could it not be good? It's clinging to the Huanan Refinery's coattails. If I were running a business, would be much better than it is now. A certain wise man once said the less experienced a person is, the more dogmatic they tend to be. Li Ming didn't care about that. He continued, besides the oil transport drivers and the Huanan Refinery's banquets, do many ordinary people come here to eat? The guard said disdainfully, only a fool would come here to eat. The food here is more than twice as expensive as at other restaurants. The oil truck drivers have no choice. If they want to pick up cargo from the refinery, they have to grit their teeth and eat the overpriced meals here, otherwise they won't be allowed to haul. The refinery's leaders come here to eat without spending their own money. It's all paid for by the refinery. With a monthly budget of millions, how could it be cheap? At this point the guard's eyes flickered, and he began to seem a bit nervous, as if he felt he had said too much. Li Ming noticed the slight change in his expression and said, don't worry. I'm not a reporter or an official. I'm just looking for someone to chat with after dinner. Hearing that Li Ming was neither a reporter nor from the disciplinary commission, the guard relaxed again. Li Ming smiled and said, that topic was a bit sensitive. Let's not talk about it. By the way, old brother, you've worked here for so many years. Do you know what kind of oil each of these tanker trucks carries? The previous topic was indeed sensitive, and the guard naturally didn't want to cause trouble. Seeing Li Ming proactively change the subject, the guard said confidently again, that's nothing. Whenever those oil trucks pass by here, I can tell at a glance what kind of oil is in the tank. This was exactly what Li Ming was waiting for. With over 100 oil tankers here, he couldn't just collect them blindly like opening a mystery box. If he had unlimited space, he wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. But he only had about 300 cubic meters of space, enough to accommodate only 6 tanker trucks. When Li Ming saw these security guards, his first thought was that they must know how to distinguish the type of oil loaded in each tanker. Seeing Li Ming's skeptical look, the guard immediately pointed at the nearby tanker trucks one by one. This one carries 98-octane gasoline. This one is diesel. This one is 92-octane gasoline. This one is 92-octane. The guard identified 10 trucks in a row to prove his skill. Li Ming showed an admiring expression. Brother, how do you tell them apart? Teach me. He couldn't very well just take away the 10 trucks the guard had just identified right under his nose. The guard chuckled. Li Ming immediately understood and took out another Hua Z, lighting it for the guard himself. Puffing out a mouthful of white smoke, the guard said smugly, it's actually very simple. Once I explain, anyone can easily tell the oil in the tanks. Li Ming responded, that amazing. The guard pointed to another tanker. See that oil discharge port at the bottom of the tank? Li Ming nodded. The guard continued, that discharge port is wrapped with a circle of green tape. That means this truck is carrying diesel. Li Ming looked at the discharge port and indeed saw a circle of green tape. To avoid the gas station workers mixing up the fuel types, the refinery usually wraps the discharge port with color-coded tape in advance when loading to prevent confusion. Green stands for diesel, yellow for 92-octane gasoline, orange for 95-octane gasoline, and red for 98-octane. It's that simple. Li Ming looked at the over 100 tanker trucks in the parking lot and said happily, so that's how it is. At that moment, a brand new Mercedes-Benz sedan stopped in front of Li Ming and the guard. The window of the Mercedes slowly rolled down and a chubby-faced young man poked his head out. Yo, isn't this our class monitor, Li Ming? Didn't Boss Guan say you were going to pump shit? How come you have the leisure to chat with a security guard here? Oh, I get it. You're planning to find a job as a security guard here, right? Huh. Li Ming recognized the man at once. It was his college classmate and Guan Feng's top lackey Zheng Yang. And the boss Guan he mentioned undoubtedly referred to Guan Feng. The security guard, seeing Zheng Yang's car pull up, spoke in a harsh tone, then quickly walked away to avoid trouble. Li Ming did not immediately respond to Zheng Yang's words. Instead, he took a contemplative drag of his cigarette and exhaled slowly. Li Ming's silence only further fueled Zheng Yang's pride, as he interpreted it as a sign of inferiority in the face of his own success. Yang Yang hastily rolled down the other windows of the Mercedes and pointed at Li Ming, addressing the 3 garishly dressed women inside. Let me introduce you. This is our college class monitor, the once celebrated figure Li Ming. He's currently working in the sanitation bureau, sucking out septic tanks. The 3 gaudy girls immediately covered their noses and shot a disdainful glance at Li Ming. He swept his gaze over the women in Zheng Yang's car. Ding. Target does not meet the minimum requirements. Reason unhealthy. Ding. Target does not meet the minimum requirements. Reason all synthetic chemicals and artificial additives. Ding. Target does not meet the minimum requirements. System, watch out for the Adam's apple. Li Ming's eyes widened in sudden realization specialty products from Thailand. He raised his thumb mockingly and said to Zheng Yang, you're the real deal. You've managed to collect all 3 of these rare gems. Zheng Yang, completely oblivious to the sarcasm, took Li Ming's words as a desperate attempt to curry favor over the security guard position. The 3 women, or rather 2 women and 1 man, assuming Li Ming was lusting after their beauty, rolled their eyes at him with utter contempt. Thanks to Director Guan's father's connections, Zheng Yang declared proudly, my fleet with Director Guan has latched onto the huge tree of South China refinery. See this brand new Mercedes. I picked it up yesterday. Cost over 5,000 yuan. Envious. Annoyed. Li Ming paid no attention to the Mercedes. In a few days it would be nothing but scrap metal, not even worth a bottle of water. However, the mention of a fleet caught his interest. The fleet of you and Guanfeng. Does Guanfeng have shares in it? Zheng Yang sneered, of course. It's all Director Guan's business. I'm just getting a taste of the soup. Li Ming feigned surprise. How many vehicles does your fleet have? Zheng Yang boasted. I love seeing that dumbfounded look on your face. He pointed at a fuel tanker truck in the parking lot. See those trucks with the Yang character on them? Those are all mine, dozens of them. Director Guan's father is a legend. With just one word, he hooked me up with South China refinery. And you dare to go against Director Guan? You're not even fit to carry his shoes. Forget about getting a security job here. The manager is my brother. You'd better go beg Director Guan to keep that septic tank job for you, or you'll starve to death. Li Ming said, nothing, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. Of course, in Zheng Yang's eyes that was just the sycophantic smile of an inferior to a superior. The syphilis carrier in the passenger seat was already impatient. Zheng Yang, let's go. Manager Zhang is waiting for us to eat. Why waste time on this guy? He reeks of sewage. Zheng Yang rolled up the window and said, Li Ming, take care of yourself. Then he started the car and drove into the parking lot. Li Ming smirked at the departing Mercedes and muttered, you're such a good person. Since this is Guanfeng's business, I won't hold back. Saying this, he walked into the parking lot. The entire parking lot was vast, and though there were several surveillance cameras, there were also plenty of blind spots. Li Ming deliberately selected several tanker trucks with the Yang character on them, all within the camera blind spots. The apocalypse is coming soon, but let me give you a little surprise in advance. With that, he stored 8 fuel tankers, all marked with Yang, and filled with gasoline, into his spatial dimension. The remaining 400 cubic meters of space were almost entirely filled by these 8 trucks. Among the 8 tankers, 3 carried 92-octane gasoline, 2 carried diesel, 2 carried 95-octane gasoline, and 1 carried 98-octane gasoline. Each fully loaded tanker carried 50 tons of refined oil, meaning he now had 150 tons of 92-octane gasoline, 100 tons of 95-octane gasoline, 100 tons of diesel, and 50 tons of 98-octane gasoline. This was incredible. As Li Ming was about to leave, he spotted the brand new Mercedes E300 that Zheng Yang had just driven parked not far away. He glanced around. The Mercedes was in a blind spot. He picked up just yesterday. Cost over 5,000. Li Ming approached the car, and with a thought, the sleek new Mercedes vanished from its spot. Having done this, he strolled out of the parking lot with his hands in his pockets. The security guard from earlier shot him a contemptuous look and shouted, a sewer sucker playing tough with me. Look at yourself, you're nothing. Such is human nature, to kick others when they're down. The guard, seeing someone even worse off than himself, felt compelled to add a few insults. Li Ming paid him no mind. He hailed a taxi and headed to the southern suburbs to pick up the weapons he had ordered. Meanwhile, Zheng Yang was getting drunk with the refinery executives. A driver burst in. Director Zheng, something terrible has happened. Zheng Yang, his face flushed with alcohol, snapped. Don't you see I'm drinking with the leaders? What could possibly go wrong here? The driver stammered, pointing at the parking lot. It's a ghost. Our fuel tankers have disappeared. Vanished. Zheng Yang slammed the table and stood up in shock. Explain yourself. What do you mean by disappeared? The driver, trembling, muttered, They're gone. Zheng Yang's legs went weak. Their fleet had a contract with the refinery. If the cargo went missing outside the refinery and before reaching the gas station, they would be fully liable. This restaurant was clearly neither the refinery nor a gas station. 8 tankers of oil were worth nearly 5 million yuan, and that didn't even include the cost of the tankers themselves. He couldn't afford to pay for that. But how could such huge tankers vanish into thin air, especially 8 of them? There must be something supernatural going on. Zheng Yang grabbed the driver by the collar. Are you sure you look properly? Don't play games with me. The driver's lips quivered as he said, We've searched the entire parking lot several times. Nothing. We've checked the surveillance footage repeatedly. No sign of any vehicle leaving. He paused, then added nervously, There's one more thing. Zheng Yang roared, What is it? Spit it out. Your brand new Mercedes is gone too. Zheng Yang's vision went black. It had to be a dream. All of it. That Mercedes was bought with a 0 down payment split into 60 installments. And the worst part, the insurance hadn't even taken effect yet since it was just picked up yesterday. Zheng Yang, what kind of joke is this? 8 fully loaded tanker trucks simply vanish and you expect me to retrieve them. Find them or don't bother showing your face to me again. Upon hearing news of the lost tanker trucks, Guanfeng erupted in a furious rage. The combined value of 5 million yuan in refined oil and 8 tanker trucks was beyond his capacity to compensate. At that moment, Zheng Yang lay collapsed on the sofa in the refining restaurant's office. Upon learning that his installment-purchased Mercedes had disappeared, blood surged to his heart, and he fainted. With no other option, the restaurant owner could only let him rest in the office. Zheng Yang glanced around, and finding no one else nearby, cautiously whispered, "President Guan, do you think the owner of the refining restaurant might be behind this? On his own turf, how could such a massive tanker truck simply disappear?" Guan Feng spoke coldly, "Don't make reckless accusations without evidence. We cannot afford to offend them. That restaurant reportedly makes millions in profit alone per month. They have no reason to resort to such tactics." Zheng Yang pondered for a moment. Then, could it be Li Ming? Guan Feng paused. What does Li Ming have to do with this? Zheng Yang recounted to Guan Feng how he had arranged to meet Li Ming outside the restaurant. Guan Feng contemplated briefly before speaking with mockery. If Li Ming had such capability, he wouldn't be in the sorry state he is today. Stop overthinking it. It likely has nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, Li Ming had already arrived at the Xinguang farm tool shop at the southern end of Tianhai City, nearly 40 kilometers away from the refining restaurant. Before the shop, Li Ming could already see scythes, axes, and cleavers fitted with welded steel pipe handles stacked neatly at the entrance. Li Ming entered the shop and addressed the owner. "Good day, sir. The tools outside with welded steel handles. That is my order." The farm tool shop owner scrutinized Li Ming from head to toe. Though he appeared reasonably well built with solid muscle, he gave absolutely no impression of someone accustomed to arduous labor in the forest. The owner asked warily, "Are these tools genuinely intended for use in the forest? You're not planning something illegal, are you?" After all, these tools came from his shop, and he would bear some responsibility if anything went wrong. Moreover, Li Ming had previously inquired about crossbows over the phone, further fueling his suspicion and caution. Li Ming chuckled. "Boss, are you judging me because I look rather refined and don't resemble a forest worker at all?" The owner pointed to a pine log outside. "Strike that log once. Let me observe your posture and strength, and I can determine whether you're truly a forest laborer." Li Ming examined the pine log, which measured over 30 centimeters in diameter. Its surface was marked with countless knife scars of varying sizes, clearly left by farmers' testing blades prior to purchase. Li Ming carefully studied the old gouges on the thick pine, noting the deepest reached only about 5 centimeters. Perfect. Exactly what he needed. Li Ming also wished to test whether these weapons lived up to his expectations of toughness and sharpness. He spat twice onto his palms, rubbed them together vigorously, and picked up a cleaver fitted with a welded steel pipe handle. "Watch closely, boss." Li Ming raised the blade with both hands and swung it diagonally at a 45-degree angle into the thick pine log. Clang! The cleaver sank nearly 20 centimeters into the pine log. Of course, measured along the diagonal angle, yet it still far exceeded the depth of any previous marks on the log. In his past life, Li Ming had extensive experience hacking through zombies. Chopping wood and slaughtering the undead were essentially the same principle. Striking at a 45-degree angle maximized both force application and lethal efficiency. The shop owner was utterly stunned by Li Ming's strike. Even the strongest laborers who toiled daily could only drive their blades 3 to 5 centimeters into that thick pine. Yet Li Ming's cut had penetrated nearly 20 centimeters. Judging by his posture and the precise application of force, he was undeniably a seasoned veteran. The farm tool shop owner finally dismissed any suspicion that Li Ming intended to use these tools for illegal purposes. After all, with such skill and strength, even a standard kitchen knife would prove far more dangerous in his hands. There was simply no need to go to such elaborate lengths purchasing specialized agricultural implements. Li Ming also noticed that after that single strike, the owner's lingering doubts had largely dissipated. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ming asked, "Boss, as I mentioned before, our forest farm is overrun with wild boars. Regarding those hunting crossbows." He then shot the owner a knowing glance. The owner immediately shut the shop door and cautiously repeated his earlier question. "You want a hunting crossbow? Are you truly intending to hunt wild boars?" Li Ming replied calmly, "Of course. What else would you think?" The owner lowered his voice. "We do carry hunting crossbows, but in China hunting wild boars is illegal. If you are ever discovered, under no circumstances can you claim the crossbow came from our shop. Selling hunting crossbows is also against the law here." Li Ming pulled out 2 cigarettes and offered one to the owner. "Don't worry, I understand. Besides, we'll only hunt within the forest farm, which is staffed entirely by our own people. No one will report us." The owner accepted the cigarette, and Li Ming promptly lit it for him. The owner immediately retrieved a rusty hunting crossbow from the back room and pointed to it. "This crossbow came into my possession 2 days ago. Don't let its rusted appearance fool you. It functions perfectly, and it's killing power rivals that of newly manufactured models. And the best part, this model can fire 3 bolts in rapid succession. Within 20 meters, its stopping power is comparable to a bullet." Li Ming took the crossbow from the owner's hands, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A 20-meter range with triple shot capability. This alone was sufficient to intimidate most adversaries. These crossbows would be virtually useless against zombies. Even firing 20 bolts consecutively would not kill one nor impair its movement in any way. After all, zombies felt no pain and harbored no fear. But humans were different. The mere sight of a hunting crossbow would overwhelm most people with terror. Li Ming asked excitedly, "Boss, how much?" The owner leered at him. 10,000. Includes 20 bolts. Li Ming hissed through his teeth. Good as it was damn expensive. All the blades outside added up to barely over 2,000. Li Ming set the crossbow down carefully. Too expensive. It's over my budget. The owner grinned shrewdly. Still too rich. Tell you what, I'll give you a deal considering your cigarettes. Give me a counteroffer. Li Ming hesitated for a moment. A wise man once said when bargaining, aim for half the price. Don't feel shy about it. So Li Ming gritted his teeth. 5,000. Deal or not? The owner replied without hesitation, deal. Li Ming. Damn it. Li Ming felt he had been ripped off, still paying far too much. He forced himself to say, my meaning is. Include the remaining balance for those farm tools, 5,000 total. The owner, deal. Li Ming. The crossbow boss bought it from a farmer for 200 yuan. With this deal, the boss tearfully earned 3,800 from Li Ming. Li Ming had already found out that there was a large agricultural product trading market nearby. After picking up the weapon and having a late-night snack, he took a taxi to the market, arriving around 3 in the morning. Before arriving at the market, Li Ming deliberately went to an abandoned grassland 3 kilometers away. He took out the 8 oil tanker trucks he had collected from the oil refinery restaurant and removed the gasoline stored in them. As for the 8 tanker trucks, he left them abandoned in the desolate grassland. Most agricultural product trading markets start business around 3 in the morning. This is to transport various fresh fruits and vegetables to various food markets and supermarkets before dawn so that citizens can enjoy the freshest produce. After being cheated by the owner of the farm implement store, Li Ming had originally planned to make a profit through 0 yuan shopping at this agricultural market to compensate for his emotional trauma. However, upon arriving at the market, Li Ming realized that he couldn't bring himself to do it, truly couldn't. It wasn't because the security was too strict or the theft was too difficult. On the contrary, mountains of fruits and vegetables were piled up in carts as if they were free. Some vehicles were left unattended. The reason he couldn't bring himself to steal was that it was too cheap. The farmers had worked hard to grow these things, and he truly couldn't bring himself to do it. Potatoes 5 mao per jean, only 500 yuan for 1,000 jean. Carrots 3 mao per jean, only 300 yuan for 1,000 jean. Cabbage 4 mao per jean, only 400 yuan for 1,000 jean. Chilean watermelon 8 mao per jean, only 800 yuan for 1,000 jean. Peaches 8 mao per jean, only 800 yuan for 1,000 jean. With such prices, how could Li Ming bring himself to steal? If he really did that, it would feel somewhat inhumane. Having come here, all he could do was buy, as if everything was free. 1,000 jean each of potatoes, carrots, and cabbage. Other kinds of fresh vegetables, 500 jean each. Watermelon, peach, pear, apple, lychee, longan, plum, grape, and other fruits, 500 jean each. Those selling imported fruits like durian and cherries were not ordinary farmers, but the wealthiest of the wealthy. At an imported fruit store, Li Ming quietly stored several boxes of durian, cherries, mangosteen, and other imported fruits into his space. Li Ming had no psychological pressure in stealing from the wealthy. He wandered the market from 3 in the morning until 5 in the morning. In total, he bought over 10,000 jean of fruits and vegetables, spending only 10,000 yuan. It was too cheap, truly too cheap. The current housing price in Tianhai City, even near the agricultural market, had reached 500 yuan per square meter. Li Ming found it deeply ironic that 10,000 jean of food essential for people's survival could not even exchange for a square meter of concrete box. Farmers who spent their whole lives farming and feeding so many people could not afford a house in the city. In 7 days, this distorted value system would be completely destroyed. After the apocalypse, houses and cars would become worthless. At that time, even a house might not be worth a single potato. After storing the supplies purchased from the market into his space, the sky was already beginning to lighten. Li Ming's plan to stockpile supplies was 99 complete. His WeChat balance was only 4,000 yuan. Dong dong dong. Li Ming, who had returned to his rented room and fallen asleep at dawn, was awakened by a series of urgent knocks. Who the hell is it? It's early in the morning. Li Ming shouted at the person outside the door, then dragged his tired body to open the door. At that moment, a male and a female police officer, both in uniform, were standing outside the door. Hiss. Li Ming took a sharp breath. His first reaction was whether his deeds had been exposed. After all, he had a guilty conscience. Li Ming immediately put on a harmless smile. Uncles, have you come to the wrong place? He glanced at their badges. The man was called Zhang Vida, the woman Nangong Ling. Ding. A blue system interface appeared above Nangong Ling's head. Name Nangong Ling. Occupation police officer. Appearance 90 points. Age 22. Figure 90 points. Combat power 10. Overall score 90 points. Upon receiving the system's prompt, Li Ming looked at Nangong Ling in surprise. A woman with a combat power of 10 was truly rare. Luo Zijuan only had 5. He had been too nervous seeing the police earlier and hadn't noticed, but Nangong Ling was indeed a rare beauty. Her face was extraordinarily delicate, and her coiled hair and the outfit that accentuated her curves gave a distinct sense of uniform allure. Sensing Li Ming's intense gaze, Nangong Ling immediately said with disgust, "Uncle. Do I look like an uncle?" Li Ming chuckled, "Just a general term. What can I do for you two?" The two did not immediately answer Li Ming's question. Instead, they entered his rented room and looked around. Li Ming's room was only about 10 square meters, so everything was obvious at a glance. A simple wooden bed of 1.5 meters, a desk with quite a few books on it, and a cloth wardrobe. It was practically bare. However, although the room was small, it was quite clean. Nangong Ling pointed at the closed cloth wardrobe. "What's inside?" "Some personal clothes." "Open it." "Huh." Nangong Ling's voice raised an octave. "I told you to open it." The moment the cloth wardrobe zipper was opened, a pile of underwear landed on Nangong Ling's face. Li Ming quickly bent down to pick them up. Sorry, I haven't tidied up yet. What exactly are you looking for me for? The male officer was about to speak, but Nangong Ling quickly cut in. Were you at the Walmart Longnan District warehouse the night before last? Li Ming's heart trembled. Exposed so quickly. No, if they really had evidence, it wouldn't be these two officers who came. He replied yes. What did you go for? Drinking. With whom? My friend Zhang Ergo and his colleagues. Drinking isn't illegal, is it? Nangong Ling glared at Li Ming. Answer what I asked, don't be wordy. Besides drinking, what else did you do? Li Ming thought for a moment, urinated. Nangong Ling pushed Li Ming against the wall, pressing one hand on his chest. Answer my questions properly. Li Ming raised his hands and said innocently, just drinking and urinating. Zhang Vida asked, what about last night? Where did you go? The oil refinery restaurant and Tianhai agricultural market. Those two places are nearly 40 kilometers apart. What did you go there for? Looking for a job. What kind of job? Security guard. Nangong Ling released her jade-like hand from Li Ming's chest and said seriously, the night before last you went to Walmart and Walmart lost things. Last night you went to the oil refinery restaurant and it also lost things. I have reason to suspect that you are connected to both cases. Li Ming laughed. What kind of reasoning was that? Li Ming roughly understood the intention of Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida's visit. They were not even the criminal police from this district, they might just be trainee officers. These trainee officers were usually very enthusiastic about cases, as if each one was Sherlock Holmes. After finding evidence that Li Ming had appeared at both the Walmart warehouse and the oil refinery restaurant, and adding their own subjective judgment, they concluded that the culprit was Li Ming. In other words, they had no evidence at all. If they had real evidence, it wouldn't be just these two who came. Li Ming said calmly, what does it have to do with me if they lost things? Nangong Ling said, you were present at both crime scenes. How can you prove that you have nothing to do with it? Li Ming crossed his arms. Evidence. Don't you know that he who asserts must prove? Nangong Ling's face flushed with anger upon Li Ming's sharp retort. She quickly produced a silver bracelet from behind her back. Evidence. You're coming with me to assist the investigation. We'll quickly determine whether you're responsible. Li Ming replied, Officer, if you can produce a search warrant or arrest warrant, I will naturally accompany you to assist the investigation. Nangong Ling puffed her cheeks and said, once it's proven that you have nothing to do with this, I'll apologize to you. But today you must come back with me first. Li Ming paused, taken aback. He hadn't expected the girl to be so reckless, completely disregarding regulations. At the police station, too many uncertainties lurked. He might easily find himself trapped there. Facing Nangong Ling's impulsiveness, Li Ming had already prepared to make a run for it at any moment. His rental room was on the second floor. Escaping past Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida wouldn't be too difficult. Just as Nangong Ling stepped forward to take action against Li Ming, Zhang Vida raised his hand to stop her and pulled her outside. Junior sister Nangong, without prior approval from our superiors, coming here to interrogate someone already violates discipline. Taking him back without evidence. I'm afraid our leaders will truly be furious. Nangong Ling shot Zhang Vida a glare. What's the worst that could happen? We'd just get a scolding. Zhang Vida snapped. You're the eldest daughter of the Nangong family. You'd only receive a verbal reprimand. I violate discipline and face a major demerit record. If that happens, I'll spend my entire career as a bottom-tier patrol officer. Relax, I'll go back with you. Once we've gathered sufficient evidence, we'll come back for him. Nangong Ling stamped her foot. By then he'll have disappeared somewhere, we can't find him. Zhang Vida glanced at Li Ming. If he truly is guilty, why fear him fleeing? Our country's Sky Eye surveillance system is no decoration. If not for the fact that Nangong Ling was the eldest daughter of the prestigious Nangong family in the capital, and quite attractive to boot, Zhang Vida would never have accompanied her here to cause a scene based on mere intuition. Zhang Vida would never have followed Nangong Ling to Li Ming's place to throw a tantrum on nothing but her hunch alone. If they arrested the wrong person and faced complaints, Nangong Ling could walk away unscathed thanks to her family name. The real suffering would fall on him, a nobody with no backing whatsoever. Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida's conversation was entirely overheard by Li Ming, whose hearing was unnaturally keen. As expected, just a naive heiress indulging in a minor exercise of power. False alarm. Nangong Ling stowed her silver bracelet and approached Li Ming again. It would be wise for you not to leave Tianhai City during this period. I'll come back for you anytime. Li Ming winked flirtatiously at Nangong Ling. I'd welcome you even more if you came alone. Nangong Ling, you. Fearing Nangong Ling might do something outrageous, Zhang Vida hurriedly held her back and said sternly to Li Ming, stop flirting. We're here for an investigation. Just cooperate properly. With that, he grabbed Nangong Ling and led her away. Before leaving, Nangong Ling threw out a parting threat. Kid, don't let me find out you're really guilty. If I do, you'll be in deep trouble. Li Ming closed the door of his rental room. Although the police currently lacked direct evidence proving he was responsible, even an impulsive girl like Nangong Ling had suspected him. If she could suspect him, couldn't experienced detectives think of the same? They were simply biding their time, investigating slowly without tipping him off. Fortunately, Nangong Ling's reckless disregard for discipline served as a wake-up call, alerting Li Ming to their suspicions. Although stealing millions worth of goods from Walmart and 8 fully loaded fuel tanker trucks seemed illogical, his actions hadn't been perfectly meticulous or foolproof. He might have left traces somewhere inadvertently. Under the investigative technology of 2034, he trusted the detectives would soon trace it back to him. This rental room was no longer safe. He needed to find a place where even if they confirmed his guilt, they couldn't locate him in the short term. As long as he could hold out for 6 more days, no one could touch him. Li Ming thought of Huafian's apartment. Right. He had no social connections with Huafian whatsoever. No matter how clever they were, they would never imagine he had hidden himself in Huafian's home. Moreover, he had already made up his mind to welcome the apocalypse at her place. With a few days remaining before the apocalypse, he could properly renovate the apartment layout for greater comfort. And he still hadn't spent his remaining 4,000 yuan. Though 4,000 yuan wasn't much, it was his hard-earned money. He wouldn't waste a single cent. Looking around at his rental room, where he'd lived for 3 years, nearly empty, and bare, the only things worth taking were a few books. The urban village where his rental was located housed over 300,000 people from society's lower rungs and fresh graduates. The urban village had an extremely high population density. After the apocalypse, this area would become a disaster zone overrun by zombies. It was in just such an environment that Li Ming had fought his way through back then. Recalling the hardships of his past life, he never wanted to endure them again. This time he would live better than anyone else. The night market in the urban village was thriving, with shops lining both sides and colorful signs creating a vibrant chaos. The air was thick with the aroma of street snacks and barbecues. Although Li Ming's life had been frugal, he rarely ate street food. Yet after the apocalypse, every memory of these snacks made his mouth water uncontrollably. If he didn't buy them now, he would never taste them again. Li Ming walked all the way from one end of the street to the other. His favorite Longjiang pork knuckle rice was an absolute must. He directly ordered 20 portions to go. 10 portions of Changsha stinky tofu. 10 portions of hand-grabbed pancakes with extra meat and egg. 10 portions of lemon boneless chicken feet. 10 portions of fried milk. 10 portions of multi-grain egg-filled pancakes. 10 portions of Chongqing noodles. 10 portions of grilled pig's trotters. 10 jin each of various flavors of crayfish. 100 skewers of lamb. 10 dozen grilled oysters. Various other barbecue items, 10 portions each. In one round, 2,000 yuan was gone. Don't underestimate each variety's 10 portions. Whenever he obtained an extraordinary beauty for doubling effects, 10 portions became 20, 40, 80, and beyond food would be inexhaustible. When it came to junk food, McDonald's and KFC were essential. 10 family buckets and 10 chicken wing buckets were a must. Other assorted meal combos, 10 portions each. Money flowed away like water. For 1,000 yuan spent entirely after a quick tour through the urban village night market. Not a single coin remained. Not even enough for a taxi ride. After storing all the street snacks into his spatial dimension, Li Ming had no choice but to walk toward Binjiangno, one residential community, on foot. Li Ming retrieved the key he had taken from Huafian's space. With the key, the gate of the community and the main door of the house were as good as non-existent, and he quickly entered Huafian's residence. Binjiangno. One was a mid to high-end residential complex in Tianhai City, comprising 15 buildings, each 40 stories high, with 2 elevators and 4 units per floor, all featuring spacious apartments. The 15 buildings housed over 2,300 households. Binjiangno. One was a well-established community with an occupancy rate exceeding 90. Excluding those who were away, Li Ming estimated that when the apocalypse arrived, there would still be nearly 2,000 households in the complex. Li Ming considered this population density ideal. If it were an economy-type complex, the number of households would be much higher than that of Binjiangno. 1. A denser population meant a higher concentration of zombies after the apocalypse, significantly increasing the chances of encountering danger while venturing out. In the villa area, the population density was much lower, resulting in fewer zombies after the apocalypse. However, Li Ming's goal was to find top-tier beauties, though a larger population meant a greater number of such women. Thus, the population situation of Binjiangno. One perfectly matched Li Ming's criteria. Huafian's apartment was decorated in a light luxury cream style, exuding a very feminine atmosphere. Although it looked comfortable, Li Ming did not like this style. Considering that he would be living in this apartment for a long time, he decided to spend some time renovating it. After all, he had tools and materials from the Walmart warehouse in his space. The so-called renovation was simply a change in the layout and purpose of the entire apartment according to his personal preferences. In particular, he planned to transform the decorative fireplace into a fully functional smokeless fireplace. Because after the apocalypse, the temperature would plummet to minus 4,050 degrees Celsius. Even with the auxiliary heating set to maximum, ordinary air conditioners could barely maintain the indoor temperature around 0. At such a temperature, even if it did not freeze people to death, it would be extremely uncomfortable, and frostbite on hands and feet would be very common. With this fireplace, keeping the indoor temperature at 30 degrees Celsius would be no problem. After a few days, Huafian's apartment had been completely transformed, losing all its original cream style. The beige furniture in the living room had all been stored away by Li Ming. The entire living room was remodeled into a gaming and entertainment area. The beddings and quilts in the room, which still carried Huafian's fragrance, were replaced with darker, more masculine ones. However, the bedside table still retained the beautiful photo of Huafian in her uniform. Every time he saw Huafian's photo, Li Ming wondered if she could return before the apocalypse. After entering Huafian's apartment, Li Ming immediately cracked her Wi-Fi password. It was not a difficult task, anyone could do it with a simple Wi-Fi cracking app. After cracking the Wi-Fi password, Li Ming downloaded various videos from different websites day and night. These were spiritual sustenance for passing the time after the apocalypse. In particular, the adult films from the island nation. If he didn't download them now, they would be lost forever. Li Ming took out 10 3 terabytes portable hard drives from his space specifically for storing these movies. After completing all this, the time had come to July 16th, with only 2 days left before the snowstorm and the sudden cold snap. Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng had been waiting for Li Ming to come, begging them for the manure collection job. Especially Guanfeng, who had lost several million yuan from the 8 oil tankers stolen from his oil refinery, leaving him with a heavy heart. Though he had lost those millions, they had originally been squeezed out of Li Ming. In the apartment at Building 7, Unit 3803 of Binjiang No. 1. Guanfeng had been pondering the 3 million yuan compensation. No matter what, he had to pin this loss on Li Ming. He had to find a way to suck the money back from Li Ming. Guanfeng glanced at Luo Zijuan displeasedly. Has that kid Li Ming replied to you yet? Luo Zijuan carefully admired her newly done nails. No, he hasn't contacted me recently. Probably looking for a job. Maybe he's angry that I didn't lend him money last time, and even made him collect manure. Guanfeng paced back and forth. After splitting with Zhenyang, I still have to pay nearly 3 million for the oil refinery. I'm thinking of getting some back from Li Ming. Luo Zijuan clicked her tongue. Li Ming can't even afford food now. How much can you still squeeze out of him? Guanfeng laughed sinisterly. I have a friend who says that referring someone to work in northern Myanmar can get a headhunting fee of 1 million. Luo Zijuan looked at Guanfeng in shock. You're planning to sell Li Ming? Guanfeng replied, of course. I lost nearly 3 million this time, so I have to find a way to earn it back from Li Ming. Besides, he can't even afford food. Ooh, we're just offering him a well-paying job. Luo Zijuan hesitated. Can you negotiate with them? Maybe 1.5 million. He was my first man, so he deserves a higher price. Perhaps after this we'll never see him again. Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan burst into knowing laughter. Luo Zijuan immediately picked up her phone to send Li Ming a message. Luo Zijuan, Li Ming, we were inconsiderate about the manure collection job and we apologize. But our intentions were always for your own good. Please understand. Luo Zijuan, you are the best friend of Guanfeng and me. Seeing you unable to afford food pains us too. Guanfeng and I have inquired about a job that can help you pay off your debts within a year. We hope you seize this opportunity and stop sinking. Li Ming, who was eating top-grade Australian imported steak and drinking 1982 Lafite, read Luo Zijuan's message. His debts were at least several million. Could he pay them off in a year? Well, let's see what these two scumbags were up to. Li Ming, what job? Luo Zijuan, Guanfeng's friend, runs an information company in northern Myanmar and is recruiting talents like you from China for management positions. Guanfeng used his connections to secure this opportunity for you. You must cherish it. Luo Zijuan, this is a company founded by Guanfeng's friend, so it's absolutely safe. You can trust us, you know our character. We would never set you up. Li Ming read the message and twitched his mouth. These two bastards were ruthless. They had already drained him dry and now wanted to sell his remaining body. Li Ming, do you really think I'm stupid? If it's such a good job, why don't you let Guanfeng go? Luo Zijuan, how can you say that? Haven't we worried enough for you over the years? Can't you just be a little more ambitious? If you had been, maybe we would have had kids by now. Li Ming knew this trick all too well. Whenever they wanted to convince him to do something he didn't want, they would exploit his guilt from the past life. Now Li Ming naturally wouldn't spare her any face. Li Ming, kids. Do you mean Wu Jing's child, or Zhang Chongfeng's? Oh right, I forgot you also had a fling with that fatty Zhengyang behind Guanfeng's back. So which one's child are you talking about? Li Ming, sorry, I forgot that Guanfeng always thought you only had me before him. He doesn't know your nickname, Jade-Faced Public Bus, does he? Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan eagerly awaited Li Ming's reply. After reading it, Guanfeng's face turned as black as ink. Luo Zijuan, Li Ming, I kindly helped you when you couldn't even afford food, yet you dare to slander me like this. Li Ming, who told you I can't afford food? Image steak with red wine. Li Ming really wanted to see Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan blushing with anger. Click click. The sound of someone turning the lock on the front door reached Li Ming's ears. Huafian, dragging her suitcase and dressed in her flight attendant uniform, said with a cheerful tone, Darling, a sudden Category 13 hurricane swept through the States, so the flight was cancelled. Our original work schedule has changed too, so we'll have a 5-day holiday. Yes, I can come over tomorrow to pick up Xiaoha. Thanks for these past few days. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. I'm at my doorstep now. I'll go home, take a shower, and have a good sleep. Please take care of Xiaoha for one more night tonight. Alright, bye-bye. Huafian was in an excellent mood because her originally scheduled 2-week flight plan had been abruptly cancelled. She longed to return to the soft, comfortable bed at home and lie flat for a whole day. Oh. Glancing at the spare key in her hand, she recalled that when she was about to leave last week, she realized her original key was missing. At that time, she was in a hurry and didn't do anything about it. She thought if she really couldn't find it, she would just have to change the lock. After all, as a woman living alone, she had to eliminate any possibility of putting herself in danger. Click click. The door was opened. Seeing the unfamiliar sight inside the house, Huafian quickly stepped back. She bowed slightly and muttered, Sorry, I've entered the wrong door. My apologies. After stepping out of the house, Huafian carefully looked around the outside environment. It was very familiar. It was indeed her door. She checked the apartment number 7 to 2202. It was her apartment number, but the decorations inside, the gaming chair placed in the living room, the 100-inch giant LCD TV on the wall, and even all the furniture, were not her original ones. Huafian cautiously opened the door again and peered inside, scanning the surroundings. Although the furniture and appliances had been replaced, the wall decorations were still the same as her apartment, and the dining table was still the one she had carefully chosen. However, on that dining table lay a half-eaten steak and an open bottle of red wine. After confirming that this was indeed her own house, Huafian familiarly took out a golf club from the entrance. She paused for a moment. This was indeed the golf club she had prepared to prevent anyone from breaking in. At that moment, Huafian became even more certain that this was her house. Who had turned her home into this? A thief. But would a thief place a gaming chair worth over 1,000 yuan in her living room? And the 100-inch LCD TV on the wall was also worth several tens of thousands. Then what was it? Suddenly, Huafian felt a cold metal object pressed against the exposed skin of her neck. Before she could turn around to see what was behind her, zzz, a powerful electric current surged from the metal object. Under the intense shock, Huafian's vision went dark, and she instantly lost consciousness. Li Ming, holding a high-voltage stun baton, looked delighted as he watched Huafian collapse to the ground. Heh, she really did come back before the apocalypse. Then don't blame me. Li Ming quickly found a rope and tightly bound Huafian. Taking by force was definitely not an option, and according to the system's requirements, the person must voluntarily offer themselves to meet the condition. After the apocalypse arrives, there would be plenty of ways to make Huafian willingly offer herself. Moreover, in the apocalypse, a beauty like Huafian would certainly become prey for other men. She might even become a slave traded among people. Falling into his hands might be the best outcome for her. Huafian slowly regained consciousness, trying to reach out and rub her eyes. At that moment, she realized her entire body was tied up and a piece of cloth was stuffed into her mouth. She suddenly recalled the scene before she was electrocuted, and a chill ran through her body as fear filled her eyes. She had been kidnapped. She didn't know whether the kidnapper wanted money or her body. Huafian looked up again. On the 100-inch LCD TV, the zombie movie Train to Busan was playing. The horrifying scenes on the screen made her inner fear even more palpable. On the sofa in front of the TV sat a man, clearly the one who had kidnapped her. Huafian's mouth was tightly gagged, so she could only make muffled sounds. Those sounds reached Li Ming's ears, and he immediately realized that Huafian had woken up. Li Ming immediately turned off the movie playing on the TV, stood up from the sofa, and walked slowly toward Huafian. Miss Huafian, you're finally awake. Watching Li Ming approach, Huafian immediately struggled in panic, her expression extremely agitated. Li Ming crouched in front of her. Don't get so worked up. Calm down and listen to me first. Huafian stared at Li Ming in terror, her thoughts completely dominated by fear. She couldn't hear a word he said and kept making sounds while tears streamed down her face. Li Ming stood up helplessly. I can't talk to you like this. When you've calmed down, we'll have a proper conversation. He stood up, returned to the sofa, and cracked open a can of beer. Wah! Although her mouth was gagged, Li Ming could still tell that Huafian was wailing in despair. But Li Ming wouldn't soften his heart because of this. In the apocalypse, he had seen countless women who cried more bitterly and more hopelessly than her. He had long been immune. After 3 minutes, Huafian, exhausted from her futile struggles, finally quieted down, though her body still trembled with involuntary sobs. Li Ming walked over to her again, crouched down, and removed the cloth from her mouth. Now can we talk properly? Huafian nodded weakly. Li Ming put on a harmless smile. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Li Ming, and soon I will become your man. 2 things. First, from now on this house belongs to me. Second, from now on I am your master, and you must obey my orders unconditionally. Huafian gradually calmed down and looked at Li Ming with confusion, as if she were staring at a madman with mental problems. He demands a house. A house? Since when do robbers steal houses? Didn't he know that a house needed to be transferred? Could it be taken just by asking? And he also wanted her to obey his orders from now on. Was he insane? She had never even obeyed her parents' orders. Who did he think he was? Moreover, this man looked familiar. Where had she seen him before? The next second it hit her. You're the deliverer man who delivered a package to me last week, right? I advise you to stop now. Since I know where you work, you definitely can't escape. If you let me go now, I'll pretend nothing happened. I won't call the police, and I won't tell anyone. You're still young. Don't think about killing me. If I die, your crime will be huge. Turn back now. You still have a chance if you leave. Li Ming said calmly. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have captured you so easily. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. As long as you meet my demands, I might even set you free. Huafian sobbed a few times, tears falling non-stop, and said in a crying voice, please don't do this. I can give you money. There's over 100,000 yuan in my card. The password is 021021. Take all the money and I promise I won't call the police. My father owns a shoe factory. If you need a job, I can ask him to arrange one for you. You don't seem like a bad person. I can give you anything except my body. Li Ming looked a bit impatient. I've made myself very clear. When you've thought it through, I'll untie you. Besides, from a certain perspective, I'm also saving you. You'll thank me for what I've done today. After saying this, Li Ming, despite Huafian's struggles, stuffed the cloth back into her mouth. Recalling his past life, he had witnessed countless women in the apocalypse after enduring terror and despair, willingly selling their bodies and even deliberately using their sexuality to lure targets, ruthlessly killing them and seizing their supplies. In extreme environments, women often proved more selfish and vicious than men. Having seen enough vicious women, Li Ming had long forgotten what it meant to show mercy to a lady. As long as it served his purpose, he could be even more ruthless. After Li Ming gagged Hua Fian, once more she wept softly like a wronged young bride. The apocalypse had not yet officially arrived. Having never experienced the despair of the end times, Hua Fian would never so easily yield to Li Ming's desires. But Li Ming was in no rush. Having survived the apocalypse before, he knew almost no one could withstand the torture of starvation and dehydration. Most people would break down after enduring hunger for 3 to 5 days. In the early morning, Li Ming was awakened by the urgent ringing of his phone. He opened his eyes and saw it was Zhang Ergu calling him. Li Ming answered the phone lazily. "Ergu, why call me so early?" Zhang Ergu asked sternly. "Li Ming, tell me, was the theft at our Walmart warehouse connected to you?" Li Ming neither denied it nor admitted it, simply replying, "Guess." Zhang Ergu cursed angrily. "Guess my ass. You're going to get me killed. The police have already come looking for me today." Li Ming said in surprise. "You got caught." Zhang Ergu, "I got wind of it early and left in advance. They're still looking for me now." Li Ming said, "Then listen to me. Forget everything else. Before 3 p.m. today, hurry back to your hometown. You might just survive." Zhang Ergu, "Li Ming, what the hell? It was you all along, wasn't it?" "I don't care. I can't clear my name now no matter what. I want half of everything you stole." Li Ming chuckled. "Good luck to you." Before Zhang Ergu could say another word, Li Ming had already hung up. Hardly had he ended the call with Zhang Ergu when Luo Zijuan's call came through. The moment he answered, Luo Zijuan launched into a furious tirade. "Li Ming, Guanfeng and I treated you with all our hearts. We went to great lengths to help you pull yourself out of that mess, and this is how you repay us. By betraying us like this. Yesterday you defamed and slandered me on WeChat, and I let it go. But now you've actually colluded with others to steal our fuel tanker. Tell me the truth right now. What did you do with those fuel tankers? Where did the money go? Let me warn you, don't count on getting away with this. The police are already looking for you. I suggest you turn yourself in soon and hope for leniency." Li Ming sneered. "Of course I know you treated me with all your heart. Not just your heart, but you also wanted my kidneys, my liver, and my eyes. Your precious fuel tankers. You think you're so smart. Go find them yourself." Of course Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng knew Li Ming was referring to their scheme to trick him into going to northern Myanmar. Guanfeng angrily snatched the phone from Luo Zijuan. "Li Ming, going to northern Myanmar was entirely your choice. We never forced you. Just return my fuel tankers, and I won't pursue this further. Don't even think about running. The police have already been to your rented apartment looking for you. It's only a matter of time before they find you." Li Ming smiled. "I'm not sure what you're talking about, but as longtime friends, let me give you some advice. Stay home today. Don't go anywhere." If they were still outside when the blood rain fell at 3 p.m. that afternoon, they would turn into zombies or become food for zombies, and his revenge plan would be ruined. If they died so easily, it would be too good for them. Li Ming hung up on Luo Zijuan, and almost immediately the phone rang again. It was Luo Zijuan calling once more. Li Ming simply powered off his phone, first to avoid endless harassment from Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan, and second to evade police surveillance, even though he was currently at Hua Fian's apartment. However, the police could still trace his phone through technical means. To avoid trouble, it was best to just shut it off completely. Although the police had already suspected him, Li Ming felt no anxiety at all. The police could suspect all they wanted, but he was certain they lacked concrete evidence. Otherwise, they would have already listed him as a fugitive and launched a full arrest operation rather than merely scattering inquiries about his whereabouts. As long as he held out until 3 in the afternoon, when the blood rain fell, no one would care about such trivial matters anymore. At 3 p.m. on July 28, 2034, in apartment 7-2202 of Binjiangno, one residential complex, Li Ming moved Hua Fian, who was tightly bound to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed out at the street together with her. Drip, drip, drop. The blood-red rain arrived as scheduled, each drop wetting the outer surface of the floor-to-ceiling glass. Li Ming pulled out the cloth, gagging Hua Xian. Hua Xian spoke weakly to Li Ming. "It's been nearly 2 days. Can you give me some food and water? If I starve to death, you'll be a murderer." Li Ming lit a cigarette and took a puff. "Look outside at this world. This world is about to end." Hua Fian had no idea what Li Ming was talking about. She only knew that Li Ming was a madman, a lunatic. Outside the commercial plaza of the residential complex, a large crowd had gathered, watching a young woman twisting her body wildly as she filmed a short video. The blood rain fell on her face. She instinctively wiped it and frowned. "Oh, it's raining. Wait, why is this water red? It looks just like blood." The guy filming also felt raindrops landing on his face. He wiped them and agreed. "You're right. It really is red." The guy dipped his finger into the blood-red rain and tasted it. "It's a little sweet." The young woman said in disgust. "Oh, why do you put everything in your mouth?" The guy grinned. "What's there to fear? Big bugs eat little bugs. Yours stinks so much and I still ate it, didn't I?" The young woman smiled coquettishly. "You're so annoying. Oh, this red rain is getting heavier. Let's take shelter in the mall." Saying that, the young woman quickly opened her umbrella to keep the blood rain off her body. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pack your knives." Let's go find shelter. Hey, are you listening to me? What are you spacing out for? Luo Xiang, are you deaf? Did you hear what I just said? The young woman saw the guy standing motionless like a statue and angrily walked over to pull him. Wow. The guy suddenly turned his head and let out a terrifying scream. At that moment, the guy's face was covered with visible blood vessels. His entire eyeballs had turned a grayish-white color, and his teeth had become sharp and pointed luo like human teeth. Luo Xiang, what are you doing? You scared me to death. The young woman screamed in terror. Before she could finish her sentence, Luo Xiang stiffly lunged forward and bit down hard on her neck. No, it's me. The next second, blood vessels spread across the young woman's face. Her complexion turned pale and lifeless, and her eyeballs gradually changed to the same murky gray-white as Luo Xiang's. Bang! Hey, can you even drive? Stopping in the middle of the road like that. The two cars collided from behind. The driver of the rear car got out, slapped the hood of the front car, and cursed angrily. We've got a pregnant woman in our car. If your sudden stop hurts my wife and child, I'll kill you. The front driver retorted. Are you blind? Don't you see the old woman lying on the ground? If I hadn't stopped, would you have me run her over? Was it you who hit her? Asked the rear driver. Don't you accuse me falsely. I have a dashcam. She was already down when I was still at least 3 meters away. The pregnant woman from the rear car got out holding an umbrella. Stop arguing, you two. Let's check if the old lady is injured and take her to the hospital. The front driver sneered. It's none of my business. I didn't hit her, so why should I take her? Besides, you rear-ended me, so you need to pay for the damages. The pregnant woman from the rear car said contemptuously, what kind of person are you? Saving someone before worrying about compensation. You're insane, cold-blooded, utterly heartless. The front driver shouted angrily, if you want to save her, go ahead. I said it's not my concern. That old hag is probably a scammer trying to set us up. The rear driver raised his voice as well. Why are you shouting? If you scare my wife, can you afford that? The pregnant woman tugged at her husband. Don't bother with someone like him. I've never seen such a person. If he won't help, we will. Go help that old lady up. All right, we're going to the hospital for a prenatal checkup anyway. Might as well take the old lady. The rear driver suddenly screamed in terror. His neck was viciously bitten by someone. The very old lady he was about to help up. Now the old woman's murky eyes were wide open, her teeth clenched tightly on his neck, refusing to let go. Bright red blood gushed from the bite wound on his neck. Honey. The pregnant woman grabbed her handbag and smashed it repeatedly against the old woman's head. What are you doing? Let go of my husband. The front driver chuckled. Pretending to be a saint now you've been bitten back. Feels good, doesn't it? The next second, the old woman released the rear driver's neck, lunged forward, and pounced on the front driver. The front driver instinctively kicked the old woman, bending her leg bone crookedly. Yet the old woman's limbs twisted at angles beyond human comprehension, and she continued to leap toward him. The old woman successfully tackled the front driver and sank her teeth into the carotid artery of his neck. The front driver let out a scream of agony. Seeing the old woman release her husband, the woman rushed over to help him up. Honey, are you okay? What's with all these maniacs these days? After muttering a few complaints, she looked at her husband's face. His face was now ashen, devoid of any color, his eyes murky and lifeless, his crimson mouth gaping wide, revealing sharp, jagged teeth. It was exactly like the zombies she had seen in zombie movies. The woman clutched her belly, a wave of fear washing over her. Honey, it's me and our baby. Like a mad dog, her husband lunged at her, tore open her abdomen, and greedily devoured the tiny life inside. All of this was witnessed by Li Ming and Huafian, who stood on a high vantage point. Huafian opened her mouth in terror, wanting to wipe away her tears, but her hands and feet were still tightly bound by Li Ming. Li Ming sneered, kindness, compassion, those are things of paradise. Sorry, but this place is about to become hell. On the streets, the blood rain continued to pour down. More and more people were infected and turned into zombies, frantically chasing those who were not yet infected. The uninfected fled in panic, their screams, cries for help, and shrieks echoing in the air. The streets had descended into utter chaos. The crimson on the ground was indistinguishable. Was it the blood rain or the gushing blood of those being torn apart? All over Tianhai City, car accidents had brought traffic to a standstill. People like ants scrambled desperately for their lives. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Human society had plunged into complete chaos and madness. Li Ming knew that after today, more than 60 of the population on launching would be infected by the zombie virus and become zombies. But this was only the beginning. At midnight tonight, the temperature across launching would plummet sharply. In Tianhai City, the temperature would drop to minus 40 degrees Celsius overnight. The current temperature was still around 30 degrees Celsius, meaning a drastic drop of 80 degrees in one night. This was in the southern region of Huaghua. Reportedly, in the northern areas, the temperature had fallen to minus 80 degrees. A direct drop of over 100 degrees, truly terrifying. Without this Hanwu Great Winter, the zombies might have rotted quickly in the scorching heat, losing their vitality. However, the Hanwu Great Winter kept the temperature perpetually below freezing. In the cold, the zombies would stop decomposing and remain preserved forever. It was the same principle as those frozen meat products sold in peacetime. Perhaps the frozen meat you bought had been stored in a freezer for over 10 years. When it was served on your table, you could still taste its tenderness and juiciness. With the combination of zombies' extreme cold and the malice of some people, Li Ming estimated that less than 10 of the population would survive after a month. After a month, official institutions would be largely paralyzed, and that 10 was just a rough guess. Huafian stared in disbelief at the chaotic, bloody, and violent world outside, and said in terror, "What has happened to this world?" Li Ming took a drag of his cigarette. "This is just the beginning. There will be plenty more surprises." Huafian looked at him with suspicion, feeling as if Li Ming had known this would happen all along. Before Li Ming left the floor-to-ceiling window, he thought he had seen too many zombie worlds in his past life. No matter what happened, he wouldn't be surprised. Now he had more important things to do. He reopened his phone and entered the group chat for Riverside No. 1 residential community. While Huafian was unconscious, Li Ming had already used her phone to add himself to several owner groups of the community. The owner groups were full of complaints with over 500 unread messages. Building 5 loves Cloud. Oh my god. Are those monsters outside zombies? I saw them bite and kill many people. Building 8. Wuji, my dad turned into a zombie too. What should I do? Can anyone save him? He's in the underground garage of our building. Dreaming of youth, everyone don't go to the underground garage. There are over 20 zombies there. I barely escaped you any slower, and I'd be done for. Building 7. Poetry and distance, same here. Luckily I was alert quick and had good moves, or I'd have been bitten. It's really scary to think about it now. Harmony brings prosperity. Can anyone help me find my child? My child went downstairs to play and hasn't come back yet. What should I do? The LSP driver, what's with this blood red rain outside? Which lab accident turned these people into zombies? Health and happiness, does anyone know what's happening in the financial district? My daughter's phone keeps going unanswered. Li Ming quickly swiped his finger and typed a message on his phone. Full board recruiting a women's squad. Meals provided, water guaranteed, transportation included. Those willing please send a no makeup photo and private message me. Only 5 spots available. Bao Chi Bao, he recruiting a women's army. All meals included, water provided, transportation arranged. Interested parties please attach a barefaced photo and DM me. Only 5 spots available. Why only 5? Li Ming's first thought in recruiting beauties was to create a sense of scarcity. If he told them there was no limit, they wouldn't feel any urgency knowing he'd need them anytime. By limiting the spots to 5, their hearts would tighten with anxiety, afraid that if they didn't seize the chance they'd miss out. Li Ming spammed the message 10 times in every owner group. Instantly the groups exploded. Building 12, fitness-loving Uncle Wong, kid, have you lost your mind? Everyone's worried about the situation outside, and you're still thinking about this. Yin Danxing Feng, how can there be such a pervert? This kind of freak should be physically castrated. Huagua Hao Linju, bro, if you want to attract beauties, you've got to put in some real effort. Free food and water. What kind of damn condition is that? A broke loser shouldn't make a fool of himself here. Dulong's bro, can you pull that off? I'll double the offer and throw in a ton of cash. Any beauties in need, DM me. 90-year-old patiently guarding the tower. Who is this guy? What's his room number? While everyone's trembling in fear of the zombies outside, he's here causing trouble. Sheng Guifang from the street office, building 7. Bao Chi Bao, I suspect you might be posing a threat to the community. Please report to the street office as soon as possible. Li Ming paid no attention to what the group members were saying because they hadn't yet realized that this world had changed, never to return to that era of peace. The golden window for recruiting beauties was only 1 month. As time passed, the number of top-tier beauties who met the system's requirements would dwindle, eventually approaching 0. Once everyone realized that this disaster was not temporary law morality, an order would collapse. By then most women would become playthings for the mob. Especially great beauties like Huafian, who simply lacked the ability to escape the clutches of the thugs. During this month, many of the top-tier beauties might barter their bodies due to food and water shortages or in search of shelter. Even if some beauties were unwilling to sell themselves, they would be taken by force. In the end, very few would remain unscathed. So Li Ming had to act early, get his advertisement out first, and make it stick. When a top-tier beauty truly considered selling herself for survival supplies, Li Ming would be the first to come to mind. After sending the message in every group, he opened the short video app. Sure enough, Douyin was flooded with clips of zombies biting people. Shocking. Over half of Shanghai's citizens had turned into zombies for unknown reasons, and the entire city had completely fallen. Hurry and run for your lives. Shenzhen is under siege by a massive horde of zombies. Seek shelter in enclosed spaces immediately. Zombies appear in large numbers across Beijing with scenes of utter chaos and corpses strewn everywhere. Citizens are urged to take refuge in safe locations. In Texas, USA. In Tokyo, Japan. In Rome, Italy. Li Ming scrolled through reports of zombie sieges across the globe, took a sip of his vintage Mao Tai to calm his nerves. Before long, an official emergency notification popped up on Douyin. Emergency notice: according to research by relevant departments, the red rain falling across the globe today contains a massive amount of zombie virus. The surface rivers, lakes, and seas of the world have been contaminated by the zombie virus in the rain and can no longer be used as drinking water. All cities nationwide will immediately suspend tap water supply until the authorities find a way to completely eradicate the zombie virus. If you find someone who has consumed water contaminated with the zombie virus, do not hesitate. For your own safety, kill them immediately. Killing zombies will not be treated as homicide. At the same time, all citizens must abide by the law and refrain from harming innocent people in these dire times. In the face of disaster, we should unite, stand together, and overcome the difficulties. Li Ming found it laughable. Since killing zombies was already legalized, who would still obey the hollow law? who could truly determine if someone was infected, and who could provide proof. As long as I suspected I could kill you instantly. The moment this news broke, every owner group exploded. What? Does this mean not only Tianhai City, but every corner of the globe has zombies? Oh my god. Is it the end of the world? My beautiful life has just begun. How long will this blood rain continue? If it keeps up, this world is really finished. Forget about zombies. The most dangerous ones are probably humans. The official announcement says you can kill anyone infected with the zombie virus, but how do we determine if someone is infected? What if someone claims I'm infected and kills me directly? You're right. Does that mean people can kill others without any consequences? That's even more terrifying than zombies. Let it all be destroyed. Haha, no more mortgage, no more credit card bills. Let those vampires all turn into zombies. Is it really the apocalypse? I still have so much money left unspent. The saddest thing in life is being alive while your money becomes worthless. Haha, lucky me, I'm in debt. Li Ming found these people truly ridiculous. They couldn't tell what really mattered. Neither zombies nor the fear of chaos caused by lawless people could be changed by humans. The real issue was the water cutoff. Even if the authorities immediately shut down the water plant, the pipes and the rooftop tanks of residential buildings would still contain some clean tap water. If you could store it in time, the quantity would be considerable. In his past life, as soon as Li Ming heard the news of the water cutoff, he used every available container to stockpile the last of the tap water, which helped him survive the first stage of the apocalypse. Those who were aware and foresight would have already started storing water instead of venting online. Nowadays, many households, especially those in residential communities, have installed water purifiers, and few people use bottled water anymore. Once the tap water supply is cut off, these purifiers become useless. As for food, every family would have at least some stock. For example, staples like rice and noodles. Most households have at least half a month's supply. But without water, these foods are hard to swallow, and even if forced down the digestion process, would cause dehydration. So within 2 days, the entire world would descend into utter chaos due to water scarcity. Fraud, humiliation, murder. The evil in humanity would be fully unleashed. By then, this world would become a true hell on earth. At that moment, Huafian, who was tied to a chair, pleaded with tears to Li Ming. Sob. Please, can I call my parents? I'm really worried about them. Please, I promise I won't call the police. Li Ming pulled out a fruit knife and walked slowly toward Huafian. Huafian stared at the gleaming blade, looking at Li Ming in terror, shaking her head repeatedly. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. With a slice, Li Ming cut the rope binding Huafian. You're free. Call, report to the police, ask for help, or even run away. Do as you please. You're free. Call the police, ask for help, or even run away. Do as you please. Huafian, upon hearing Li Ming's words, stared at his face in disbelief, afraid that he would immediately change his mind. Li Ming put away the fruit knife in his hand and sat back down on the sofa. I said you're free. Not leaving. Still skeptical of Li Ming's words, Huafian cautiously extended her hand, trying to pick up her phone from the table. When her hand finally touched the phone, Huafian mustered the courage to pick it up and immediately dialed her parents' number. Beep beep. She tried several times, but no one answered. Huafian was so anxious that she began to cry. Dad, please pick up the phone. She tried again a few more times, but still no one answered. The failure to reach her family, combined with the grievances she had endured over the past 2 days, suddenly overwhelmed her. Huafian crouched on the ground, despairing, and buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. This weeping lasted for 10 full minutes. Li Ming, who was reading a book, grew tired of her crying and was about to take out his earphones to listen to music. With a pitiful, fragile look, Huafian said weakly to Li Ming, "Can you give me something to eat? You've locked me up for 2 days and haven't given me a drop of water. I'm hungry and thirsty." Li Ming immediately went to the kitchen and brought out a steak and a glass of freshly squeezed juice that he had prepared earlier. "Wanna eat? Wanna drink?" Huafian nodded eagerly like an obedient little dog. Li Ming smirked. "You know my rules. If you agree, all this is yours." Huafian knew exactly what he meant, her body. Though she desperately wanted the steak and juice in Li Ming's hands, her sense of propriety and shame forbade her from doing so. Huafian pleaded, "Can I trade something else with you? Money, jewelry, anything valuable is fine." Li Ming walked to the window, opened it, and threw the steak and juice along with the plate and glass down to the ground. Huafian tried to stop him, but she was far too slow. She could only press against the floor-to-ceiling window, staring helplessly as the steak hit the ground. Crash! The sound of breaking dishes immediately attracted the attention of the zombies. 3 zombies quickly gathered around. Seeing the zombies, Huafian immediately retreated in terror, as if afraid of being discovered by them. Li Ming sat back on the sofa and picked up his book. "It seems you're not hungry enough yet. Let's talk again tomorrow." Huafian felt a surge of inexplicable anger at Li Ming's behavior, so she gathered her courage and said, "This house is mine. You're taking shelter in my home. Shouldn't you at least pay me rent? Giving me a little food is the least you can do." Li Ming laughed. "I took this house by my own skill. Why should I pay you rent?" Huafian wanted to argue, but after thinking about it, she found it quite reasonable. So Huafian tried a different approach. "If you keep this up, I'll call the police." Li Ming said, "I said you can call the police. I won't stop you." Huafian held up her phone, testing Li Ming's reaction, while threatening, "I'm really going to call now." Seeing that Li Ming made no move to stop her, Huafian immediately dialed the emergency number. However, after more than 10 attempts, no one answered. Huafian said with a flushed face, "You're sure the police are too busy to handle this, aren't you? That's why you're so brazen." Li Ming looked at her with interest. You're quite clever. Huafian stood up angrily. You said I could move freely. I have hands and feet. I'm sure I can find something to eat. Although most of the furniture in the living room and bedroom had been replaced by Li Ming, the kitchen was still arranged as Huafian had left it. She knew exactly where the food was hidden. Huafian searched the kitchen confidently. I clearly hid my chips and instant noodles here. And where's my chocolate? All gone. She opened the refrigerator and found it empty. Huafian, her stomach growling with hunger, searched the house several times, but couldn't find a single grain of rice. Despicable. You even hid that pack of cookies I had in my old clothes. I tell you I won't let you get your way. Li Ming's indulgence only made Huafian more defiant in front of him. But she still couldn't find a single grain of rice or a drop of water. After searching in vain, Huafian, with tears in her eyes, pleaded weakly to Li Ming. Brother, please have some mercy. Give me something to eat. I can't go on much longer. If you're really that desperate, I have a best friend. She's especially fond of handsome guys, especially ones like you. She can't resist. I'll introduce her to you. You two can have fun together, okay? Li Ming closed the book in his hand. Can she compare to you? Huafian shook her head blankly. I think she lost hers when she was 18. Li Ming sneered dismissively. TCH, not interested. Huafian thought of her best friend. Yes, her friend lived in building 3 of this same complex. She could go to her for help. It seemed that prolonged hunger really affected one's intelligence. Starving and weak, Huafian suddenly perked up as if injected with adrenaline and stood up from the chair. I can't find anything in this house, but I don't believe no one in the whole complex is willing to give me a bite to eat. Li Ming was scrolling through short videos on his phone, not even looking up. Go ahead. Huafian realized that Li Ming truly had no intention of stopping her from leaving. So she quickly stepped forward and opened the front door. If she could just make it to building 3, all her problems would be solved. But the moment she opened the door, she regretted it. The once ordinary corridor had become eerily sinister, as if hidden dangers lurked in every dark corner. Roar, roar. The sound of zombie growls echoed from the stairwell. Huafian, terrified, immediately slammed the door shut. In this situation, even getting to the ground floor would mean being surrounded and torn apart by countless zombies, let alone reaching building 3. Huafian slowly retreated back into the house, quickly locking the door. Li Ming shot her a contemptuous look. Didn't you say you were leaving? Why are you back? Huafian broke down again, collapsing onto the floor and sobbing quietly. After a while, Huafian, still sniffling, bit her lower lip and said, Why are you treating me like this? I haven't done anything to offend you. Li Ming chuckled. I've told you my terms from the very beginning. If you just submit, you'll have all the supplies you can eat. Huafian mustered her last ounce of strength. You're dreaming. That was something she had guarded for over 20 years. Countless rich second-generation heirs, officials' sons, and even pilots had pursued her, but she had rejected them all. Would she sell herself today for a mere bite of food? Her moral code would never allow it. Deep in the night, the blood rain outside gradually ceased, yet the catastrophe was far from over. The sky began to drift with dense pink snowflakes, and the snowfall grew heavier by the minute. These pink snowflakes still carried a massive amount of zombie virus. Within less than 10 minutes, the flakes had grown from fingernail-sized to heavy as goose feathers. Li Ming, who had been fast asleep, was jolted awake by the cold. Although he had long anticipated this, a trace of tension still crept into his heart as the cold snap arrived. He wondered if Huafian's house could withstand the impending drastic drop in temperature. Li Ming got up to check the outdoor thermometer. The temperature had already plummeted to 0 degrees Celsius. That afternoon, when the blood rain fell and the zombies emerged, the temperature had been nearly 40 degrees Celsius. In just half a day, it had dropped over 40 degrees, plunging below freezing. But Li Ming knew this was only the beginning of the cooling. By dawn, the temperature would plummet to minus 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. That would be the true test. Li Ming quickly turned on the auxiliary heating function of all the air conditioners indoors, setting the maximum temperature to 30 degrees Celsius. But that was far from enough. If the temperature truly dropped below minus 40 degrees, the air conditioner's heating would be insufficient to keep the room at a comfortable human level. After turning on the air conditioners, Li Ming immediately took out charcoal and lit a fire in his modified fireplace. In the apocalyptic extreme cold, this most primitive method of heating was the most practical. With the dual heating from the air conditioners and the fireplace, the indoor temperature quickly rose to 30 degrees. It was scorching hot. Li Ming promptly lowered the air conditioner setting and reduced the charcoal in the fireplace. Soon the indoor temperature stabilized at the most comfortable 24 degrees Celsius. In another room, Huafian, who was enduring the agony of hunger and thirst, was also awakened by the sudden cold. At that moment, she was truly suffering from both hunger and cold. When she entered the living room, she watched Li Ming's operations in bewilderment, as the indoor temperature quickly became very comfortable. Fortunately, compared to the earlier misery, at least she no longer had to endure the cold. But the hunger was still unbearable. Watching Li Ming busily moving about, a strange feeling stirred within her. After finishing all this, Li Ming had completely lost any desire to sleep. Moreover, he had to observe whether the house could withstand the subsequent low temperatures. If anything went wrong, he had to flee immediately. Within less than an hour, the streets were covered in a thick layer of snow. The temperature had dropped from around 0 to minus 10 degrees Celsius. Li Ming added another log to the fireplace, and the indoor temperature quickly rose again. During the long wait, Li Ming decided to take out his phone and check the news. All major platforms were still flooded with reports about the zombies and the drastic temperature drop. What's going on? Why is it suddenly so cold? The zombies were already terrifying enough, and now this freezing weather. How are we supposed to survive? The temperature keeps dropping. Something's wrong. Just now the air conditioner was blowing warm air, but now it's blowing cold. Does anyone have extra quilts? We just moved to this neighborhood and haven't brought our winter quilts. I'll pay a high price. I've noticed the snowflakes are pink. Could they contain the zombie virus like the red rain? We're almost out of water. Anyone have extra? I'll pay a high price. 200 yuan for a bottle of mineral water. Do you think the extreme cold will freeze all the zombies outside? That would be great. At least we wouldn't have to worry about being bitten. Only Li Ming knew that these zombies were extremely resistant to cold and could not be frozen to death by low temperatures. When these zombies detected no prey, they would lie motionless in every corner. Once they sensed prey, they would twist their grotesque bodies and lunge at it with wild ferocity. This heavy snowfall greatly increased the danger of going outside, as the snow would conceal the zombies' bodies beneath it. When walking on the snow, you might look around and stay alert, but you would never expect that from under the snow 8 or 10 zombies would suddenly burst out, dragging you beneath the snow to devour you. What worried Li Ming most was whether the large floor-to-ceiling glass windows in the living room could withstand temperatures of minus 40 degrees Celsius. 3 hours later, the outdoor temperature had dropped to minus 40 degrees, yet the huge glass windows remained intact. Li Ming's anxious heart finally relaxed. The indoor temperature was still a comfortable 24 degrees. Gradually, a strong drowsiness overcame Li Ming. He stretched, yawned, and decided to go back to his room for a good sleep. Waking up the next day at noon, Li Ming found that Huafian had made a makeshift bed on the floor right in front of the warm fireplace. Although the rest of the house wasn't too cold, Huafian, who was naturally sensitive to cold, preferred the warmest spot. Li Ming checked the outdoor thermometer. The temperature had now dropped to minus 50 degrees Celsius. Looking outside through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, he saw the streets covered in a thick layer of snow, with the first floor of the shops along the street already 2/3 buried. If not for the extreme cold and the zombies, the snowy landscape would have been a beautiful sight. After a quick wash, Li Ming began his task for the day, spamming ads to recruit top-tier beauties. Meals and water provided, recruiting beauties. Free food, free water, free transportation. Those interested, please attach a no-makeup full-body photo and private message me. Only 5 spots available. Li Ming then spammed 10 more messages in various groups. Today, the residents in the groups had lost the aggressive tone of yesterday. By now, even a fool could see that this was a massive disaster. No one knew when it would end, but it certainly wouldn't be short. Some residents were already starting to run out of water. As soon as Li Ming posted his ad, someone at him. Brother, do you have a large stock of water? Can you sell some to me? I'll pay a high price. Hey, I'm a manager at Maid Group. Can you sell me some water? How about 500 yuan for a 550 milliliters bottle? So what if you're a manager at Maid Group? It's the apocalypse. Who cares about titles? Brother, I'll pay 100 yuan per bottle of mineral water. I'll take all you have. What do you say? I'll pay 200 per bottle. I'll take as many as you have. Hey, don't drive up the prices. It's still early days. There's a long way to go. I've got money. What business is it of yours? Neighbors, 550 milliliters, Zihaha mineral water, 300 per bottle. Private message me if interested. Limited stock. Li Ming was amused. Someone was actually willing to sell their mineral water. But in a few days they would regret it. In a few more days no one would be able to afford a bottle of water, even for 100 yuan. No matter how much money, it would just be worthless paper. Li Ming waited earnestly for a beautiful woman to private message him. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door outside. At 8 in the morning, the property management office of Building 7. Property manager Chen Jingye and security guard Zhang San were huddled inside, wrapped tightly in curtains, shivering uncontrollably from the cold. Yesterday, while on duty, a horde of zombies had suddenly burst into the residential compound. Before any of the property staff or guards could react, the majority had already been bitten or devoured by the undead. Chen Jingye and Zhang San were no pushovers. When the zombies had hunted them down, rather than becoming prey, they had relied on their calmness and ruthlessness to slay 2 of the creatures before retreating into the property office. The property office did have several barrels of drinking water, but the only food they could scavenge were a few leftover packets of biscuits from the female colleagues' desks. Since the previous day, Chen Jingye and Zhang San had managed only a few pieces of biscuit, and now hunger and cold were gnawing at them. Zhang San asked dejectedly, Manager Chen, what do we do now? There are zombies everywhere outside. Before long we'll starve to death right here. Chen Jingye flashed a sinister smile. Ever since he had killed those zombies the day before, something seemed to have awakened within him, a hunger for slaughter. Did you see the official announcement yesterday? Zhang San nodded. After they had retreated to the office, his nerves on edge, he had kept scrolling through his phone, trying to find out what was happening outside, and why so many zombies had suddenly appeared. So naturally Zhang San had seen the official announcement as well. Chen Jingye said, one clause in the announcement states that those who drink the blood rain and the zombies are not to be treated as murder cases. Zhang San was confused. So what? Are you saying you want to go out and kill zombies? What does that have to do with getting food? Chen Jingye grinned wickedly. You fool. It means we can decide whoever drank the blood rain. It's our word against theirs. Whoever we want to kill, we kill. There are so many residents in Building 7, surely we can find something to eat. Zhang San's eyes lit up with understanding. Right? If we kill them all, there'll be no witnesses. There are a few female residents I've been eyeing for a long time. They all live alone. We can start with them. Chen Jingya pulled a list from the files. I already thought this through. The flight attendant in 2202, Huafian, and the top internet celebrity in 2803, Oolong Kai, both stunning beauties. We can subdue them first. I've been watching those two for a long time. In the past, someone like them wouldn't have spared us a second glance. Now is the perfect time to act. If they resist, we finish them off and claim they drank the blood rain. And if they submit to us, well, that's even better. If we encounter tough opponents later, we can use them to trade for more food. Zhang Xin wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. I know those two gorgeous women well. Every time they walk past me, I can barely hold myself back. Ha. Then his expression sobered. But how do we get into Building 7? There are zombies everywhere outside. Chen Jingya pointed to the wall behind them. That wall separates us from Building 7. Zhang San was stunned. What? We're smashing through the wall. Chen Jingya took 2 fire axes from the fire equipment cabinet. Hollow brick walls, easily broken. Get moving. If we stay here, we'll either starve or freeze to death. After an exhausting effort, the two finally managed to smash a hole large enough to crawl through in the back of the office and entered Building 7. Chen Jingya caught his breath. Let's head to 2202 first. Huafian's place. Knock knock knock. The silence inside 2202 was broken by a series of knocks on the door. Li Ming and Huafian both turned toward the door simultaneously. At a time like this, who on earth would come knocking? Knock knock knock. The knocking came again. Hello, we're from the property management. Given this natural disaster, we've arranged some supplies for all the residents. We hope everyone can weather this crisis safely. Is anyone there? The supplies may be modest, but they come from the heart of our property team. Please open the door and receive them. Hearing that property management was delivering supplies, Huafian, nearly stripped of her sanity by starvation, suddenly perked up. She wanted to rush to the door and respond immediately, yet she feared Li Ming. She whispered imploringly, "It's the property team bringing supplies. May I open the door? These are meant for me. I'll just collect them. I won't betray you." Li Ming said indifferently, "If you trust them, you may open the door. I won't stop you." Li Ming didn't believe anyone in their right mind would voluntarily deliver supplies at a time like this. A bottle of mineral water in the group chat was already selling for 3,000. He might as well believe he was Jesus incarnate before he believed someone was offering free supplies. Even if those outside had no ill intentions, he wouldn't believe it. But in Li Ming's view, their timing was just right. It was time to let Huafian see the true darkness of human nature and completely shatter her psychological defenses. Seeing that Li Ming did not object, Huafian quickly made her way to the door. Although she was ravenous, she had not entirely lost her wits. Someone offering supplies at a time like this, she did not fully trust it either. She cautiously peered through the peephole to survey the situation outside. Sensing someone looking through the peephole, Chen Jingya immediately stepped back to ensure Huafian could clearly see his face. I'm Chen Jingya, your building manager here in Building 7. And this is security guard Zhang San. You've lived here so long, you must remember us. Through the peephole, Huafian confirmed. It was indeed manager Chen Jingya she usually communicated with. And Zhang San, the security guard, had once kindly helped her carry groceries upstairs. His face was also deeply familiar to her. In her impression, both of them were helpful, good-natured people. Seeing these familiar faces, her vigilance immediately melted away. Click. The door opened. Chen Jingya and Zhang San exchanged wicked grins, and a knowing glance got her. Thank you so much for the supplies. You're both such kind people. The property management truly is the best. Our property fees were well worth it. Huafian exclaimed with excitement. The very next moment, however, her heart plummeted back into an icy abyss. A fire axe pressed coldly against her neck. Beautiful Miss Hua, as long as you behave and comply, we have no reason to harm you. Huafian met Chen Jingya's greedy, lustful gaze, and her body involuntarily trembled. That look was clearly different from Li Ming's. Huafian was certain these two men truly intended to violate her. Zhang Sin stepped into Huafian's apartment, his face betraying both excitement and astonishment. Manager Chen, come look at this. It's so warm in here. Absolutely no chill at all. Chen Jingya, axe still pressed against Huafian's neck, escorted her inside. A wave of warmth enveloped them. How comforting. Chen Jingya leered up and down at Huafian. Miss Hua certainly knows how to enjoy life. A fireplace at home, truly excellent. We won't feel cold doing what we need to do here. Terrified, Huafian stammered, doing what? What do you mean, doing what? Chen Jingya tightened his grip on her throat. You tell me. Oh, Huafian screamed, and pushed forcefully against Chen Jingya's hand on her neck. Smack. Chen Jingya backhanded Huafian, who had tried to resist, sending her sprawling to the ground. His voice turned vicious. I advise you to be sensible. Otherwise you'll be labeled as one who drank the blood rain, and killing you would break no law. Knocked to the ground by Chen Jingya's slap, Huafian immediately looked toward the direction Li Ming had been sitting. Huh, where was Li Ming? He had been right there reading a book just moments ago. No wonder he had disappeared. He must have been frightened by the two men wielding fire axes and hidden himself. Huafian felt ridiculous for still hoping even now that Li Ming would step in and save her from Chen Jingya. Chen Jingya excitedly grabbed Huafian by the hair and dragged her like a dead dog to the living room sofa. Zhang San, hurry up and close the door. Also check her kitchen to see if there's any food. It's so warm and comfortable here. We'll just take care of her right now. Obelisk. Zhang San grumbled with displeasure. Butler Chen, you go first this time. But the next one, Long Kai from 2803, I have to take first. I'm not always eating your leftovers. Chen Jingya cursed angrily. Can't you have a bit more ambition? From now on we'll work together. There will be plenty of women. Do as I say, and first find the food and water. With that, Chen Jingya pinned Huafian beneath him and tore open her jacket. Huafian wept bitterly, clutching her clothes desperately, and begged Butler Chen, please stop, I beg you. Let me go. Slap, slap, slap. Chen Jingya struck her 3 times across the face, his expression twisted with rage. If you resist again, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. The once kind-hearted, gentle, and courteous Butler Chen had now transformed into a demon more terrifying than the zombies themselves. Hungry and exhausted, Huafian had already lost all strength to resist. Now resigned to her fate, she let tears of despair flow. I never thought I'd actually get to have you. I've been craving. Before Chen Jingya could finish, someone grabbed his hair from behind and yanked his head away from Huafian's chest. Chen Jingya instinctively tried to turn around to see who it was. The next second, a cold dagger pressed against his neck, and with a motion like slaughtering a chicken, a deep gash was cut across his throat. Blood gushed out, splattering all over Huafian, covering her face in Chen Jingya's blood. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck in terror, staring at Li Ming, who held the dagger, struggling in desperation. Just moments ago, he had swaggered before Huafian as a hunter, yet in less than 2 minutes, he had become the prey, slaughtered by another. Li Ming sat down beside Huafian and said calmly, you know, when a person's carotid artery is severed, they don't immediately lose consciousness or die. At that moment, they are actually more lucid than ever, feeling time stretch endlessly. They can only watch helplessly as their own blood drains away, powerless to stop it. They feel their body growing cold from blood loss, and finally, they die slowly amid fear, despair, and resentment. Huafian watched Chen Jingya writhing on the ground, blood continually spurting from the wound on his neck. As more and more blood flowed out, his body began to convulse, his pupils gradually dilating until they became vacant. This was the first time Huafian had witnessed a human being die. Trembling with terror, she felt an icy chill coursing through her body. Only when Chen Jingya was completely dead did Li Ming stand up from the sofa. He glanced at Huafian. What are you standing there for? Come help me toss their bodies out. You don't want to live with 2 corpses, do you? It wasn't that Li Ming lacked the strength to dispose of the bodies alone. He wanted Huafian to participate, to give her a real sense of involvement, so he could further shatter her psychological defenses. After what had just happened, Huafian seemed numb, her mind blank. Like a zombie, she mechanically helped Li Ming lift Chen Jingya's body and throw it out the window. Thump! The body fell from the 22nd floor to the ground with a loud crash. The sound and the smell of blood immediately attracted the nearby zombies. In less than 2 minutes, Chen Jingya's corpse was gnawed down to bones. Then the two went to the kitchen and threw out Zhang San's body, whose carotid artery had also been slashed by Li Ming. In less than 2 minutes, Zhang San's body was likewise reduced to bones. Witnessing this, Huafian's psychological defenses were utterly shattered. After cleaning up the corpses, Huafian curled up in a corner like a helpless child and wailed bitterly. For a moment, she had seriously considered jumping out the window to end it all. But seeing the zombies devouring Chen Jingya and Zhang San's bodies, she was terrified. She didn't even have the courage to die. Li Ming casually cleaned up the blood splattered everywhere. He was used to such scenes and felt neither horror nor disgust. In his previous life, Li Ming would have gone to great lengths to collect this blood, for it had been a valuable source of water and food. But in this life, he lacked neither food nor water. He decided to forego it. The things he had once found delicious now only smelled rancid and turned his stomach. After cleaning up all the blood, Li Ming felt hungry. He took out some beef, lamb, fresh vegetables, and a packet of Haidaleo spicy hot pot seasoning from his space. In this freezing weather, a steaming spicy hot pot was a true delicacy. Huafian had no idea where Li Ming kept all these supplies. She had searched the entire house at least 10 times. She hadn't found even a single grain of rice. Yet Li Ming could produce all kinds of food at will. Looking back, she realized that from the moment he had taken over her apartment, he seemed to have anticipated this disaster. He had known the zombies would come, so he had seized her home. He had known the temperature would drop, so he had converted her decorative fireplace into a real heating device. He had even hidden vast amounts of food and water somewhere unknown. Perhaps if she truly wanted to survive, she would have to rely on Li Ming as her pillar. After the incident with Chen Jingya, she no longer dared to trust anyone else. In this catastrophe, kindness, trust, and morality were all luxuries. Instead, humanity's evil was laid bare in all its ugliness. Letting go of one thought brings boundless freedom. Realizing this, Huafian suddenly felt a great relief. It was as if all the invisible shackles weighing on her had been cast off, and her heart became light and free. With a determined expression, she crawled weakly to Li Ming. Li Ming, I agree to your terms. I will willingly give myself to you. Though she had made up her mind, saying those words aloud still brought an alluring blush to her cheeks. Li Ming smiled slightly. Good. Since you've come to terms, go take a bath first. Huafian gazed longingly at the hot pot on the table. Can I have something to eat first before I bathe? I haven't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days and nights. Li Ming's tone turned cold. I don't like dining with disheveled women. Huafian hid under the blanket, shy as a bashful bride. The past few days had been too eventful. The most precious thing to her had been taken by Li Ming. Yet she felt not a trace of sorrow. Instead, she was even a little excited. Li Ming half reclined on the bed, lighting a cigarette. He exhaled a puff of smoke. This is the feeling a man craves. He quickly checked the system. Ding. System task completed, second doubling achieved. Storage space doubled to 4,000 cubic meters. All stored supplies doubled. Doubled body attributes. Constitution 20, Strength 32, Speed 28, Agility 24, Spirit 24. Special reward for completing task, Loyal Servant Pill X3. Li Ming immediately excitedly checked the storage space. The original 2,000 cubic meters had now become 4,000 cubic meters. All supplies stored in the space had also been successfully doubled. The 800 cubic meters of stored water had now become 1,600 cubic meters. 80 bags of rice became 160 bags. 1,000 boxes of instant noodles became 2,000 boxes. Scythes, axes, and woodcutters' knives also increased from 10 each to 20 each. Even the half-eaten watermelon left by Li Ming had now become a whole watermelon. Li Ming inspected and confirmed that all supplies had indeed doubled. What concerned him most was the special reward, the Loyal Servant Pill. Li Ming asked the system, "What is this Loyal Servant Pill?" The system replied, "As the name suggests, anyone who takes the Loyal Servant Pill will become your slave, absolutely loyal to you for life, with no deception, concealment, or betrayal whatsoever. Those who take the Loyal Servant Pill will have their physical attributes increased tenfold." Hiss. A tenfold increase in physical attributes. Simply heaven-defying. Li Ming gasped, his eyes gleaming. This was a treasure indeed. In the apocalypse, loyalty and trust had become worthless. A pack of instant noodles or a packet of biscuits could buy someone's service. Likewise, the people around him might betray him for the lure of gain, threats to their families, or various other reasons. No one could completely eliminate this problem. Huafian, for instance, might now obey him outwardly for survival, but if faced with a greater temptation, it was hard to guarantee she wouldn't betray him. Now, with the Loyal Servant Pill in hand, he could thoroughly solve this problem. At least those who were often around him, especially a bedmate like Huafian, must be 100 loyal and obedient to him. With a thought, a pill shaped like a Malteser chocolate appeared in Li Ming's hand. He handed it to Huafian. "Eat this." Huafian, her face flushed, said shyly, "What is this?" Li Ming chuckled, "A tonic. It's good for you." Huafian thought Li Ming was being chivalrous and said sweetly, "I'm still young, I don't need such a tonic. You, on the other hand, have worked so hard. You should keep it for yourself." Sensing that Huafian had misunderstood, Li Ming couldn't be bothered to explain and ordered, "Just eat it. No more nonsense." Huafian pouted, took the Loyal Servant Pill from Li Ming, and swallowed it in one gulp. Li Ming eagerly asked, "How is it?" "It tastes pretty good." "Who asked you about the taste?" "I asked how you feel after taking it." Huafian looked at herself blankly and suddenly felt a surge of energy throughout her body. Her waist no longer ached, her legs no longer hurt. She felt she could kill a few tigers. "I feel full of energy, and my spirit is especially vigorous. I feel like..." Huafian cast a shy, burning glance at Li Ming. "Li Ming, any other feelings?" Huafian stared at Li Ming's face, her cheeks growing even redder. "Well, I think you've become especially handsome. You're exactly my type. I've never seen such a handsome man. And the aura emanating from your body drives me wild. Every command you give feels right. I simply cannot resist. Every word and action of yours is utterly charming. I feel I could die for you at any moment." "Li Ming." Li Ming tried to push away Huafian, who was snuggling against his chest, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge her an inch. Li Ming smiled wryly. Could it be that she didn't notice her own strength had increased tenfold? With this doubling, his own physical attributes were only 4 times the original. Huafian had just leaped tenfold. Even if her base attributes were slightly lower than his after the tenfold increase, she could easily overpower him. Fortunately, she was now a slave absolutely loyal to him, otherwise she might have killed him today. Li Ming, with his doubled attributes, was also full of energy and needed an outlet for his strength. Huafian still stared at Li Ming as if wanting more. "Li Ming." The sky was getting light, yet the two still hadn't slept. Huafian was still full of vigor and energy. Li Ming lit a cigarette to stay alert and took out his phone to check for any replies. Today was the 3rd day since the apocalypse began. Under normal circumstances, about 70 of people should be experiencing water shortages. Thus, he believed some beauties would have already succumbed to thirst and hunger and would send him pleas for help. He checked and found over a dozen people had requested to add him as a friend. Li Ming immediately perked up. If he could get another top-tier beauty, he would have 8,000 cubic meters of storage space, with all supplies doubled, filling the space to the brim. "Bro, what building and room number are you in? You must have stocked up on food and water. I'm willing to pay. Name your price." A man added him on WeChat offering to buy. "I don't believe a word of it. Why would he need my room number if he just wanted to buy?" The man's intentions were as clear as day. Besides, money was useless, just a bunch of numbers not even good for wiping your ass. Hello, in these apocalyptic times, neighbors should help each other. Many elderly and children in our community are going hungry. I hope you won't be so selfish. Please fully embody the spirit of mutual aid and share some of your hoarded food. We will be grateful." Li Ming couldn't help cursing. Damn, it's the apocalypse, and they're still trying to morally blackmail me. Are they out of their minds? As he always said, as long as he had no morals, no one could morally blackmail him. They're not my elderly or children. What's it to me? "Young man, I am Chung Suing, the director of the neighborhood committee. I am now representing the authorities to requisition the supplies in your hands. Of course, we will leave you enough personal necessities. I hope you will actively cooperate with our work. Otherwise, after the disaster, the organization will settle accounts with you. This neighborhood committee director Cheng Suing, known as Aunt Chung, left a deep impression on Li Ming. He didn't expect she also lived here. The area where Li Ming rented his apartment was also under this committee's jurisdiction. Back then when Li Ming was applying for a residence permit, this Aunt Chung had caused him no small amount of trouble. A simple residence permit made Li Ming run back and forth 10 times before it was finally processed. This is the typical type of petty person who takes a trivial advantage and uses their limited power to make things as difficult as possible for others. Even in the apocalypse, Aunt Chung was still wielding her insignificant official title to intimidate others. That was so typical of her. Li Ming didn't even bother to acknowledge her and moved on to the next. Li Ming selected all the friend requests from beautiful women seeking help and approved them all. Then he sent a unified message: if you want food and drink, first send your personal information and a no-makeup photo. Immediately someone replied, Shin Xiaoman, do you really have enough supplies stockpiled? Do you have French Alpine spring water? I can't get used to other mineral water. It makes me want to throw up. If you have this brand of spring water, I might consider being with you, but you can only have me as your woman. Li Ming was stunned. There were still such extreme fairy types even in the apocalypse. He replied directly, goodbye, no need to see you off. Shin Xiaoman, how can you talk to a lady like that? Do you have any manners? Shin Xiaoman sent the message and found she had been blocked by Li Ming. The fairy immediately cursed, how dare you block me? So many rich second-generation heirs wouldn't dare treat me like this. Who do you think you are? Then she posted in the group that collecting top-quality beauties guy is a liar, a pervert, a scumbag. I hope all sisters don't fall for it. Ding. The second person sent a message. Su Mingqian, hello, my parents and younger brother have discussed it. Only if you can give our family 10 bags of rice and 100 bottles of mineral water will they agree to me being with you. But in the future you have to give each of them 3 bottles of mineral water and 2 jean of rice every day. What do you think? Ding. System detected, does not meet minimum requirements. This Su Mingqian's facial features were not bad, but her figure, alas, too unpleasant to behold. Moreover, she was a mommy-daddy's girl, and a Futamo, a sister who supports her brother. This kind of woman is even harder to deal with than a fairy. Li Ming replied, you don't meet my requirements. Su Mingqian immediately replied, my parents said they can first assess you. You can give a bag of rice and 10 bottles of mineral water first. If you behave well, they can appropriately relax the requirements. Ridiculous, they still want to assess him. Even in the apocalypse, they're still thinking about a high bride price. They must be crazy to sell their daughter. Li Ming couldn't be bothered to waste words and directly blocked them. Several more people in the group started cursing Li Ming using very harsh words. Li Ming moved on to the next. Liang Yan, hello, before the disaster ends I agree to be with you, but you must treat my son well and ensure his food and drink every day. My son is kind by nature. I believe when he grows up he will treat you like a biological father. Getting such a good son for free is a good thing for you. Damn, don't they understand what top quality means? The son is already that old. Even without system detection, it's obvious she doesn't meet the requirements. Wasting my time. Moreover, even Dorgan couldn't handle that kind of situation and you dump it on me. What do you mean? Decisively blocked. Li Ming continued to the next one. Long Kui, hello, I am Long Kui. Can the food you stockpiled only be traded through that kind of thing? Can you sell it? Name your price. Wow. She is a great beauty and she looks somewhat familiar. Ding. A blue system interface appeared next to Long Kui's photo. Name Long Kui. Occupation internet celebrity. Appearance 90 points. Age 22. Figure 95 points. Combat power 6. Overall score 90 points. Indeed, she used beauty filters. He remembered that the system had rated Huafian's overall score as 95, while Long Kui only got 90. But a beauty with 90 points can at least outshine 99 of young women. Internet celebrity. Li Ming suddenly remembered who she was. The super internet celebrity with millions of fans crying dragon baby. Usually after work, Li Ming also liked to watch her live streams. Although he never tipped, he kept giving her likes, so it wasn't freeloading. Li Ming suddenly recalled that Chun Jingye and Zhang San had also mentioned this Long Kai before. She seemed to live in unit 2803 upstairs. Feasible. Take her down. Li Ming replied, not for sale, only for exchange. If you are willing, you can also stay at my place with no worries about food and drink. After a while, Long Kai replied, words are empty proof. Why should I believe you? At this moment, Huafian had prepared a lavish seafood breakfast. A Tianjin lobster, a king crab, salmon, abalone, and so on. Who has the means to eat such things early in the morning? Wasteful. Huafian smiled with happiness all over her face. Brother Ming, I went to all this trouble for you to help you replenish your strength. Li Ming. Li Ming took several photos of the seafood feast and sent them to Long Kai. At this moment, Long Kui, wrapped in a blanket, curled up on the bed, hungry and cold, saw the photo of the lobster and couldn't help but salivate. Long Kui swallowed and wiped the corner of her mouth. Although she really wanted to eat, she remained rational. Because she knew that if she was deceived, she would lose not only her chastity, but also possibly her life. In the worst case, she might even become a plaything for men. After all, now killing can be done openly without any consequences. So she had to be cautious, very cautious. Long Kui, how do I know if those photos are old or downloaded from the internet? If you can't prove that you actually have this food now, I can't trust you. Li Ming thought this Long Kui is really cautious. If it were other women seeing this food, they probably wouldn't be able to control themselves. Li Ming replied, I won't explain one by one. Look at the owner group. Then he took several photos of Huafian holding a Tianjin lobster and biting it along with the rich seafood breakfast on the table and sent them to the group. Bao Chi Bao he meals provided water sufficient free transportation limited to beautiful women private chat only 5 spots. Bao Chi Bao he, there is already one beauty, now only 4 spots left. Qualified and interested beauties hurry up limited spots, first come first served. Li Ming posted these photos to the group chat and it immediately erupted in chaos. Damn, isn't that the flight attendant from our neighborhood, Huafian? She actually succumbed to that guy collecting gorgeous beauties. No my goddess you're not that kind of person. I was planning to confess to you in a few days. How could you be someone who yields so easily? Bao Chi Bao he the enmity of stealing my wife. I will never forgive you in this life. Wasn't someone just saying this guy is a fraud? Come out and show yourself. What conditions does he have? We can't even afford a meal, yet they're having a seafood feast for breakfast. That's too extravagant. Bao Chi Bao he please take me in. I'm willing to be your beast of burden. Just give me shrimp shells to eat. Committee Ant Chung Bao Chi Bao he how can you have no sense of community? In times of disaster, everyone should help each other. How can you be like this? Everyone is suffering, and you're still thinking about that kind of thing. Committee Ant Chung, as the neighborhood committee director I order you to immediately hand over the food you've hoarded to me for safekeeping. We'll distribute it according to everyone's needs so that we can all get through this disaster together. Li Ming laughed. I didn't provoke you yet you dare to provoke me yeah. Li Ming sent a message in the group. Committee Ant Chung you're absolutely right. Since it's for everyone as the committee director, you should be the first to distribute the supplies in your hands. As long as you set an example, I will certainly follow suit and distribute my supplies to everyone. The other residents also found it very reasonable and chimed in with satisfied messages. That's right. Since you're the committee leader, you should set an example by distributing your supplies first. He said that as long as you distribute yours, he'll distribute his to us. Ant Chung hurry up and distribute your supplies so that he'll distribute his to us. Don't delay our chance to live well. I think this Ant Chung just can't stand seeing others do well. She's using her position to embezzle others' supplies, and she even has the nerve to say she'll keep them safe and distribute according to needs. She just wants to take it all for herself. Damn old hag get lost. Seeing the group's fire suddenly turned on her, Ant Chung decisively chose to lie low, but she remembered the grudge of Li Ming openly confronting her. Long Qi didn't care about what happened later in the group. At this moment she was staring intently at the picture of Huafian gnawing on a large lobster. She also wanted to take a bite of that big lobster. Should she believe this person? Long Qi's heart was now full of conflict. She knew Huafian. The only one in Building 7 who could surpass her in beauty was the flight attendant Huafian. Moreover, she knew that Huafian came from a very good family and was very proud. Even a proud woman like Huafian had submitted to that man, so he probably wasn't a fraud. If she went to be with that man, wouldn't that mean serving the same man together with Huafian? This thought was somewhat unacceptable to her. Li Ming's announcement said there were only 5 slots. Now Huafian had taken 1, leaving only 4. If she didn't seize the opportunity quickly and let other women beat her to it, she would truly have no chance. Long Qi took out her phone again and sent a message to Li Ming. Don't you already have the great beauty, Huafian? Will there still be a place for me? Upon receiving Long Qi's message, Li Ming handed the phone to Huafian. Huafian laughed happily. How could I mind? As long as you're happy, I think it's worth it no matter what. Moreover, a man as outstanding as you couldn't possibly have only one woman. I'd rather you have a harem of 3,000 and pass on your excellent genes. Li Ming laughed heartily. In that case, you reply to her. 1 sentence from you is more effective than 100 from me. Huafian took Li Ming's phone and held down the voice message button. Hello, I'm Huafian. May I call you Qi little sister? Li Ming is a wonderful and outstanding person. I sincerely hope you can come and serve him together with me. Believe me, this will be your greatest honor. I certainly won't mind. If you can come, we'll be good sisters. I believe we can get along well. Long Qi listened to Huafian's voice message and was completely stunned. Are people so open-minded these days? From the voice, it was indeed Huafian. But in her impression, Huafian was a proud, reserved, and precious goddess. She never expected such open-mindedness. Could Li Ming really have extraordinary abilities? Although she knew the person beside Li Ming was indeed Huafian, and Li Ming's claim of having plenty of supplies was over 90 credible. But Long Qi still hadn't made up her mind, hesitating. Bang! Firecrackers! No, it sounded more like a gunshot. There were no people or vehicles moving on the streets. The whole world seemed particularly quiet. This gunshot completely shattered the silence of Binjiang-no, one residential complex, and at the same time broke the illusion of most residents waiting for rescue. Everyone knew that the true plundering and killing had officially begun with that gunshot. The gunshot echoed throughout the complex. The weak trembled in fear, while the strong gradually grew wild inside. Huafian frowned. Brother Ming, that was a gunshot, wasn't it? Li Ming grinned. What must come will come. The era of great chaos has officially begun. Long Qi, shivering in her blanket, hungry and cold, also recognized it as a gunshot. At this moment she was terrified. Someone had fired a gun, which proved that some capable villains had already started looting and killing. As a single woman living alone with decent looks and figure, she would inevitably be among the first targets for robbery. She definitely couldn't fight back, but Long Qi knew she didn't have much time left. She finally made up her mind and sent a message to Li Ming. Was that noise just now a gunshot? The downstairs is full of zombies. I'm so scared. Can you come pick me up? My apartment is 7-2803. If she lived in another building it would be troublesome. The underground garage and the ground were now full of zombies. Reaching another building would mean a bloody battle with the zombies. Although Li Ming had experience and confidence to do it, he didn't like taking risks. Fortunately, the second gorgeous beauty who surrendered to him also lived in the same building 7. Yosh, the second gorgeous beauty successfully secured. Li Ming really thanked that gunshot just now, it saved him a lot of trouble. Just as Long Kai sent the message, someone in the building 7 owners group posted several bloody pictures. Image. In the picture, a gangster with tattoos all over his neck was holding a pistol. On the ground lay 3 bloody bodies, clearly a family of 3. The second picture showed a group of 7 underlings holding weapons like cleavers, fire axes, and steel pipes. These photos were clearly meant to intimidate everyone in Building 7. Hongxing Society, Brother Haonan. Listen up, everyone in Building 7. My name is Zheng Haonan. From now on, Building 7 is officially under my control. These people drank the blood rain despite the official notice, driven by thirst, so we have executed them. For the safety of Building 7, I have decided to take on the security management of Building 7 and also centrally manage the supplies in Building 7. Today our people will knock on every door. You must open the door and hand over your supplies immediately. Otherwise you will be considered as those who have drunk the blood rain. Hongxing Society, Brother Haonan, collecting gorgeous beauties, especially you. I know you have a lot of supplies and are also in Building 7. I hope you will voluntarily hand over your supplies. Don't force us to take action against you. In room 1503, Building 7. At this moment Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng were huddled together under the covers in the cramped little room, shivering uncontrollably. It wasn't because their home was small, but because the master bedroom had become utterly uninhabitable. The master bedroom was spacious, yet even with the air conditioning set to 30 degrees, the indoor temperature remained below freezing. They could only take refuge in this tiny room and crank the heating to the maximum, just barely keeping the temperature above zero. The gunshot from the residential compound earlier had so terrified them that they hardly dared breathe, fearing someone might discover their hiding spot. They weren't fools. They were fully aware of the situation outside. If they fell into the hands of Zheng Haonan and his gang, they would be reduced to mere playthings for those men. Moreover, they had gone a full day and night without a drop of water since Luo Zijuan never cooked in her life, surviving entirely on takeout and dining out. They hardly kept any food supplies at home. In Luo Zijuan's eyes, instant noodles and the like were the lowest form of food, entirely unworthy of someone as refined as her. When she spotted the seafood feast posted by Li Ming in the group chat, Luo Zijuan swallowed hard against her parched throat. At this point she could barely produce any saliva at all. As a seasoned materialistic woman, Luo Zijuan immediately recognized that Huafian and her companions were dining on top-grade imported Australian lobsters. Every item on the table was premium quality. Staring at the images of that seafood extravaganza, jealousy consumed her. She knew Huafian lived in the same building, which made her feel even more unbalanced inside. How could 2 people living in the same residential compound be separated by such an enormous gap? It was like living in 2 entirely different worlds. At this moment, she was truly starving. She cautiously tapped open the profile of collecting top-tier beauties, intending to send her compromising photos and take her chances. Although her virginity had long been taken by Li Ming, she had spent years maintaining her appearance with beauty treatments and fitness routines. Perhaps this person would actually find her desirable. In that case, she could simply kick Guanfeng aside and follow this new man to enjoy that seafood feast. Luo Zijuan tapped into the profile of collecting top-tier beauties. They were already friends. The next second her eyes widened in utter surprise, her face lighting up with delight. She quickly shook Guanfeng beside her. Guanfeng said impatiently, "What now? Stop moving around. Conserve your energy, or you'll get even hungrier. Honey, look at this." Luo Zijuan eagerly handed her phone to Guanfeng. That person in the group chat offering free food and drinks who's collecting top-tier beauties. It's actually Li Ming. Hearing this, Guanfeng quickly snatched the phone, a look of delight spreading across his face. Haha, it really is that bastard. That son of a gun hoarded all those supplies without telling us anything. Luo Zijuan immediately sprang up on the bed in excitement. Given Li Ming's nature, as long as I ask, he'll deliver it himself without us needing to go fetch it. I don't have to go hungry anymore. My seafood feast. Luo Zijuan couldn't wait and dialed Li Ming's number. When Li Ming saw the caller ID was Luo Zijuan, he thought to himself that these 2 were slow on the uptake. To let them figure out his identity sooner, Li Ming had deliberately kept his old WeChat avatar. Any normal person paying the slightest attention should have been able to guess who he was. This also revealed just how much these 2 scumbags had ignored him all along. Not only did they never bother to save his contact, they hadn't even noticed his profile picture. Li Ming answered the call and Luo Zijuan's excited voice came through immediately. Li Ming, you're the one running that free food and drinks thing in the owners group, right? Li Ming replied coldly, so what? Luo Zijuan paused at his indifferent tone. Li Ming had never spoken to her like this before. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. She continued. Li Ming, that day you told us to stay indoors and not wander around. You knew this disaster was coming, didn't you? So you stockpiled massive amounts of supplies, right? You're amazing. Luo Zijuan couldn't conceal her inner excitement, but Li Ming could almost feel her jumping for joy through the phone. Hearing this, Li Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. This green TBTCH was still playing the same old tricks, sweetening him up with praise before making her real request. Li Ming said lazily, get to the point, or I'm hanging up. At this moment Huafian had finished washing a bunch of grapes and sat gently beside Li Ming. She picked up one grape and fed it to Li Ming. So sweet. Luo Zijuan on the other end of the line felt a flash of anger at Li Ming's icy tone, but quickly calmed herself. All these years Guanfeng, and I have done so much for you. You saw it all with your own eyes. A few days ago when you colluded with others to steal Guanfeng's fuel truck, we let it slide. After all, you're the most important and cherished person in my life. Now that the disaster has struck, we should split your supplies equally among the three of us. What do you think? You getting 1/3 on your own is already generous. If you agree, deliver the supplies now. I never got the chance to tell you before, but our apartment is 7 to 1503, right below Huafian's place. Li Ming was dumbfounded. How thick-skinned could she possibly be asking for 2/3 right off the bat, and making him personally deliver it to her? Couldn't she hear herself? But then again he decided to give her a sliver of hope first. Li Ming replied, well, there are two of us now. Luo Zijuan feigned disappointment. Li Ming, you're still so immature. That Huafian is clearly no good. Before the disaster she wouldn't have given you the time of day. The only reason she's with you is because of your supplies. Can't you see that? Someone as cheap as that green tea BTCH should have been thrown out long ago. What a joke. Li Ming sneered, so you insist on taking 2/3. Luo Zijuan replied, of course. And it would be best if you handed over your share as well, otherwise some random woman might sweet-talk you into giving it all away. Li Ming realized he had vastly underestimated just how shameless Luo Zijuan could be. She wasn't even leaving him his final 1/3. And her reasoning was so outrageously plausible. Li Ming was almost laughing out of anger. Fine. Just wait. He hung up the phone. Though Li Ming knew Luo Zijuan lived in Building 7, he didn't know their exact apartment number. 1503. Now he knew exactly where they were hiding. At this moment Huafian was snuggled against Li Ming's chest, feeding him another grape. Who was that? Li Ming wrapped an arm around Huafian. Just two crazies. Luo Zijuan hung up the phone and immediately jumped up with excitement. Great. It worked. Li Ming agreed to personally deliver the supplies. I told you so. As long as I ask, Li Ming never refuses me. Guanfeng hugged Luo Zijuan approvingly. Wifey, you really are the best. Luo Zijuan smiled contemptuously. That cheap bastard Li Ming knew the disaster was coming, but didn't bother to warn us. Otherwise, with our strength, we could have stockpiled far more supplies. Guanfeng added bitterly, exactly. After the zombies appeared, instead of coming to us first, he had the nerve to use our supplies to chase after some top-tier beauty. Guanfeng was furious. If these supplies had fallen into his hands sooner, it would have been Huafian lying in his arms right now. From the moment he first laid eyes on Huafian at Binjiangno, one residential compound, he had been deeply captivated by her beauty. Guanfeng had tried numerous times to strike up a conversation with Huafian, but the proud and aloof Huafian never gave him the chance. He had always thought Huafian was far too refined for someone like him, only to discover that a single meal was enough for Li Ming to steal her away. Guanfeng seethed with jealousy. He secretly vowed that once he seized Li Ming's supplies, he would drag Huafian down and ruin her properly. Guanfeng's words also made Luo Zijuan grind her teeth in rage as she cursed. You're absolutely right. That poor bastard Li Ming dared to use my supplies to support another woman while we're freezing and starving here, terrified every moment. Once we get our hands on his supplies, I'm throwing him out to feed the zombies. Oh, help. Please, I beg you, I only have this little water and food left. Leave us some, at least leave some for the child. Please, I beg you. Child. Your child has already drunk the blood rain. According to official orders, we must execute him immediately. No, he hasn't drunk the blood rain, absolutely not. We haven't gone out these past few days. The water we drank was leftover bottled water, definitely not blood rain. I say he drank blood rain, so he did. Take the food and water, but please spare my child, I beg you. Wah. Dad, save me, Dad. You beasts. You won't even spare a 5-year-old. I'll fight you. Oh. Don't come near me. Help. Someone save me. No. Oh. Those in the know understood. Haha, this feels great. This is what happens to those who dare to resist us. The speaker deliberately raised his voice to the highest level, trying to make everyone in the building hear. Zheng Haonan and his crew had started their operation. Anyone who tried to resist was killed by him one by one. The women they set their sights on suffered an even more tragic fate. In this silent residential complex, any loud voice could be heard clearly. At this moment, the residents of Building 7 were hiding in their homes, trembling in fear, dreading that Zheng Haonan and his gang would suddenly break in violently. Long Qi, hiding in her room, clearly heard what was happening outside. Although she didn't know which floor or room Zheng Haonan and his men were on now, judging by the sound they were getting closer to her. She quickly sent a message to Li Ming. Big brother, have you arrived? Zheng Haonan's gang seems to be getting closer to me. If they catch me, I would rather die. Dong dong dong. Someone knocked on Long Qi's door. The sudden knocking made her tremble in terror. The phone in her hand slipped and fell heavily to the floor. She pressed her hand tightly over her mouth, terrified of making a sound that would alert the people outside. Ding. Long Qi's phone rang with a message. It's me, open the door. Seeing the message, Long Qi's tense heart finally relaxed. But she still didn't dare to let her guard down. She quietly approached the door and peered through the peephole. She saw a handsome man in a long down jacket standing outside with Huafian beside him. Huafian was wearing a long red down jacket, holding a chopping knife in each hand. She had a valiant and spirited air about her. Seeing that no one had opened the door for so long, Li Ming knocked again urgently and urged, "If you don't open up, we're leaving." Long Qi quickly called out, Don't go. I'm opening the door." Before opening the door, Long Qi specially tidied herself up since she hadn't washed her hair or face for 3 days. She was afraid that if Li Ming saw her current ghastly appearance, he would turn and leave. Click. The lock opened. Long Qi appeared before Li Ming. He looked her up and down, this internet celebrity with millions of followers. Although her face was quite different from when she was live streaming in her natural state, she had a kind of awkward girl next door charm with delicate features. Unlike Huafian, who had a classic beauty's face, Long Qi was more of a fresh, pure type. Though her hair was greasy and her face unkempt, she probably hadn't bathed once since the water cut off. The system had rated her 90 points, so she couldn't be wrong. Li Ming said succinctly, "Let's go." Long Qi asked cautiously, "Where are we going?" Huafian approached Long Qi with a smile. "Don't worry, Qi. We're just going to my place for now. I live on the 22nd floor. Long Qi exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? The 22nd floor? Zheng Haonan and his gang are now looting, smashing, and even killing people. Is it really safe for us to stay on the 22nd floor?" Huafian shook the chopping knife in her hand and said confidently, "We don't think much of Zheng Haonan and his lot. Just follow us without worry." Long Qi thought to herself that made sense. Li Ming, who had stockpiled so much supplies, must have stored plenty of weapons too. Even the house they lived in had been reinforced just like in an apocalypse novel. Thinking this, Long Qi felt relieved and was glad that her virginity had been preserved until now. She didn't know what strange obsession Li Ming had with top-tier beauties, but it was still better than falling into the hands of Zheng Haonan and his men. Seeing that Li Ming had already walked far ahead, Huafian and Long Qi quickly caught up. Zombies generally roamed on the 3rd floor, and below, few ever climbed as high as the 20th floor. On the way to pick up Long Qi, Li Ming encountered no zombies. Long Qi followed Li Ming and Huafian to apartment 2202. Long Qi was amazed by everything in the house. Comfortable, truly comfortable. She never imagined there could still be such a warm place in this world. The outside temperature had already stabilized at minus 50 degrees Celsius. In Long Qi's home, even with the air conditioner running at full blast, it was hard to keep the temperature above freezing. But in this house, the temperature could be controlled at the most comfortable 24 degrees, which astonished Long Qi. Especially the fruits and snacks casually placed on the coffee table. Her starving stomach couldn't help but make her swallow. This was such a comfortable life, almost like before the disaster. Long Qi again felt lucky that she had chosen to trust Li Ming. Li Ming looked at her with disdain. "Stop daydreaming. Go wash up. You stink." Long Qi was utterly embarrassed. Was Li Ming such a blunt and sensitive man who didn't care about a lady's pride? Couldn't he be a little more tactful? Did he have to make her feel so awkward? In the past, if anyone had spoken to her like that, Li Ming would already be on her blacklist. Wait, take a bath. Water was so precious now. In the group chat, bottled water was already being sold for 10,000 yuan a bottle, and even if you offered 100,000, no one would sell their bottled water. And here in Li Ming's place, there was actually clean water for bathing. Long Qi shyly glanced at Li Ming, her eyes sparkling with excitement and joy. This gamble had truly paid off. Huafian came over with a set of her pajamas. "Qi, you're about my size. Just wear mine for now." Long Qi took the pajamas and her face immediately flushed with red. Ding. System mission completed. 3rd doubling achieved. Doubled space 8000 cubic meters. All stored supplies doubled. Doubled body attributes: physique 40, strength 64, speed 56, agility 48, spirit 48. Added special reward for Legion members: awakens spatial ability, teleportation. Li Ming's mouth formed an O in astonishment. Compared to the doubled space and supplies, what thrilled him most was the awakening of the spatial skill, teleportation. Li Ming immediately checked the system's instructions for using teleportation. System: based on the host's intention, you can instantly teleport forward to a designated location. Current maximum teleportation distance, 100 meters. Upgradable. Usage depends on the host's physical condition. Teleporting 100 meters instantly. This skill was simply godlike. On the battlefield, it would allow him to come and go with absolute freedom. The distance between buildings in Binjiang Yihao community was about 60 meters. That meant from now on he could move back and forth between any building in the entire complex without ever worrying about being surrounded by zombies. After comprehending the awakened teleportation skill, Li Ming continued to examine the space and the supplies within. At this moment, the water source in the space had doubled from 1600 cubic meters to 3200 cubic meters. The 160 bags of rice had also become 320. The 2000 boxes of instant noodles had doubled to 4000. Li Ming did not inspect every other item as doubling was inevitable. What thrilled Li Ming the most was that the loyal servant pill, which he had obtained as a special reward from Huafian's system, had also doubled. Previously, he had given one to Huafian, and the remaining 2 were stored in the space, now transformed into 4. Li Ming had not expected that even the system's special rewards could be duplicated. This meant that as he took in more extraordinary beauties, the number of loyal servant pills in his possession would continue to grow. He could fully forge an army absolutely loyal to him. Moreover, those who consumed the loyal servant pill would have their physical attributes immediately enhanced tenfold. Such an army would be virtually invincible. Li Ming immediately took out a loyal servant pill from the space and handed it to the exhausted Long Qi. "Eat this." At this moment Long Kui was already limp with fatigue. Tired. Painful. She now somewhat understood why Huafian had been so eager to bring her into the fold. It was all a trap, a huge pitfall. Weak and powerless Long Kui took the object that resembled a chocolate from Li Ming. She did not dare to defy his words. Even if it were poison, she would have to swallow it. After swallowing the loyal servant pill, Long Kui suddenly found every slight smile and frown of Li Ming brimming with charm. She gazed at him with infatuation as if she had never seen such a handsome and elegant man before. Li Ming was all too familiar with that look. When Huafian had taken the loyal servant pill, she had looked at him in exactly the same way. Although both Huafian and Long Kui were stunning beauties scoring above 90, he was truly not a man who thought only with his lower half every day. He averted his gaze from Long Kui's scorching stare and called in Huafian, who had been waiting outside the hall. Hearing Li Ming's summons, Huafian, dressed in a lace camisole nightgown, immediately perked up and dashed into the room. Ming, are you thinking of having both Kui and me serve you? I'm already prepared. Long Kui. Li Ming. Ahem. Li Ming cleared his throat. Don't you two spend all day thinking about that. I'm not that kind of person. You should be able to sense that after taking my pill your bodies have become exceptionally strong. To be honest, anyone who swallows this pill will gain a tenfold increase in physical attributes. That means your strength, speed, and agility are all 10 times what they were. Huafian and Long Kui stared at Li Ming in shock. As young men and women, they were no strangers to gaming. They fully understood the concept of a tenfold boost in attributes. What astonished them was that Li Ming had given them such a powerful pill. In that moment, his image in their hearts became even more radiant and grand. Long Kui moved to tears nestled against Li Ming's chest. Ming, you truly are the best to us. I apologize for ever doubting you. Punish me. Use your fiercest moves to strike me hard. Li Ming waved his hand. Knowing you appreciate me is enough. I didn't call you here for that. The apocalypse has been here for 4 days, and the world will only grow more chaotic as time goes on. Zheng Haonan from our building has already started making moves against others. It's only a matter of time before they come for us. You've both gained a tenfold increase in attributes, but your combat experience is 0. When you encounter them, you might not win, especially since they still have guns. So I've decided to give you special training. Huafian nodded earnestly and said seriously, indeed, if we don't grow stronger, we won't be able to protect you, Ming. We are willing to undergo training. Long Kui also spoke with equal sincerity. Sister Fian is right. We will not allow anyone to harm Ming, even if it means hellish training. We must accept it. Li Ming's mouth twitched. Was the loyal servant pill really that potent? All right, no need for such grand declarations. Since others are sleeping, we'll start tonight. Huafian and Long Kui immediately stood at attention, chests out, obeying Ming Ji's orders. At that moment, they were both only wearing lace camisole nightgowns, and the sight was hard to bear. Sigh. Never mind. Business first. There would be plenty of time later, and many more exquisite beauties. Better to take it slow. Li Ming took out 2 sets of polar cold weather suits, 2 raincoats, hats, face masks, and goggles from the space. He fully outfitted Huafian and Long Kui from head to toe. Huafian asked, Ming, where are we going? Li Ming replied calmly, to kill zombies. Long Kui and Huafian exchanged glances, then looked at him in confusion. Zombies were once humans, their bodies similar to ordinary people, but they move slowly and lack intelligence. They are the best choice for you to practice combat and gain experience. Li Ming led the fully equipped Huafian and Long Kui down the stairs until they discovered 2 zombies on the 3rd floor landing. Although Huafian and Long Kui had taken the loyal servant pill and were absolutely obedient to Li Ming's orders, they were still ordinary girls at heart. Seeing the hideous, snarling, rotting zombies, they were still filled with fear. Li Ming noticed their trembling terror and asked, what do you think? Are you afraid? Huafian, struggling to suppress her fear, said shakily, no. For you, Ming, we fear nothing. Long Kui, also trembling with fear, added, all right. We must not be afraid. Li Ming produced weapons and let them choose a suitable one. Huafian chose 2 cleavers. Long Kui opted for a hatchet with an extended handle. Both gripped their weapons tightly, seeking a sense of security from them. Li Ming said seriously, remember, to completely incapacitate a zombie, you must sever its head entirely. No matter how many times you slash its body, no matter how many limbs you cut off, it can still lunge at you. A zombie's most dangerous attacks are biting and clawing. While hunting them, you must avoid those strikes. To restrict its movement, first cut off its legs. One last thing you must remember, the claws, teeth, and blood of a zombie are loaded with the zombie virus. If you get infected, I won't be able to save you. Huafian and Long Kui were now terrified, but they still forced themselves to say, we understand, Ming. We won't let you down. Li Ming had high expectations for Huafian and Long Kui, because he had an ultimate goal to have them handle the dangers while he handled them. That was his life. He would just keep lying low like this. Wouldn't that be a splendid life? Li Ming pointed at the 2 zombies in the stairwell, and said, there are 2 zombies right ahead. Each of you will take down one. Whoever kills theirs first will receive a special reward from me. Brother Ming's special reward. Such a tempting offer made Huafian and Long Kui's eyes light up. A generous reward always brings forth brave souls. Suddenly the zombies before them seemed less terrifying and almost endearing. Huafian, wielding a pair of knives, charged at the zombie in the corridor. Although Huafian sprinted at incredible speed, her footsteps and human scent instantly alerted the 2 zombies. Roar! The zombies, catching sight of fresh human flesh, instinctively lunged at Huafian. When the zombie was less than a meter away, Huafian, driven by primal fear, kicked it in a reflex. With her body enhanced tenfold, Huafian possessed immense strength. Her kick sent the zombie flying several meters, slamming it against the wall. Li Ming frowned and barked sternly. Who the hell told you to kick? What are your weapons for? Huafian stammered. I am sorry, Brother Ming. It lunged at me, and I got nervous and kicked instinctively. Next time I'll chop it down. Meanwhile, Long Kui gripped her long-handled axe tightly and charged at her target. Learning from Huafian's mistake, when the zombie lunged at her, she held firm and swung the axe. Ah, so disgusting. Long Kui screamed, shutting her eyes. She had missed the zombie's neck entirely, cleaving its chest open instead. The dark brown blood splattered all over her. Li Ming roared, Idiot! Why did you close your eyes? Don't you know you must never take your eyes off the target during a fight? Fortunately, Li Ming's shout jolted Long Kui back to awareness. When she opened her eyes, the zombie was already charging at her with its gaping maw. Ah! In a panic, Long Kui kicked the zombie away. Li Ming shook his head, clutching his forehead. If not for their tenfold physical enhancement, granting them speed and strength far surpassing these zombies, they would have become the zombies' meal long ago. He turned to check on Huafian's battle. Sigh. It was unbearable to watch. The scene had devolved into a brawl fit for a fishwife. Nearby, Huafian had already discarded her machete and lunged at the zombie, grabbing it by the hair. Yes, literally pulling its hair. With her immense strength, Huafian swung the zombie back and forth by its hair. The scene was bloody and brutal. For a moment, Li Ming actually felt a pang of sympathy for the zombie. If it had thoughts, it would certainly be cursing, "What did I ever do to you?" Whether it was his imagination or not, Li Ming sensed a flicker of anger from the zombie. He turned back to Long Kui. Sigh. If not for the fact that it was a zombie, Long Kui might have bitten it. It was hard to tell who was the real monster. The quintessential traits of girl fights were on full display, pinching, stomping, tearing clothes, and kicking below the belt. Li Ming called out helplessly, "Both of you come back here." At Li Ming's command, Huafian and Long Kui immediately shoved their zombies aside and hurried back to him. Huafian grinned sheepishly. Brother Ming, give me a little more time, and I'd have finished that zombie off. Long Kui nodded seriously. Yeah, that zombie won't last much longer. We can definitely kill it. Slap. Slap. Li Ming smacked them both on the head. Did I tell you to kill them by any means? I gave you weapons to chop them down, to sever their necks. Got it. What if there were 2 or 3 zombies? Would you still go for their hair? Kick them in the groin. Li Ming snatched a machete from Huafian. I'll demonstrate once. Watch carefully. If you do it again like that, I'll become the man you'll never get for the rest of your lives. Huafian and Long Kui's faces drained of color. This punishment was worse than death. They cried out in unison, Brother Ming, please don't. We're sorry. We'll watch closely and learn well. The 2 zombies that Huafian and Long Kui had knocked down staggered back to their feet and charged toward the trio. Li Ming's eyes instantly turned cold and murderous as he fixed his gaze on the 2 zombies. Remember, when facing an enemy, you must plan before you act. Once you strike, be swift, ruthless, and precise. Tap, tap, tap. Li Ming sprinted toward the 2 zombies. Just as he was about to close in, he executed a quick roll to get behind one of them. His right hand, holding the machete, was already at the zombie's neck. In one fluid motion, he slashed across its throat. Swish. The zombie's head separated from its body instantly. The next second, Li Ming was already in front of the other zombie. He swung his blade swiftly. Swish. The second zombie's head also flew off. In less than 5 seconds, Li Ming had successfully killed both zombies. Not a single drop of their dark brown blood had splattered onto him. With his current body attributes enhanced eightfold, combined with the combat skills he had honed in his past life, hunting these 2 zombies was child's play. Watching from the side, Huafian and Long Kui stared at Li Ming with stars in their eyes, just like rabid fans of a celebrity before the apocalypse. They screamed. Huafian, Brother Ming, you're so handsome. Mwah kisses. Long Kui, Brother Ming, you're my eternal deity. Li Ming handed the machete back to Huafian. Alright, enough with the exaggeration. Now it's your turn. Tonight, each of you must kill 5 zombies. Huafian and Long Kui nodded in unison. With Li Ming's personal demonstration and the threat of losing his favor, they became much more motivated. Although their movements were far from as smooth as Li Ming's, they could still kill zombies with ease. In Building 7, inside a certain room. In the room, a woman lay on the bed with hollow eyes, her body covered in bruises. Zheng Haonan walked out of the room with a satisfied expression. This life is even better than before the apocalypse, ha. Speaking of which, the zombies in the underground garage have been unusually agitated. Those screams are creepy. Any idea what's going on? A bald man approached Zheng Haonan obsequiously. Probably someone risking a bite to scavenge supplies from the underground garage. Before the apocalypse, many people kept a case of water in their trunks. That's a decent amount of supplies, but the garage is swarming with zombies. Few dare to go. Zheng Haonan smirked wickedly. Know who they are. Once they bring the supplies back, we'll just take them. Saves us the trouble. The bald man immediately flattered him. Brilliant plan, Brother Haonan. Your mind is sharp. Those people risk their lives to find supplies only to end up as a wedding gift for you. Luo Zijuan and Guan Feng in the freezing small room ate another biscuit and took a small sip of water. They had very little biscuits and water left now, and could only afford 1 biscuit per meal. Half a bottle of water a day was barely enough to stay alive. Guan Feng cursed weakly. That bitch Li Ming, why hasn't he sent supplies yet? Does he want to die? At the mention of Li Ming, Luo Zijuan's listless eyes suddenly blazed with fury. From last night until now she had sent him over 100 messages and made more than 100 calls. He wasn't answering her calls or messages at all. This was completely unacceptable to Luo Zijuan. In Luo Zijuan's mind, Li Ming was like a dog she had raised. Whenever she called, he should appear before her, immediately tail wagging. Just like yesterday when she demanded 2/3 of his supplies from Li Ming, he didn't dare complain at all, and even claimed he would deliver them himself. They had waited in the cold all night long, yet still hadn't seen a trace of Li Ming, let alone any supplies. Luo Zijuan called Li Ming's number again, but there was still no answer. Luo Zijuan smashed her phone down viciously. It must be that whore Huafian who convinced Li Ming not to bring us supplies. Doesn't she know these supplies are ours? When I catch that bitch, I'll tear her mouth apart for eating all our food. Li Ming is just a coward. That bitch whispered a few words in his ear, and he folded. He's no man at all. Guanfeng's face turned grim and vicious. Li Ming, if you don't show mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. Luo Zijuan looked at Guanfeng in confusion. What do you plan to do? Guanfeng snorted coldly. If others can rob, why can't we? If others can kill, why can't we? After all, it was Li Ming who embezzled our supplies that forced us to this desperate measure. Don't blame us. Luo Zijuan immediately understood Guanfeng's intention and said excitedly, that's a good plan. We were already planning to sell him to northern Myanmar anyway, so let's just do it ourselves. After thinking for a moment, Luo Zijuan continued, but what if they resist? Li Ming is quite strong. I felt it myself. You might not even be able to beat him. Guanfeng's face darkened with exasperation. Must this worthless woman always speak like that? Guanfeng went to the kitchen and retrieved 2 cleavers, saying sinisterly, you go trick him into opening the door. The moment he opens it, I'll strike without hesitation. Given his trust in you, he won't expect any defense. Luo Zijuan thought about the hot pot and seafood feast she'd soon be enjoying and felt pleased. Let's do it. We've already given Li Ming a chance, but he refused to cherish it. Don't blame us. Ding, ding, ding. Both Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng's phones rang simultaneously. Luo Zijuan quickly picked up her phone. Could it be? Li Ming replied. As she glanced at the messages on her phone, her face turned dark and an aura of killing intent radiated from her. The messages were 3 photos and a text that Li Ming had sent to the group. In the photos, Li Ming had Huafian on one arm and Long Kai on the other. Huafian was personally peeling lobster and feeding it to Li Ming, while Long Kai held beer ready to serve him at any moment. The table was filled with various barbecue delicacies. Eat and drink free, taking in beautiful women, meals and water, unlimited transportation provided. Those willing, please send your barefaced full-body photo via private message. Limited to 5 people. Eat and drink free, only 3 spots remaining. Beautiful women with conditions should seize the opportunity and contact me quickly. Miss this chance, and you'll live in hell forever. The residential community group chat, which had been quiet, erupted once again. Holy crap, isn't that Long Kai the internet streamer with millions of followers from our community? She's boarded that person's ship too. How truly fortunate. To have both Huafian and Long Kai, 2 stunning beauties, at the same time. It's enough to make others furious with jealousy. Given the current situation, how can you still have the luxury of eating crayfish and drinking beer? Can't you consider your neighbor's feelings at all? Why must it be top-tier beauties? This is clearly discrimination against women like us. I'm going to file a complaint against you. Eat and drink free, please beg you to save my child. He hasn't had a single drop of water for 3 days. You clearly have so many supplies, why won't you help us? Eat and drink free, you're nothing but a selfish bastard. You can't finish all that food yourselves. What's wrong with sharing a bit with us? Didn't you receive 9 years of compulsory education? Brother Hao Nan from Hongxing Society, eat and drink free. Kid, don't get too arrogant. I know you're in building 7. If you hand over your supplies to me, maybe I'll let you be my subordinate. Director Chung Ging of the Residence Committee, eat and drink free. You have no sense of collective awareness and no respect for authority whatsoever. One day the organization will settle scores with you. Meanwhile, Li Ming received a large number of friend requests. Tianhai, 3rd young master. Brother, I have a Lamborghini worth over 5 million yuan that just arrived last month. I only need a case of mineral water and a case of instant noodles. Interested? Add me for detailed discussion. Mingshang Jewelry. Hello, I know you're not interested in money. I have a large collection of gold and silver jewelry. Could I purchase some supplies from you? Additionally, although I'm not a virgin beauty, I do have some charm. We can discuss further. Most were trying to buy supplies from Li Ming, whom he simply ignored. He only approved friend requests from beautiful women on WeChat. When the beauties saw that Li Ming had approved their friend requests, they eagerly sent him messages. At first they all thought Li Ming was just a scumbag and a fraud, so they didn't pay attention to his messages. After Li Ming posted Huafian's photo yesterday, although they believed what Li Ming said was true, how could they give up their chastity that they had preserved for so many years to someone easily? It wasn't until today, when the 5 seats Li Ming mentioned had dropped to just 3 remaining, that they finally grew anxious. They were truly afraid that, as Li Ming had said, they would be forced to live in hell forever. The tone of the beauties sending messages this time was much better than before. It was just like a young girl who had just entered society and was attending an interview. Careful and extremely nervous. Hello, I'm Chun Jiai from Building 9, 19 years old this year. Below are my barefaced photos. Please review them carefully. If there's any news, please notify me immediately. Ding, the target does not meet the minimum requirements. Alas, What a pity. Li Ming still replied to her message, you don't meet the requirements. Upon receiving the message, Chun Jiai immediately held her head and cried, why? Tell me clearly where I don't meet your requirements. I can change. Li Ming scrolled down further, feeling like he was about to vomit just from looking. Although most of these people who sent photos had still preserved their chastity, they were mostly ugly, the kind that could frighten dragons with appearances like pig chops or misshapen melons and cracked dates. Dozens of people, yet none caught his interest. He also knew these people definitely wouldn't meet the requirements and directly dismissed them. Ding. A blue system interface appeared beside a photo. Name Chen Shanshan. Occupation car model. Appearance 90 points. Age 24. Figure 95 points. Combat value 7. Comprehensive score 95 points. It felt like discovering light at the end of a dark tunnel. A genuine pearl had been plucked from the sea of people. Li Ming quickly began reviewing Chen Shanshan's information and profile. Hello, my name is Chen Shanshan. I know you're in Building 7, but I'm currently in Building 6. Can you really come pick me up? When you take in us top-tier beauties besides intimacy, what else will you need us to do? If I find it unsuitable, can I leave? Chen Shanshan, standing at 172 centimeters tall, possessed an exceptionally elegant figure with long legs and a sweet smile that brought out 2 dimples. Such beauty would rank among the finest even in the car model industry. Li Ming replied, leave your actual room number, and I'll come get you. We'll discuss other matters in person. Upon receiving his message, Chen Shanshan jumped up with excitement. Sai Xiao, look. That man replied to my message. He said he'll come pick me up. That proves I've been selected. Chen Shanshan's expression showed even greater excitement than when she had been accepted into her dream university. Being accepted into her dream university was merely about fulfilling her academic aspirations and securing a bright future. But now receiving Li Ming's response meant she could escape this bitter sea of suffering and embrace a life of happiness. The immense value of this opportunity was beyond measure. Chen Shanshan and her best friend Lin Saixiao were both car models who had recently moved into this residential complex. Before they had even settled in for a month, this catastrophic disaster struck. At first, they still harbored illusions about official rescue efforts arriving. But after waiting anxiously for several days, their food and water were running dangerously low. Still no official rescue messages had come. Moreover, the situation within the residential complex was deteriorating daily. Looting and violence had become the norm. Lin Saixiao had complained more than once. Thus both she and Chen Shanshan had pinned all their hopes on the man who had posted in the group chat under the title of accepting top-tier beauties. When Lin Saixiao learned that Chen Shanshan had received Li Ming's reply, while she herself had not, her expression turned deeply despondent. A flicker of resentment and jealousy even flashed across her eyes. However, consumed by her excitement, Chen Shanshan failed to notice the jealousy burning in Lin Saixiao's gaze. Chen Shanshan sent another message to Li Ming. I'm in Unit 6 to 1303. Can I bring along my best friend? She's also a stunning beauty and has messaged you as well. Her name is Lin Saixiao. I'd appreciate it if you could keep an eye out for her. Li Ming specifically searched for a woman named Lin Saixiao. At first glance, she did appear to be a genuine beauty, but with his system's detection capabilities, how could she possibly deceive him? Ding. Target does not meet system requirements. Reason entirely synthetic enhancements. Li Ming replied, she doesn't meet my requirements. This is not a refugee shelter. I only accept those who meet my criteria. Upon seeing Li Ming's message, Lin Saixiao's heart instantly turned to ice. Chen Shanshan quickly offered comfort. Saixiao, I will never abandon you. Even if that man doesn't accept you, I'll definitely find a way to get supplies for you from him. At this moment, the jealousy in Lin Saixiao's eyes burned even more fiercely. Why? She had always considered herself superior to Chen Shanshan in every aspect, figure and appearance alike. Why could Chen Shanshan succeed while she could not? Lin Saixiao refused to accept defeat. She immediately turned to Chen Shanshan and said, Shanshan, I advise you not to trust this man either. I have a strong feeling that this person harbors ulterior motives. Just think about it. Could he really have stored that much supplies? If he truly did store so much, where would he keep it? He would certainly need a large number of people guarding the supplies, which would already qualify him as a major force in the residential complex. But up to now, we haven't received any messages from anyone else. I suspect this entire thing is a setup. That Huafian and Longkai are both his people colluding to scam us. His goal is to make us walk right into his trap and become his slaves. With so many men one after another each day, can you imagine enduring that? So I strongly advise against going. Chen Shanshan frowned and said, but that's not what you said before. It was you who told me to send that message originally. Lin Saixiao hastily justified, blame me for not thinking it through back then. Now the more I think about it, the more something feels wrong. With Lin Saixiao's warning casting doubt, Chen Shanshan wavered again. I've already told him my room number. What should we do if he comes? Lin Saixiao spoke firmly, we simply refuse to go with him. What can he possibly do to force us? After successfully misleading Chen Shanshan, Lin Saixiao eagerly sent over a dozen carefully preserved photos from her phone to Li Ming. Li Ming frowned upon viewing these photos, thinking disdainfully, what shamelessness. He then picked up his phone and scrutinized the images from every angle over a dozen times. Lin Saixiao attached a message, brother, look at me like this. Won't you consider giving me a chance? I'm both sensible and delightful, I promise I won't disappoint you. After replying to Chen Shanshan's message, Li Ming continued to dig deeper. Ding. A blue system interface appeared beside a photograph. Name Ji Yun. Occupation lawyer. Appearance 90 points. Age 30. Figure 90 points. Compatibility 6. Overall score 85 points. Oh ho. This was indeed an older unmarried woman past 30 years of age. For a woman of her looks and figure to maintain herself so well was truly remarkable. Li Ming quickly pulled up Ji Yun's detailed profile. Hello, my name is Ji Yun. As long as you can satisfy one requirement of mine, I'm willing to agree to be with you. Li Ming examined her photographs. Unlike Huafian and Long Kui, Ji Yun wore her shoulder-length hair in a sharp professional style, exuding the charm of a mature woman with a commanding presence. Li Ming thought to himself, goodness, no wonder she's a lawyer. Throwing out conditions right from the start. Very well, let's see what she wants. Li Ming replied, tell me your requirements first. Ji Yun replied, I'm currently living with my family, my parents and a younger brother. I hope that after I'm with you, you can regularly provide them with sufficient supplies to ensure their survival in this apocalypse. Li Ming read Ji Yun's message, understanding that everyone had family members they could not abandon. It was understandable. However, the term sufficient supplies was difficult to define precisely. Li Ming replied, how do you define sufficient supplies? A pack of instant noodles and a bottle of water per day can sustain their lives. 3 seafood feasts with unlimited drinks each day, they certainly wouldn't complain either. Ji Yun's younger brother Ji Xiaoqiang snatched the phone away, cursing loudly. Obviously, it should be 3 seafood meals a day. Who the hell wants instant noodles every single meal? Offering a few packs of noodles and some bottles of water and expecting to marry my sister. He's dreaming. Ji Yun's mother Chen Xiao chimed in sharply. Xiaoqiang is right. You'll be living in luxury if you go there. Are you really going to make your younger brother eat instant noodles every day? I won't agree to that. Ji Yun crossed her arms and spoke coldly. Even if he's willing to give, he must have the means to do so. Don't you see what situation we're in now? Having instant noodles to eat is already quite fortunate. I've already sent the message as you demanded. He did reply. Decide whatever terms you want. I couldn't care less. I suggest you ask for as many supplies as possible up front. Otherwise, if I discover this man is some twisted pervert, who knows? I might just smash my head against the wall. All these years she had endured endless exploitation from her family. Despite being so outstanding, she had been saddled with a mother and brother who drained her dry without mercy. Every boyfriend she had ever had could not tolerate having such a parasitic mother and brother, and all had left her. This was precisely why at 30 years old she had never truly experienced love. Unexpectedly, her body had found a purpose today after all. Thank you to the top donor for the grand airplane. Your teary dragon baby is singing a special a cappella for you, hoping your fortune stays prosperous. Long Kai had specially hosted a one-on-one live stream service for Li Ming at home. Despite a night of zombie hunting training, both women's spirits remained exceptionally high, showing absolutely no sign of fatigue. Huafian, dressed in a flight attendant uniform, carried a basin of water to Li Ming and offered a sweet smile. Honored customer technician No. 88 is at your service now. Don't forget to leave me a 5-star review. With that said, she knelt before Li Ming and gently placed his feet into the warm water. Oh, how refreshing. It really did feel quite indulgent. It was a pity that only Long Kai and Huafian were present now. If 2 more girls could join to massage him from either side, that would truly be a supreme pleasure in life. While other residents struggled merely to find food and water, his own life was remarkably comfortable. Wouldn't they feel psychologically unbalanced? No, he had to throw a live stream before the power went out. Not for any other reason, but simply to ask them how annoying was he. How bothersome. Did he deserve a thrashing? Chen Shanshan and Ji Yun had to be brought over as soon as possible. Once he acquired them, his physical attributes could be boosted to 32 times their original value. With this level of strength, he could stroll through the residential compound with absolute impunity. Bang, bang, bang. The door was knocked upon. Huafian and Long Kai immediately ceased their activities, their gazes turning toward Li Ming. Who is it? Could it be Zheng Haonan and his crew? Li Ming popped a grape into his mouth. Would Zheng Haonan and his men knock so gently? Long Kai shook her head. Definitely not. Then who could it be? Who? Li Ming had already guessed 9 out of 10 in his mind. Fian, go check. Be careful. They might be lying in ambush. Huafian immediately rose, gave a nod, and tucked 2 machetes into her waistband. She was growing increasingly adept at wielding them. Huafian approached the door and cautiously peered through the peephole. Brother Ming, there's only one woman outside. She looks terribly unkempt. A woman? As expected, it was Luo Zijuan. Since she had come, Guanfeng must surely be lying in ambush nearby. Given the depraved nature of that wretched pair, they likely intended to kill him this time and seize all his supplies. Li Ming smirked at Huafian and Long Kai. You slaughtered so many zombies last night. Today I'll let you practice hitting humans. Huafian and Long Kui immediately perked up. Kill them. Li Ming waved his hand. No, absolutely not. Do not let them die. Make them suffer and perish slowly in despair. Besides, this is to teach you control over your physical strength. I know you are immensely powerful, but brute force alone cannot solve every problem. Now go. Remember, absolutely do not kill them. Huafian and Long Kai exchanged a glance. They were extremely curious as to who could have incurred such profound hatred from their brother Ming. Huafian and Long Kui smiled brightly. Don't worry, brother Ming. We will ensure they do not die. Bang, bang, bang. The gentle knocking from earlier had now escalated into violent hammering. The people outside were clearly losing their patience. Luo Zijuan's voice came from outside the door. Li Ming, I know you're in there. Stop cowering like a turtle and open the damn door. Upon hearing the woman outside insult Li Ming as a coward, fury instantly erupted in Huafian and Long Kui. Such provocation was undoubtedly more infuriating than desecrating their ancestral graves. Huafian swung the door open swiftly. Slap, slap. 2 stinging palm strikes landed across Luo Zijuan's face. You wicked slut, who do you think you are to curse our brother Ming? Try another word, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Huafian had clearly failed to control her force, knocking 2 of Luo Zijuan's dentures right out. Stunned Luo Zijuan could not have fathomed that opening the door would bring 2 brutal slaps to her face. Blood filled her mouth as she pointed resentfully at Huafian. Why you vixen? Slap. Another palm strike landed on Luo Zijuan's face. Huafian glared down at her coldly. Keep your filthy mouth clean. Everything had unfolded too rapidly. Guanfeng, who had been lying in ambush nearby, hadn't even registered the situation when Luo Zijuan had already been slapped 3 times by the stunning beauty before him. Guanfeng had never imagined Huafian's temperament was so fierce she had attacked without hesitation. Luo Zijuan's voice, trembling with sobs, fixed an oath-rending glare upon Huafian. Guanfeng, what are you waiting for? Quickly chop that vixen down for me. Guanfeng was somewhat bewildered. In his original plan, the one to open the door would inevitably be Li Ming. Once he killed Li Ming, Huafian would naturally fall under his control. With Huafian and Long Kai secured, he could discard the board with Luo Zijuan at any moment. He never expected the door to be opened by Huafian instead. Guanfeng had no time to ponder further. The supplies were what mattered. He would subdue Huafian first, then go kill Li Ming. Raising his kitchen cleaver, he charged toward Huafian. The instant his blade descended, Long Kai suddenly darted from within the doorway, seizing Guanfeng's wrist in an iron grip. Wielding a cleaver, what is your intent? Her voice was icy, and the crushing force in her grip made Guanfeng's wrist bones creak audibly. Ow! Agonizing pain forced Guanfeng's fingers to relax, and the cleaver clattered to the ground. Guanfeng struggled to wrench free and mount a counterattack. However, his wrist felt clamped by steel, utterly immobilized. Long Kui pivoted, circled behind Guanfeng, and yanked his arm backward. Thud! A devastating shoulder throw. Ow! Guanfeng's scream was profoundly horrific. There was no telling whether his ribs had been shattered. Witnessing the burly Guanfeng so easily subdued by Long Kai, Luo Zijuan's expression turned profoundly grim, and her body began to tremble faintly. We're here to see Li Ming. We're his friends. Slap. Huafian delivered another violent backhand to Luo Zijuan's face. Although Luo Zijuan had braced herself this time, Huafian's movements were simply too swift. Before she could react, the palm had already connected with her cheek. Huafian snorted contemptuously. Friends? Do you all enjoy visiting friends' homes armed with kitchen cleavers? Clutching her swollen crimson cheeks, Luo Zijuan cried out. You are treating us with utter brutality. Only then did Li Ming slowly emerge from the inner room. Upon seeing him step out, Luo Zijuan could no longer contain her tears, which streamed down her face in a torrent. Although Li Ming knew Luo Zijuan's acting skills were exceptional, these tears were genuine. Any woman who cherished her appearance would naturally feel wronged after having her face beaten to a pulp. Between sobs, Luo Zijuan whined in a coquettish tone. Li Ming, you finally come out. Don't you ever discipline these 2 sluts. They just attacked me on sight. Seeing Luo Zijuan covered in grime, disheveled, and sporting a face beaten to a swelled mess by Huafian, Li Ming couldn't help but laugh aloud. Who is this beggar? Do I know her? Only after calming down did Luo Zijuan notice the attire of Li Ming, Huafian, and Long Kai. How revealing. Li Ming was wearing nothing but a massage outfit he had taken from Yaoqi Club along with a pair of slippers. Huafian was similarly dressed, only in a flight attendant uniform. Long Kai was no exception. Even her thighs were exposed. These 3 were dressed far too lightly for the conditions. The temperature outside was a brutal -50 degrees, and even indoors with the heating on, it hovered around freezing. Luo Zijuan's gaze slipped past Li Ming and Huafian, drifting into the house. Only then did she realize why Li Ming's home felt so comfortably warm. It was not merely warm, it was positively pleasant. From the doorway, she could see the coffee table laden with an assortment of fresh fruits and snacks. Luo Zijuan's eyes welled with astonishment and envy. Was this not the carefree, almost divine existence she had longed for? Her gaze flicked toward Huafian and Long Kui. There was no way she could fight them. She would have to reason with Li Ming instead. Besides, in her mind, managing Li Ming was as easy as breathing. Luo Zijuan cleared her throat. Li Ming, we agreed that Guanfeng and I would claim 2/3 of your stockpiled supplies, and you must support these 2 foxes. But she immediately caught Huafian's icy glare and feared another beating if she spoke carelessly. She forcibly swallowed the word on the tip of her tongue. What you choose to sustain is your own affair. Guanfeng and I only seek what rightfully belongs to us. Luo Zijuan smugly tilted her chin in defiance of Huafian, certain that Li Ming would inevitably comply with her demands. He might even punish Huafian and Long Kui for daring to strike at her. Li Ming snorted coldly. It seems her mind is still clouded as she speaks nothing but nonsense. Fian, help her regain her senses. Upon receiving Li Ming's command, a radiant smile bloomed across Huafian's face. Slap, slap, Slap. Three sharp palm strikes rained upon Luo Zijuan's face in succession. Though Hua Fian restrained her strength to avoid killing her, and inviting Li Ming's displeasure, the blows were merciless enough. Yet those three slaps left Luo Zijuan dizzy and disoriented. Seeing Luo Zijuan struck again, Guanfeng struggled to his feet. He had come to understand that the formidable warriors here were precisely Hua Fian and Long Kai before his eyes. If only he could bring them to his side, subduing Li Ming would be trivial. Pressing a hand to his chest, he addressed Hua Fian and Long Kai. Beautiful ladies, do not be deceived by this beggar Li Ming. He is nothing but a courier, no worse than a courier. He is little more than a sewage worker for my family. He is a fraud. All these supplies he claims are mine. Do not fall for his schemes. I swear if you help me reclaim what is rightfully mine, I will ensure you are amply rewarded. If you wish, you may stay by my side. Between us, my father is a high-ranking official in Tianhai City. Official rescue will arrive sooner or later. Follow me and I guarantee you will feast in comfort. Far better than clinging to this charlatan. At the mention of his father's authority, a flush of pride crossed Guanfeng's face. He was certain Hua Fian and Long Kai would see reason and choose him over Li Ming, just as Luo Zijuan had done long ago. Indeed, before the apocalypse, merely mentioning his father's name in Tianhai City commanded respect from all. Guanfeng believed the catastrophe was but a temporary trial. Once official rescue forces arrived, he would once again leverage his father's connections to rise above others. Whack! Long Kai seized his arm and hurled him over her shoulder in a flawless throw. Her voice was icily cold. Who the hell are you calling a fraud? Insult our brother Ming one more time, and even if he has ordered you spared, I guarantee your limbs will never function again. Hua Fian nodded in agreement. Sensing the tide turning against her, Luo Zijuan immediately raised her wails and attempted to cling to Li Ming's arm. But her first step was intercepted by Hua Fian. With a single threatening glance, Luo Zijuan retreated 2 steps in terror. Unable to reach Li Ming, she could only perform her pleas from a distance. Covering her mouth, she sobbed like an abandoned wife, tears streaming down her face. Li Ming, you promised to cherish me for life, to take responsibility for me forever. Have you forgotten already? Our beautiful days together. Do you not remember? I was your first woman. I know you resent me for leaving with Guanfeng, but putting aside the facts, were you not at fault as well? If not for your incompetence and weakness, how could we have reached this point? Now I merely come to claim what belongs to me. Is that truly wrong? I beg of you. I do not need all your supplies, only half. Truly only half. Moreover, you know, I am bitterly afraid of the cold. Could you persuade them to yield this house to me? You may have them stay at my residence instead. Oh, I do not mind. Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Such brazen shamelessness was a revelation to him. How could he ever have blindly obeyed and devoted himself to such a shameless person? It was indeed the blindness of the involved party. Coming back to his senses, Li Ming noticed that both Hua Fian and Long Kai were now burning with fury in their eyes. Had Luo Zijuan struck a nerve? Hua Fian gritted her teeth, glaring at Luo Zijuan. First woman, was it you shameless wretch who stole our brother Ming's innocence? Long Kai fixed Luo Zijuan with the same venomous stare. Damn you, utterly unforgivable. Luo Zijuan gazed in terror at the wrathfully enraged Hua Fian and Long Kai, utterly bewildered. What had she done to provoke these two demons again? Ow, ow, ow. The air echoed with blood-curdling screams as Hua Fian and Long Kai unleashed a storm of fists and kicks upon Luo Zijuan. Watching from the floor, Guanfeng dared not move a muscle, choosing to play dead. He dreaded they might remember him mid-assault and subject him to the same beating. Only when Luo Zijuan lay barely conscious did Hua Fian seize her by the hair. You should thank our brother Ming's mercy, otherwise I would have thrown you to the zombies long ago. Bruised and battered, Luo Zijuan lay weakly on the ground. Li Ming, you cannot treat me this way. I am so thirsty and hungry. Please just give me something to eat and drink. Li Ming smiled wickedly. Look at you. Had you begun with this attitude earlier, would it not have been better? I am not unwilling to give. He pointed toward the foot-washing basin Hua Fian had prepared for him. That is my precious golden foot bath water. Today consider it a gift to you. Foot bath water. Luo Zijuan stared in horror at the basin in Hua Fian's hands. Splash. Hua Fian poured the entire basin over them without hesitation. Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng fled in panic under the assault of Shijiao Jintang. At home, Li Ming was listening to music, enjoying the service of Hua Fian and Long Kai. Hua Fian squeezed Li Ming's thigh as she said, Brother Ming, is it really okay to let those two go back? Though they're nothing special, I'm worried they might expose our location and bring others to deal with us. Long Kai, who was massaging Li Ming's head, shared the same concern. We should have killed them right then. Li Ming closed his eyes in repose. What are you afraid? Hua Fian and Long Kai said in unison, no. Li Ming lazily opened his eyes and said, since you're not afraid, then why worry? But humans are not zombies. In the apocalypse, humans are often more terrifying than zombies. Zombies feel no pain and have no fear, but they have no brains and act only on instinct. Human malice is boundless, cunning, vicious, cruel, and poisonous. These are all common. Some people are more skilled in scheming, making it hard to guard against them. So when you deal with enemies, you must be more cautious than with zombies. Hua Fian and Long Kai stood at attention and replied resolutely, got it, Brother Ming. If they ever encountered an unbeatable situation, Li Ming could still use teleportation to escape with them. But that would be too shameful. Having obtained a system and still being chased away, Li Ming couldn't let that happen. He had to become stronger as soon as possible. Lin Saixia paced angrily with her phone, her eyes full of murderous intent. She brazenly sent private photos that even she blushed at to Li Ming. Li Ming only replied with a single line, "How embarrassing. A great humiliation." After all, she was a top-notch figure in the car model industry, and plenty of rich second-generation heirs and big stars were eager to be with her. Today she offered herself and was rejected. If this can be tolerated, what cannot? Lin Saixia was now filled with a strong desire to kill Li Ming. That's right. Li Ming had a huge stockpile of supplies. She didn't have to grovel to him. From another angle, if she could kill him, all his supplies would fall into her hands. With that thought, Lin Saixia suddenly felt enlightened. Considering she was a weak woman and might end up being killed by Li Ming instead, she needed help. She had to find accomplices. She thought of the two muscular gym coaches who lived downstairs in her building, Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue. Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue always looked at her and Qin Shanshan with lecherous eyes, and even flaunted their proud muscles in front of them many times. Why not give in to them? Besides, those two muscle men seemed quite capable. In the apocalypse, having such people around would greatly increase her sense of security. Lin Saixia acted immediately, put on a thick down jacket, and headed to the muscle men's apartment. At that time, Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue were at home dry eating protein powder to stave off hunger. Chun Hao forced down a few bites, but couldn't swallow anymore. It was too dry and choking. "Brother Zhou, I really can't eat this anymore. Even though I'm hungry, it makes me even thirstier. If we keep eating like this, we'll die of dehydration before starvation." Zhou Dazue hugged a bucket of protein powder and shook his head in pain. "No, we have to find water. We absolutely must find water." Chun Hao put down the protein powder, tilted the dry water bottle over his mouth, and tried to coax a single drop out of it. The next moment, Chun Hao angrily crushed the plastic bottle into a ball and threw it against the wall. "Not a drop. Brother Zhou, while we still have strength, let's go rob some water from another apartment. Otherwise, we really won't survive." Zhou Dazue put down his protein powder. "I was thinking the same thing. If we don't rob, others have already gone crazy looting." Chun Hao stood up excitedly. "Since we're robbing anyway, let's also take care of the sisters upstairs. Nobody cares even if you kill people now, so robbing them is nothing." Zhou Dazue hesitated for a moment, then his face gradually turned ruthless. "Let's do it. Let's go to their place first. They might still have water." Having made the decision, they immediately put on thick down jackets and grabbed some suitable tools for knocking on doors. They opened the door and took 2 steps out, only to run into Lin Saixia, who was coming to find them. The moment they met, all three were stunned. Lin Saixia noticed the tools in Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue's hands and asked cautiously, "Brothers, where are you headed?" Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue exchanged glances, thinking, "She's coming to us willingly. Is this really happening?" Chun Hao quickly stepped forward, pressed a knife against Lin Saixia's neck, and swallowed his dry throat. "Nowhere special. Just going to find you and your sister to borrow some supplies, and then have some fun playing poker." Lin Saixia showed no panic. She had come fully prepared. She gave the two men a seductive smile, and spoke in a sweet, coquettish voice. "Brothers, we can talk about things. I'm not saying no, so don't scare me with the knife." After saying that, she reached out and pushed the knife away from her neck. Her reaction caught Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue off guard. In the past, she always put on a cold, disdainful face when she saw them, but now she was actively flirting with them. It seemed the sisters' supplies were also running low, and they had come to ask for help. Although Lin Saixia hadn't bathed in days, and had been eating instant noodles, leaving her complexion slightly sallow, her tall figure and delicate artificial facial features still had a strong appeal for Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue. Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao quickly grabbed Lin Saixia and dragged her into their apartment. "Oh, why are you in such a hurry? It's not like I can run away." Lin Saixia looked around. The apartment was stacked with protein powder cans and empty water bottles. "It seems your supplies are also running low, brothers. If this continues, we'll all starve to death. I have a good idea for getting a large amount of supplies, but I need your help." Hearing about a large amount of supplies, Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue stopped what they were doing. Zhou Dazue asked suspiciously, "A large amount? What do we have to do?" Lin Saixia straightened her clothes and lowered her voice. "Do you know that guy in the group chat who goes by collecting premium beauties?" Chun Hao's face immediately showed anger. "Of course I know that bastard. I am in the group to borrow some supplies, and he completely ignored me. If I find out which apartment he's in, I'll kill him." Lin Saixia's face took on a shrewd expression. "That collecting premium beauties guy has his eye on my sister. He should be coming to my place today to pick her up. We can set up an ambush in advance. The moment he enters my apartment, you two subdue him immediately. Then with a little torture, how can he not hand over his supplies?" After an intense card game of Do Diju, Lin Saixia brought Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue back to her home. Qin Shanshan, noticing Saixia's disheveled hair, said in terror, "Saixia, have they bullied you?" She pulled Lin Saixia toward her and shielded her behind her, murmuring, "Saixia, don't worry, I'm here. Get out of my house right now, or I won't be nice to you." Chun Hao sneered, "Won't be nice? Then scream louder. The louder you scream, the more excited I get." In the next instant, Lin Saixia suddenly grabbed Qin Shanshan from behind, pinning her arms tightly. "Why are you still standing there? Come and tie her up quickly." Hearing Lin Saixia's call, Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao immediately rushed forward. Qin Shanshan finally realized that Lin Saixia was with them, and she cried out in terror, "Saixia, what are you doing? Let me go right now." She wriggled her whole body, kicking and flailing wildly, desperately, trying to break free from Lin Saixiao's grip. Chen Shanshan was surprisingly strong, nearly breaking free several times. Zhou Dazue quickly stepped forward, grabbed her by the hair, and delivered a hard slap across her face. The weakened and starving Chen Shanshan was sent reeling from Zhou Dazue's powerful blow, her vision swimming as she collapsed to the ground. Do we really need to go through all this trouble to deal with her? Zhou Dazue sneered. It only takes one slap. Chun Hao quickly produced a rope he had prepared beforehand and bound Chen Shanshan. Brother Zhou, go easy on her. Don't break her before we've even had our fun. Chen Shanshan, her body trembling with cold, looked at Lin Saixiao with utter despair. Saixiao, what are you doing? Why would you treat me like this? Lin Saixiao spoke with venomous hatred. Shanshan, if you want to blame someone, blame that collector of stunning beauties. In what way am I inferior to you? How dare he claim I don't meet his standards? And how dare he call me dark-skinned? Chen Shanshan was bewildered. What do you mean? He said you're dark? Have you darkened him? Lin Saixiao's face flushed crimson. How could such an embarrassing remark come out of anyone's mouth? Was she truly without shame? Does he really think he's the only man left in this world? Brother Zhou and Brother Chun are quite capable. I've tested them, and they can definitely protect me in this apocalypse. We don't need to feel sorry for that so-called collector of stunning beauties. Once we capture him, all the supplies in his possession will inevitably become ours. After securely binding Chen Shanshan, Lin Saixiao instructed Chun Hao and Zhou Dazue, that person should be arriving soon. You two lie in wait, one behind the sofa, the other in the kitchen. As soon as he walks in, I'll use my charm to captivate him. Even though he dismissed my photographs, the real me is far more stunning. I'm certain he won't remain unmoved. Then you'll strike suddenly. Make sure not to give him any chance to resist. Chun Hao nodded. Can you confirm how many will arrive? Do they have weapons? Lin Saixiao shook her head. She was solely consumed by the desire to kill Li Ming as quickly as possible, to vent her rage and seize his supplies. She hadn't given much thought to anything else. Zhou Daze leered at the bound Chen Shanshan and muttered vilely, I don't care how many come. These weaklings, I'll kill them all. Don't forget, I was the national Muay Thai runner-up. I can handle 10 ordinary guys without breaking a sweat. Chun Hao flattered him. Brother Zhou is formidable. Let's prepare quickly and try to eliminate them in one swift strike. Oh, a Muay Thai fighter who can take on 10 men. That sounds even more impressive than Ip Man. A strange voice echoed from behind them. Li Ming had long anticipated that someone would exploit the rumor about the stunning beauties to lure him out and lay an ambush. By conventional thinking, they assumed he'd have to walk from Building 7 to Building 6, which would force him through either the underground parking garage or the first-floor garden. With the garden buried under snow, the only route available was the underground parking garage, though they had no idea how he might evade the zombies lurking there. But as long as Li Ming showed up, the ambush team would capture him and force him to hand over his supplies. Having anticipated this trap, Li Ming would never take the obvious path. Against his teleportation ability, the distance between buildings, less than 100 meters, was nothing more than a trivial obstacle he could cross at will. In the Binjiang Yihao residential complex, most apartments featured enclosed balconies with floor-to-ceiling glass, just like Huafian's place. However, each unit also had an open service balcony off the kitchen. Li Ming quickly assessed the layout and found that Huafian's service balcony faced directly onto Chen Shanshan's. With effortless precision, he teleported straight through to the service balcony of Unit 1303 in Building 6. The bitter cold had kept the windows and doors shut, but fortunately, they'd only been latched, not locked. Even if they had been locked, it would have been no obstacle. A few solid hammer blows would have done it. Li Ming stepped easily from the service balcony into Chen Shanshan's kitchen, then moved into the living room. At that moment, Lin Saixiao, Chun Hao, and Zhou Dazue were too consumed with binding Chen Shanshan to notice Li Ming emerging from the kitchen. When he overheard Lin Saixiao's plan to capture him alive and seize his supplies, Li Ming couldn't help but laugh. With one wicked woman and two bluff cowards, did they really think they could subdue him? How little they underestimated him. Hearing this, Li Ming spoke up to remind them, oh, a Muay Thai fighter who can take on 10 men. That's more impressive than Ip Man. The unexpected voice sent shockwaves through them, their hearts racing as they turned in terror toward Li Ming. Lin Saixiao stared at Li Ming in utter shock. Who are you? How did you get into my home? Haha, weren't you just discussing how to deal with me? Li Ming scoffed. Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao's expressions darkened. They had been planning how to ambush him, yet he had already been waiting for them all along. Chun Hao swung his iron bar and pointed it at Li Ming. Are you the collector of stunning beauties? Doesn't it look like it? Li Ming shrugged. Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao scrutinized Li Ming from head to toe, their relief immediate. Despite his height and handsome features, his frail scholarly appearance made it obvious he stood no chance against them. Though puzzled by how Li Ming had appeared behind them, they likely assumed Chen Shanshan had let him in earlier. Zhou Dazue pointed dismissively at Li Ming. Kid, has missing those beauties driven you mad? You dare come here alone? Here I am, so what will you do? Catch me as planned. Li Ming smirked. Since you've heard everything, you'd best surrender peacefully, or else. Zhou Dazue's words died in his throat. Shwick. The hand pointing at Li Ming, and the entire arm attached to it, severed clean from his body, blood spraying everywhere. Shwick. Before Zhou Dazue could even register the pain, his other arm was severed in the same instant. Both arms fell to the ground simultaneously. Ah! The agonizing pain forced a pig-like wail from Zhou Dazue's throat. Li Ming laughed. Now you won't be able to throw Muay Thai punches anymore, will you? Chun Hao and Lin Saixiao were utterly bewildered by what had transpired. One moment Zhou Dazue had been boastfully pointing at Li Ming and muttering threats. The next Zhou Dazue's arms were inexplicably severed from his body. Spraying blood splattered across their faces. Yet in their eyes Li Ming had not moved an inch. Was this something a mere human could accomplish? Sorcery? Is it some dark art? Could he truly be wielding supernatural powers? Lin Saixiao and Chun Hao stared at Li Ming in sheer terror, as if beholding the grim Reaper himself, their terror rendering them speechless. Li Ming turned his gaze toward Chun Hao. He practices Muay Thai, and you? What is your most powerful technique? Chun Hao stammered nervously. I practice Taekwondo. Black belt. 10th Dan. Splat. Chun Hao's legs were severed instantly. Aya. The room was immediately filled with the ear-piercing screams of Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao. Li Ming said coldly, our Chinese martial arts are profound and extensive, yet you refuse to learn them, instead running off to study those trivial Korean techniques. Lin Saixiao was so terrified, she became completely numb. In less than a minute, how could things have deteriorated so drastically? Just a minute ago, she had been certain of her victory, even fantasizing about the wonderful life she would have once she secured the supplies. Yet in less than a minute, her perceived powerful backers, Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao, had both been defeated. She hastily knelt before Li Ming, pressing her surgically enhanced face, costing hundreds of thousands, against his leg as she tearfully begged, they forced me to do it, you know, I wanted nothing more than to be with you. You've seen the photos I sent, right? Li Ming kicked Lin Saixiao away. Don't soil my clothes. You're not just dark-skinned, you're repulsive. He then drew the machete from his hand and swiftly sliced through the ropes binding Chen Shanshan. You must be Chen Shanshan, are you all right? Chen Shanshan gazed fixedly at Li Ming, before her eyes brimming with boundless reverence. Li Ming recognized that look all too well. Only he hadn't yet administered the loyalty pill to Chen Shanshan. As expected, she had already fallen under the spell of his personal charisma. After a long while, Chen Shanshan gradually snapped out of her shock. I'm fine. That's good. Li Ming handed her the machete, pointing toward Zhou Dazue, who had lost both his arms. That man on the ground is too noisy, finish him off. Chen Shanshan's hands trembled as she took the machete from Li Ming. Recalling the humiliation she had just endured, she desperately wanted to rush forward and end Zhou Dazue with a single strike. But with the machete gripped tightly in both hands, she still lacked the courage to take a single step forward. Everyone here had grown up in peaceful times, raised as good children with 9 years of compulsory education. Even witnessing someone injured, dead, or bloodied would make them shudder with fear. How could they possibly bring themselves to take a life with their own hands? No matter how much Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao had bragged about their prowess and ruthlessness, the reality of crossing this line would prove far more daunting than their boasts suggested. At this moment, both Zhou Dazue and Chun Hao were consumed by the dread of death, forcing themselves to endure the agony without a single cry. Chun Hao fell to his knees in terror. Brother, we admit our mistakes, please show us mercy. It's all because of that filthy woman. She seduced us into doing this. Chun Hao crawled along the ground, sobbing bitterly. Li Ming completely ignored their pleas for mercy and spoke seriously to Chen Shanshan. These are the people who betrayed you, sold you out, and even attempted to violate you. Go and eliminate them all, and from now on you belong to me. If you can't bring yourself to do it, then perish on your own. Anyone who can't punish those who betrayed and sold them out is useless to me. Chen Shanshan staggered to her feet. Having witnessed Li Ming's power firsthand, she believed that in this apocalyptic world only he could ensure her survival. Moreover, she had endured enough of these relentless hardships, starving, freezing, never knowing when her next meal would come. She needed to leave with Li Ming. Leaving this place was non-negotiable. She gritted her teeth, raised the machete, and brought it down in one swift motion. Zhou Dazue, too weak to struggle without his arms, fell completely silent, his breath gone. Lin Saixiao and Chun Hao never imagined Chen Shanshan would actually go through with it. Now they trembled with terror throughout their bodies. Chun Hao desperately crawled forward with both hands, scrambling toward the door in a futile attempt to escape and call for help. After killing Zhou Dazue, Chen Shanshan felt a significant release of psychological pressure. The tension and guilt that had weighed on her vanished in that instant. She quickly closed the distance to the crawling Chun Hao and brought the blade down decisively on his neck, ending his life completely. Lin Saixiao recoiled backward in fright, urine streaming down her legs. Didn't they say water was scarce? Yet here she was soaked through. Lin Saixiao knelt and wailed, Shanshan, please. Don't you remember? We were best friends. Chen Shanshan replied coldly, best friends. Is this how a best friend treats me? You were the one who told me to reach out to Li Ming, and you were the one consumed by jealousy when he recognized me. Don't think I don't see everything. I told myself it was just your frustration. How foolish of me to think I could secure supplies and deliver them to you no matter what. To have treated you as someone vital in my life. Lin Saixiao scrambled forward on her knees, grabbing Chen Shanshan's pant leg. Shanshan, I was wrong. Please forgive me this one time. Let me go and I swear I'll never appear before you again. Despite this, the blade in Chen Shanshan's hand slowly lowered. Faced with a friend of so many years, she couldn't bring herself to strike. Seizing the opening, Lin Saixiao burst to her feet and produced a fruit knife from her thick down jacket, pressing it against Chen Shanshan's throat. Chen Shanshan was momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with profound disappointment. The friend she knew had become a stranger. Could this still be the Lin Saixia she remembered? Lin Saixia screamed madly at Li Ming. Give me the supplies now, or I'll kill her. Li Ming burst into laughter. Why should I fear you killing her? She's not indispensable to me. Lin Saixia let out a derisive laugh. Don't pretend to be foolish. You've been searching the world over for stunning women. If they weren't useful to you, would you have gone to such lengths? I may not know what you plan to do with them, but they clearly mean everything to you. Li Ming pressed his hand to his forehead. Sigh. What a waste. You're intelligent, yet jealousy has clouded your judgment. In the next instant, Li Ming vanished from Lin Saixia's sight. When Lin Saixia came to her senses, a massive wound gaped at her neck, blood spraying outward. She collapsed into a pool of her own blood, her eyes filled with unwillingness and venomous hatred as she stared at Chen Shanshan and Li Ming. Li Ming lifted Chen Shanshan and teleported directly back to Huafian's home. Chen Shanshan was astonished by Li Ming's method of movement. Although she had already witnessed Li Ming's capabilities and knew that nothing happening to this man was worth surprising. Huafian and Long Kai immediately cheered upon seeing Li Ming return, carrying Chen Shanshan. Ming Gu, you're back. You must be tired. Ming Gu, technician, no. 88 is ready and can be arranged at any time. Li Ming set Chen Shanshan down and said to Huafian, no need for no. 88 today. Take her to wash up first. Huafian pouted in disappointment, then turned to Chen Shanshan and said warmly, Sister Shanshan, let me take you to take a bath first. Ming Gu doesn't like to stay with messy people. Chen Shanshan was completely dumbfounded. She was extremely surprised by the attitude of Huafian and Long Kai. She had thought that upon her arrival these two would definitely be jealous and exclude her. She hadn't expected such warmth. What surprised her even more was that there was actually water for bathing. In her and Lin Saixia's home, not to mention bathing, even drinking water was limited to 500 milliliters per day. Sometimes to reduce water loss, they didn't even dare to urinate, fearing waste. Was this place really like Li Ming said? Unlimited food and unlimited water. Seeing Chen Shanshan's surprised expression, Long Kai recalled that when she first arrived, she too had the look of a country bumpkin coming to the city. Under Huafian's guidance, Chen Shanshan soaked comfortably in a bathtub filled with warm water. She felt as if she had returned to the days before the apocalypse. Having experienced these days of the apocalypse, she now understood how hard won all this was. She silently vowed in her heart to serve Li Ming well. After the bath, Huafian had Chen Shanshan put on Li Ming's favorite attire. Chen Shanshan was slightly taller than Huafian, and although her facial features were not as delicate as Huafian's, she had a curvaceous figure with not an ounce of excess fat. Li Ming was entranced. Another gem. Ding system task completed, achieving the fourth doubling. After doubling space 1600 cubic meters. All stored supplies in the space doubled. After doubling body attributes, constitution 80, strength 128, speed 112, agility 96, spirit 96. After completing the task, obtain a special system reward, awakened A-grade ability, thunderclap. Upgradable. Congratulations host for triggering a random task reward. You have obtained ability fruit phantom beast type, phoenix form. Cannot be doubled. Wow, awaken the thunderclap ability. This ability was too surprising for Li Ming. And this time a random reward was triggered. Awesome. Li Ming immediately extended his right hand and concentrated his mind. Instantly, tiny threads of lightning appeared in the palm of his right hand, like fine silk. Amazing. Previously, his spatial ability and teleportation had no offensive power whatsoever. This thunderclap ability perfectly made up for a major shortcoming in Li Ming's current offensive capabilities. The power of thunderclap combined with teleportation could definitely instant kill most enemies and zombies. Currently, the ability level of this power is A grade, and the system prompts that it can be upgraded. That means there are higher levels above A grade. System ability levels can be divided into D, C, B, A, S, S, S. Li Ming was very satisfied. According to this classification, the thunderclap ability was already at an upper middle level. Moreover, it could be upgraded later, reaching S grade, or even SS grade. But how to upgrade? System: the host's skill level will increase with the host's own ability level. The host's current ability level is A grade. Is the current ability level only A grade? It seems I need to find more top-tier beauties as soon as possible to raise my ability level to S grade, so I can ensure my safety. Having experienced his past life, Li Ming knew that a very small number of people after being infected with the zombie virus would not turn into zombies, but would overcome the virus and awaken as powerful ability users. Among these powerful ability users there were those with A grade, or even S grade abilities. Although he knew that being infected with the zombie virus could potentially awaken abilities, the probability was extremely low. Who would be willing to try? Now with the system-rewarded ability fruit, Li Ming could grant abilities to those around him with zero risk. Unfortunately, the system marked it as cannot be doubled. In other words, it's unique. Otherwise, if placed in the space before long, he could have a phoenix army. But it didn't matter. As long as he continued to find more top-tier beauties, building an ability legion was only a matter of time. Moreover, the ability users in this legion would be 100 loyal to him. Li Ming checked the random reward again, ability fruit phantom beast type, phoenix form. Since it was a fruit, it meant it could be given to anyone to consume. What about himself? Could he also absorb this phoenix form? System: of course. The host can use all rewards triggered by the system. Oh yeah. That meant he not only had the thunderclap ability, but also obtained the phoenix form. Simply invincible. But Li Ming thought again, no, the phoenix form seemed not quite suitable for him. Although he really wanted the phoenix power, wasn't it a bit too effeminate, not fitting his image? A handsome man like him turning into a phoenix. What would that look like? No, this ability absolutely must not be used by himself. Phoenix form, the power of flight. Li Ming's eyes lit up. This ability was especially suitable for Huofian. She was originally a flight attendant. She wouldn't be afraid of heights while flying, would she? Li Ming casually checked the other supplies. All would be doubled, nothing special to see. After Long Kui took 1 loyal servant pill, 3 remained, and now they had doubled to 6. The quantity was increasing. The water supply had become 6,400 cubic meters. Instant noodles had also increased from 4,000 boxes to 8,000 boxes. All other supplies had doubled. Too much, simply too much to use up. Li Ming was considering that in a few days he would use these supplies to recruit troops and build his own force. In the future, when encountering trouble, they would all charge ahead. He would stay in the back, which suited his cautious personality. Li Ming took out a loyal servant pill from the space and handed it to Chun Shanshan to consume. Chun Shanshan's gaze toward Li Ming instantly became more fervent. This fervor far exceeded that of Huofian and Long Kui. Chun Shanshan already had a very high sense of identification with Li Ming. After taking the loyal servant pill, she felt that Li Ming was her god, not to be offended by anyone. Every word and command from Li Ming was like a divine decree in Chun Shanshan's heart. It left Li Ming dumbfounded. She was too enthusiastic. This service could not be compared to ordinary clubs. It was like the legendary heaven on earth of the past. Li Ming quickly called Huofian in. Huofian was still in her flight attendant uniform. As soon as she entered, she performed a unique flight attendant etiquette gesture. Hello, sir. Would you like technician no? 88 to serve you. Li Ming. Li Ming retrieved the phoenix-type ability fruit from his spatial storage. Huofian and Chun Shanshan stared curiously at the tangerine red fruit in his hand, which resembled a dragon fruit. Li Ming handed the phoenix fruit to Huofian. This is a reward for technician no. 88. Eat it. Huofian cupped the tangerine red dragon fruit in her hands, as if it were a treasure, her eyes brimming with excitement. Ming Ji's reward was a recognition of her work as technician no. 88. Even if it were a lump of dirt, she would treasure it dearly. Huofian gazed at the fruit in her hands with curiosity and asked Ming Gu, what kind of fruit is this? I've traveled all over the world and never seen anything like it. Li Ming couldn't be bothered to explain and simply commanded, don't ask. Eat it now. Receiving his order, Huofian dared not dawdle, and without caring about her image, she immediately bit into the phoenix fruit. After Huofian had consumed the entire phoenix fruit, Li Ming eagerly asked, how do you feel? Huofian stuck out her tongue in distress. It tastes terrible. Li Ming said coldly, I'm asking about your body sensations after eating it. Huofian closed her eyes and sensed her own body. Whoosh. Suddenly, orange-red flames burst forth from several places on Huofian's body. Startled by the flames, she exclaimed, ah. Mingo, what's happening to me? Li Ming stared intently at the orange-red flames on Huofian. Was this phoenix fire? The orange-red flames of the phoenix form were not hot. In fact, they felt quite warm and gentle. Standing nearby felt very comfortable. Li Ming stood up and slowly approached Huofian. I gave you an ability fruit, mythical beast-type phoenix form. Eating it grants you the phoenix ability. Oh. Huofian was stunned. So that means I've already obtained the phoenix ability. Huofian, who enjoyed reading comics and watching anime, had some understanding of abilities. Moreover, her childhood dream had always been to acquire the phoenix ability, beautiful, elegant, and capable of soaring through the skies. This ability fruit must be extremely precious. Ming Gu thought of giving it to her first. A blush crept across Huofian's face, and her gaze toward Li Ming grew even more fervent. Thank you, Ming Gu. Mua mua. Li Ming sensed the passionate, affectionate look in Huofian's eyes and felt a twinge of unease. Was this silly girl thinking about something inappropriate again? Li Ming quickly asked, is your phoenix flame only at this temperature? Huofian extended her palm, and a burst of phoenix flame rose from it. Of course not. I was just afraid it might hurt you, Ming Gu, so I kept it at a comfortable temperature. I can freely control its temperature. If I raise it to the maximum, I estimate it could even turn steel into molten metal in an instant. Long Kai and Chun Shanshan watched Huofian's form enveloped in orange-red flames, their eyes filled with envy. Long Kui said coquettishly, Ming Gu, the phoenix power is so cool and majestic. I really want it too. Don't worry. If you both perform, well, I'll grant you suitable ability fruits when I find them. Long Kai and Chun Shanshan simultaneously hooked their arms around Li Ming's, exclaiming excitedly, Ming Gu, we'll definitely do our best, and make sure you're satisfied. Li Ming took Huofian's hand. Fian, let's go outside and try. You should be able to soar through the sky. They arrived at the open living balcony. Li Ming said expectantly, Fian, try transforming into your complete phoenix form. Huofian nodded, and with a thought, the orange-red flames on her body instantly blazed up. The orange-red flames gradually enveloped Huofian's entire body, taking on the shape of feathers. Her hands began to change, gradually transforming into wings wrapped in flaming feathers. Her feet also turned into sharp talons, and her eyes grew large and bright, as fierce and piercing as an eagle's gaze. Her entire body expanded, and the small balcony could barely contain the massive phoenix form. Huofian became extremely confident, as if she possessed an innate instinct for flight. She flapped her wings and soared into the sky. Flying in her phoenix form, Huafian seemed to tear a brilliant rift in the sky, dazzling to behold. The light was interwoven with iridescent halos like rainbows entwined. With each flap of her wings, countless particles of light scattered, leaving a long, resplendent trail behind her. Chong chong. Huafian let out two phoenix cries, clear and melodious, high and piercing. In the night sky, the flying phoenix appeared exceptionally radiant and dazzling. It even stirred the entire residential complex, with residents coming to their balconies to gaze upward and witness the miracle. The homeowners began commenting in the group chat. Everyone, look. What is that flying in the sky? It's so beautiful. It's a phoenix, a real phoenix. Everyone come look at the sky outside. The phoenix foretells auspiciousness, peace, and tranquility. Has it come to save us? It's a celestial being descending to earth. It's come to rescue us. God save us. Most of the surviving residents in the complex knelt on their balconies, praying to the phoenix soaring in the sky. After circling the sky a few times, Huafian felt immense joy. Minga, thank you. This is absolutely amazing. Li Ming suddenly had a great idea and shouted to Huafian, Fian, come closer to me. Hearing his command, Huafian immediately circled in the air and gradually approached Building 7. When she was less than 100 meters away, Li Ming teleported toward her. Swoosh. Li Ming landed on Huafian's back, which was enveloped in phoenix flame. In her phoenix form, her wingspan was a full 20 meters, and her back was quite spacious. It could easily accommodate 3 to 5 people at once. Li Ming stood on the phoenix's back, surrounded by the blazing orange-red flames. The temperature at high altitude was far lower than on the ground, dropping to -60 C, with fierce winds howling. Yet Li Ming felt no cold at all. Instead, he felt nothing but warmth, comfort, and even the fatigue of the entire day melting away in the phoenix flame. Mingo, my phoenix flame can not only eliminate fatigue, but also has healing properties. If you let me stay by your side, I can heal your wounds anytime. Li Ming threw his head back and laughed maniacally. So cool. This was the mount he had always dreamed of. I have a mount. During the day, she is my mount, and at night, she is also my mount. With Huafian as his flying mount, traveling outside would be much more convenient. He could completely ignore the zombies on the ground and go wherever he wished. Li Ming laughed wildly. Fian, fly farther away. He hadn't dared to properly test his thunder ability indoors for fear of damaging the furniture. Huafian instantly accelerated to maximum speed. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, they had already left Riverside No. 1 residential complex over a kilometer behind. Li Ming quickly pressed his palms together and slowly spread them apart. Crackling. Bolts of lightning connected between his palms, instantly emitting a dazzling blue-white light. Rumble. Then a deafening thunderous roar surged like 10,000 horses galloping. Thunderous welcome. With Li Ming's low roar, a brilliant blue-white electric bolt descended from the heavens with devastating force. Crackling. Thick smoke billowed from the ground. Wherever the lightning struck, all zombies on the surface were reduced to ashes. Huafian shouted in amazement, Mingo, what is this? It's so cool. Li Ming smiled with satisfaction. My new ability, Thunder. After a night of testing, Huafian's top flight speed reached an astonishing 500 kilometers per hour. However, maintaining that speed for long would quickly exhaust her, and the flight distance would be significantly reduced. Thus, Huafian's usual flight speed was around 300 kilometers per hour, comparable to a high-speed train. Upon returning home, Luo Zijuan trembled uncontrollably as she wrapped herself in the quilt. Even after bundling herself in 3 layers of blankets, she still felt unbearably cold. Perhaps moving around would help, but the more she moved, the more famished she became. Their food supply was dwindling, and their water source had long since run dry. She stealthily glanced at Guanfeng, who lay half dead on the bed, ensuring his gaze wasn't on her. Furtively, she pulled a solid piece of ice from her bosom and slipped it into her mouth. It was the foot-washing water, what they mockingly called golden soup, that Li Ming had doused them with yesterday at his doorstep. In the -50-degree corridor, the water splashed on the ground instantly froze into ice. Unnoticed by anyone, Luo Zijuan had quietly concealed several chunks of ice formed from that golden foot-washing soup. Though it carried a strong odor, it was at least water-free from the zombie virus. These ice chunks, if sold outside, would be worth tens of thousands. They were even in short supply on the market. And the ice had a salty taste which could help replenish the salt her body was losing. Highly nutritious. As Luo Zijuan held the golden soup ice in her mouth, she clutched her phone, praying for Li Ming to reply to her messages. Since last night, she had sent Li Ming over 100 messages, one after another. Li Ming, I apologize for hurting you in the past. Believe me, I am sincere. Can you give me a chance to apologize to you in person? Ming, have you thought of me? I miss you. Let's make up. I know you still have feelings for me. Back then, when I abandoned you and chose to be with Guanfeng, it was all his coercion. I just didn't want you to worry, so I never explained. You know Guanfeng's parents are high-ranking officials in the city. If I refused him, he would have harmed my parents and my younger brother, who's still in school. When your business failed back then, I didn't want to be a burden to you, so I left. I hope you can understand my good intentions. Through hardship, I've realized you are the best to me, and you are the one I love most in my heart. You've changed. You weren't like this before. You once said that no matter what wrong I did, you would forgive me. Can't you forgive me this time? I truly know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Let's start over. Let me be with you. In this apocalypse, we should stick together through life and death, never abandoning each other. The entire night Li Ming was immersed in the joy of acquiring the thunderclap ability and Huafian's phoenix form. How could he have time to check his phone? Moreover, the gazes of Huafian Long Kai and the newcomer Chen Shanshan toward him grew increasingly fervent. He was utterly exhausted. It wasn't until morning that Li Ming finally had a moment to look at his phone. Seeing Luo Zijuan's over 100 messages begging for forgiveness, he couldn't help but shake his head. In his past life, he had given everything for a woman like her. A woman like Luo Zijuan loved only herself. To secure a comfortable life, she would stoop to any means. Earlier, when she had latched onto Guan Feng's boat, she constantly flaunted their relationship on her social feed, even subtly mocking Li Ming's shortcomings. Now, less than a week into the apocalypse, she couldn't wait to abandon Guan Feng and throw herself into Li Ming's arms. She had set aside her dignity and arrogance only because he held the supplies that could make her life comfortable. Li Ming replied with a photo showing 3 beautiful women fervently attending to him. Do I need your company? You're clearly so cheap, yet you pretend to be noble. Do you think I don't know about you and Guan Feng? Luo Zijuan was stunned. How did it become 3 beauties? Were these women all so high level now? In just one night another beauty had appeared, and Chen Shanshan's looks and figure even surpassed her own. Luo Zijuan immediately sent a voice message demanding, Huafian and Long Kui are one thing, but who is this vixen? One more person meant one more mouth to feed. Li Ming replied, none of your damn business. I prefer fertile fields, not barren wasteland. Enraged by his message, Luo Zijuan hurled her phone to the ground. After all, you were the most eager to plow that wasteland back then. They say men are heartless creatures. They deny everything once they've had their way. Guan Feng, who had been severely injured and bedridden after Long Kui threw him with 2 shoulder throws, saw Luo Zijuan's fury and complained, what's wrong with you again? Can't you just stay still and save your energy? Luo Zijuan grabbed a pillow and repeatedly beat Guan Feng with it. It's all your fault, you useless waste. You can't even beat 2 women. What else can I count on you for? Already gravely wounded, Guan Feng moaned in pain with each blow from the pillow. Gently, gently. It hurts like hell. I think that crazy woman broke my ribs. Can you find me a doctor? Luo Zijuan snorted coldly. A doctor? You're still thinking about a doctor. Even if you're cured, you'll be a cripple. A waste. None of you men are any good. Since I can't rely on any of you, don't blame me. Especially Li Ming. How dare he call me barren wasteland? I'll make you pay. The more she thought about it, the more unwilling she felt. Her eyes glinted with ruthlessness and venom. Since I can't beat him or join him, I'll sell his information to someone who can beat him. That Zheng Haonan has a gun after all. I don't believe those 2 crazy women at Li Ming's place can outmatch a gun. So she picked up her phone from the floor and quickly found Zheng Haonan's WeChat. Brother Haonan, I'd like to sell you some information. Are you interested in all the intel on the guy who's collecting top-tier beauties? Zheng Haonan replied quickly. Tell me, how do you want to sell it? Luo Zijuan, I'll give you all the intel on him. After you seize his supplies, we split 50 to 50. Zheng Haonan, you sure have a big mouth. 50%. Can you even hold on to it? Luo Zijuan read the message and thought carefully. Indeed, even if she actually got 50% of Li Ming's supplies, she, a weak woman, wouldn't be able to keep them. Worse, that 50% would make her a target for everyone. Then those supplies wouldn't be supplies anymore. They'd become a hot potato. And Guan Feng, sickly as he was definitely unreliable. She needed to find another strong backer to protect her properly. Zheng Haonan, is that you in your WeChat moments? WeChat moments. Zheng Haonan had seen her photos in his moments. Yes, this Zheng Haonan was a perfect strong backer. He had many underlings and a gun. If she could win him over, forget 50%. All the supplies would be hers. And manipulating men was her specialty. Luo Zijuan was confident that Zheng Haonan would soon fall for her charms. Luo Zijuan, of course those photos are my natural look. Do you think I'm pretty? Little sister really admires capable men like you. Can we meet to talk? Luo Zijuan exhausted every resource she had left to dress herself up, then made her way alone to Zheng Haonan's residence. As soon as Luo Zijuan stepped inside, she surveyed the surroundings. Zheng Haonan sat on the living room sofa surrounded by several burly men. In the corner of the dining room, several young women in thin clothes huddled under blankets. Luo Zijuan recognized one of them as her neighbor from downstairs. It seemed that even if she had not come to find Zheng Haonan today, he would have come knocking at her door anyway. Oh. The room kept echoing with women's terrified screams. Zheng Haonan cursed angrily. Shredded hair, can't you tone it down during broad daylight? Is this 40-year-old woman really that entertaining? Brother Haonan, you wouldn't understand the taste of a mature woman. I've been craving this woman for so long. A lecherous voice came from the room. Seeing the stacked mineral water bottles in the corner, Luo Zijuan instinctively licked her dry lips. Zheng Haonan's bald subordinate laughed upon seeing Luo Zijuan come alone. Wow, Brother Haonan, this woman really didn't exaggerate. She's truly a beauty. I've been dealing with women in their 30s and 40s these past few days. I'm sick of it. And this woman really has some backbone. Other women avoid us like the plague, yet she dares to come to us on her own. As he finished speaking, the bald man stepped forward to grab Luo Zijuan's clothes. Slap. Luo Zijuan slapped the bald man across the face, saying arrogantly and disdainfully, am I someone you can touch? She had studied what each type of man liked. For a triad figure like Zheng Haonan, acting coquettish might only spark his interest momentarily. To truly win over a man like him, she needed to be fiercer and bolder than he was. This was precisely why even triad bosses feared their wives. Since she was going to do this, she would play the role of this formidable woman, not a woman whom others could toy with and discard at will. The bald man, stung by the slap, erupted in fury. Grabbing Luo Zijuan's hair with one hand, he raised his massive palm. "You filthy whore, you dare lay hands on me." "Baldy, stop," Zheng Haonan said slowly from the sofa. "Boss, she actually dared to hit me." The bald man protested indignantly. "Get lost," Zheng Haonan barked loudly. Reprimanded by his boss, the bald man immediately deflated and retreated to the side to rub his stinging face. Zheng Haonan stared coldly at Luo Zijuan, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "You come to my place and lay hands on my men. If you don't give me an explanation, don't expect to leave here in one piece today." Luo Zijuan swayed her hips as she approached Zheng Haonan, about to sit beside him. Zheng Haonan drew his pistol and pointed it at her. "Don't move. Take one more step, and I'll put a hole in your head." In these apocalyptic times, Zheng Haonan couldn't afford to let just anyone approach him, especially after robbing and killing so many people over the past few days. He couldn't rule out the possibility that someone was using this very method to get close to him for revenge. "Take off your clothes." Luo Zijuan seemed to have anticipated this move from Zheng Haonan and casually removed her two thick down jackets. Beneath the down jackets there was nothing. Though Luo Zijuan had been rated an 80 by the system these past few years, she had devoted herself entirely to beauty treatments and fitness. Her figure and looks were meticulously maintained. Her fiery figure made Zheng Haonan's gaze drift. Seeing his wandering eyes, Luo Zijuan knew this man had fallen for her trap. Enduring the near-freezing temperature indoors and the leering stares of the bald man and his numerous subordinates, Luo Zijuan slowly sat beside Zheng Haonan. She wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear, "Brother Haonan, would you like to come to my room and have a thorough discussion?" Zheng Haonan burst out laughing heartily. "You really are bold, but I like that." He swept up the nearly naked Luo Zijuan in his arms and walked into the room amidst everyone's gaze. The bald man said enviously, "Brother Haonan really has excellent fortune with women. In this building 7 apart from Huafian and Long Kai, she must be next in line." Huang Mao, standing beside the bald man, swallowed hard and asked, "Do you think after the boss is done he'll let us experience it too?" Rubbing his stinging cheek, the bald man shook his head. "Don't even think about it. This woman is no ordinary person." 5 minutes later, Zheng Haonan lit a cigarette afterward. "Is your intelligence accurate? Were they really only 4 people? Could there be other weapons?" Zheng Haonan was truly tempted by Li Ming's supplies. Though he had raided many households these past few days, the supplies he obtained were quite limited. He still had to support so many men, and everything revolved around supplies. He had never known Li Ming's true strength, so he never dared to make a rash move. Luo Zijuan downed a bottle of mineral water and replenished her energy from Zheng Haonan. Her breathing had improved considerably now. She stated with certainty, "I'm 100% sure. I know that cheap bastard Li Ming. He used to be a delivery guy with no real combat ability. But those 2 women, Huafian and Long Kui, they're quite strong." Zheng Haonan laughed heartily. "Strong? How strong can 2 women possibly be? Besides, we have guns. I thought with all the supplies Li Ming had hoarded, he'd definitely have a large number of men and weapons guarding them. That's why we didn't dare to act against them for a while. Since that's the case, we won't hold back. After we successfully get his supplies, I'll give you 20%. Luo Zijuan lay coquettishly in Zheng Haonan's arms. "Brother Haonan, as long as you help me kill Li Ming, I won't ask for any of the supplies." Zheng Haonan looked at Luo Zijuan in surprise. "Is your grudge with him that deep, eh?" Luo Zijuan recounted her grievances with Li Ming to him. Of course, her version was how Li Ming had cunningly stolen the supplies she and Guanfeng had worked so hard to accumulate, and how he showed no regard for their past friendship by inciting Huafian and Long Kui to assault them. In short, according to Luo Zijuan, Li Ming was nothing but a complete jerk and a scumbag. Zheng Haonan was visibly indignant on her behalf as he listened. "Zijuan, don't worry, I'll definitely help you tear apart that scumbag Li Ming with my bare hands." Just listen to that. He was already calling her Zijuan so readily. Men certainly did love the hero rescues beauty routine, taking advantage of vulnerable situations. Whenever they heard about a woman with a gambling-addicted father, a seriously ill mother, or an irresponsible younger brother, they couldn't help but offer extra compassion. Seeing Zheng Haonan completely hooked, Luo Zijuan wore a satisfied smile. "I'm thinking 20% will dismiss me. Not only will I claim all the supplies from Li Ming's house, but everything Zheng Haonan seizes from anywhere else in the future will be mine too." Aside from Zheng Haonan, that bald man she had just slapped also seemed decently capable. Perhaps she could tempt him when she had time. In this apocalypse, having more men meant more survival options, a principle she understood well. At this moment, the entire residential complex and several neighboring communities were thrown into an uproar. Binjiangno, one's all-you-can-eat and drink live stream had begun. The broadcast featured someone consuming a suckling pig in one bite and downing a bottle of 1982 Lafite in another. Before the apocalypse, most people might have found such displays excessively flashy with no real appeal. But this was the apocalypse. How many people had not had a proper meal of meat in days? And red wine. Currently, they were rationing water drop by drop, considering even an extra drop a luxury. In the video, Li Ming sat before a large dining table. Long Kai and Chen Shanshan stood on either side massaging him. Meanwhile, Huafian held fresh ingredients and fed them to Li Ming by hand. 2 premium dried abelances. Li Ming chewed a couple of bites then spat them out. Too tough, not braised soft enough. Shen Shanshan quickly knelt down. I'm sorry, Brother Ming, I'll be more careful next time. Imported premium wagyu from the island nation. He chewed twice then spat it out. You dare put food contaminated by the island nation's nuclear radiation into my mouth. Shen Shanshan apologized once more. Brother Ming, I was wrong, I deserve to die. From now on, nothing from that island nation will ever appear before you again. Top-grade imported French foie gras. Li Ming didn't even bother chewing it, simply walked to the window and threw it out. A country that couldn't even properly host the Olympic opening ceremony, what good ingredients could they possibly produce? They're here to make a joke of themselves. Each time Li Ming spat out food, the livestream comments exploded. Holy shit, ruthless. Weren't there only Huafian and Long Kui before? How did Shen Shanshan from Building 6 end up there too? You foolish boy, wasting food like this will surely bring divine punishment. Unless you let me have a bite. It must be fake, definitely fake. If it were real, he would have swallowed it already. Those have to be wax replicas. Stop spitting it out. If you're not going to eat it, let me have it. Please, I don't even mind if it's what you've already spat out. Father, you are my real father. I'm your son who's been lost for many years. Please come claim me and take me back. Brother, do you need a pet? An old dog who's lived 30 years is begging to be taken in. I'll eat whatever you spit out. Huafi and Long Qi, let go of that boy in your hands quickly. Let me take his place. Ajin fell in love with Ah Chong on a starry night. Li Ming shamelessly belted out in the live stream. As soon as Li Ming's voice rang out, Huafian and the other two immediately let out fanatical screams. Brother Ming, your singing is just too good. My ears are pregnant. Brother Ming, we'll be together forever, you're the greatest. Mua mua. Who else? In this world, who can surpass our Brother Ming? Ooh. Zheng Haonan, watching Li Ming's smug expression in the live stream, burned with rage. Damn it. This Li Ming is truly a complete scumbag of bastard. He suddenly felt as if he had transformed into an agent of justice ready to punish evil for Luo Zijuan. Having been a villain for decades, this was the first time he felt he was robbing someone for the sake of justice. Brothers, grab your weapons. Come with me and chop this beast to pieces. After 2 days of looting and raiding, Zheng Haonan's team had now grown to as many as 12 members. Moreover, each one was a burly, ferocious, and ruthless fellow. Zheng Haonan's criteria for selecting members were extremely strict. You couldn't join just because you wanted to. If a freeloader contributed nothing to the team, they would never be admitted into Zheng Haonan's group. After all, in the apocalypse, food was limited. One more person meant one more mouth to feed and one more expense. Hearing that they were going to chop up Li Ming, who was currently live streaming, everyone immediately became excited. Everyone knew that the food this kid Li Ming had hidden could be more than the entire neighborhood combined. Moreover, he had 3 stunning beauties by his side. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. The bald man said lecherously, "Boss, after we chop up this guy, can we share one of those 3 beauties from his place? Otherwise morale among the brothers won't be high." Zheng Haonan waved his hand generously and said, "I already have your big sister-in-law. Those 3 women belong to all of you brothers." Without benefits, would these people follow him? Zheng Haonan understood better than anyone that empty promises alone couldn't motivate these people. They needed to see tangible rewards. Just a few women. If necessary, even Luo Zijuan could be handed over to them. Hearing that the 3 women around Li Ming would belong to all the brothers, Zheng Haonan's underlings' desires reached their peak. These 3 women were ones they could only lust after from afar, never daring to dream of in the past. Today they actually had a chance to experience them all, and they were already a bit impatient. Li Ming was singing passionately and excitedly. Ring ring. Suddenly his phone rang. It was a call from Guanfeng. Live long and see the world, Guanfeng actually called him. Li Ming left the live stream and answered the phone, spit it out. At this moment, Guanfeng, disregarding his own dignity, said humbly, "Li Ming, I have an important piece of information to sell you. Are you interested?" "No interest." Li Ming hung up. The phone rang again. It was still Guanfeng. What kind of intelligence could Guanfeng have? And he wanted to haggle. Li Ming decided to listen to what he had to say. Li Ming picked up the phone again and said impatiently, "I'll give you one more chance. Get to the point." Guanfeng, afraid that Li Ming would hang up again and he would lose his chance, said in a tearful voice, "That bitch Luo Zijuan went to join Zheng Haonan and even abandoned me." Li Ming sneered, "That's it. Isn't that just her normal behavior?" Guanfeng couldn't help crying. "She left fine, but when I asked her for a pack of noodles and a bottle of water, she wouldn't give me any. Do you know how much effort and money I spent to snatch her from you? Now when I ask her for a bottle of water, that bitch won't give it." Li Ming didn't want to listen to his lamentations. It was all his own doing, none of his business. "If you keep talking about this, I'm hanging up." No. Guanfeng said hastily. "I'm telling you, Luo Zijuan has convinced Zheng Haonan. They're coming to your place today, breaking into your home, and stealing your supplies and women." Li Ming, "Oh, got it." Guanfeng was stunned. What did he mean by "oh, got it"? This Li Ming completely didn't follow the script. Shouldn't you be nervous? Shouldn't you be panicking and asking me what to do? Shouldn't you be inquiring about how many men Zheng Haonan has, what weapons, and when they'll set out? Li Ming's calmness completely caught him off guard. All the lines he had prepared were useless. He had originally planned to use this information to extort a good deal from Li Ming. "Li Ming, anything else? If not, don't bother me." No. Guanfeng again in a tearful voice said, Li Ming, since I told you the information about Luo Zijuan, could you give me some medicine, food, and water? That woman of yours might have really broken my ribs. I'm in so much pain I'm dying. Li Ming, no, you're asking for too much. Guanfeng was pleasantly surprised. If Li Ming thought it was too much, that meant he would give less, but he was still willing to give. Guanfeng hesitated, then give me a little water and food. Li Ming, no, still too much. Guanfeng, then just a tiny bit of water, alright. Li Ming, no, even a single drop of water would be too much. Li Ming hung up. Guanfeng, if a guy like you wants to get supplies from me. Delusional. But Li Ming was delighted to see him and Luo Zijuan fighting like dogs. Isn't it just a small-time Zheng Haonan? Need to panic? At most they are walking XP bags easily handled. Their arrival will be a perfect opportunity for Huafian and Longkai to train in actual combat experience against enemies. I just hope Zheng Haonan's crew can be a bit more formidable, not too pathetic. Chen Shanshan, forget it, she hasn't even undergone zombie slaying training. Even though she was extremely loyal and admiring of Li Ming, she couldn't change her former timid and fearful nature. She'll come around slowly. Just as Li Ming put down his own phone, Huafian excitedly came over with her phone and handed it to him. Brother Ming, look at this. Li Ming curiously took Huafian's phone. On the screen was a newly created group, Zheng Haonan vs. Li Ming group. Oh ho. The news that Zheng Haonan was coming to cause trouble for him had spread so quickly, and they even created a new group to discuss it. Were there professional paparazzi nearby? Apparently Huafian had also been added to the group by the creator. No wonder. Although Huafian was also a resident here, she rarely spoke in the group. Few people knew that the nickname Sheep Counter was actually Huafian herself. Li Ming tapped into the group with interest. Out of sight, out of mind, but once he saw it he was shocked. These people had already installed pinhole cameras all over the 22nd floor hallway of Building 7, achieving a 360-degree high-definition livestream with no blind spots. Even Li Ming had no idea when these people installed them. Indeed, there were masters everywhere in Hua Kingdom, especially when it came to watching drama and gossiping. No matter how dangerous or difficult, nothing could stop them. Everyone, this live stream is pay-per-view. Not a box of water, not a bottle of water. Just the price of a cup of water per person, and you can watch the showdown between the strongest kings of Building 7 without leaving your home. Li Ming's mouth twitched. This group admin was really a genius to come up with such a money-making scheme. Indeed, in the apocalypse, everyone had their own way to survive. Li Ming was very curious about how he would collect a cup of water from each person. The residents in the group began to comment. I wonder who will win between them. I personally favor Zheng Haonan. After all, he has strong soldiers and horses and a gun in hand. I also think Zheng Haonan will come out on top. That kid Li Ming, despite having so many supplies at the start, he didn't strive for progress, didn't recruit followers, and only thought about women, and only top-tier ones at that. Deserves to fail. Doesn't he know that in the apocalypse only with people and weapons can you live comfortably? So stupid. Li Ming silently noted these people who didn't believe in him. I don't think so. Could Li Ming have hoarded that many supplies all by himself? There must be an unknown background behind him. Maybe this time Zheng Haonan will hit a steel plate. I actually hope Li Ming really has the strength to take down Zheng Haonan. Although Li Ming is very selfish and particularly despicable, at least he hasn't harmed anyone. Zheng Haonan has killed who knows how many people these past few days. For this person, Li Ming directly took out paper and pen to record it lest he forget someday. When the opportunity arises, he would personally ask this person where he was selfish and where he was despicable. If you ask me, neither of them is a good person. It's best if they fight like dogs, tearing each other apart, both weakened. Right. If they both suffer, then Li Ming's hoarded supplies will belong to all of us residents. Li Ming just chuckled. Supplies belonging to all residents. These people were too naive. Didn't they understand that when one Zheng Haonan falls, there will be thousands more? As long as you are not ruthless enough, not cruel enough, whether before or after the apocalypse, you are just that little lamb. Here they come. Zheng Haonan and his gang have already appeared in the camera's view. It's over. Li Ming is done for this time. Zheng Haonan's group has grown increasingly powerful with 13 men in total, including Zheng himself, all physically imposing and mighty. There's no suspense at all. The gap in strength is too great, and Zheng Haonan has a gun. How can they fight this? Alas, it's a pity for the two beauties, Huafian and Longkai, who are about to become playthings of Zheng Haonan's gang. Are they still accepting new members? I want to join their team, not for anything else, but just to experience these two women. If you were a prostitute, they might consider you. Hey, isn't that Luo Zijuan? How did this woman end up with Zheng Haonan? I knew from the start she was no good. With that coquettish, unfaithful air about her. Zheng Haonan led all his men up the stairs to the 22nd floor. Luo Zijuan pointed proudly at the door of room 2202. Brother Haonan is here. Can you feel it? The air leaking from the door crack is warm. They opened the door before. The temperature inside was comfortable, at least 25 degrees. When the people in the group heard that Li Ming's room was as warm as 25 degrees, they erupted instantly. Everyone, did you hear that? Li Ming's house temperature can reach 25 degrees. This guy is really too luxurious. Living so comfortably alone, without considering us neighbors at all. He deserves to be targeted by Zheng Haonan. Die, you bastard. Exactly. Let the men go, but at least take care of us little fairies. If you take good care of us, it's not impossible to be his girlfriend for a day or two. Zheng Haonan and his gang felt the warm air leaking from the crack of room 2202's door and immediately became excited. They live in room 2202, damn it. This bastard really knows how to enjoy life. Even the corridor in front of his door is more comfortable than our rooms. The bald man showed a greedy look in his eyes as if everything in this house would soon belong to them. Damn it, starting today, we'll live here too. It's so comfortable. Brothers, be gentle when smashing the door later. Don't break everything inside. His lackeys raised their weapons and cheered. Brothers, smash it for me. There's endless food, inexhaustible water, and 3 breathtakingly beautiful women inside. That Huafian, I must have her. When I used to ride the elevator with her before, just smelling her scent would get me aroused. Long Qi is mine. You don't know how much I spent on her live stream, but couldn't even get a word from her. I heard that Chen Shanshan is also a car model. How exciting. Li Ming is probably hiding inside, shivering right now, about to kneel and beg for mercy. Haha, let's go everyone. Fight. It's over. Zheng Haonan and his men are really going to make a move. Guess how long Li Ming and his people can hold out. I guess at most 10 minutes. Although their door lock looks good, it definitely won't last 10 minutes against Zheng Haonan's tough guys. I have a Rolls-Royce Phantom brand new. I bet on Zheng Haonan to win. Anyone dare to bet against me? I have a Patek Philippe watch worth $1 million, also betting on Zheng Haonan to win. Anyone accept? I have a family heirloom antique estimated at over $100 million, betting on Zheng Haonan to win. Who will take it? I have 20 LV handbags, betting on Zheng Haonan to win. The entire group was betting on Zheng Haonan to win. No one was optimistic about Li Ming. Li Ming also laughed. Although these things don't have much value in the apocalypse, why refuse free gifts? Sheepy Counting Master, I bet on Li Ming to win. Whatever your stakes are, I'll take them all. Sheepy Counting Master, Rolls-Royce Phantom, 3 cases of mineral water, Patek Philippe watch, 1 case of mineral water, antique, 1 bottle of mineral water, 20 LV bags, 20 bottles of mineral water. Brother, my Rolls-Royce Phantom is worth over $8 million, and you only give 3 cases of mineral water. Aren't you robbing me? Damn it, my family heirloom antique is valued at over $100 million, and you only give 1 bottle of mineral water. This is bullying. All my LV bags are limited editions, barely used. Only 1 bottle of mineral water per bag. Get lost. Sheepy Counting Master, these things of yours are only worth this price. Bet or get lost. Bet. Who wouldn't bet on free stuff? I don't believe that Kid Li Ming can beat Zheng Haonan and these people. Exactly, you're bound to lose. I'm just afraid that if you lose, you won't have enough water sources for us. If you lose, the entire group needs at least 20 cases of mineral water combined. Do you have that? Sheepy Counting Master, photo cases of mineral water stacked together visually, at least 50 cases. So it's a big brother, my respects. Damn, another rich guy. Under the cheers of Zheng Haonan's subordinates, 2 men holding large hammers raised their tools, aiming to strike at the door lock. Click. The door lock opened. The scene instantly became quiet. What's happening? Are the people inside opening the door and walking out? This had never happened in their 2 days of plundering. When others faced their assault, weren't they all hiding in rooms, shivering, even kneeling and begging for mercy? The big door was opened, and what appeared before everyone's eyes was Huafian with Long Kui close behind. Huafian's serene and elegant face, waist-length wavy hair, and tall, captivating figure stunned everyone, including Zheng Haonan, who had originally thought Luo Zijuan was beautiful enough. Who would have known that in front of Huafian and Long Kui, Luo Zijuan looked like a disheveled peacock? At this moment, he was already somewhat regretting the words he had promised to his brothers, promising to share Li Ming's 3 women with all his brothers. A woman with such beauty should be kept for oneself alone. The group instantly exploded. Damn, what are they doing? I originally thought they could at least last 5 minutes, but they opened it in seconds. They saw Zheng Haonan, and these people, each one burly and fierce, and were directly scared silly. Alas, really not a man. The young widow living alone downstairs could last half an hour, but he, go dot. What a pity for the 2 beauties, Huafian and Long Kui. Following a man like Li Ming, the first thing he does when danger comes is push them out to be sold. If I had known Li Ming was so cowardly, I would have brought 2 people to intimidate him, and Huafian and Long Kui would have been mine long ago. Sheepy Counting Master, haha, you sucker, get ready to pay us compensation with mineral water. 1 bottle of mineral water wants to take my family heirloom antique. Keep dreaming. Sheepy Counting Master, thank you boss for the 3 cases of mineral water. The bald man looked at Huafian and Long Kui, who came out of the open door showing a lecherous smile, and said, haha, the 2 beauties are indeed smart people, knowing that that Kid Li Ming is about to fall apart, taking the initiative to open the door and come out to surrender. Rest assured, we brothers will definitely take good care of you, absolutely much better than Li Ming. Huafian showed a killing intent on her face, and said coldly, you want to smash my family's door. Can you afford to compensate if you break it? The bald man rubbed his hands, his smile on his face becoming more lecherous. Compensate. Even your people will soon be ours. How about I use my body to compensate you? Huh? Huafian curled her lips into a smile. Are you sure you want to use your body to compensate me? The bald man lecherously twisted his fat body, bringing that oily round face close to Huafian. Definitely, absolutely, and for sure. As long as you want, my body is at your disposal. Long Qi asked everyone outside the door with an innocent smile, what about you all? Are you willing to compensate me with your bodies? More than 10 people outside the door immediately started cheering. I'm willing. As long as you want, you can have my body anytime. Wow. I'm willing even if it kills me. With so many of us going at once, can you handle it? Haha. Huafian and Long Kui's eyes suddenly turned sinister. Then we won't be polite then. Swoosh. Huafian instantly took out a machete from her waist, raising and slashing her blade in one motion. The bald man who had been jumping with joy the previous second, the next second his head had already separated from his body. There seemed to still be consciousness in his eyes. Why can't my body control me? Thud, thud, thud. The bald man's round head fell to the ground. The eyes on the head even blinked in disbelief. The scene instantly became quiet again. Everyone looked at the bald man's decapitated corpse in terror, unable to believe what they were seeing. During their plundering over these past few days, there would also be some stubborn people who rose up to resist. But their resistance methods were mostly limited to intimidation. Even if given a kitchen knife, they wouldn't dare to actually chop someone. Not to mention someone like Huafian, who took out her life's gateway, with one move giving no opportunity at all. Seeing the bald man's head instantly chopped off, everyone was frightened back a few steps by Huafian's ferocity. Even for bandits like them, once they face someone more ruthless than themselves, they would also feel fear. This is human nature. Zheng Haonan, who had just awakened from his shock, immediately raised his pistol and aimed it at Huafian. Damn it, you bitch, how dare you lay hands on my brother? Put down the knife in your hand immediately, or I'll blow your head off with one shot. Huafian shook the blood off her knife. What are you talking about? He himself said he would compensate me with his body. Also, if you want to shoot, just shoot. Why do you make it sound like I'm afraid of you shooting? The sudden bloody scene ignited the group chat once again. What the hell, what's happening? Is this really reality, not a movie? Huafian cut off Baldy's head with one slash. Is this Baldy an idiot? Just sticking his neck out to be chopped off? Does he have a mental deficiency? Huafian really has the nerve to do it. This isn't killing chickens or ducks, this is murder. Alas, probably he was pushed out first by Li Ming, utterly disheartened and despairing, planning to go down with Zheng Haonan and his crew. It's all that scumbag Li Ming's fault. Such a good woman followed him, and he couldn't even protect her properly, even breaking her heart. Ha, scumbag bastard, go die already. Bro Haonan, go for it, kill that bastard. Zheng Haonan was no stranger to big scenes. Encountering this, he quickly calmed down. He believed Huafian was just putting on a brave face, but inside, she was actually panicking like crazy. In this world, he had never seen anyone unafraid of guns. The reason Baldy was killed by her was entirely because he was careless, and she succeeded in a sneak attack. Zheng Haonan's fingers lightly touched the trigger of his pistol. If you dare move again, I'll blow your head off right now, believe it or not. You're so long-winded. She already said if you want to shoot, go ahead. Li Ming slowly walked out of the house, speaking calmly. Chen Shanshan was carrying a huge executive chair behind Li Ming. Arriving at the corridor, she quickly stepped forward, placed the chair on the ground, and gently wiped the dust off the seat. Bro Ming, have a seat. Li Ming sat down on the executive chair like a king, crossing his legs. Chen Shanshan from somewhere produced a fruit platter, knelt on one knee to Li Ming's left, and picked up a fresh lychee. Bro Ming, please eat. Huafian and Long Kui stood in front of Li Ming like two guardian deities, preventing anyone from ambushing him. Li Ming's grand entrance instantly enraged everyone in the group chat, their fury reaching its peak. Who does this Li Ming think he is? He even makes Chen Shanshan kneel and feed him fruit. Pa, arrogant bastard gold digger. I've never seen anyone so pretentious. On the brink of death, he still dares to show off. Would it kill him to act low-key? How can there be such a shameless person in this world, hiding behind 3 women? Despicable. You're really a disgrace to men. Is the easy life tasty? Extra sweet. Good thing I'm smart. I knew that a scumbag looking for women in this kind of group chat couldn't be a good person, so I didn't fall for his tricks. Please someone go tear off his face for me. I really can't stand it. How can the world have such a punchable person? Come on, Zheng Haonan, the whole neighborhood supports you. These people seemed to have forgotten the evil deeds Zheng Haonan had committed over the past 2 days, frantically cheering him on. Zheng Haonan and his gang stared at Li Ming dumbfounded. What kind of imperial service was this? Even before the apocalypse, they had never enjoyed such service. Living in the same apocalypse, even in the same building in the same compound, how could the gap be so huge? That Li Ming, his life was even more comfortable than before the apocalypse. Envy and extreme hatred. Li Ming spat out a lychee seed, and Chen Shanshan quickly reached out to catch it. The audience has arrived. You may begin your performance. Li Ming said expectantly. Zheng Haonan stared at Li Ming with vicious eyes. Li Ming, isn't this too arrogant? Performance. Are you treating us like monkeys? Li Ming smiled calmly. Haha, how can trash like you compare to monkeys? Monkeys are so cute. You dare call me trash? Zheng Haonan said angrily. Li Ming laughed. No, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying you're trash. I'm saying all of you are trash. Oh, help. Someone drag that pretentious dog out and kill him. Oh my god, I can't stand it. If I ever see that face again, I'm afraid I'll slap him to death. How can someone like this still be alive? It's not right. Mocked by Li Ming, Zheng Haonan was so enraged his face turned red and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Brothers, chop him up for me. I'll make him regret ever being born. The 4 burly men standing at the front immediately raised their fire axes and watermelon knives, charging at Huafian and Long Kai. Huafian instantly drew the woodcutter's knife from her waist and made a graceful spin. Swish, swish, 2 quick slashes. The arms holding weapons of the 2 nearest burly men were instantly severed. Swish, swish, 2 more smooth slashes, and the other arms of those 2 were also severed. Oh, the 2 burly men let out agonized roars. Puff. The agonized roars of the two burly men instantly ceased because their heads were completely severed from their bodies. They could no longer make any sound. All of Huafian's movements were fluid and seamless, as smooth as a dance. Li Ming knew that Huafian had applied the techniques he taught her for killing zombies to the enemies. You see, the psychological pressure of killing zombies is completely different from killing enemies. Killing zombies is like killing monsters without any sense of guilt. But killing enemies is different. Having come from a peaceful era, many people cannot shake off that heavy sense of guilt and are unable to strike. Li Ming didn't expect Huafian to adapt so quickly. It seemed she could soon become his primary enforcer. At the same time, Long Kui also raised her long-handled axe and charged forward. Long Kui's movements were extremely wild, wide, and sweeping, with none of the smooth grace of Huafian. Rather, she had the flavor of a berserker. Long Kui leaped, holding the axe with both hands, and slammed it down toward the enemy in front of her. The giant man before her reacted quickly, recognizing that this strike was no simple move. He immediately held his iron fire axe horizontally above his head, attempting to block Long Kui's fierce strike. Clang! The iron fire axe was actually shattered by Long Kui's monstrous strength. Although the fire axe absorbed most of the force of Long Kui's attack, the axe blade still came down heavily on the giant man's head. Puff! The giant man was split in two from top to bottom by the sharp axe. Intestines and organs spilled all over the ground, terrifying beyond words. Another burly man, seeing this, stood dumbfounded, staring at Long Kui in terror. Her face was so pure and beautiful, yet at this moment, looking at her, she seemed as terrifying as a demon. Monster Mom, I want to go home. I'm not playing anymore. As soon as the man finished speaking, Long Kui held the axe with both hands and made a horizontal slash. Puff! This burly man was cut in half at the waist, a true waist cut. The waist cut man did not immediately lose consciousness, letting out a piercing scream. Help! Bro, come save me, I don't want to die. I want to go home. Bang! The man's head was smashed by a hammer blow. Blood and flesh splattered across the wall. Because Long Kui did not use the sharp edge of the axe, but the blunt iron back of the axe head. Zheng Haonan's 4 underlings were all brutally killed by Huafian and Long Kui in less than 10 seconds. Brutal, bloody, tragic. Everything happened so fast that no one had time to react. The scene and the group chat fell into dead silence. Li Ming ate a grape fed by Chen Shanshan and said calmly, Fian Qi, it took you a full 10 seconds to deal with 4 small fries. There's still room for improvement. Huafian and Long Kui did not take their eyes off Zheng Haonan's group, speaking to Li Ming over their shoulders. Bro Ming, we're sorry. We'll practice more in the future and won't let you down again. Hearing their conversation, the people in the group chat snapped out of their shock. Group owner, are you sure this isn't a pre-recorded sci-fi movie? OMG, are Huafian and Long Kui even human? The men they killed could each take on 5 men alone, right? It's not real, absolutely not real. How could these burly men be killed by Huafian and the others like slaughtering chickens? That gold digger Li Ming, Huafian, and Long Kui are already working so hard, and he still complains they're too slow. If he's so capable, why doesn't he go up himself? He just hides behind women and yaps. I hate this kind of guy the most. Huafian and Long Kui are so cool. They're like the Valkyries in my mind. What a pity they followed a coward like Li Ming for a little bit of supplies. Zheng Haonan and the remaining 7 underlings looked at the scattered limbs and organs on the ground. Their stomachs churned instantly. Observing through a video was completely different from witnessing it in person. Although Zheng Haonan and his men had witnessed the horror of zombies and had grown accustomed to killing over the past 2 days, the bloody and gruesome scene before them still made them retch and vomit. Yellow Hair was already vomiting uncontrollably, trembling all over from shock. They're demons, they're monsters, run. Bam! Yellow Hair was knocked to the ground by Zheng Haonan's fist, who cursed angrily. Trash, weren't you guys all talk before? Scared by this bitch already? Yellow Hair held his swollen face. Bro, Haonan B, but they're really too terrifying. Zheng Haonan pretended to be calm. Coward, those guys were just too careless. As fast as they are, can they be faster than my gun? As strong as they are, can they withstand bullets? Li Ming again spoke in a flat tone. Fian, I've taken a fancy to his gun. It seems Li Ming has set his sights on the gun in Zheng Haonan's hand. I almost feel a pang of sympathy for Zheng Haonan. To be targeted by a freeloader like Li Ming, how pitiful. Does he have any idea of his own strength? Without Huafian and Long Kui, Zheng Haonan would have long since turned him into mincemeat. Yet he has the audacity to covet Zheng Haonan's gun. Does he think victory is secured just because Huafian and the others cut down a few men? Zheng Haonan still has 9 people left. Though that bitch Luo Zijuan is utterly useless. Oh, someone please send Li Ming to his grave quickly. I can't stand his loathsome demeanor any longer. Brother Ming, rest assured, I will personally place that gun in your hands, Huafian said with devout sincerity. Her eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, fixed on its prey, locking onto Zheng Haonan's figure. The corner of Zheng Haonan's mouth twitched involuntarily. What was this? He had led his men here to seize their supplies. Now somehow he felt like the prey being hunted instead. Zheng Haonan recalled the intelligence Luo Zijuan had given him, that those 2 women possessed extraordinary strength. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to strangle Luo Zijuan. Was this what he called extraordinary strength? These were practically Valkyries. Zheng Haonan reconsidered. If he could recruit both women into his ranks, he could strut around this neighborhood unchallenged. So Zheng Haonan attempted to mediate. Ladies, if we continue like this, we'll both suffer losses, and others will be the ones to benefit. I have a proposal. I formally invite you to join our team. Let's cooperate and achieve a win-win situation. If you agree to join us, I guarantee you'll enjoy the highest authority after me. All supplies will be yours to claim first, and no one will force you to do anything against your will. In this apocalypse, only by sticking together can we survive. If you like that pretty boy Li Ming, feel free to keep him. I won't interfere. So what do you say? Think it over. Huafian's and Long Kui's faces instantly darkened, radiating an aura of terrifying menace. Huafian, wielding twin blades, spoke with icy fury. You old scumbag, who are you calling a pretty boy? Zheng Haonan was startled by the sudden shift in their auras. Geez, even if you disagree, there's no need to get so angry. It was just a suggestion. Huafian's eyes were glacial as she said, Key, cover me. I'll take this old bastard's life. Understood. Go ahead. Huafian's frigid gaze pierced straight through Zheng Haonan. Though he held a gun, his heart was trembling with fear. These two demonesses were no ordinary humans. Just look at the scattered organs on the ground. Was that something a human would do? Zheng Haonan felt a chill run down his spine. Zheng Haonan roared in panic, everyone attack. Whoever kills them gets to be second in command. And that woman Luo Zijuan is yours to do as you please. If Luo Zijuan were there, she'd surely scream. What does this have to do with me? Leave me out of it. Huafian stamped the ground, launching herself toward Zheng Haonan. Bang! In panic, Zheng Haonan fired a shot at Huafian's figure. Yet her silhouette had already vanished from his sight. Zheng Haonan looked up to find Huafian hanging upside down like a bat from the ceiling 3 meters high. Li Ming jumped up excitedly. Nice. What a feint. Huafian's combat experience was growing richer, Li Ming thought. Soon he could finally kick back and relax. Hanging from the ceiling, Huafian pushed off powerfully, her body darting like a swift swallow to close in on Zheng Haonan. Huafian swung her twin blades toward Zheng Haonan's vital points. Slash. His right hand holding the gun was severed. True to his experience as a hardened fighter, Zheng Haonan twisted his body just in time to avoid the fatal blow, barely escaping with his life. Ignoring the searing pain from his severed right hand, he immediately thrust a dagger he had prepared toward Huafian's abdomen. Huafian reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack and kicking him squarely in the chest. Zheng Haonan flew several meters, rolled across the ground, and tumbled down the stairs. Seeing Zheng Haonan's right hand chopped off, Luo Zijuan was terrified. But she forced herself to stay calm, and while Huafian and Long Kui were still engaged with the other thugs, she slunk toward the stairwell and fled. Li Ming naturally noticed this, but he let her go. It wasn't yet time to finish her off. As Huafian was about to charge into the stairwell, Li Ming's voice rang out, Fian, don't chase him. He won't survive. Huafian turned back. Long Kui had already annihilated nearly all of Zheng Haonan's men, leaving only the yellow-haired punk. Was it really just the two of them who had driven Zheng Haonan away? Did you see that? Huafian seemed to leap onto the ceiling. Yes, I saw it too. Is that something a human can do? And that jump from the ceiling to beside Zheng Haonan, at least 5 meters. Not even an Olympic champion could achieve that kind of explosive power. And Long Kui, she split the last 7 men in half with her axe, didn't she? Are they even human? Truly, Huafian and Long Kui are the Valkyries in my eyes. What a pity they're blind enough to follow a scumbag like Li Ming. But taking down Zheng Haonan is a good deed for us. At least we won't have to worry about him raiding our supplies for now. It infuriates me that bastard Li Ming gets all the benefits. The yellow-haired punk was now trembling all over, clutching a watermelon knife and cowering in a corner, a golden liquid trickling from his pants. Help! Please don't come any closer. I'm begging you, I'm so scared. We have plenty of women. Yes, lots of them, the prettiest in the neighborhood. If you let me go, they're all yours. Li Ming pointed at Huafian and Long Kui. Are you stupid? With them, why would I need other women? The yellow-haired punk sobbed, desperately racking his brain for anything that could save his skin. I've got it. Li Ming, weren't you always looking for top-tier beauties in the group chat? I have one. We captured a stunning beauty and hid her away. We haven't even touched her yet. Let me go, and I'll tell you where she's hidden. By now, Huafian had handed Zheng Haonan's gun to Li Ming. Li Ming examined the pistol carefully. This was his first time holding a real gun. Hearing the yellow-haired punk mention a rare beauty, he immediately aimed the gun at the man's head. Wary, the punk said cautiously. You have to promise to let me go first. Bang. Li Ming flinched, rubbing his ears with a frown. Damn. This thing is so loud. It scared me. Oh. The bullet hit the yellow-haired punk's thigh, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. Li Ming kept the gun trained on his head. Who do you think you are to bargain with me? I ask you, answer. Got it. The punk clutched his wounded thigh, gritting his teeth. Go ahead and kill me, but you'll never find out where she is. I'll take someone with me to the grave. Huh. You've got guts. I'll grant your wish, Li Ming chuckled. Fian, you know what lynch is? Slice his flesh off piece by piece. Don't let him die too easily. Huafian nodded cheerfully. Li Ming wondered why she was so happy. Was she born with a bloodlust? Long Kui immediately produced a rope to bind the yellow-haired punk, preventing him from committing suicide, and stuffed a rag into his mouth to stop him from biting his tongue. Let's see if I can't break you. Huafian made 10 cuts on his thigh. Li Ming asked the punk, so ready to talk. Li Ming gave a thumbs up. Good man, you're tough. Huafian made another 10 cuts on his other thigh. The punk was drenched in sweat, tears streaming down his face. Li Ming asked again, so ready to talk. The punk writhed and groaned, making muffled sounds. Li Ming looked at him with admiration. Hey, you really are a tough guy? Interesting. Just then Shin Shanshan approached Li Ming and whispered, "Brother Ming, could it be that he can't speak because his mouth is gagged?" Li Ming guiltily glared at Long Kui. "Look what you've done." Everyone was speechless. "You're the one who caused this." The yellow-haired punk immediately blurted out, 903, in the master bedroom wardrobe of Building 7, Room 903. "Please don't cut me anymore." Li Ming grinned sheepishly. "If you'd only done that from the start." Then he raised the gun to the punk's head. Shin Shanshan immediately covered Li Ming's ears. Bang! Why is this Li Ming putting on such an act? Huang Mai has already confessed, yet he still strikes mercilessly. Is he insane? Some people simply enjoy asserting their dominance through such means. When Zheng Haonan came up earlier, what did he do? He cowered behind several women like a frightened quail. Now that only a helpless yellow-haired man remains, suddenly he is eager to kill. These people seem to have forgotten how many lives that yellow-haired man claimed in the residential compound over the past couple of days, how many women he violated, and how much supplies he plundered. Can one truly achieve enlightenment the moment they lay down their butcher's knife? Absurd. How blind Huofian and Long Kui must be to place their trust in such a man. Li Ming is nothing short of the supreme freeloader in our neighborhood, and he does not even bother to hide it. It is shameful to all men. In the video, Li Ming wore a satisfied, cunning grin as he spoke. "Thank you all for your generous contributions. Please prepare whatever you lost, as I will come to collect at any moment. As everyone knows my address, it would be most convenient if you could deliver everything yourselves." The group chat erupted once more. What the hell? The sheep counter expert is actually Li Ming. Admin, how did you manage this? You actually pulled Li Ming himself into the group. Admin, I am innocent. I had no idea this WeChat account belonged to Li Ming. The profile clearly indicated a female user. We are doomed. We were just speaking ill of him in the group, and now he is here. I have heard he holds grudges and is incredibly petty. Please, he is merely a freeloader. Without Huofian and Long Kui, he is nobody. There is no need to fear him. He is hardly going to kill us all. He is not Zheng Haonan, so what is there to be afraid of? I lodge a protest. This is fixed. Insider trading. Li Ming knew exactly how strong Huofian and Long Kui were from the start, which is why he dared to gamble against all of us. I protest. Li Ming paid no mind to the curses and protests in the group chat as he and Huofian arrived at room 903. The door had already been breached by Zheng Haonan's thugs, so they slipped inside without resistance. The first thing that greeted them was the frozen corpse of a boy around 10 years old, his body stiff and pale. There was no sign of decay. His face had turned purple, and his eyes remained wide open in a death stare that sent chills down their spines. Huofian turned away, unable to bear the sight. As a woman, her heart was more tender, and the tragic deaths of these children weighed heavily on her conscience. Following the yellow-haired man's final words, Li Ming and Huofian approached the wardrobe in the master bedroom. Someone inside appeared to have heard the noise of movement outside. Fearfully believing the bald man and yellow-haired man had returned to capture her, she kicked and pounded against the wardrobe doors, creating loud, thudding sounds. When Huofian pulled open the wardrobe, she immediately discovered a young woman bound hand and foot with tape, sealing her mouth. Li Ming examined the college student before him. Her hair, disheveled face, smudged with dirt and bruised from the beating she had endured at the hands of the bald man and yellow-haired man. Her straight, once beautiful hair now hung in a tangled mess. Curled into a tight ball, her figure was completely hidden from view. A system notification chimed, displaying a blue interface above the woman's head. Name: Yi Jiechi. Occupation: college student. Appearance: 90 points. Age: 19. Figure: 90 points. Combat ability: 5. Overall rating: 88 points. Incredible. An ageless college student. Li Ming was thrilled. Under normal circumstances, Li Ming would have mistaken her for a madwoman given her disheveled appearance. Fortunately, the system could reveal her true appearance beneath the grime. At that moment, Yi Jiechi gazed at Li Ming and Huofian through tears, her eyes filled with terror, despair, and helplessness. Huofian stepped forward and cut through the ropes binding her wrists and ankles, then peeled away the tape from her mouth. Once freed, Yi Jiechi didn't dare move an inch, trembling as she huddled in the corner of the wardrobe. Who are you? Please just let me go. I'm so scared, I'm so hungry. What? Li Ming replied coldly. Rest assured, the ones who captured you have already been killed by us. Hearing this, Yi Jiechi finally relaxed slightly, meeting Li Ming's gaze with cautious curiosity as she asked, "Are the bald man and the yellow-haired man really dead? Then are you police? Have you come to rescue me? Do you have any water or food? I'm so hungry and thirsty." Yi Jiechi eagerly awaited Li Ming's response, desperate for someone to pull her from this hellish place. Li Ming sneered dismissively. "Look at the world outside. Abandon any notion that police will come save you." The clarity in Yi Jiechi's eyes dimmed with disappointment, and she queried tremulously, still laced with wariness. Then who are you? What do you want? Li Ming replied with a hint of pride. "Do you know all-inclusive dining?" "That is me." Yi Jiechi stared at him bewilderedly. "All-inclusive dining is your name? How peculiar." Li Ming was taken aback. In this very residential compound, someone remained unaware of his reputation. Over recent days, his exploits had spread so widely that every resident harbored murderous intentions toward him. Huofian interjected with a question. "You're not from our residential compound. You don't belong to our WeChat group, do you?" Yi Jiechi nodded slightly and spoke in a low voice. "Ding. System task completed. The fifth doubling has been achieved. Space capacity after doubling 320 cubic meters. All stored supplies doubled. Post-doubling physical attributes. Constitution 160, Strength 256, Speed 224, Agility 192, Mental 192. Special reward for completing the task. A rank ability. Calm composure. Upgradable. How could she survive in this apocalypse? She was already a university student. She had enough social awareness to understand the situation. If Li Ming left, there would be plenty of people like Baldy and Yellow Hair who were coveting her body. Rather than letting those scum have their way with her, she might as well agree to Li Ming now. Besides, Li Ming seemed far more reasonable than those men. At the very least, he would not force himself upon her. And he was quite handsome, with an excellent physique, only lacking in emotional depth. It had only been a week since the apocalypse began, and girls were far more willing to offer themselves voluntarily. She remembered how much effort he had gone to in order to break down Huafian's psychological defenses back then. It was something they would lose sooner or later anyway. Was there any point in holding out now? If doing so could secure water and food, most of them would be more than willing. After finishing his cigarette, Li Ming checked this round of system rewards. A rank ability, Calm Composure. System, the ability Calm Composure allows the host to remain in a state of tranquility for extended periods, reducing daily energy expenditure. In this state, the host's ability aura will be suppressed to that of a B rank ability user. Others cannot detect the host's true strength through instruments. The host can dismiss the Calm Composure state through mental command. Li Ming gave a bitter smile. Was there really such a mediocre ability? Suppressing his ability aura to B rank level might occasionally allow him to play the fool and ambush the unwary, but it provided no direct boost to combat power. The tactic of playing the fool could only be used once against the same opponent. After the second encounter, everyone would already know his true strength. Was there any point in pretending anymore? System, the host can also use the ability Calm Composure to enter a stealth state. In stealth mode, the host's scent and aura will drop to 0. Even if the opponent possesses a detection ability, they will be unable to find the host. Stealth can last up to 2 hours with a cooldown of 2 hours. Other abilities cannot be used while in stealth mode. Li Ming opened his mouth stunned. He could enter a stealth state, where both his aura and body odor vanished entirely. That was equivalent to a state of nothingness. More importantly, even if someone possessed a specialized detection ability, they still could not sense him. This was absurd to the extreme. It meant Li Ming could simply enter a state of nothingness against any opponent in the future. The moment he ended stealth, he could strike with his thunder ability when the enemy was completely unguarded, delivering a fatal blow. Who could withstand such a silent, unseen strike? And when facing a powerful enemy he could not defeat, he could simply enter the nothingness state and retreat effortlessly. This was absolutely an outstanding skill for stealth assassination and escaping danger. Before the apocalypse, this ability would have been even more useful. After understanding the Calm Composure ability, Li Ming continued to check his other stored supplies. The 800 cubic meters of water he had originally stored had now become 120 cubic meters. With such an enormous amount of water resources, his daily consumption was barely noticeable. So far, Li Ming's space had used less than 10 cubic meters of water. Instant noodles had increased from the original 1000 boxes to 1600 boxes. With so many better foods available in Li Ming's space, who would still want to eat instant noodles? So far, the consumption of instant noodles was exactly 0. Li Ming himself had not eaten a single packet. The remaining loyalty pill after Chen Shanshan's use was 5 pieces, which had now doubled to 10. As usual, Li Ming took one loyalty pill from the 10 and handed it to Yi Jiechi. Yi Jiechi took the loyalty pill from Li Ming's hand. Though she had no idea what it was, she could not bring herself to refuse Li Ming's words, so she obediently placed it in her mouth and swallowed it. As Yi Jiechi's increasingly heated gaze fixed upon him, Li Ming sent a mental command, and his body instantly entered stealth mode. Scare you girls. Huafian, Long Kai, Chen Shanshan, and Yi Jiechi had finally gathered together for a game of mahjong. Li Ming stood alone by the huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the thick snow outside. His heart was weary, and his body even more so. The blizzard finally ceased today, with snow accumulation exceeding 5 meters. The first and second floors of buildings were mostly buried under the snow, and the zombies on the streets were likewise covered by the thick white blanket. But this was the most perilous part. If you thought the zombies outside had frozen to death and ventured out boldly, your days would be numbered. The unseen danger was the true danger. These zombies were extremely cold resistant. They usually lurked beneath the snow, and once prey appeared, they would burst out abruptly and tear the prey to pieces. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly a crisp knock sounded at the door. Li Ming frowned involuntarily. After the massacre yesterday, did anyone dare to come and cause trouble for them openly? The 4 at the mahjong table also paused their actions because of the knocking, but they showed no signs of tension, appearing rather composed. All 4 looked simultaneously at Li Ming by the window, awaiting his next instruction. Fian, go see who it is first. Huafian walked to the door and peered through the peephole. Ming Gu, it's a tall, thin man with glasses. He looks very weak. Alone? Yes, looks like only one. Open the door and ask what he wants. If he's here to cause trouble, don't spare him. Huafian nodded and opened the door. The man outside had a gaunt face with a pair of black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Even though he was wrapped in a thick down jacket, it was easy to discern his tall, slender build, giving an impression of physical weakness. When the man saw Huafian emerge from the door followed by Long Tui, holding an axe, his eyes immediately filled with admiration and reverence. Valkyrie Huafian Berserker Long Tui. I'm so thrilled to meet you. My name is Xiaoyu. Huafian looked at this unkempt, frail man with suspicion. What's this Valkyrie and Berserker business? What do you want from us? Xiaoyu gave a sheepish laugh. Those are the titles I gave you. Your battle yesterday was so awesome. You seemed like characters straight out of an anime. Long Tui shouted impatiently, get to the point. Startled by Long Tui's shout, Xiaoyu became nervous and stammered. TT2 of you, I'd like to cooperate with you. Could I talk to Mr. Li Ming? Li Ming stepped out of the house and said coldly, what skills do you have that would make us want to cooperate with you? Upon seeing Li Ming, Xiaoyu inexplicably felt a surge of fear. He staggered back a few steps trembling and nearly fell to the ground. It's not exactly cooperation. I'll provide you with the information and services you need, and you only need to give me a small amount of living supplies. Xiaoyu quickly added nervously, I'm thin and don't eat much. Just a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water a day would be enough to keep me alive. Mineral water and instant noodles. Li Ming thought to himself. Actually, the instant noodles and mineral water in his space were still unopened. Tell me, what capabilities do you have that would make us give you a pack of noodles and a bottle of water every day, eh? Xiaoyu said nervously and awkwardly. I created the livestream group yesterday, and I installed the surveillance cameras. Li Ming looked the thin, bespectacled man up and down, then gave a sinister smile. Huh. So it was you, kid. I didn't expect you to dare show up. When did you install the camera in front of my door? Seeing Li Ming's icy smile, Xiaoyu grew even more tense, his voice trembling. A few days ago. But I didn't install the camera to spy on you, really. Not just the 22nd floor. I installed cameras in the entire Building 7, and even the whole neighborhood. Of course, the cameras are mainly concentrated in Building 7. The coverage in other buildings is far less dense. Li Ming looked at the frail man in astonishment. He had installed cameras throughout the entire residential complex. Who on earth was this guy? Li Ming asked curiously. Did you install these cameras before the apocalypse? Xiaoyu glanced nervously at Li Ming. And no, not before. I installed them after the apocalypse began, when Zheng Haonan and his gang started looting. I installed these cameras mainly to guard against Zheng Haonan and his crew. After all, they are ruthless and have guns. If no one could stop them, it was only a matter of time before they found my place. Since I couldn't beat them, couldn't I at least hide? I installed these cameras to always know their movements. When they come, I run. I know exactly which parts of the building are safest. When they leave, I come back. A few times when they all went out to rob others, I even sneaked into their home and stole some supplies. But I was afraid of being caught, so I didn't take too much. Li Ming sneered as he looked at Xiaoyu. This guy was really something else. He actually stole from Zheng Haonan's home when no one was there. Xiaoyu always knew whether Zheng Haonan was home. Li Ming quickly realized the issue. So you also installed cameras in Zheng Haonan's home. Luo Zijuan went to Zheng Haonan to have him rob my supplies, and you knew about it right away. No wonder the whole building knew about it before Zheng Haonan even set out, and the livestream room was arranged immediately. Xiaoyu laughed awkwardly. I just wanted to earn some supplies from the neighbors. A cup of water per person as an entry fee. It adds up. Truly a talent indeed. He thought of such a scheme. Li Ming asked curiously, so how did you manage to collect a cup of water from each person? Li Ming thought to himself, a genius like this must have some clever method to collect the entry fee. Xiaoyu's expression instantly turned dejected, and he said awkwardly, what method? I just went door to door asking. Li Ming's mouth formed an O shape. Was this the brilliant idea of a genius? So how much entry fee did you collect? Xiaoyu shook his empty water bottle awkwardly. Not a single drop. Ha ha ha. Li Ming pointed at Xiaoyu, laughing heartily. They say there's only a fine line between genius and idiot. Today, he had truly witnessed it. Xiaoyu might indeed be a rare talent in technology, but when it came to social skills, he was like an idiot. After laughing for a while, Li Ming continued, so why are you coming to me now? Wasn't it better to just keep hiding like this? Xiaoyu glanced cautiously at Li Ming and continued. Yesterday you were also in the livestream room. My identity was exposed. Even if I didn't come to you today, you would definitely not let me off. If I waited until you came to find me, I would have no chance. Besides, you killed Zheng Haonan and his men. I have no place to steal supplies to survive. I probably can't even last another week. This Xiaoyu was quite perceptive. Indeed, Li Ming had been planning to find this person today. A person who could install a camera at his own doorstep without detection was too dangerous to be left unchecked. Your surveillance cameras are indeed interesting. I can buy them all at once. Name your price, Li Ming said earnestly. With these surveillance cameras, he could monitor everyone in the entire building. It wasn't out of fear that someone might harm them, he simply wanted to keep watch over them. Xiaoyu hesitated, a look of difficulty on his face, and stammered, Mr. Li Ming, I'm not looking to make a one-time deal with you. You could treat me as your employee or your subordinate. A one-time transaction won't work. Supplies will eventually run out, and even if I get them, I can't guarantee I'll be able to protect them. If he handed over the management authority of these surveillance cameras, Xiaoyu would no longer be able to track everyone's movements in the building. His frail frame might not even defeat a middle-aged woman, let alone guard supplies. Li Ming said earnestly, wanting to become my subordinate isn't something you can achieve just through these surveillance cameras. Xiaoyu resembled an interviewee desperately trying to sell himself. Mr. Li Ming, actually network engineering is merely my outward identity. I have another identity, a skilled hacker. Li Ming said in surprise. Hacker? You? Xiao Yu nodded earnestly. Yes, my companion and I once attempted to hack into the server of the White House in America, and we stayed inside for a full 5 minutes. If given sufficient time, I could complete this task independently. Mr. Li Ming, you understand how crucial an intelligence system is. Accurate and timely information often determines the favorable outcome of events. Most of the intelligence within the city's security networks, and even the nation's, is as easy for me to obtain as taking something from a pouch. As long as Mr. Li Ming hires me, I will dedicate all my abilities and knowledge to serving you. Li Ming certainly understood the importance of an intelligence system. Otherwise, why would major powers spare no expense in sending various spies to gather intelligence on enemy nations? The importance speaks for itself. Li Ming once again scrutinized the gaunt, unkempt, bespectacled man before him in astonishment. Impressive. He had actually managed to hack into the White House server. Wasn't that a top-tier hacker? If Xiao Yu's claims were true, Li Ming had truly struck gold. Seeing Li Ming remain silent, Xiao Yu assumed he still doubted his abilities. He immediately took out a pre-prepared computer from his backpack and sat on the floor to demonstrate. His fingertips flew across the keyboard as strings of green code flashed rapidly on the screen. Li Ming and Huafian couldn't see what was happening. Watching Xiao Yu operate silently, it looked impressive. After a while, Xiao Yu stood up and moved the computer screen closer to Li Ming. Mr. Li Ming, look, this is the residential community management system. It contains all the homeowner records, exactly who lives in which unit, crystal clear from reviewing these documents. Then Xiao Yu opened another interface. This is the municipal police management system, where you can access detailed information about anyone in the city. Xiao Yu opened one of the pages. This is your personal information, Mr. Li Ming. Take a look to verify it's accurate. Li Ming stared at the personal profile displayed on the screen. It clearly listed all his personal information, family members' household registration details, educational background, and more. Li Ming exclaimed excitedly, can everyone's information be accessed like this? Seeing Li Ming acknowledge his capabilities, Xiao Yu smiled. Any Chinese citizen can be looked up except those with top-secret clearance. Li Ming wasn't certain if Xiao Yu was exaggerating, but his abilities were genuine. Li Ming smiled and said, "Fee and search him. If he's not carrying any dangerous items, bring him inside to talk." After standing at the doorway for most of the day in just his loungewear, Li Ming was nearly freezing to death. At the same time, he realized it was time to hire 2 more male guards. In the future, body searches shouldn't be conducted by the women around him. After all, there are boundaries between men and women. Having been thoroughly searched multiple times by Huafian, Xiao Yu followed Li Ming into the house. It was truly warm and comfortable. Since the apocalypse began, he had never experienced such pleasant warmth. The fresh fruits and snacks on the table made him swallow hard, his stomach rumbling audibly. Chen Shanshan emerged from the kitchen carrying a steaming bowl of noodles topped with a piece of luncheon meat and an egg. It was so lavish, so extravagant. Xiao Yu had assumed these were Li Ming's own lunch. But Chen Shanshan placed the bowl directly in front of him. Li Ming said generously, "Eat. My people will never go hungry. As long as you provide sufficient value to me, I promise you'll enjoy the same freedom to eat and drink as them." Xiao Yu carefully picked up the bowl of noodles. The aroma was intoxicating, utterly irresistible. Seeing that Li Ming and the others didn't stop him, and realizing this steaming bowl of noodles was indeed meant for him, Xiao Yu began devouring it voraciously. He consumed the entire bowl with its broth in under 10 seconds. After finishing the noodles, Xiao Yu wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He quickly knelt before Li Ming, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, boss. I thought I'd never again taste a bowl of hot noodles in my lifetime. I will devote myself entirely to serving you, boss. Whatever you need done, I'll do it. They say people are like iron and food is like steel. A single missed meal brings unbearable hunger. No one could maintain their former pride after a week of starvation. A dignity and composure could be set aside." Li Ming said impatiently, "Finish eating and get to work." Li Ming asked Xiao Yu to project all the community's surveillance feeds onto his 100-inch TV screen. Xiao Yu's 17-inch laptop display was fragmented into dozens of smaller screens, causing him considerable discomfort. After Xiao Yu made several quick adjustments, Li Ming could clearly see every corner of each floor on the massive TV screen, and could even hear sounds from the locations being monitored. Li Ming gazed at the screen divided into dozens of smaller panels, and slowly asked, "Have you been watching the surveillance? Do you know where Zheng Haonan and Luo Zijuan went?" Xiao Yu immediately switched to one of the surveillance feeds, which showed the location outside an electrical room on the 8th floor corridor. After Zheng Haonan was injured, he hid inside this electrical room. "I haven't seen him come out since, and I don't know if he's dead inside." Li Ming said gravely, "Send his location to the group. He killed so many people. Those who bear grudges against him will find out where he is, and someone will naturally come to deal with him." Xiao Yu immediately nodded, "Understood, boss." Then Xiao Yu switched the feed to Zheng Haonan's residence. "Luo Zijuan is right here." After Zheng Haonan and his group were defeated by Yu, Luo Zijuan couldn't wait to return to Zheng Haonan's home, hoping to take the supplies inside. But it wasn't just Luo Zijuan who immediately thought of Zheng Haonan's supplies. The moment it was confirmed that Zheng Haonan had fallen, some people instantly connected those supplies to him and rushed to his residence. These people happened to run into Luo Zijuan, so they tied her up. Since everyone in the livestream knew Luo Zijuan was Zheng Haonan's girlfriend, some people whose family members had been killed by Zheng Haonan flew into a rage and tortured Luo Zijuan. Her current condition is not good. Hearing that Luo Zijuan was in poor condition, Li Ming felt greatly pleased. In the surveillance footage, over a dozen bodies lay scattered across the floor of Zheng Haonan's residence. These people had clearly engaged in a fierce struggle over the supplies Zheng Haonan had left behind. Although the conflict had subsided, those who survived bore visible wounds. At that moment, Luo Zijuan was bound to a chair like a plucked chicken, covered in bruises and swellings, her face barely recognizable. Truly a gruesome sight. She murmured, "Brother, please stop hitting me. I'm really Li Ming's girlfriend. Let me make a phone call to Li Ming, okay?" The leading man sneered, "If you're Li Ming's girlfriend, then I'm the emperor of the bath." After Xiao Yu sent Zheng Haonan's hiding location to the group chat, before long 5 middle-aged women wielding kitchen knives appeared before the electrical shaft room on the 8th floor. One of the women clasped her hands together and piously addressed the sky. "Husband, son, I am going to kill this beast and avenge you. Once I have taken revenge for you, I will come down to reunite with you immediately. Our family will be together forever." The remaining 4 women followed the same ritual before forcefully bursting through the electrical room door and charging inside. Moments later, they emerged, each carrying a fresh piece of severed flesh in their hands. In Li Ming's eyes, Zheng Haonan was nothing more than a common mosquito, one that could be swatted away without a second thought. Li Ming cycled through the surveillance feeds, most showing deserted corridors devoid of life. The bitter cold and scarcity of resources had driven everyone indoors, leaving the building eerily empty. His attention shifted to the underground garage on the first level, where over 10 people were engaged in fierce combat with zombies. They moved with disciplined coordination, operating in tightly knit 3-person squads. Their synchronization was remarkable, both within squads and between them. The zombies that lunged at their formation fell swiftly to their coordinated strikes. The practiced movements and hardened expressions in their eyes revealed these were experienced survivors accustomed to this brutal reality. Among them, a middle-aged man in a military green coat moved with particular ferocity and precision, his strikes executed with fluid, lethal efficiency. The sight stirred memories from Li Ming's past life, when he too fought for survival against the undead. Intrigued, he turned to Xiao Yu and asked, "Who is that man? He fights with such ferocity." Xiao Yu quickly checked his notes and identified him. "That's Zhang Kai, a veteran who served as security captain for Wait Security Company before the catastrophe. He currently resides in Building 11, which has become the most organized building in the entire residential complex." The day after the official announcement, Zhang Kai swiftly crushed all criminal elements in Building 11 with decisive action. From that point forward, he became the undisputed leader of Building 11, maintaining such order under his management that it remained the only building untouched by unrest. To secure supplies, he organized the young men from Building 11 to search the underground parking garage daily. Li Ming suddenly understood. No wonder all the car trunks near Building 11 had been pried open. While Xiao Yu was describing him, Zhang Kai had already killed 2 zombies and used his large sword to pry open a sedan's trunk. Gazing at the supplies in the trunk, a faint smile crossed Zhang Kai's stern face. "Lucky break. 3 cases of mineral water in here. We've already found 10 cases today, which should be enough for now. Brothers, move these waters quickly. We're making too much noise and will attract more zombies. Fall back now." 3 men immediately lifted the mineral water cases from the trunk, preparing to retreat. Just as everyone was rejoicing in their successful haul, a zombie suddenly leaped from beneath the car, its razor-sharp teeth sinking into one man's neck. "Brother Chiao." The group immediately surged forward with their weapons, hammering blows against the zombie's head until it crumpled and released its grip on the wounded man. "Everyone back off. Have you forgotten our rules?" Zhang Kai's voice rang out cold and commanding. "When a teammate is bitten or injured, we need to create distance immediately. Why can't you remember this?" Everyone scrambled backward at Zhang Kai's sharp reprimand, creating a 10-meter perimeter around Brother Chiao. "Damn it. Is this really happening? Can we not save Brother Chiao? Don't be naive. How many brothers have we lost already? Have you ever seen someone survive a bite? Brother Chiao is beyond saving. He'll turn within 10 minutes. Before he loses consciousness, let's say our goodbyes." Zhang Kai approached with his broadsword, his expression grave and resolute. "Xiao Chiao, any last words?" Brother Chiao's face was streaked with blood, his pupils dilating as his teeth sharpened. Despite the agony twisting his features, he fought desperately to maintain control. Brother Kai, please. Take care of my mother. After I'm gone, she'll have no one." Zhang Kai replied in a low, firm tone. "Xiao Chiao, don't worry. As long as I have food, your mother will never go hungry." Brother Chiao managed a calm smile. "Thank you. Do it. I refuse to become one of them. And I won't hurt any of you." Zhang Kai raised his blade and brought it down in a single swift motion. The blade struck true, and Brother Chiao's head rolled to the ground, dark blood pooling beneath it. Watching the scene unfold on the monitors, Li Ming couldn't help but admire. Zhang Kai was truly a formidable man, decisive and ruthless in execution. Had Zhang Kai hesitated even a second longer, it would have endangered everyone present. In this post-apocalyptic world, sentiment was a luxury they could ill afford. Li Ming continued cycling through the surveillance feeds without looking away. "How well do you know the other buildings?" Xiao Yu studied the files he'd compiled. "Except for Building 11, every other building has descended into chaos and disorder. The only buildings with strong factions like Zhenghaonan's are buildings 1, 3, 0, and 9. Of course those groups are nothing compared to Valkyrie Huafian and Berserker Longkoi. Buildings without such powerful factions faced even grimmer circumstances. Multiple mediocre groups vied for control in most of them. Desperate to seize all supplies, these groups ruthlessly preyed on defenseless residents. Infighting between factions was constant, resulting in heavy casualties. Li Ming paid no mind to their fates. They posed no threat to him. His thoughts turned to Building 3, where Ji Yun, whom the system had flagged as meeting his criteria, was still located. Since that message exchange, Ji Yun had gone completely silent. Had the bullies in Building 3 gotten to her? His spatial storage already held 320 cubic meters of supplies. In his calculations, Ji Yun herself was worth another 320 cubic meters plus whatever rewards the system offered. Such prospects were undeniably compelling. If those thugs in Building 3 dared lay hands on Ji Yun, Li Ming wouldn't hesitate to eradicate every inhabitant of that building. Li Ming switched the feed to Ji Yun's floor in Building 3. The camera showed the hallway outside her apartment on the 28th floor. Several figures crept into Ji Yun's apartment, prompting Li Ming's brows to furrow. Can we see inside that unit? Yes. Xiao Yu answered without hesitation. Give me 2 minutes. He immediately began typing on his computer. Though Li Ming wasn't certain of the method, Xiao Yu's confident demeanor gave him reason to trust the process. Slowly fragmented images and muffled audio began appearing on the large screen. As Xiao Yu adjusted the settings, the disjointed feeds gradually coalesced into a single coherent picture. The conversation inside the apartment came through crystal clear. Li Ming's eyes widened in amazement. How did you do this so quickly? Did you install cameras inside her apartment? Xiao Yu smirked and adjusted his glasses. Far from it. Installing cameras isn't that simple. I hacked into everyone's phones and computers in the apartment using a program, gaining control of their built-in cameras. Since each camera captures from different angles, I synchronized and merged all the feeds to reconstruct a complete view of the apartment. Thanks to Xiao Yu's meticulous setup, Li Ming could see every corner of Ji Yun's home through the surveillance cameras and could even hear every sound inside. In room 2803 of Building 305, people were seated around a round table with a diameter of 1.5 meters. Judging by their physical characteristics, Xiao Yu quickly uncovered their true identities. A middle-aged couple sitting right next to each other, both wearing black down jackets, were none other than Ji Yun's father, Ji Guohua, and her mother, He Jinhua. Not far from the couple sat a young man in a flashy multicolored down jacket with dyed rainbow-hued hair, Ji Yun's younger brother, Ji Xiaoqiang. Seated opposite the three was a square-jawed middle-aged man in a sable fur coat with a thick golden necklace around his neck. That was Feng Su, the boss of Building 3. Before the apocalypse, Feng Su operated the largest slaughterhouse in Tianhai City. Known for his viciousness and ruthlessness, he had served several years in prison for assault. The last person was a man with sharp features and black-rimmed glasses. Lin Guojin, the leader of a small faction in Building 4. Before the apocalypse, Lin Guojin ran a pet hospital near the residential complex. Rumor had it that he was exceptionally skilled in poison, earning him the nickname, the Breaking Death Alchemist. Li Ming said in surprise, people from Building 4 actually coming to Building 3. Aren't they afraid of the zombies in the basement? Xiao Yu quickly pulled up the structural blueprint of the entire residential complex from his computer and displayed it before Li Ming. The locations of Building 3 and Building 4 are rather peculiar. The distance between their two basement entrances is very short. As long as your sprinting speed is fast enough, you can completely avoid the zombies in the basement and shuttle between the two buildings. Previously, whenever Li Ming delivered packages around the Riverside No. 1 residential complex, he had never once entered the underground garage, so he knew nothing about its layout. Through the surveillance feed, He Jinhua's sharp and acerbic face lit up with excitement as she greedily said, Boss Lin, I'm not trying to doubt you, but do you really have a solid plan to capture Li Ming alive? You both watched yesterday's live stream, right? The two women by his side are no ordinary ones. They slashed through so many people without even blinking. And Zheng Haonan's pistol is now in Li Ming's hands too. Li Ming, who was staring at the monitor, couldn't help but feel his eye twitch. He had merely wanted to see what shady dealings these people were sneaking around behind closed doors. To his surprise, the gossip had landed right on his own head. These people were actually conspiring to capture him alive. Huh, how entertaining. Behind him, the women, overhearing the conversation through the monitor, let out a chilling, killing intent. Huafian spoke in a cold voice. Brother Ming, these people actually want to capture you alive. Shall I go and kill them all right now? Li Ming wore a calm expression as if this had nothing to do with him at all. They're nothing more than a swarm of ants, no need to get so worked up. Wiping them out wouldn't take more than a few minutes. Rather than killing them outright, Li Ming was far more curious about what methods they planned to use to capture him alive. Through the monitor, Feng Su snorted coldly, then drew 2 pistols from his waist and said dismissively, What big deal pistols? Who doesn't have one? Seeing the pistols in Feng Su's hands, everyone's expressions turned deeply shocked, even tinged with fear. But soon that shock and fear melted away, replaced by delight and excitement. At the very least, when it came to capturing Li Ming alive, Feng Su was a reliable ally. The stronger an ally's power, the higher the probability of success for this operation. Ji Xiaoqiang immediately put on a flattering smile, rubbing his hands together as he approached, and said to Feng Su, Boss Feng truly is the most powerful person in our Building 3. With you stepping and capturing Li Ming would be a piece of cake. Only a man like you, Boss Feng, deserves to be my brother-in-law. Don't worry, once we get Li Ming's supplies, I'll surely persuade my sister to be with you. Feng Su pat Ji Xiaoqiang's shoulder with a satisfied grin, then continued. The combat skills of Huafian and Long Kui beside Li Ming are indeed no joke. Zheng Haonan suffered a devastating defeat and lost his life precisely because he failed to assess these two women's strength. But that's fine. Zheng Haonan's life has shown us exactly how capable those two women are. As long as we manage to subdue those two, that freeloader Li Ming behind them won't be worth a second thought. Ji Xiaoqiang sneered, saying with utter disdain. No matter how capable they are, they're still just two women. Do you two bosses not have over 50 people? Over 50 people taking on two? What's there to fear? Besides, Boss Feng has pistols. In my opinion, those two broads will see your majesty and immediately abandon that pushover Li Ming, crying and begging to join your side. The room erupted in cheerful laughter. Lin Guijin rose to his feet and slowly spoke. I wonder what Li Ming did to them, but they seem extraordinarily loyal to him, obeying every word he says. So we'd better proceed with caution, lest we end up suffering the same fate as Zheng Haonan. Feng Su gently wiped his pistol and said cautiously. That's precisely why we need to exploit this opportunity when Li Ming comes to welcome Ji Yun. We'll lay ambushes all around and set traps beforehand to ensure nothing goes wrong. I also have this. Lin Guijin took a small bottle from his pocket and handed it to He Jinhua. This bottle contains a potent sedative. A single drop fed to an elephant would knock it unconscious instantly. Once Li Ming and the others enter the house, just give them a warm welcome and make sure everyone drinks the sedative. If you can trick him into drinking it, we'll save ourselves a lot of effort. He Jinhua took the sedative from Lin Guijin and asked, what if they refuse to drink? Lin Guijin gave a sly smile. Then we'll have no choice but to deploy the pre-placed fog. The effects of the fog aren't as intense as direct ingestion, but merely inhaling a tiny amount will make a person's entire body go limp and weak. Huafian and Long Kai will be completely unable to resist. Ji Xiaoqiang's eyes immediately flashed with anticipation. Brother Lin, are you saying Huafian and Long Kai will lose all ability to resist, but remain conscious, correct? Lin Guijin nodded slightly. Ji Xiaoqiang immediately shouted excitedly. How that would be absolutely fantastic. Without the ability to resist, but still conscious, we can do whatever we want with them. Ji Guohua immediately understood his son's thoughts, his expression instantly turning excited. Son, they happen to be two as well. We can pair up for double trouble, haha. He Jinhua's face darkened instantly, and she grabbed Ji Guohua's ear. Double trouble? Do you think your mother is dead? Or have you been wishing for my death all along? Jay joking. Let go quickly, it hurts. Ji Guohua cried out in terror. Enough. All of you keep it down and focus on the matter at hand. Feng Su snapped at them irritably, then continued. To ensure everything goes smoothly, we'll also set various traps inside your home. Once they enter your house, guide them to sit in the positions where the traps are set. Meanwhile, all 50 plus of our men will lurk in ambush around the house. Once I give the signal, everyone charges at once. Two fists cannot fight four hands. No matter how formidable Huafian and Long Kai are, I don't believe they can cut down all 50 plus of us. We've arranged 4 lines of defense, and I'm confident Li Ming and the others won't be able to fly away this time. Cheerful laughter rang out once more around the round table. In room 2202 of Building 7. After Feng Su laid out his entire plan to capture Li Ming alive, Long Kui's side. These guys really went to great lengths just to capture our brother Ming. Sedatives, fog, mechanical traps, and ambushes. Huafian, Long Kai, and Chen Shanshan all looked eager to charge into action. All it would take was a single order from Li Ming, and they would immediately dash to Ji Yun's home and cut down every conspirator. Only the newly added member, Yi Jiechi, wore an expression of deep concern. Although after consuming the black pill that looked like chocolate that Li Ming had given her, her strength had increased considerably, and even her speed and reflexes had made a qualitative leap. But having never experienced real combat, she had no idea of Li Ming's true strength. Yi Jiechi said nervously, Brother Ming, these people are beasts, numerous, heavily armed, and thoroughly prepared. Why don't we just avoid provoking them? In room 2803 of Building 3, Feng Su and Lin Guijin had just left Ji Yun's home with their underlings, and Ji Yun finally stepped out of her room with a cold expression. Are you not aware that what you're doing is akin to playing with fire? Do you truly believe Li Ming, who has firmly secured the allegiance of Huafian and Long Kui, both immensely formidable, could be so simple-minded? His real strength might even surpass that of Huafian and Long Kui. If he learns that you colluded with Feng Su and Lin Guijin to set him up, do you think he will let you off easily? Even if you somehow succeed in capturing Li Ming alive and seizing his supplies, how can you be certain that Feng Su will hand over those supplies to you obediently? If I were Feng Su, the moment I succeeded, I would slaughter you like dogs without hesitation. Of course, I would not fare well either. I would be passed around by them for their amusement. Ji Yun's tone was utterly flat, as if the matter she spoke of had nothing to do with her. Ji Xiaoqiang's face was full of disdain. What he despised most was Ji Yun's condescending attitude, the way she always looked at him, as if he were an imbecile. Think you're the only smart one in this world, Lawyer Ji. Let me tell you, we're going to win this time. As he spoke, Ji Xiaoqiang walked over to the seat Feng Su had occupied, picked up the half-empty bottle of mineral water Feng Su had left behind, and poured it into his mouth, without a second thought for hygiene. After all, as long as he knew it wouldn't turn him into a zombie. These bottles of water were brought by Feng Su himself. The Ji family's water supply had long been controlled by He Jinhua. Each person had a fixed daily ration. Do you think Mom and Dad and I haven't considered what you just said? We've already analyzed this situation. I've already inquired about Li Ming. He never goes out of his way to kill people unless someone threatens him like Zheng Haonan did. And even if he does win and kills both Feng Su and Lin Guojin, he certainly wouldn't dare to lay a hand on me. Why, oi? Because I'm your dear little brother. Once you're with him, I become his brother-in-law. I bet I could slap him across the face and he wouldn't dare make a peep. But I don't believe Li Ming really has that kind of power. If he did, wouldn't he have gone on a rampage throughout the entire neighborhood? At that point, what kind of woman couldn't he have? Likewise, if Feng Su wins once you're with him, I'm still his brother-in-law. In this world, who would let their own brother-in-law starve, let alone slaughter him like a dog? With Feng Su as my brother-in-law, I'll be able to swagger through Building 3, even the whole neighborhood. Just thinking about all those poor women waiting for me to rescue them makes my heart itch. He Jinhua looked at Ji Xiaoqiang with a kind smile in her eyes filled with love and pride. Our precious boy is so clever. What is Li Ming? What is Feng Su? They're nothing but pawns in our baby's hands. No matter which of them ultimately wins, as long as we marry your sister off to him, we become the mother-in-law and brother-in-law. At that time, women like Horfian and Long Kai would be begging to be with our precious boy. But you mustn't overexert yourself. Too much of that will drain your vitality. Ji Yun shook her head in resignation and let out a cold snort. Huh. I thought your foolproof plan would be something brilliant, but in the end it's just selling me off to some men again. Her mother and brother had already drained her blood before the apocalypse. Now that the end had come, they still only knew how to obtain supplies by selling her off. Ji Xiaoqiang, who had always lived under He Jinhua's protection, had never witnessed the cruelty of the world. In the face of absolute power and profit, even one's own parents could be killed, let alone a brother-in-law or mother-in-law. He Jinhua turned to Ji Yun, her eyes devoid of the earlier kindness, and said venomously, "How dare you talk about your brother like that? He's doing this for your own good. Without a powerful man, do you think you can survive this apocalypse on your own? Ungrateful wretch. I'd rather have raised a dog than a thankless daughter like you." Ji Yun seemed long accustomed to He Jinhua's groundless scolding and couldn't be bothered to argue further. She had seen through the true nature of her parents and her brother long ago. Deep down, she had already given up all hope for these so-called family members. No matter which man they eventually sold her to, she didn't care anymore. Because she had already made up her mind, if anyone forced her to do something against her will, she would immediately take her own life. It would be returning this life to her heartless parents. Ji Yun clutched the fruit knife she had hidden in her pocket, her hands gripping it tightly. Leaving Ji Yun's home, Feng Su and Lin Guojin parted ways in the corridor, each beginning to prepare the tools for capturing Li Ming alive. Right after Lin Guojin left, Feng Su's subordinate Sun Jiu approached him and said in a low voice, "Boss, are you really planning to split those supplies equally with those two families? I'm afraid the brothers won't be happy about it." Feng Su slapped Sun Jiu on the head and flashed a sinister grin. "Haha, split equally. Do I look like the kind of person who shares the meat already in my mouth? They are merely my pawns and, more importantly, my prey. Huh. After the deed is done, we can kill the Su family of 3 and throw their bodies to the zombies. That Ji Yun is indeed a rare beauty. Tell the brothers I won't hog her. Once I've had my fill, she'll belong to all of you." Sun Jiu grew excited at the prospect of having his way with the stunning Ji Yun. They had captured quite a few women recently, but the quality in Building 3 was far from satisfactory. The only true beauty in the entire building was that leftover older woman Ji Yun. If not for her value, Feng Su and his men would have already stormed into her home and assaulted her. "Thank you, boss. The brothers will give it their all. But boss, why drag Lin Guojin's crew into this? They're not as easy to deal with as the Ji family. If they don't get the supplies afterward, I'm afraid they won't let it go." Feng Su slapped Sun Jiu on the head again, speaking irritably. "You've been with me so long, and you still haven't gotten any smarter. Lin Guojin is quite skilled with poison. If he can successfully drug Li Ming and his group, the whole operation will go much smoother. You've seen how formidable Huofian and Long Kui are in combat. If things go wrong, someone has to hold them off. Lin Guojin's men are the perfect cannon fodder. They'll reduce our own casualties. Afterward, do you think those 10 or so men of his would dare to bargain with me? I could wipe them out with ease." Back in Building 4, Lin Guojin pacified his 3 most trusted brothers, 3 massive ferocious wolfhounds. Lin Guojin's girlfriend Ai Wei threw herself into his arms coquettishly and said worriedly, "Guojin, can Feng Su really be trusted? I don't think he's a good person." Lin Guojin tossed the dying man into the dog cage, watching the 3 wolfhounds tear into the man savagely until he was completely lifeless. "In this apocalypse, no one is more reliable than my 3 brothers here, including you." Ai Wei playfully punched Lin Guojin's chest a few times. "Since Feng Su can't be trusted, why are you cooperating with him? He's no saint." Lin Guojin's eyes gleamed with malice. "The man I just threw into the cage was a villain too, wasn't he? In the end, he became dog food. Do you think I don't know what Feng Su is plotting? He just wants to use us as cannon fodder. Even if we get the supplies, he won't give us a single grain of rice or a bottle of water. While he sees me as prey, I see him as prey too. If I seize this chance to take him down plus Li Ming's supplies, I'll become the ultimate power in Building 3 and Building 4. Maybe even the strongest king in the entire neighborhood. Great risks often herald great rewards. He could hardly wait to claim everything Feng Su owned. Watching the three wolfhounds in the cage frenziedly devouring organs in a bloody spectacle, Lin Guojin's smile grew even more sinister. With his unparalleled technical prowess, Xiao Yu had long ago managed to hack into their mobile phones, thereby laying bare every word and action of all of them to Li Ming's keen awareness. Li Ming felt not the slightest surprise at these individuals' thoughts and deeds. In this post-apocalyptic world, such schemes, mutual exploitation, and betrayals were nothing short of commonplace. The dynamic between hunter and prey often coexists. Those with ability invariably yearn to seize more resources through such means for survival. Yet this time they had chosen the wrong target. Regarding the conspiracies of Feng Su and Lin Guojin and others, Li Ming paid them no mind, viewing it merely as a spectacle. Not only were their every move under Li Ming's surveillance, but even if caught off guard by their ambush, it would scarcely ruffle him. Before the crushing weight of absolute strength, all schemes were futile and meaningless. Li Ming cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yu, who stood beside him looking unkempt and seemingly harmless. Compared to the low-level characters like Feng Su and Lin Guojin, Xiao Yu, who had once hacked into the White House servers in America, commanded far greater attention. Though uncertain whether Xiao Yu had exaggerated, the fact that he had managed to infiltrate all devices within the residential complex in such a brief time indicated that his words were at least 80% credible. Even if the security level of Feng Su and others' mobile phones was incomparable to that of the White House servers in America, it still proved that Xiao Yu had the ability to monitor anyone in the entire complex at will. Of course, this surveillance range also encompassed himself. He did not wish to be under constant watch at all times. Xiao Yu was a man who must either become utterly loyal to him or be utterly destroyed. Feeling Li Ming's gaze grow increasingly profound, Xiao Yu was overcome by an involuntary chill. His greatest fear before coming was that Li Ming might suspect he had once used this technology to monitor him. Although he indeed had not spied on Li Ming's every move, he could hardly prove his innocence now. Xiao Yu spoke with reverence laced with fear. "Boss, you must believe me. I have never monitored your mobile phone or any devices around you, neither in the past nor in the future." Li Ming trusted not a single word of Xiao Yu's claims. Since he had even monitored Zheng Haonan and the entire residential complex, could such a meticulous man possibly overlook him? Yet this was not Li Ming's concern currently. He only cared whether Xiao Yu could be put to use. The corner of Li Ming's mouth lifted slightly, revealing an inscrutable smile. "Do you prefer men or women?" "What a..." Xiao Yu's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping. What manner of bizarre question was this? He obviously preferred women, as evidenced by the 2 terabytes of videos hidden on his computer. His right hand, which had accompanied him for over 20 years, could also testify. But upon seeing Li Ming's frivolous gaze, he instinctively took a step back and tugged at his own clothes. "BB boss, I sell my skills, not my chastity." "Who wants your chastity?" "I'm asking if you prefer men or women," Li Ming asked irritably. "I certainly prefer women, so I will absolutely not sell my chastity." Xiao Yu spoke evasively, daring not meet Li Ming's eyes. Li Ming covered his eyes and shook his head. It seemed Xiao Yu had misunderstood something. Since he preferred women, that should be fine. He then produced a loyal slave pill from his spatial storage. This was the first time he would use it on a man, and he was unsure of the reaction such a pill would elicit. He hoped it wouldn't be like Huafian and the others, who constantly stared at him with ardent gazes. Beauties were fine, but if a man constantly gazed at him thus, he would rather kill Xiao Yu. He could not endure having a man beside him forever fixating on him with such heated looks. Li Ming tossed the loyal slave pill in his hand toward Xiao Yu. "You have 2 choices: consume this pill and become my subordinate, or die." Xiao Yu caught the pill, which resembled a Malteser chocolate cast by Li Ming, unsure whether it was poison. While he was still engaged in fierce inner struggle over whether to take it, a sweet voice came from behind. "Huafian, rest assured this is a supreme tonic. Only those recognized by our brother Ming are worthy to consume it. If brother Ming intended to kill you, it would be effortless. There would be no need for such trouble." Xiao Yu sighed. Indeed, if Li Ming wanted him dead, vulgar means like poisoning would be unnecessary. With the skills of Huafian and Long Kai, a gentle slash across his neck would suffice to end his life. Though uncertain of the pill's effects, Li Ming had stated that consuming it would make him a subordinate. Hadn't he risked coming here to showcase his abilities for precisely this purpose? Even with the ability to monitor the residential complex's activities with his frail physique, he could not even defeat a fiercely tough woman, making it nearly impossible to secure supplies alone. Moreover, the complex's supplies were finite and would eventually run out. Only by clinging to the strong could he hope to survive. Li Ming's team before him was a remarkably good option. With this thought, Xiao Yu hesitated, no longer picking up the loyal slave pill and swallowing it. In the next instant, Xiao Yu's eyes bulged. He felt his entire body surging with power, a sensation never experienced before. At that moment, he seemed capable of matching tigers and lions. This feeling was absolutely magnificent. Simultaneously, Li Ming's image instantly became lofty and majestic, and his heart radiant with glory, and his aura of dignity brooked no infringement by anyone. Deeply subjugated by Li Ming's luminous presence and grand bearing, Xiao Yu knelt on one knee before him with submissive humility. Xiao Yu hereby pledges you as my lord to obey your commands, serve at your behest, and die in your loyal service. Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that men's reactions to the loyal slave pill indeed differed from women's. Had it been identical to Huafian and the others, Li Ming would have unhesitatingly killed him. Having consumed the loyal slave pill, Xiao Yu could no longer utter a single lie before Li Ming. Li Ming asked solemnly, "Is it true that you hacked into the White House servers in America?" "Master," Xiao Yu dared not raise his head, speaking cautiously, "it is absolutely true. In the rankings of the world's most premier hacker websites, my prowess places me within the top 3. Li Ming smiled with satisfaction. He had not expected to find such a master lurking within this residential complex. This was truly finding a treasure. Henceforth, if anyone sought to oppose him, obtaining intelligence would be far easier. It was just unexpected that a technical master like Xiao Yu would also fall victim to the 996 corporate slaves' fate of overtime work in Huaxia. Li Ming continued to ask Xiao Yu, "Have you truly never tampered with our devices?" "Master," Xiao Yu's entire body trembled slightly as his posture shifted from one knee to both knees. "I deserve 10,000 deaths. I deceived you. From the advent of the apocalypse until now, your every action has been under my surveillance. I also recorded videos of you and the various sisters, storing them on my computer, intending to savor them leisurely in the future." Upon hearing this, Huafian, Long Kai, Chen Shanshan, and Yi Jieqi all wore expressions of utter exasperation. Instantly the house filled with shrieks reminiscent of beating a dog. Xiao Yu's physical attributes had been amplified tenfold by the loyal slave pill, so there was no need to worry about him being beaten to death. After being beaten by a group for nearly 10 minutes, Xiao Yu was now bruised and swollen, kneeling before the dining table with both hands raised high above his head. Li Ming, accompanied by 4 beautiful women, sat leisurely around the table enjoying a hot pot of beef. Long Kai deliberately took a piece of steaming hot fatty beef, dipped it in meticulously prepared sesame sauce, and slid it into her mouth with a slurp. Right before Xiao Yu's eyes, the sauce trickling down the corner of her lips. Xiao Yu was so tempted that he swallowed his saliva. He hadn't tasted a single piece of meat in nearly 10 days, and had almost forgotten what beef was like. He was utterly famished. The bowl of egg noodles that Chen Shanshan had just cooked had been gulped down before he could even taste it. Long Kai flashed a mischievous smile. "Wanna eat?" Xiao Yu nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice. "Dream on. You dared to record your auntie's video. Let me see if I can starve you to death." Long Kai raised her hand as if to strike. Xiao Yu cast a pitiful glance at Li Ming. "Master, I swear I've handed over all those videos to you. I absolutely wouldn't dare hold anything back." He looked at the various ingredients in the pot and couldn't help licking his lips. "Master, could I have just a sip of the broth? Just one sip?" It seemed that even the divine loyal servant pill couldn't withstand extreme hunger and thirst. In the end, Xiao Yu, unable to endure the torment of cravings, begged Li Ming for food. "Want a drink?" Li Ming lifted the bowl of beef broth and poured it directly onto the ground. "Drink up." Xiao Yu knew this was his master's punishment. Without a moment's hesitation, he prostrated himself on the floor, extending his tongue to lap up the spilled broth. Seeing Xiao Yu licking the beef broth from the floor like a dog, the others finally felt a sense of relief. Though they were all absolutely loyal to Li Ming, they retained complete autonomy. No one could accept being monitored without consent, let alone being filmed. If not for the fact that they all served Li Ming, they would never have forgiven Xiao Yu so easily. After the meal, Li Ming assigned Xiao Yu the task of monitoring the entire neighborhood's intelligence, as he was a technical expert in this field. Xiao Yu was required to report to him daily on the movements of everyone in the community. If any emergency arose, he had to report to Li Ming immediately. It wasn't that Li Ming feared ordinary forces like Feng Su and Lin Guijin's groups. Nearly 10 days had passed since the apocalypse began. Among the 20 million people in Tianhai City, at least 10 million had been infected by the zombie virus and turned into zombies. Even if the probability of an infected person awakening an ability was only 1 in 10,000, there were probably already about 1,000 ability users in Tianhai City. There might even be someone like him who possessed the system. After all, in his previous life, Li Ming had awakened this system a month after the apocalypse began. In other words, someone stronger than him could appear at any time, perhaps even within this very neighborhood. This was something Li Ming had to guard against. Indeed, he needed to expand the ranks of his female legion as soon as possible to grow stronger. He had to win over Ji Yun without delay. Bam! 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 A series of urgent knocks came from the door. Even from the sound alone, it was clear that those outside were utterly rude. Li Ming frowned. Who could that be? Weren't they afraid of death? Xiao Yu immediately got up from the floor and checked the surveillance camera to see what was happening outside. Through the camera, he saw 7 or 8 middle-aged and elderly women outside, led by the neighborhood committee's Aunt Chung. Behind them were 3 young men holding up live-streaming equipment. Xiao Yu quickly checked his phone. Sure enough, everything happening here was being live-streamed to everyone's phones by those 3 young men behind the old women. Xiao Yu turned and looked warily at Li Ming. "Master, should I block their live stream?" Li Ming smirked. "No need. I'm not sure what they're up to, but let them broadcast." At that moment, Aunt Chung impatiently pounded on the door again, shouting, "Li Ming, I know you're in there. Stop hiding and open the door now." Li Ming sneered. Hide? When had he ever hidden? With those old women outside, why would he need to hide? Bam, bam, bam. Another round of urgent knocking. Li Ming was growing annoyed and signaled Huafian to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Aunt Cheng's high-pitched aggressive voice rang out. Are you deaf? We elders have been knocking for so long, and you still don't open the door. Are you trying to freeze us to death? The old women behind her also began cursing. Exactly. No manners at all. When so many people are hiding inside, and someone knocks, you should open the door immediately. Don't you even understand that? Oh, I always said those delivery men are the dregs of society. How could they have any breeding? It's only natural. Just a delivery boy who hoarded some supplies before the disaster and now dares to put on airs. In this neighborhood, every family is a multi-millionaire tycoon. The group of old women cursing and yelling tried to push past Huafian to barge into Li Ming's home. But Aunt Cheng pushed Huafian several times, yet the woman remained utterly still. Aunt Cheng's face darkened. She remembered that Huafian was a female warrior who could easily kill men. How could she, a woman of about 60, push her away? But Aunt Cheng was not afraid of this so-called female warrior. She believed she was different from scum like Zheng Haonan. She was here as an official representative to reason with Li Ming. Moreover, the three young men behind her were live-streaming everything to the community group. Would Li Ming dare to lay a hand on her, an official representative in full view of everyone? Aunt Cheng glanced at Huafian with impunity and said arrogantly, "Move aside immediately. I'm here on behalf of the authorities with very important news for Li Ming." Bang! Long Qi slammed an axe onto the ground. The curses of the old women instantly ceased. Say what you have to say from outside the door. If anyone dares to step another foot inside, I'll chop it off right now. Aunt Cheng immediately put her hands on her hips and shouted, "Who are you trying to scare? I am an official representative. If you lay a hand on us, you'll be openly opposing the organization. The organization will eventually punish you according to the law, and there will be no leniency. Understand?" Despite her words, her body honestly stepped back 2 paces. She was genuinely afraid that the fierce Long Kui would actually act. But at the same time, she desperately wanted to get into Li Ming's house because it was so warm inside. Although the temperature at Li Ming's doorstep was not as cold as outside, it was still around -10 degrees Celsius. Standing outside the door, Aunt Cheng could feel that the temperature inside Li Ming's house was at least above 20 degrees, and the aroma drifting out included the scent of beef hot pot. At the smell, all the old women behind her couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Is that the smell of beef hot pot? Oh my god, the whole neighborhood is freezing and starving, and they can still afford to eat beef hot pot. It smells so good. When we get their supplies, I want to taste that hot pot too. And their house is so warm. They're just wearing short-sleeved home clothes inside. These people are utterly heartless, enjoying themselves here while ignoring the suffering of the entire neighborhood. The neighbors in the group livestream, hearing the old women's statements, also began to criticize. How can this person be so selfish? He hoarded so many supplies. Why can't he share a little with us? Exactly, we're not asking for freebies. Can't we buy them at 100 times the price? He's just a deliver man. He probably won't earn that much in his lifetime. He doesn't even know how to seize an opportunity. I told you he's a deliver man. How could he have such vision? He probably thinks this disaster will never end. Long Kai could no longer endure the repugnant visages of those old women, and with extreme impatience she snapped. What on earth do you want? If you have nothing to do, then get the hell out of here and stop yelling at someone else's door. Seeing Long Kui's disrespect, the old women instantly became defensive, pointing at her and cursing. Hey, how dare you, a young girl, speak to your elders like that? Don't you have any manners? One who stays near ink gets stained black. Indeed, a courier's woman is nothing but low class. Exactly, you're nothing but a whore selling your body for food. How dare you talk to us like that? Long Kai was instantly incandescent with rage. She swung her axe, glaring icily at the 7 old women outside the door. Just then Li Ming slowly emerged from the house, arms crossed, standing in the doorway with a smirk on his face. Tell me, what is it you want from me? Seeing Li Ming, Aunt Cheng's face was full of sarcasm as she said in an insinuating tone, "Little Li, it's not easy to see you. One might think you were some big shot official." Good heavens. She immediately addressed Li Ming as Little Li, a term typically reserved for revered elders or superiors addressing subordinates. By doing so, Aunt Cheng directly defined Li Ming as her junior or underling while she assumed a condescending posture. With that one address, Aunt Cheng instantly relegated Li Ming to the status of a junior or subordinate, while she herself struck an air of superiority. Li Ming didn't bother to respond. He simply waited calmly for Aunt Cheng to continue. Seeing that Li Ming didn't argue, Aunt Cheng proudly continued. It's been almost 10 days since the disaster struck. In response to the organization's spirit of mutual aid and overcoming catastrophe together, the neighborhood has decided to establish a disaster relief committee with me as its chairperson. My current identity represents the authorities and the organization. If you refuse to comply, you'll be opposing the organization, and you should know the consequences. I am now formally notifying you that you must hand over all the supplies you've hoarded for unified distribution by our committee. Of course, we will allocate you double the amount of supplies compared to others each day. If you cooperate after the disaster, I will personally write to the organization to have you duly rewarded. Additionally, we are requisitioning this house. Many elderly residents in the neighborhood cannot bear the bitter cold, so you must vacate this house for them. You are young and can withstand the cold. We will find you another relatively better place to stay. Little Li, this is a rare opportunity for you to serve the organization. You must seize it. After speaking with immense pride, Aunt Cheng admonished Li Ming in a tone that seemed like a great leader addressing ordinary folk. At that moment, Aunt Cheng was elated. Soon she would move into this warm house humming a tune while enjoying a hot pot. The mere thought was delightful. The Disaster Relief Committee was a spur-of-the-moment idea. Nearly 10 days had passed since the disaster struck, and there was still no word from the authorities. She had to find a way to save herself. Ever since she learned that Li Ming was merely a courier, she believed that with her pre-apocalypse status, she could easily control and torment him. After all, someone like Li Ming at the very bottom of society would surely grovel before anyone with even a hint of official rank. Before the apocalypse, she was just a neighborhood committee director, and she could already make people like him too scared to even fart. Li Ming sneered, "And what if I refuse?" An old woman who bore a striking resemblance to Granny Blaze leaped out from behind Aunt Cheng and roared, "You dare to refuse? What are you so smug about, you delivery boy? Believe me, I'll file a complaint against you." Li Ming had a deep impression of this old woman who looked just like Granny Blaze. This old woman was the bane of all couriers in the area. Almost every courier had lost wages due to her complaints. Li Ming had delivered packages to her a few times, and each time she claimed the package was damaged and requested a refund only. This had cost him several months' wages. Li Ming chuckled, "I never delivered anything to you. What could you possibly complain about?" Granny Blaze's face flushed with fury as she pointed at him and yelled, "I don't care. I'll complain about you anyway." "Complain all you want. It's up to you," Li Ming said calmly. Seeing that Li Ming didn't lose his temper even when confronted by Granny Blaze, Aunt Cheng grew even more smug. Before coming, she had been afraid that Li Ming would treat them like he had treated Zheng Haonan's group, chopping them down without a word. That's why she had bribed the 3 young men operating the live-streaming equipment behind her to broadcast the entire scene in the neighborhood. She didn't believe Li Ming would dare to kill a state official in full view of everyone. She considered herself a state official. Of course, Aunt Cheng knew it was impossible to make Li Ming willingly hand over all his supplies and house. Her strategy was to start with an outrageous demand, then gradually soften the terms, making it easier for Li Ming's heart to accept, eventually leading him to surrender part of his supplies. Aunt Cheng put on a beaming smile and spoke to Li Ming with earnest sincerity. "Little Li, I know it's hard for you to accept giving up all your supplies at once, but this is the organization's will. If you're willing to cooperate, Aunt Cheng will help you apply to the organization. You only need to hand over 70 of your supplies. As for your house, a 3-bedroom 2-living room. We'll leave 1 room for your use so you won't have to move out. All of you squeezed into 1 room. Wouldn't that be warmer? Everyone else is doing the same. If you agree, it's settled." Aunt Cheng and the old women behind her beamed with joy, as if they had granted Li Ming an immense favor, certain that he would accept the terms. Li Ming let out a scornful laugh so angry that he almost laughed. "Huh? Do you have some misunderstanding about me? What makes you think I'm someone easy to negotiate with?" Aunt Cheng, who had expected Li Ming to agree, now shouted in exasperation, "Li Ming, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Are you really going to oppose the organization? Let me tell you, if you don't cooperate, we have the right to expel you from this neighborhood immediately." Huafian glared at Aunt Cheng and said coldly, "Ridiculous. I bought this house with my own money. What right do you have to drive us away? Leave now while you still have the chance." Granny Blaze stepped forward with her hands on her hips, looking fierce. "The house is yours, but this Li Ming has seriously endangered the harmony and safety of our neighborhood. Besides, what right does a stinking delivery boy have to live in the same neighborhood as us?" Binjiang Yihao community is a famous high-end community in Tianhai City. Not just any cat or dog can live here. Moreover, we represent the authorities and the organization. We have the right to expel him. Were they out of their minds still thinking of driving Li Ming out of the community? Did they truly not fear that Huafian would slaughter them all? Haha, how ridiculous. These old hags still think they're in the days before the apocalypse, where throwing tantrums would earn them indulgence. Li Ming might not dare strike against them after all, since that Cheng Dama is an official employee. Killing her would be a completely different matter from killing Zheng Haonan and his crew. Bullshit. She's merely a sub-district office director, good enough for a public institution position at best. Li Ming crossed his arms and flashed a harmless little smile. "Shanshan, yesterday Zheng Haonan's gang came to your door, and you had no chance to act. Let these women serve as your practice targets." "Practice? Does that mean we're going to be slaughtered just like Zheng Haonan's crew?" The 3 young men behind these old hags responsible for operating the live stream equipment reacted far faster than their mistresses. They seemed to sense something deeply wrong in Li Ming's gaze, filling them with utter dread. One of the young men hastily dropped the equipment in his hands and stammered, "Li Ming, this has nothing to do with us. We only accepted a few small favors from Cheng Dama. We're not accomplices." He immediately grabbed the other 2 youths, and urgency spiked in his voice. "Run. Do you want to wait here and die? We've been used by that wretched old hack Cheng Dama." Watching the 3 of them abandon their live stream gear and flee for their lives, Cheng Dama cursed loudly, "You 3 cowards. Give me back my payment, 6 bottles of water and 6 packs of instant noodles. You promised to keep broadcasting until we left safely. Young people today have absolutely no integrity." However, those 3 youths had already vanished into thin air. An old woman standing behind Cheng Dama seemed to sense something amiss. She stepped forward and tugged at Cheng Dama's sleeve. "Director, perhaps we should leave first and settle accounts with them once our organization arrives." At this moment, Cheng Dama herself was filled with dread. Her greatest leverage had been the livestream broadcast by those three young men. She had bet that Li Ming would not dare lay a hand on defenseless women in front of so many witnesses. Yet those three cowards had abandoned their equipment and fled on their own. As the director of the Disaster Relief Committee she had personally founded, she desperately clung to maintaining her authority. Charlie, I'll give you one more day to reconsider. I hope you'll think this through and not walk into a dead end. This is truly an opportunity the organization is offering you. Seize it and contribute to the nation. The same old woman who had been clamoring to complain about Li Ming moments ago now spoke with generous tolerance. Exactly, Li Ming. You must trust the organization and trust us. We only want what's best for you. Perhaps your righteousness this time will help your neighbors survive this crisis, and the organization will remember your kindness and grant you an official position. Don't be angry. We're merely here to convey the organization's guidance. We harbor no ill will toward you. Although the three young men had abandoned their livestream equipment and could no longer capture Chung Dama and the others on camera, the sounds of the scene were perfectly audible to everyone watching the stream. Wow, older women indeed know how to play the game. Even at this moment, she can still spout such shameless words. Is Li Ming really going to make a move against them? They're completely defenseless. A soft rice-eating demon like Li Ming. There's no crime he wouldn't be capable of. This Chung Dama is so naive, thinking she can squeeze Li Ming by claiming to run some official organization. Nobody's a fool nowadays. After casting a few polished words, Chung Dama and the others turned to flee immediately. However, as they turned around, they discovered that Qin Shanshan had somehow appeared behind them, completely blocking their escape route. The old women trembled all over at the sight of the two gleaming bone-cleaving knives clenched tightly in Qin Shanshan's hands. These two cleavers had been salvaged by Li Ming from a Walmart warehouse. When he had allowed Qin Shanshan to choose a weapon, she had immediately set her sights on these two razor-sharp knives. Summoning her courage, Chung Dama glared at Qin Shanshan, who blocked the path and shouted, "What do you think you're doing? The entire community knows we came here. If anything happens to us, you won't escape justice. Attacking a state cadre is a capital offense. I urge you to think carefully." Grandma Liehua adjusted the fullness of her chest and stomped forward with her heavy 150-pound frame. "Who are you trying to scare with two knives, you little brat? What spectacle hasn't this old woman seen? I own half of all the bathhouses in Tianhai City, and I have connections across both the light and dark sides of society. In the past, anyone who dared speak to me like this would have." Qin Shanshan's expression remained utterly blank as she swung her cleaver, drawing it lightly across Grandma Liehua's neck. Blood erupted from the wound like a geyser. The cut Qin Shanshan made was shallow enough to avoid instant death, but the severed artery robbed Grandma Liehua of her ability to move. She collapsed to the ground, desperately clutching her bleeding neck. Chung Dama and the remaining old women staring at the fallen Grandma Liehua were seized with utter terror and panic. For a moment, they seemed to have lost the power of speech, their eyes bulging as they stared motionlessly at the blood-soaked figure on the ground, unable to utter a single sound. Grandma Liehua's blood flowed toward the abandoned camera, and everyone watching the livestream could see the crimson stream through the lens. Li Ming and his group are really striking. Those are just defenseless middle-aged women. How can he be so merciless? What a devil. Slaughter NG defenseless people. What difference is there between him and Zheng Haonan's gang? We must preserve the evidence and make that devil pay someday. How could they be the same? Zheng Haonan's group attacked, proactively slaughtering community residents. You don't provoke Li Ming, and he has no interest in bothering you. Huh. Well deserved. Those old hags deserve to die. Under the guise of the community, everyone knows they only wanted to embezzle Li Ming's supplies. They even dared to lay hands on someone's house. Truly shameless. Serve them right. Several old women behind Chung Dama slowly snapped out of their terror. At that moment, deep regret flooded their hearts for having followed Chung Dama's incitement to trouble Li Ming. Chung Dama had repeatedly assured them that Li Ming would never dare lay a hand on them, which is why they had mustered the courage to come along. Otherwise, not even with 10 times their usual nerve would they have dared. The old women immediately dropped to their knees before Qin Shanshan, their voices trembling with sobs as they begged for mercy. "Young miss, please spare us. It was all Chung Dama. Everything was her idea. We were bewitched into following her here. That's right. We never received any official notice establishing a disaster management committee. This was all Chung Dama's scheme aimed at tricking everyone into handing over their supplies." She claimed that as long as they used the banner of an official organization, Li Ming would dare not resist, for everyone naturally fears authority. Having Li Ming surrender his supplies was merely the first step. Once he submitted, no other resident would dare refuse. For those who resisted stubbornly, we would make an example of them. That way we could gather all the supplies in the community and use them to hire several formidable fighters to protect us. The old women poured out their entire plot in one breath. Chung Dama, furious and defeated, stomped her foot and pointed at them, cursing loudly. "You liars. We planned this all together. These old women are utterly vicious. I thought they only wanted to target Li Ming, but I never expected them to go after us as well. They were not only greedy but also foolish. Instead of going after Li Ming, who had the most supplies, they could have deceived the timid property owners through the community group chat and perhaps obtained a bit of provisions. Such wicked and vicious people deserve to be punished by those even more malicious. I hope they become decent human beings in their next life. They have no chance in this lifetime, only in the next." Along with Aunt Chung, 8 elderly women whose carotid arteries had been severed by Chen Shanshan lay writhing on the ground in agony. They desperately clutched their throats, their eyes filled with regret and terror. Witnessing these elderly women's resentful, yet helpless gaze, Huafian and Longkui could not bear to look and closed their eyes. As the executioner Chen Shanshan appeared remarkably calm and composed, her hands firmly gripped the boning knife as she waited like an emotionless machine for these people to die. Witnessing this scene, Li Ming's conviction deepened within him. Such indiscriminate killings suited Chen Shanshan far better. Even if these tasks were assigned to Huafian and Longkui, they would execute them excellently. But afterward their consciences would suffer, for years of peaceful era education had shaped their values, preventing them from attacking those who posed no threat. In contrast, Chen Shanshan experienced none of this internal conflict stemming from contradicting her own beliefs. After Li Ming rescued her from people such as Lin Caixia and Zhou Dazue, her loyalty to him had already reached its peak. Coupled with the effects of the loyalty pill, Chen Shanshan resembled a thoroughly indoctrinated devout believer with Li Ming as her god. Before the apocalypse, most wars across the planet stemmed from religious conflicts where fervent believers would sacrifice everything, including their lives, for the deity they worshipped. Chen Shanshan was no different. Whatever Li Ming commanded was the will of God. Fulfilling that divine will represented the greatest happiness and highest purpose in her life. Such a Chen Shanshan was the ideal choice for assassination and hit work. Only upon seeing Li Ming did her cold, ruthless expression transform into a radiant, sweet smile. Brother Ming, I didn't kill them immediately. I want them to die slowly in agony. You won't blame me, will you? The Ji family watched the entire broadcast from their home. He Jinhua's face turned pale, her lips trembling as she spoke. Did he really kill them all? This Li Ming is too ruthless. They were just some ignorant old women. Wouldn't it have been enough to just give them a good scolding? He actually resorted to such brutal measures, sparing not a single one. Mrs. Huang from Building 7 was my good friend. She might have been a bit greedy, but she wasn't truly evil. Yet Li Ming killed her without hesitation. He's a scum, a devil. She had never imagined Li Ming would be this cruel. Like Aunt Chung and those other elderly women, she believed he had only killed Zheng Haonan and his group out of self-defense. To her shock, Li Ming showed no mercy toward those defenseless women and children, and was even more ruthless with them. A growing sense of unease settled in her heart as she questioned whether allying with Feng Su and Lin Guijin to undermine Li Ming had been the right choice. Ji Xiaoqiang seemed to sense his mother's unease and quickly stepped forward to reassure her. Humphrey only killed a few defenseless elderly women. What's there to be surprised about? Compared to our brother Feng and brother Lin, the number he killed doesn't even amount to a fraction. In front of them, he's nothing. Upon hearing Ji Xiaoqiang's reasoning, He Jinhua's grim expression softened slightly. On reflection, it was true. Feng Su and Lin Guijin's combined forces exceeded 60 people. They were all young and vigorous men. Could they truly be afraid of this Li Ming? In terms of ruthlessness, Li Ming was less than 1/10 of either Feng Su or Lin Guijin. Realizing this, He Jinhua felt even more reassured. Ji Yun couldn't help but let out a derisive snort and retorted, "Is this about how many people he killed? This proves Li Ming isn't as easy to handle as you imagined." Ji Xiaoqiang shot Ji Yun a scornful glance. "Now you see what kind of person Li Ming really is. Mom and I did this for your own good. If you ended up in the hands of such a demon, you'd know exactly what would happen to you. But this kid won't last long. Once Brother Feng and Brother Lin are ready, we'll take him down together and see how arrogant he can still be." But this Li Ming had quite the fortune with women. Huafian Longkai and Chen Shanshan were all among the most stunning beauties in the residential complex. If after dealing with Li Ming, he could get his hands on even one of them, that would be amazing. Ji Xiaoqiang began scheming in his mind about how to secure one of these 3 beautiful women. Of course, it would be even better if all 3 beautiful women belonged to him. That would be truly perfect. As he thought about this, a greedy and lewd smile spread across Ji Xiaoqiang's face. Ji Yun rolled her eyes at him. There was no point in arguing with Ji Xiaoqiang. It was like casting pearls before swine. In this post-apocalyptic world, anyone with power was invariably ruthless and vicious. Feng Su and Lin Guijin had reputations far worse than Li Ming's in the residential complex. Every day, who knew how many women had been abused to death by their hands? Ji Xiaoqiang had attached himself to Feng Su and Lin Guijin's faction, and his end would surely be death. In contrast, after watching this broadcast, her perception of Li Ming seemed to have shifted. Decisive and ruthless in eliminating threats, showing no mercy even to those who spoke ill of him while unarmed. He handled matters with complete efficiency and without hesitation, exactly the kind of partner she desired. Ji Yun was an exceptionally shrewd woman, but even someone as clever as her couldn't help but want to find a strong man to protect her, especially now that the world had collapsed. Moreover, from the 2 broadcasts, it was clear that Huafian Longkai and Chen Shanshan, who followed Li Ming, had not only received the respect they deserved, but had likely gained tremendous power by aligning themselves with him. Ji Yun pulled up recordings of both live broadcasts from her phone. Watching Huafian and Longkui's fierce and capable demeanor, she found herself genuinely envying them. She boldly imagined that if she followed Li Ming, she too might become like them, gaining freedom, respect, and dignity. At this thought, Ji Yun's once dead heart seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope once more. She refused to be controlled by others or endlessly feed the insatiable greed of the G family. Even in this apocalypse, she wanted to live for herself just once. She decided to risk everything one more time, betting that Li Ming was the man she could rely on in this new world. Ding. Li Ming received a message from Ji Yun. Mr. Li, don't come to my place. Over 60 people have already ambushed near my home along with poison gas and traps set up. These people intend to ensure you never return alive. Ji Yun sent Li Ming all the details of Feng Su and Lin Guojin's arrangements at her home. Upon seeing the message, Li Ming was utterly perplexed. What exactly was Ji Yun trying to do? Li Ming had already learned through Xiao Yu's network technology that the Ji family, in collusion with Feng Su and Lin Guojin, had set up an ambush to capture him alive. But why would Ji Yun choose this critical moment to send him a warning? What was her motive behind this? Could it be that she had taken a fancy to him because of his handsome looks and thus refused to be complicit in her family's schemes? Li Ming instructed Xiao Yu to investigate every detail about Ji Yun, wanting to see what she was really up to. In just 1 minute, Xiao Yu had obtained all of Ji Yun's information. Such efficiency greatly pleased Li Ming. Ji Yun, age 30, graduate of the law department at Jingxing University. After graduation, she worked at the elite law firm in Tianhai City, specializing in economic dispute cases for the city's wealthy. Before the apocalypse, the cases she handled boasted a staggering 100 win rate, making her the most promising gold-tier lawyer at the elite law firm. At just 30, she had already become a junior partner, earning an annual salary of millions, excluding bonuses. Unfortunately, this prodigy had a gambling-addicted father, a mother who favored sons over daughters, and a younger brother who was constantly causing trouble. Although Ji Yun earned a lot over the years, it was never enough to fill the abyss created by her family. They were like leeches clinging to her and draining every drop of her blood. With an annual salary and bonuses in the millions, Ji Yun had not a single cent in savings before the apocalypse. Instead, she owed millions in debt. A truly bizarre situation. Her ex-boyfriend left her because he couldn't tolerate her family environment. Hearing Ji Yun's story, everyone present was astonished. Who would have thought that even in the apocalypse, such a melodramatic tale could still unfold? Hua Fian asked curiously, so what is she trying to achieve by sending Brother Ming a message now? Is she trying to take revenge on her family by going down with them? Li Ming shook his head gravely. I don't think so. Given her shrewdness and beauty, if she wanted to retaliate against her family, she could simply attach herself to a powerful man and then strike back. That would be far more effective than mutual destruction. Just as Li Ming had taken revenge on Luo Zijuan and Guan Feng, true hatred meant watching them suffer a fate worse than death. In the apocalypse, death was merely a release and mutual destruction was the most foolish approach. Someone as astute as Ji Yun would never choose that path. I don't think it's impossible, Xiao Yu said solemnly. Ji Yun is utterly disillusioned with her family and her life. She has long been prepared to perish together with them. You mean she has already made up her mind to end her own life? Li Ming asked in a low voice. Xiao Yu scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Actually, when I was monitoring everyone in the entire district, I had noticed this woman. Whenever she was alone, she would take out the fruit knife she kept hidden and gesture it over various parts of her body, as if searching for the most efficient way to commit suicide. At these words, Long Kui's eyes filled with sympathy. This sister is so pitiful. Before the apocalypse, her parents and brother drained her dry, and even now her family plans to sell her in exchange for supplies. Maybe she really intends to go down with her family, and she sent the message to warn Brother Ming, so as not to involve him. Hua Fian said. Yi Jiechi, who had barely spoken before, slowly raised her hand, looking nervous. Can I say a few words? Everyone turned their gaze to Yi Jiechi, waiting quietly for her to continue. With their permission, Yi Jiechi mustered her courage and spoke. I think someone as intelligent as she is would never resort to such a foolish method as mutual destruction. She is testing Brother Ming. This is her last hope, her final chance. Yi Jiechi's insight was unique. Testing him by sending a message. Li Ming looked at Yi Jiechi in confusion. Testing me? What does she want to test? Yi Jiechi glanced at Li Ming, hesitant, uncertain whether her analysis was correct. She was even afraid that if she said the wrong thing, Brother Ming would blame her, but since she had already spoken, she had to continue. When I was locked in that dark wardrobe by Baldy and Yellow Hair, although I knew the chance of being rescued was almost zero, deep down, I still hoped that someone would come and save me from that darkness. It's the same for Ji Yun. Though she is trapped in a dark quagmire, exhausted in body and soul, her heart ashen and devoid of any ripples, she still wants to make one last struggle for her life. She also hopes that someone can pull her out of that dark abyss. And Brother Ming, you are her last hope, her final chance. Long Qi laughed heartily without restraint. Haha, this woman is so pretentious. If she wants us to save her, she could just say it outright. Instead, she sends a cryptic message and makes us guess. And she tests Brother Ming. Yi Jiechi continued her analysis. Everyone is different. Ji Yun's dysfunctional family makes it hard for her to trust anyone unconditionally. Moreover, she is very intelligent, cautious, and rational. She wouldn't believe in unearned kindness. That's why she sent Li Ming a message telling him not to go to her house, while also revealing Feng Su and Lin Guojin's setup. Her purpose is to test whether Brother Ming is someone worth relying on in this apocalypse. She wants to confirm two things. First, she needs to know whether Brother Ming, aware of the danger, would still insist on saving her. That is to test her own importance in Brother Ming's heart. Second, she needs to confirm whether Brother Ming has the ability to successfully rescue her from the combined forces of Feng Su and Ling Guijin. This is to verify his strength. Everyone knows that in the apocalypse other emotions are useless. Strength is the only truth. If he lacks that strength, being swallowed up or eliminated is only a matter of time. This is Ji Yun's last chance, her last hope. Long Qi held her forehead in displeasure. These social elites are too cautious, all these twists and turns giving me a headache. Why can't they be straightforward like me? A smile tugged at the corner of Li Ming's mouth as he gazed at Yi Jieqi with admiration. He hadn't expected this shy young college student to have such a sharp mind. Feeling the heat of Li Ming's gaze, Yi Jieqi lowered her head bashfully, her fingers twisting nervously as she tried to hide her fluster and shyness. Li Ming stood up from the sofa, rolled his neck, and cracked his knuckles. Since she wants to test me, I'll give her a satisfactory answer. Fian, get ready. You're coming with me. Long Kui Chen Shan and Yi Jieqi also stood up looking anxious. Brother Ming, take us with you. We promise we won't hold you back. It's not a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. Fian and I are enough. At Ji Yun's home, Feng Su threw the cigarette, but which had been burned down to the filter, onto the ground, stomped on it a few times, then draped his arm around Ji Xiaoqiang's shoulder. Cigarettes were extremely precious resources at this stage. Each one smoked was one less. Only someone of Feng Su's caliber was entitled to enjoy them, so he treasured them greatly. Xiaoqiang, use your sister's phone to notify Li Ming to come over. My men and Brother Lin's have already surrounded this place tightly, even a fly couldn't escape. Once he's here, he'll be trapped for sure. He Jinhui looked at the cigarette, but Feng Su had thrown on the ground, her eyes full of contempt and dissatisfaction. This house was bought from Ji Yun with $1 million embezzled by her to serve as Ji Xiaoqiang's future wedding home. This house was the apple of her eye. Even in the apocalypse, she insisted on polishing every tile to a shine, cherishing it with great care. As she picked up the cigarette, but she grumbled with extreme displeasure. How can you be so uncivilized as to litter cigarette butts? How can I trust someone like you with my daughter? Besides, if Li Ming sees the cigarette, but when he arrives he'll get suspicious. He Jinhuai's scolding of Feng Su made Ji Xiaoqiang frown deeply, extremely impatient. Mom, it's just a cigarette, but how can you talk to your brother-in-law like that? Ji Xiaoqiang held Feng Su in high esteem and had already addressed him as his brother-in-law. He believed that as long as he clung to Feng Su's coattails, he could swagger through the entire neighborhood in the future. He Jinhui also seemed to regard Feng Su as her son-in-law, and she scolded him mercilessly, hands on her hips. Do you have any idea how expensive all the decorations and furniture in this house are? Every single piece was carefully selected by me. Look at this imported Italian sofa, the custom marble dining table. They cost me a fortune. And this solid rosewood door, handcrafted by a craftsman from the island nation. It's simply bang, 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 boom. As He Jinhui was proudly admiring her beloved solid rosewood door handcrafted by the island nation craftsman, 3 consecutive icy blade shadows split the thick door into 9 pieces. Then under He Jinhuai's gaze, Huafian kicked the solid wood door into pieces. My solid rosewood door. Which accursed bastard. He Jinhui let out a scream that squeezed her vocal cords with fat. Li Ming with Huafian trampled over the broken door, swaggering into Ji Yun's home like a thug, shouting loudly. Ji Yun, I received your message. I'm the man you've been waiting for. Wah. Watching Li Ming swagger in, everyone was stunned. Ji Yun was even more dumbfounded, her mind already filled with several highly profane remarks. Is this guy an idiot? She had risked everything to inform Li Ming in detail of all the ambushes and plans of Feng Su and Ling Guijin. According to her plan, Li Ming would surely use the intelligence she provided step-by-step strategize and catch Feng Su and Ling Guijin off guard. Now what was this? Li Ming not only failed to use her intelligence, but blatantly and brutally barged in through the front door. If you were going to barge in, why did you have to shout that you received her message? Are you afraid others won't know that the person who sent you the intelligence was me? Isn't this a straightforward betrayal of me at the first opportunity? Faced with a teammate like Li Ming, Ji Yun could only shake her head and smile bitterly. She resigned herself to fate. She had trusted the wrong person after all. She had wasted her fantasies on such a person. Ji Yun found her own naivety laughable. Facing Li Ming's sudden intrusion, Feng Su was also startled at first, then revealed a sinister smile. Li Ming, I was worried you wouldn't dare to come. I didn't expect you to be not only despicable, but also a fool. We wasted so much effort setting up a trap for you. Feng Su without any hesitation raised his arm and shouted, brothers attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several sturdy steel cables shot out from hiding spots with lightning speed, binding Li Ming and Huafian tightly. Don't struggle. These steel cables can withstand 10 tons of weight. Even an elephant can't break free. Feng Su shouted excitedly and arrogantly. Release the poison gas. Hiss. Thick white smoke sprayed from all over the ceiling toward Li Ming and Huafian, completely covering their figures. Feng Su and Ling Guijin's team members, along with everyone in the Ji family, quickly put on wet masks to avoid inhaling the poison gas. With this amount of poison gas, they should have completely lost the ability to resist. Ling Guijin said slowly. Bang, bang, bang. Feng Su raised his 2 pistols and fired continuously at Huafian's position. He didn't want to follow in Zheng Haonan's footsteps by underestimating the enemy and dying at this woman's hands. Brother Feng, killing this woman like this is too wasteful. Ji Xiaoqiang said regretfully. She's just a woman. After we succeed, I'll find you 10. Today Horfian must die. We spent so long setting this up, but the process turned out to be so easy, haha. But being cautious is never wrong. Both Feng Su and Lin Guijin thought they had succeeded, revealing excited and greedy eyes. They exchanged sly glances with each other. As soon as they confirmed the plan succeeded, they would immediately turn on each other. The thick poison mist gradually dissipated. Everyone's eyes were full of anticipation, dreaming of a bright future. Ji Yun's gaze became completely dim. She had still held on to a last shred of hope. Now even that last spark of hope was utterly extinguished. At the same time, she felt ridiculous for placing her hopes on an idiot like Li Ming. Is that all? Didn't you say you prepared a lot for us? How disappointing. Li Ming's unruly voice came from the poison mist. Whoosh. Streams of orange-red phoenix flames surged out of the poison mist like ferocious beasts. The thick white poison mist completely dissipated under the high temperature of the orange phoenix flames. Only then did everyone see Li Ming and Huafian completely unharmed. The orange-red phoenix flames formed a protective barrier around Li Ming and Huafian, enveloping their bodies and isolating them from everything outside. The dozen or so bullets fired by Feng Su had already turned into droplets of molten steel under the phoenix flames, heat dripping onto the ground. The originally cold room also saw its temperature rise rapidly under the phoenix flames' heat. Everyone wearing down jackets was now drenched in sweat. Although the room temperature had reached over 40 degrees Celsius, the hearts of Feng Su and everyone else were ice-cold, shocked beyond words. Feng Su felt a chill all over, trembling with obvious fear, staring in terror at Li Ming and Huafian. Unwilling to give up, he raised his pistol again and fired several shots at Li Ming. However, as soon as the bullets touched the orange-red phoenix flames, they turned into molten steel under the high temperature. Feng Su's hidden companions cried out in panic. What is this thing? Monsters. They're monsters. Run. I told you they killed all 10 of Zheng Haonan's men with just 2 people. It's definitely abnormal. When something is abnormal, there must be a demon. I didn't expect it to be real demons. Li Ming spread his arms and shouted wildly, don't go. Don't be such cowards. Come on, at least let me have some fun. Feng Su gradually regained his composure and shouted calmly, everyone, don't be afraid. There are only 2 of them. With so many of us, let's rush them together and cut them down. Li Ming smirked, that's better. Come on, Ha. Fian, don't let a single one escape. Huafian nodded and her hands gradually transformed into phoenix feathers, her body also changing into phoenix form. Over 60 people hidden in the shadows rushed out wielding machetes and charging at Huafian and Li Ming. Huafian waved her hands and the phoenix flames wrapped around her hands shot out like fiery bullets, striking everyone. Ow, ow. The attackers' bodies instantly burst into blazing flames, giving off a burnt smell. My crotch is on fire. Someone help me put it out. Feng Su looked at his own burning crotch and shouted in terror. In an instant, his dozen or so underlings who hadn't been hit by the phoenix flames surrounded him. Boss, where are we going to get water now? Lie down and we'll stomp it out. Feng Su reluctantly lay on the ground. If the flames weren't extinguished, that part would be cooked. Oh, ooh, oh, eh. Feng Su let out a heart-wrenching scream, tears streaming from his eyes, utterly hopeless. Phoenix. She is actually a phoenix. Lin Guijin looked at Huafian with eyes full of surprise and excitement, as if he had discovered a priceless treasure of the world. My genuine leather sofa. My marble dining table. My rosewood door. He Jinhua's heart bled as she stared at the shattered furniture. Feng Su's subordinates exerted immense effort to extinguish the flames beneath his crotch. A pungent burnt odor now emanated from that area, which would likely never function again. Witnessing this, Ji Yun's dim eyes seemed to catch a glimmer of hope. So formidable, so powerful. Is this their reliance? No wonder they were so brazen. Ji Yun exclaimed. With just a casual strike from Huafian, over half of Feng Su and Lin Guijin's 60-odd subordinates were incapacitated, and the rest bore varying injuries. These men gazing at Huafian lost all will to fight, their eyes filled only with boundless terror. Am I dreaming? How can such a monster exist in this world? She's not human. How can we ever defeat such a creature? That's no monster, that's a phoenix, a celestial being. We were blind not to recognize your greatness. Please spare us. I'm sorry we were wrong. Please don't kill me. Enduring the scorching pain in his groin, Feng Su struggled to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly to Huafian. The disparity in strength was too vast. Under such overwhelming power, Feng Su knew any struggle was futile. He only wanted to save his own life. Li Ming, I shouldn't have overestimated my abilities to challenge your authority. Please show mercy and spare my worthless life. From now on, I'll be your dog, your pawn. Anything you don't want to handle, I'll do it for you. With our help, you can conquer the entire neighborhood, know the whole Tianhai city. You'll be the king of Tianhai. Seeing Feng Su groveling like a dog before Li Ming, Ji Xiaoqiang immediately swaggered with arrogance. Haha, Feng Su, you've messed with the wrong person this time. Li Ming is my brother-in-law. From now on, I'm your master, and you'll obey me. Hand over all the supplies and women you've looted, and I'll ask my brother-in-law to consider sparing you. Hearing Ji Xiaoqiang's words, He Jinhua shot him an approving glance. Her precious son was indeed clever, quick-witted. He had turned a losing situation around. From now on, Li Ming would be her son-in-law. She quickly pulled Ji Yun forward. You useless girl, what are you standing there for? Go and serve my son-in-law well. If he's the slightest bit dissatisfied, I'll beat you to death. Li Ming and Feng Su simultaneously cast contemptuous mocking glances at Ji Xiaoqiang and He Jinhua. They had seen shamelessness, but never to this extent. It was truly remarkable that Ji Yun had endured 30 years with such a family. Li Ming lowered his voice to Huafian, kill them all. Leave none. At his words, Huafian's phoenix flames blazed even fiercer, and an overwhelming aura of pressure emanated from her. Sensing Huafian's killing intent, everyone's breathing quickened. Extreme fear and tension left their minds blank, standing frozen and speechless. A whistling sound echoed through the space. Just as Huafian was about to deliver the final blow, she suddenly stopped, her expression contorted in pain. Li Ming noticed the abrupt change in Huafian and cast a glance at her. Ming Ge, my body is out of control. Something is controlling me. What was happening? Someone had actually managed to control Huafian. Her ability level was not weak. Li Ming turned his gaze to Lin Guijin, who had made the whistling sound. What had this man done to Huafian? Lin Guijin was now staring at Huafian with surprise and excitement, teetering on the edge of madness. Perfect. My ability actually works on you. Ha ha ha, the heavens are with me. To think I'd encounter you here. I am truly the chosen one. Lin Guijin whistled again. 3 wolfhounds, each as large as an adult human, rushed in through the broken door, stopping before Lin Guijin. They bared their sharp fangs at Li Ming and growled lowly. Lin Guijin, excited and exhilarated, laughed maniacally. Ha! My little darling, stop struggling. Against my ability, you have no chance of resistance. I am the beast tamer. Whether they fly in the sky or run on the ground, no creature can escape being tamed by me. Though you are strong, I am your natural enemy. Ha ha, come now, submit obediently before me. Under Lin Guijin's ability, Huafian could no longer maintain her phoenix form, reverting to human shape and writhing in agony on her knees. Dream on. I will only submit to Ming Ge alone. Who do you think you are? Lin Guijin laughed, even more hysterically. Ha ha ha, I love wild creatures like you. Taming them gives me such a sense of accomplishment. Feng Su and the others didn't understand how Lin Guijin had suddenly gained the power to control Huafian, but he seemed incredibly formidable. They felt emboldened again. Feng Su couldn't help complaining to Lin Guijin. Damn it, Lin Guijin, why didn't you show this earlier? So many of our brothers died at that woman's hands. Now have your dogs tear them all apart. She set my crotch on fire. Ji Xiaoqiang turned to Lin Guijin with renewed excitement. Brother Lin, so you're my real brother-in-law? That Li Ming is too arrogant. Give him a good lesson and show him who's boss here. Everyone cast extremely disdainful looks at Ji Xiaoqiang. Was this kid an idiot or born with a face of utter shamelessness? Lin Guijin's face twisted into a sinister smile. He put his hands to his mouth again and whistled. Battle Shadow Thunder AO Foam. Kill them all. Receiving Lin Guijin's command, the 3 wolfhounds went berserk, baring their teeth and pouncing on Feng Su and the others. These hounds were clearly enhanced, their speed and strength several times greater than ordinary wolfhounds. Ordinary people had no chance of resisting them. Brother Lin, boss Lin, your dogs are biting the wrong people. Li Ming is over there. We're teammates. Lin Guijin sneered. I'm biting you on purpose. You scum think you can order me around. Besides, anyone who knows my ability must die. Several of Lin Guijin's own subordinates cried out in horror, backing away. Boss, we're your men. You're going to kill us too. Ha ha ha, my men. You garbage don't deserve to be my men. You're just dog food I've raised. The 3 wolfhounds slashed with their claws and bit wildly, slaughtering everyone. Feng Su, unable to flee due to his groin injury, was easily snapped by the neck by one of the hounds. The 3 members of the Ji family saw the indiscriminate killing and felt terror spreading through their bodies. When a wolfhound lunged at their family of 4, He Jinhua immediately shoved her husband Ji Guohua forward. Before He Jinhua and Ji Xiaoqiang's eyes, the wolfhound tore Ji Guohua's flesh piece by piece, even crushing his skull to fragments. Terrified, Ji Xiaoqiang and He Jinhua pushed Ji Yun, who was behind them, forward, trying to use her body as a shield against the wolfhound's attack. Beast, eat her. She's tender and delicious. Ji Yun was horrified. She never imagined this mother and son could be so shameless as to push her to death at such a moment. What did she mean to them after all these years of sacrifice? Was she merely cannon fodder? Ji Yun no longer held any illusions or hope for them. From her pocket, she pulled out a fruit knife she had prepared earlier. With a stab, Ji Yun plunged the knife into Ji Xiaoqiang's abdomen. The intense pain made him release his grip on her. Ji Yun turned and shoved the wounded Ji Xiaoqiang toward the blood-muzzled wolfhound. With a crunch, Ji Xiaoqiang's arm was severed, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah, my baby, my precious. He Jinhua wailed in terror, but she dared not step forward to rescue him, intimidated by the wolfhound's ferocity. Mom, save me, please save me. He Jinhua turned to Ji Yun with venomous hatred. You slut. You dared to harm my baby. I'll make you pay with your life. Facing the ferocious wolf dog, He Jinhua dared not take a single step forward. The wolf that had already bitten off Ji Xiaoqiang's arm now began to tear at his thighs and the muscles on the inner side. Aya! Mom, come save me quickly. What are you just standing there for? My dear mom is scared too. Mom can't fight that wolf. You'd better use your body to lure that wolf away. You're nearly 60. You've had your share of life. I'm only 20. I still need to carry on the Ji family line. He Jinhua jumped in place with anxiety, glaring at Ji Yun with hatred. It's all your fault, you bitch. How dare you lay hands on your own brother? Are you even human? You're truly an ungrateful creature, and those 30 years I spent raising you were wasted. Go save your brother right now, or I'll never forgive you in this lifetime. As she spoke, He Jinhua reached out and grabbed Ji Yun, attempting to push her toward the wolf in exchange for her precious son. A single thought, let go, brings liberation in all things. From the moment He Jinhua and her son tried to throw her to the wolf, Ji Yun had already severed all ties with this family in her heart. Ji Yun kicked He Jinhua's leg bones, speaking firmly. Ungrateful. Over the years, how much blood have you all sucked from me? We're all your biological children, yet have you ever looked at me with proper eyes? What have you done for me besides giving me birth? When I was young, my grandmother raised me. Since high school, I've earned every penny of my living expenses and tuition through part-time work. After college graduation, you took every cent I earned without a second thought. I paid off all the gambling debts at home. Whenever Ji Xiaoqiang caused trouble, I was the one who handled the lawsuits and paid the compensation. Even the house you're living in now was bought entirely with my money. The irony is that this house has nothing to do with me. In this apocalypse, you'd only sell me for supplies and push me out to die. Do you even deserve to call yourselves my family? I owe your family nothing anymore. If anything, it's all what you owe me. Ji Yun poured out everything. The resentment she'd swallowed for 30 years and the wrong she'd endured over the years, in one breath. Then she grabbed He Jinhua's hand forcefully and hurled her toward Ji Xiaoqiang, shouting with hatred. You love your precious son so much. Go die with him. Despite her age, He Jinhua was no match for Ji Yun and was thrown right in front of Ji Xiaoqiang in one motion. Ji Xiaoqiang's lower limbs had been torn apart by the wolf, a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Gathering his last strength, he crawled toward He Jinhua and cried weakly. Mom, save me quickly. He Jinhua stared at the mangled Ji Xiaoqiang, terror reaching its peak. She screamed at him. Oh, don't come over, don't lead that beast toward me. As she spoke, He Jinhua kicked at Ji Xiaoqiang's face with all her might, trying to push him away from herself. Mom, I'm your precious one. Save me quickly, I don't want to die. My dear, be obedient, don't come here. Mom is also afraid of dying. Ji Yun watched this selfish mother and son pair, feeling utter disgust. In less than a minute, members of Feng Su's gang and Lin Guojin's subordinates were brutally killed by those three wolves' claws and teeth. Whistle, whistle. Lin Guojin blew a different kind of whistle, summoning those three brutal wolf dogs back to his side, and chuckled arrogantly. Huofian, did you see that? This is my power. Stop struggling. I'm your ideal master. Ha! Your strength is too formidable, too perfect. No matter what, I will tame you. Any struggle on your part is futile. There's no escaping my abilities. Once you become my pet, I'll lead you to conquer all of Tianhai City. From then on, the entire city will be ours to rule. Since discovering he had awakened an ability, Lin Guojin had been waiting for an opportunity, waiting for a ferocious beast powerful enough to multiply his abilities several times over. He never expected to encounter Huofian in phoenix form here today. Her perfection far exceeded his expectations. His heart felt gripped by an invisible hand, beating wildly, without control. He was certain he would tame the perfect Huofian no matter what it took today. Huofian knelt on the ground, teeth clenched in fury as she glared at Lin Guojin. I'd rather die than become your pet. Brother Ming, I'm sorry. What's there to apologize for? I'm here for you. Li Ming stepped forward slowly, gently patted Huofian's shoulder, then calmly looked toward Lin Guojin. You really keep your strength hidden, silent, and unassuming, yet you're actually an ability user. Lin Guojin revealed a cunning smile. When beasts hunt, they all work hard to conceal their movements and presence, striking unexpectedly with a fatal blow. I am that perfect hunter. Ha ha. So in order to hide your secrets and strength, you even killed all your own men. Li Ming glanced at the shattered corpses on the ground. They were merely dog food. As long as you have strength, there are plenty of such people available. Nothing to mourn. Li Ming agreed with Lin Guojin's words. In the apocalypse, human life is the cheapest thing, barely enough to trade for a bottle of mineral water. Lin Guojin stared at Li Ming with cold, sharp eyes. Especially you. You're the greatest obstacle between me and Huofian's soul connection. That's why you must die. Only by eliminating you completely will Huofian lower her guard and fully become my pet. Die you. Battle Shadow, Thunder, Proud Wind. Tear this person apart completely. Those three wolf dogs bared their sharp fangs at Li Ming, their bodies tense, with muscle swelling, letting out guttural growls. In the next instant, those three wolf dogs pushed off the ground, with tremendous force, launching toward Li Ming like cannonballs fired from a gun. Boom, boom, boom. Crash. Li Ming swung three punches at the charging wolf dogs, sending their massive bodies flying through the air as though struck by a car speeding at 200 miles per hour, crashing against the wall. The wall where the wolf dogs crashed immediately developed a massive spiderweb crack, shaking the entire four-story building. Li Ming smiled calmly. You think these three beasts can handle me? Aren't you greatly underestimating me? Lin Guojin stared in shock at the three wolf dogs he'd been knocked flying, his face filled with disbelief. These three wolf dogs were raised using his abilities, their strength and speed reaching terrifying levels. The wolf dogs weighed nearly 150 pounds, comparable to an adult man. Yet Li Ming sent them flying with a single casual punch. Soon Lin Guojin regained his composure, his confident smile returning, as if everything remained under his control. So you're an ability user too, but a mere enhancement-type ability user dares to show off before me. An enhancement-type psychic. Li Ming remarked that this was merely an ordinary punch of his. Having amplified his physical attributes by 32 times, he had not even exerted half of his strength in that blow. Ji Yun, witnessing this, was equally stunned. She had seen the prowess of these three wolfhounds firsthand and had the most vivid impression. Over 30 burly men stood no chance against them. Within less than a minute, they were all torn to pieces. Yet Li Ming, with a single close-range punch, sent these ferocious wolfhounds flying, even shattering the thick wall panels. This clearly demonstrated the immense power of Li Ming. Ji Yun's gaze toward Li Ming shimmered with renewed brilliance, and her long-dormant heart began to stir again. If not for her fear of attracting Lin Guojin's attention and the restraint of being a 30-year-old woman, she would have come out to cheer for Li Ming. Swoosh, swoosh. Lin Guojin summoned the knocked-back wolfhounds. Their bodies seemed far tougher than ordinary wolfhounds. Even after smashing through the wall, they stood up unscathed. The wolfhounds gathered again beside Lin Guojin, their eyes fixed on him with grave intensity. Lin Guojin pulled a dagger from his pocket and swiftly slit his palm. Dark red blood instantly gushed from the wound on his palm, slowly dripping onto the ground. Eat, you beasts! Lin Guojin's blood seemed irresistible to the beasts, and the wolfhounds frantically licked the blood that fell to the ground. In an instant, the wolfhounds that had licked Lin Guojin's blood were like creatures on a stimulant, their muscles visibly swelled. Their fur stood erect like steel needles, sharp fangs exposed saliva dripping from their pointed canines. Their eyes were bloodshot and crimson, emitting low savage growls. They bent their limbs, slightly claws digging into the ground, ready to lunge at Li Ming at any moment. Hua Fian, writhing in agony, felt the savage power of these wolfhounds and shuddered. Ming, be careful, these wolfhounds are no ordinary beasts. Li Ming fixed his gaze on Lin Guojin and calmly said, beasts are just beasts, can they turn the world upside down? Whack, whack, whack. The three wolfhounds simultaneously bared their fangs and swiped their claws, launching an attack on Li Ming. Bang, 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 rumble. The enraged wolfhounds were once again sent flying by a single punch from Li Ming. This time their bodies slammed heavily into the wall, shattering both the wall and themselves. Li Ming rotated his wrist and sneered, enraged. Isn't it the same? What's changed? Lin Guojin's eyes bulged, nearly popping out. His facial muscles froze in an unnatural contortion. After confirming that the three enraged wolfhounds were indeed killed in an instant by Li Ming, he quickly closed his eyes and shook his head, hoping it was all an illusion. He knew best the power of the wolfhounds in their enraged state. After licking his blood, they could easily lift a 2-ton car, move with lightning speed, and strike with claws like death's scythes. Even a heavy mechanized unit could be effortlessly annihilated by them. Yet such enraged wolfhounds were killed in a single blow by Li Ming. Lin Guojin stood frozen, staring blankly at the fallen wolfhounds, his lips trembling as he muttered, how is this possible? This can't be real. Yet seeing the three wolfhounds now de-enraged lying on the ground gasping for breath, he had to believe the cruel truth. Lin Guojin's face finally lost its composure, replaced by a ferocious glare. Li Ming, I admit I underestimated you, but it's not over yet. My power is far more than this. As he spoke, he raised his dagger again and slashed his wrist deeply. Dark red blood spurted from the severed vein. Seeing the gushing blood, even Li Ming winced and sneered, your ability is self-harm. That must hurt a lot. Li Ming, don't be too cocky. Once I use this move, you're dead for sure. Provoked by Li Ming's taunt, Lin Guojin roared hysterically. Then he brought his bleeding wrist to his mouth and began sucking his own blood. Li Ming frowned. This ability was disturbingly grotesque. He wouldn't want it even if offered. Crack, crack. Lin Guojin's bones emitted cracking sounds, his face twisted, and a pained expression emerged. His body kept growing and deforming, muscles bulged and turned a sub-red hue. His fingers elongated, nails turning into sharp claws gleaming with cold light. His face also transformed. The bridge of his nose rose, his mouth protruded, and fangs pushed through his gums, sharp and monstrous. With a furious roar, Lin Guojin turned into a massive, grotesque beast man. Ha ha ha, Li Ming, this is my ultimate form. Using my own body as a spirit beast, pushing my ability to its limit. In this form, my power is 10 times that of those three beasts. Wahaha. Li Ming watched Lin Guojin's ultimate form with interest and smirked slyly. So now you're literally a beast. Then I won't hold back. ZCT, ZCT. Countless threads of lightning emerged from the palm of Li Ming's right hand, weaving together like a spider's web, emitting a terrifying blue-white light. Under Li Ming's will, these lightning threads coalesced into a 10-meter-long whip, like a venomous serpent gleaming with dazzling radiance. The whip crackled with lightning, sending chills down one's spine. Li Ming gave a sinister smirk. Thunder God's whip. The best way to deal with beasts is to lash them to death. At the same time, Li Ming released his composed state, exuding an overwhelming pressure like a mountain. Lin Guojin's pupils contracted sharply, his expression freezing. The sharp psychic pressure made Lin Guojin's massive body tremble uncontrollably with fear. In his beastman form, he could sense the deathly aura of this psychic pressure even more acutely. Aren't you an enhancement-type psychic? How can you have such immense power? Lin Guojin roared in fury, his green beast face becoming even more hideous. Did I ever say I was an enhancement-type psychic? Li Ming said playfully. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You sent my three enraged wolfhounds flying with a single punch, and now you're telling me you're not enhancement type. Lin Guijin screamed hysterically, raising his fist the size of a casserole. But before his fist could strike, his arm was wrapped in the blue-white thunder god's whip. Li Ming chanted solemnly 10,000 volts. Oh! Lin Guijin's fur stood on end as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. The next moment the whip released his arm. Wish! Wish! Li Ming swung the whip, repeatedly lashing Lin Guijin's body. Each lash left a charred scar on Lin Guijin's body. Only when his flesh was mangled did Li Ming stop. Lin Guijin stood swaying, his face pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Since you have such immense power, why hide it? If I had known you were this strong, I would never have dared to strike at you. Li Ming was amused and spread his hands helplessly. How is that my fault? A predator must conceal its power and aura. Didn't you say that yourself? Besides, I never intended to hide my strength. It's just that my teammates were all too strong, so I never had a chance to show it. Watching the thunder god whip crackling in Li Ming's hand, fear and despair within Lin Guijin's heart surged like rampant weeds. He profoundly realized that his strength was incomparable to Li Ming's. With a mere thought, Li Ming could crush him like an ant at any moment. Against such an overwhelming disparity in strength, he stood no chance whatsoever. Regret came too late. Judging from how Li Ming had dealt with Aunt Chung and those women and children, he showed no mercy even to the unarmed. To think he could simply beg for mercy and be spared was pure delusion. Ho ho! Lin Guijin blew his whistle again. Under Lin Guijin's ability control, the three wolf dogs stirred and staggered toward him. Beast, help me hold him off. Lin Guijin issued commands to the three wolf dogs, attempting to use them to block Li Ming. His remaining ability could barely maintain his beastman form. As long as he could buy himself 1 second, he could leap from the window and escape. Although this was the 28th floor, the ground outside was blanketed with over 5 meters of snow. Coupled with his sturdy physique, jumping from here would likely not result in severe injury. The moment the three wolf dogs' gazes fell upon Li Ming, they froze like startled birds, trembling as thoroughly as homeless hounds. Despite their fear and reluctance under Lin Guijin's ability control, they still bared their teeth and charged at Li Ming. Seizing the opportunity while the wolf dogs attacked, Lin Guijin exerted 100% of his strength, with his legs launching himself toward the window. ZZZT. Smack. Before Lin Guijin could react, the thunder god whip in Li Ming's hand had already lashed across his face. Oh! Where the whip struck, a blackened scar instantly appeared on his face. Boom. Lin Guijin was brutally whipped back into the room by the force of the thunder god whip crashing against the wall. Struggling to lift his head, he saw the three wolf dogs with all their fur raised, black smoke rising from their bodies, barely clinging to life before Li Ming. Lin Guijin looked up at Li Ming in shock. Too powerful. He was no match at all. He couldn't even escape. The terror of death gradually enveloped his entire body. Don't run. I haven't had my fill yet. Li Ming's voice was calm, yet carried an aura of majesty and suppression. Li Ming wielded the thunder god whip again, wrapping it tightly around Lin Guijin's body. 100,000 volts. Lin Guijin's entire body instantly erupted in black smoke, his eyes rolling white, completely losing his ability to resist as he collapsed to the ground. Severely injured Lin Guijin could no longer maintain his beastman form and reverted to his ordinary human shape. Lying powerless on the ground, he desperately tried to stay conscious, managing to emit a weak voice. Li Ming, I know I'm no match for you, but you've seen my power. In this post-apocalyptic world, no matter how strong you are, it's futile. There will always be someone stronger than you. You need a teammate with abilities like mine and great strength. No, I mean a subordinate. Give me a chance to become your hound, and I'll be absolutely loyal to you. I can even bark like a dog, woof woof woof. Although he knew Li Ming wouldn't spare unarmed women and children, he firmly believed he was different. Li Ming couldn't fail to understand how much a powerful subordinate could strengthen the team. As long as Li Ming wasn't a fool, he would inevitably accept his terms. He cast a glance at Huafian. In the future, once he found an opportunity to completely tame Huafian with her strength, she would undoubtedly have the power to battle Li Ming. By then he wouldn't fear Li Ming anymore. A gentleman's revenge may wait 10 years. And besides, he wasn't a gentleman. Having exhausted his abilities, Lin Guijin could no longer control Huafian. Regaining her freedom, Huafian rose to her feet, glaring angrily at Lin Guijin. Brother Ming, this dog handler dares to strike against you. I'll reduce him to ashes right now. Phoenix flames erupted instantly in Huafian's hands as she fixed Lin Guijin with a cold, sharp gaze. Don't act rashly. Li Ming raised his hand to block Huafian, preventing her from attacking Lin Guijin. A faint smile appeared on Lin Guijin's face. He believed Li Ming had taken the bait. In this post-apocalyptic world, who wouldn't want to recruit powerful subordinates to expand their influence? Li Ming grinned at Lin Guijin. You've reminded me that keeping some pets in this apocalypse isn't a bad idea. But as for pets, you look quite dreadful. Those 3 lying on the ground would serve better. Lin Guijin suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something terribly wrong. Li Ming retrieved 3 loyalty pills from his spatial storage and threw them before the 3 wolf dogs. With a solemn expression and killing intent radiating from his gaze, he stared at the 3 wolf dogs. Dogs, if you don't wish to die, consume the pill on the ground. The 3 wolf dogs, barely clinging to life on the ground, all turned their gazes toward Li Ming simultaneously. Wolf dogs are naturally very intelligent creatures, and with Lin Guijin's recent use of his ability to raise them, their intellect was even higher than ordinary wolf dogs. They could even understand human speech. Lin Guojin's ability had been completely exhausted, and he could no longer control them. They possessed entirely independent consciousness. The three wolf dogs lying on the ground exchanged glances, each knowing perfectly well in their hearts. If they didn't consume the pill on the ground, the outcome would be death. All animals possess a will to survive, and after a moment's hesitation, they decided to eat the loyalty pills. Witnessing this, Lin Guojin let out a mocking laugh. Haha, wolf dogs are the most loyal creatures. I've raised them for so many years, they will only be loyal to me alone. Your attempt to subdue them is pure fantasy. Unless you subdue me as well, and I'll make them serve you. The slap came swiftly. No sooner had Lin Guojin finished speaking than the three wolf dogs rose on their hind legs before Li Ming tongue's lolling tails wagging appearing as docile pets. Lin Guojin was utterly shocked. After raising these three wolf dogs for so many years, he had never seen them assume such a posture before him. Even after acquiring his beast tamer ability, they had never shown such sycophantic behavior toward him. Losing to Li Ming in ability combat was one thing, but to lose in his own specialty, beast taming, was unbearable. Filled with resentment, he gritted his teeth and said, Li Ming, what exactly did you do to them? Li Ming laughed. Fine birds choose worthy trees to roost upon, and dogs are no different. Didn't you want to join my team? Unfortunately, you've missed your chance. The wolf dogs that had consumed the loyalty pills saw their physical attributes amplified tenfold. Now surging with inexhaustible energy, they bared their teeth and emitted deep, powerful growls toward Lin Guojin, as if warning Lin Guojin not to provoke their master. Lin Guojin was instantly terrified by his own trained wolf dogs, rendered speechless and sent shivering with cold. Li Ming flashed a wicked grin at Lin Guojin. I wonder what it feels like to be bitten to death by your own pets. If I recall correctly, your flesh and blood have the power to enhance their strength. Dogs, what are you waiting for? Your delicious feast is right there. Lin Guojin's face turned deathly pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably as he emitted faint, indistinct swallowing sounds. War Shadow Thunder Proud Wind, it's me. I am your true master. Open your eyes and see clearly, it was I who raised you. You are all my children. Wayo. The wolf dogs stared coldly at Lin Guojin, their throats emitting low growls as if recounting his crimes. The wolf dogs paid no heed to Lin Guojin's final struggles. They pounced on him with the force of a thunderbolt, using their sharp fangs to tear his body apart. Oh! Lin Guojin let out a desperate cry, struggling frantically, but all resistance was futile against the overwhelming power of the wolf dogs. As the wolf dogs mercilessly tore and devoured, Lin Guojin gradually lost consciousness, his life force swiftly fading. The scene of the wolf dogs mauling Lin Guojin was extremely bloody, and Li Ming couldn't help but tease Huafian. Would you like some too? Huafian glanced at the mangled flesh and blood on the ground, her stomach immediately churning with overwhelming nausea. Her brows immediately furrowed tightly, her eyes full of reluctance, yet she feared displeasing Li Ming. Brother Ming, there are many ways to improve strength. I will definitely train diligently in the future to enhance my abilities as quickly as possible. As for this pile of flesh, forget it. I really can't do it. Huh? Li Ming did not respond, only letting out a hearty laugh. After devouring Lin Guojin's flesh, the wolf dogs' bodies began to mutate. Their bodies swelled rapidly like balloons, and long hair began to grow all over them. Gradually, thick and majestic horns grew on their heads. By the time they had gnawed Lin Guojin's corpse clean, their bodies had become as massive as a Highland yak, with an estimated weight exceeding 1 ton. The long hair all over their bodies made them look like oversized Tibetan mastiffs. Combined with the horns on their heads, they were almost like the mythical Cheongqi. However, the colors of their fur differed. One had bright red fur all over, one had yellow fur, and one had golden fur. Wayo! The well-fed dogs let out a roar, instantly shattering all the glass in the house. The indoor temperature plummeted rapidly due to the loss of the window protection. Even Li Ming was astonished by this power. He hadn't expected Lin Guojin's flesh to enhance their strength so dramatically. The tenfold attribute boost from the loyal servant pill and the enhancement from Lin Guojin's flesh abilities brought their power to an unprecedented peak. Even with Li Ming's full power unleashed, he wasn't confident he could easily defeat them. After a roar, they sat obediently before Li Ming, constantly stretching out their tongues to lick the remaining blood at the corners of their mouths, looking exactly like 3 pets vying for affection. The size of these pets was truly enormous. How much food would they need in a day? Li Ming walked slowly towards them, and the 3 wolf dogs immediately laid their heads flat on the ground, allowing him to pet them. Dogs, from today on, I am your master. I will give you new names. From now on, you will be called Red Fur, Yellow Fur, and Golden Fur. Wayo! The dogs howled to the sky, seeming very satisfied with the names Li Ming had given them. Li Ming collected all the corpses on the scene into his space. These were definitely high-quality dog food. They must not be wasted. As for those 3 enormous wolf dogs, he wondered if 1 corpse a day would be enough for them. The wolf dogs seemed to sense Li Ming's disdainful gaze, and combined with his action of collecting the corpses, they appeared to know what was on his mind. They immediately deactivated the Cheongqi form and returned to their original size, wagging their tails and jumping around Li Ming. After a while, their bodies visibly swelled again, transforming into the Cheongqi form. After another moment, they returned to their original size. Woof woof woof. They seemed to be telling Li Ming that they could freely control their body forms, switching between the original form and the Cheongqi form. Li Ming was overjoyed. The wolf dogs returning to their original form not only saved a lot of space, but also saved a lot of food. And in battle, they could freely transform into the Qiongqi form. Li Ming and Hua Fian brought Ji Yun and the 3 wolf dogs back to their home in Building 7. Long Kai Chen Shanshan and Yi Jieqi were wearing the battle suits Li Ming had specially customized for them awaiting his triumphant return. Although they knew that Li Ming would definitely train the newcomer Ji Yun tonight, how could his abilities be satisfied by Ji Yun alone? Deep down they still longed to receive Li Ming's personal guidance. Hearing the noise outside, Long Kai eagerly opened the door and exclaimed joyfully, "Brother Ming, I." Oh. The expectant Long Kai was startled by the 3 wolf dogs outside the door. After all, even in their original form, they were as large as adult men, exuding a powerful sense of pressure. "Brother Ming, where did you find these wolf dogs? They're so scary," Long Kai said, patting her chest repeatedly. "Scary? They're so cute." Li Ming pointed at one of the wolf dogs and said, "Red fur is yours now. From now on it will be your mount." Long Kai looked at the 3 seemingly identical wolf dogs in confusion. Red fur? Which one is red fur? Why is it called red fur? With their size, using them as mounts is too strange, right? Red fur seemed to understand the conversation between Li Ming and Long Kai, immediately stepping forward to wag its tail and fawn over Long Kai. Whoosh. Red fur transformed its body into the Qiongqi form. The form with its red fur, massive body, fierce glare, and overwhelming pressure made Long Kai scream again. It's so majestic. I know why it's called red fur. Behind red fur were the other 2 wolf dogs. Seeing this, Qin Shanshan and Yi Jieqi immediately excitedly stepped forward and hooked their arms around Li Ming's. "Brother Ming, can you give me a mount too?" Qin Shanshan gently blew a breath into Li Ming's ear. "I will repay you well, Brother Ming." Li Ming laughed heartily and said, "The other 2 dogs are called Golden Fur and Yellow Fur. You can use them whenever you need." Li Ming immediately drove Xiaoyu back to his own house as soon as he returned. Having a man here was highly inappropriate. Even Li Ming felt restrained and couldn't fully relax. He stationed red hair, yellow hair, and gold hair outside the corridor to prevent anyone from approaching their house. Although Hua Fian had only joined a few days earlier than the others, she had already become the big sister here. She took the newcomer Ji Yun to the bathroom, washed her body thoroughly from head to toe inside and out, and then had her put on the specially made loungewear designed by Li Ming. After Ji Yun put on the loungewear, Hua Fian couldn't help but marvel at how magnificent Ji Yun's figure was. Moreover, her graceful posture exuded a sharp, authoritative aura befitting a formidable career woman. Her fair skin glowed with a moist sheen under the light, yet radiated an unapproachable cold charm. In the face of Ji Yun's physique, Hua Fian felt a hint of inferiority. It was truly magnificent. Hua Fian couldn't help but whisper softly, "Sister Ji, were you raised on milk? How could you possibly grow like this? I'm so envious." Ji Yun looked down at herself, her face instantly flushing. "Don't you all know what kind of family background I have? How could I afford to drink milk every day? But I do love eating lard, especially lard rice. I can eat 3 bowls of it. However, afraid of gaining weight after starting college, I could only control myself to once a week." Hua Fian had also heard of the folk remedy that eating lard could enhance one's figure, but she never expected it to be true and to such an exaggerated extent. The 2 soon became close. Hua Fian also thoughtfully explained to Ji Yun about Li Ming's preferences and how to quickly bring Li Ming into his peak combat readiness. Long Kai, overhearing the 2 discussing this topic in the bathroom, immediately rushed in, excitedly dragging Qin Shanshan and Yi Jieqi along to join the conversation. Before Ji Yun could even express her amazement at the living conditions here, which rivaled those before the apocalypse, she was already pulled by Hua Fian and the other 3 to learn various combat experiences. For Ji Yun, who had no practical combat experience, their stories made her blood boil with excitement, and she shyly lowered her head. In the small bathroom, the 5 women occasionally burst into sounds of playful scuffles and laughter. Getting along with Hua Fian and the other 3 women, Ji Yun felt extremely comfortable. None of these women seemed to have any hidden agendas. They were all open and honest with each other. She had always thought that upon arriving here there would inevitably be some open strife and covert struggle among the women. After all, in the workplace, women were often the source of conflict. She had long been accustomed to that. As the women engaged in various shameless topics, Ji Yun quickly let down her guard and joined the group chat. Li Ming particularly enjoyed this atmosphere, so he decided to treat everyone equally tonight. Boom. Li Ming burst through the door. Ding. System task completed, achieving the 6th doubling. Doubled space 6400 cubic meters. All stored materials in the space have doubled. Doubled personal attributes: Constitution 320, Strength 512, Speed 448, Agility 384, Spirit 384. Upon task completion, special system reward grade B ability fruit, nature system, freezing power, unique. Congratulations host for triggering a random system reward, zombie virus antigen 30. While Li Ming's eyes nearly popped out, the system was truly generous, actually giving a nature system ability fruit. Now that the world was frozen over, this nature system freezing power was practically taking full advantage of the time and place. The freezing power enhanced by the environment would be far stronger than other nature system abilities of the same grade. Unfortunately, it was only a grade B freezing fruit. If it were grade A or above, Li Ming would have unhesitatingly used it himself. Since that was the case, he would let Long Qi have this freezing power. Li Ming took the freezing fruit out of the space and softly called out to Long Kai. Hearing Li Ming's summons, Long Kai immediately sprang up from the bed, full of energy. Brother Ming, are you planning a one-on-one showdown with me? The other four women cast envious glances at Long Kai. Although Ji Yun had not yet taken the loyal servant pill, having experienced the showdown before, she found it both exhausting and enjoyable. Li Ming flashed a confident smile. A showdown? I can go all night with you anytime. Hua Fian immediately raised her hand. Brother Ming, I want to join too. Chen Shanshan, Yi Jiechi, and even Ji Yun also raised their hands, indicating they wanted to join the showdown. Li Ming tossed the ice blue orange-shaped freezing fruit in his hand toward Long Kai. Eat this first before the showdown. Long Kai recalled that Hua Fian had eaten a phoenix fruit, and she immediately realized this was also an ability fruit. Her eyes immediately lit up, her expression excited. Brother Ming, you're so good to me. Stop talking nonsense, eat it quickly, or I'll take it back. No way, this is mine. With that, Long Kai swallowed the orange-sized freezing fruit in one gulp. Li Ming wore a playful smile. Usually when I tell you to eat a banana, you say your mouth isn't big enough. How come you can swallow an orange in one bite? Long Kai's face was flushed, and she playfully stuck out her tongue. Hua Fian was also full of anticipation. Sister Qi, quickly show us your ability. Long Qi nodded quickly, then extended her hands. The surrounding moisture was rapidly absorbed by her ability, gathering in the center of her palms. The room temperature began to plummet sharply. The originally warm room instantly turned into an ice cave, bitterly cold. The moisture in Long Qi's palms instantly solidified into a long ice arrow. At this moment, everyone was wearing very thin fabric, and they immediately felt the biting cold. Chen Shanshan couldn't bear it any longer. Sister Qi, please retract your ability. It's too cold. We're just ordinary people. Hua Fian had no choice but to instantly summon the phoenix flame, raising the room temperature again. Li Ming revealed a mischievous smile. Hua Fian's phoenix flame combined with Long Kai's freezing power. I wonder what kind of experience that would be. The system announced living beings that successfully receive the zombivirus antigen injection will gain permanent immunity to the zombivirus. Those already infected can purge all traces of the virus from their systems before they fully lose their human consciousness. And it significantly increases the probability of infected individuals awakening supernatural abilities. This was truly invaluable. No matter how formidable one's strength, there would always be moments of vulnerability. During combat, even a minor scratch from a zombie, or inadvertently consuming water contaminated with the virus rendered any supernatural power or physical prowess utterly useless. This zombivirus antigen perfectly patched this flaw. Moreover, rescuing those already infected could yield loyal subordinates who had naturally awakened supernatural abilities. In the future, their team would grow ever stronger. Without hesitation, Li Ming retrieved an antigen vial from his spatial storage and administered it to his own arm. Long Qi, still basking in the joy of acquiring the frost fruit, instantly grew tense. Brother Li Ming, what is that solution? Are you unwell? The other women also watched Li Ming with anxious expressions, terrified that anything might befall their leader. Li Ming was the backbone of their team. Absolutely nothing could be allowed to happen to him. Li Ming examined his own body but sensed no changes, uncertain whether the antigen would truly grant immunity against the zombivirus. He spoke slowly, do not be so alarmed. This is the zombivirus antigen. Once injected, one will never fall victim to zombie infection again. Their eyes widened in disbelief. With this antigen, we can hunt zombies without fear of even a single drop of contaminated blood. Long Kai's facial muscles trembled involuntarily, a sign of overwhelming excitement. The beast transformation, crimson fur, the frost supernatural ability fruit, and the zombivirus antigen. All three incredible gifts from Li Ming had overwhelmed Long Kai with joy. With these three treasures amplifying her power, she dared to dream of venturing outside the compound again. Trapped within these walls for so long, everyone yearned to breathe fresh air beyond. Only Yi Jiechi wore a heavy expression, speaking hesitantly, we must cut zombies. Why must we continue slaughtering them? Wouldn't it be safer to simply wait for rescue here? It was understandable. She was merely a college student, naive enough to harbor illusions about this world. Li Ming then realized that only Hua Fian and Long Kai had undergone zombie-slaying training. The rest were complete novices who needed to grow stronger quickly. As civilization crumbled in the apocalypse, the world would only grow more chaotic and perilous. Zombie hordes and faction conflicts over territory would intensify. Binjiangno. One residential complex could not be their permanent sanctuary. It was time to establish their own base of power. Li Ming extracted 5 vials of zombivirus antigen from his spatial storage and had them all inject themselves. 4 Hongmao, Huangmao, Jinmao, and Xiao Yu 10 vials were consumed from the original 30. He still needed to locate more capable companions, not just for strength enhancement, but also to replenish supplies. Li Ming continued inspecting the remaining resources. After giving loyalty pill to Xiao Yu and the 3 wolfhounds, 6 remained, which doubled to 12. The water source expanded from 12800 cubic meters to 25600 cubic meters. Even consuming 100 cubic meters monthly, this reserve would sustain them for over 2 decades. Instant noodles doubled from 1600 cases to 3200 cases, sufficient for now, but potentially valuable as trade currency as supplies dwindled. After thoroughly inspecting everything stored in the 6400 cubic meter space, Li Ming felt a profound sense of security. These provisions alleviated the trauma of starvation he had endured in his past life. He then retrieved another loyalty pill from his spatial storage to give to Ji-yun. He needed to ensure absolute loyalty from everyone around him. After reveling through the night, everyone slept until the following afternoon. The newly awakened women took considerable time using the facilities, and with only 2 restrooms for 5 women, they had to wait in line. As more beauties joined Li Ming's group, Huafian found her 140 square meter apartment increasingly cramped and inadequate for their basic needs. Long Kai immediately volunteered, straightening her posture with pride. Brother Li Ming, why not stay at my place? My home has 200 square meters, much more spacious than here. Ji-yun asked curiously, Kai, does your home also have a fireplace installed? Outside temperatures regularly plummeted to minus 50 degrees Celsius. Without the fireplace, even cranking the air conditioning to maximum would barely reach 0 degrees. Without a fireplace, things would be far too cold, one would be numb with chill, losing all pleasure. Long Kai's spirit deflated instantly, and she lowered her head silently. Yi Jiechi said, I actually quite like it here. Everyone crowded together in this apartment is warm and cozy. Chen Shanshan agreed, I feel the same. The bathrooms are a bit tight, but otherwise everything is wonderful. Sleeping together with everyone truly keeps us warm. Li Ming rose from the sofa. This spatial problem had already occurred to him when he first moved into Huafian's residence. With his strength amplified 64-fold, the 100-inch television on the wall mount came free as easily as paper. Rolling up his sleeves, he drew back his fist and delivered a crushing blow to the television wall. The solid wall shattered like a wafer cookie under his strike. Biting cold air rushed through the gaping hole. I had already surveyed these apartments beforehand. The living room of Unit 2202 connects directly to that of the neighboring Unit 2201. Unit 2201 is the largest apartment in Binjiang community, boasting an interior area of 400 square meters with 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms. By merging these 2 units, we will have ample space for all of us. For heating, we simply need to install the same type of fireplace in 2201. One may not suffice, so we can install 2. We have plenty of materials. Although Li Ming had long coveted apartment 2201, it wasn't until he smashed through the wall today that he could truly see the full extent of the place. Li Ming was taken aback upon seeing the interior decoration and layout of 2201. The renovation of this 400 square meter luxury apartment was a paragon of opulence, exuding nobility and extravagance, with every conceivable amenity in place. It was estimated that the owner had spent at least several million on the renovation to achieve such effect. Moreover, the apartment featured central air conditioning, which provided superior heating compared to standard cabinet units. Of course, without the aid of a fireplace, even cranking the central heating to maximum would only reach around 10 degrees. The house was empty. The disaster had struck so suddenly that the owner might have never made it back in time, already turned into a zombie. The kitchen refrigerator still held quite a bit of food. Since this apartment was right next to Li Ming's residence, no one had dared to lay eyes on it. The task of renovating apartment 2201 naturally fell to Xiao Yu, as everyone else had already been assigned duties by Li Ming. Today, Li Ming decided to take a tour outside the residential complex. For one thing, he needed to diversify the supplies in his space, especially weapons and medicine. Zheng Haonan's revolver had doubled twice, now totaling 4. Feng Su's 2 Glock 18 pistols had also doubled due to Ji Yun's addition, similarly becoming 4. This meant Li Ming currently had 8 pistols in hand, but ammunition was scarce. Only 40 rounds, even after 2 doublings. As for medicine, the Walmart warehouse stocked none, let alone medical equipment. In the apocalypse, even a simple cold or fever without prompt treatment could prove fatal. However, all of these could be easily gathered from an abandoned hospital at any time. Secondly, he had already recruited nearly all the stunning beauties in the compound. To find more qualified ones, he would need to venture outside. His space currently held only 6400 cubic meters, not exactly ample. If he hoped to build his own base, this space and its supplies were far from sufficient. Only when his space exceeded 100 million cubic meters could Li Ming truly enjoy life and peace. This reminded him of Nangong Ling, the female police officer who had caused him trouble that day. A breathtaking beauty whose combat prowess had already reached level 10 before the apocalypse. He hoped she could survive the apocalypse relying on her skills. Li Ming decided to split everyone into 2 groups. Long Kai would lead Chen Shanshan, Yi Jiechi Ji-yun along with red hair and yellow hair to the underground garage to practice slaughtering zombies. Long Kai's experience in hunting zombies was extensive enough to train them. After transforming into Cheongchi, red hair and yellow hair were even stronger than Long Kai, whose power lay in freezing. With them around, their safety would be well guaranteed. Li Ming, Huafian, and Golden Hair would wander through Tianing City to scout for opportunities. Huafian's flying ability and Golden Hair's terrestrial mobility made them ideal for outdoor missions. Long Kai led Chen Shanshan, Yi Jiechi Ji-yun, red hair and yellow hair to the underground parking lot. Before setting out, Long Kai had already taught them the zombie hunting techniques. Li Ming had instructed her in going over every precaution in detail. Compared to Huafian and Long Kai, they were fortunate. Having already received the zombie virus antigen, they needn't fear infection. Perhaps it was Long Kai's illusion, or maybe it was daytime, but she had the impression that there were far fewer zombies in the underground parking lot than before. Previously, when Li Ming had brought her and Huafian here, zombies had already lunged at them near the 3rd floor stairwell. Now that they'd reached the B1 parking level, not a single zombie was in sight. Yi Jiechi's face had gone pale, clutching the long-handled scythe Li Ming had given her to her chest, her breathing rapid and ragged. Sister Key zombies are so terrifying. Please keep a close eye on me, and don't let them eat me. Long Kui glanced at the nearly tearful Yi Jiechi and sighed, shaking her head helplessly. This girl was far too timid. Don't worry, these zombies are easy prey. You've been enhanced by Brother Ming's divine medicine. Hunting them is as simple as killing chickens. I'm just wondering why we haven't seen a single zombie despite being in the underground parking lot. Isn't that a good thing? We can head back early then, Yi Jiechi said with a hint of delight. Killing 20 zombies each was Brother Ming's order. If there are none here, we'll go outside. I estimate the shopping mall affiliated with Binjiang now. One residential complex has at least thousands of zombies. We won't lack targets, Chun Shanshan said with a grim tone. She had been hoping to show off here to earn Li Ming's praise. Boom. Roar. Roar. The narrow parking lot echoed with the horrifying howls of zombies. Excellent, Brother Kai, we succeeded. We finally did it. There must be at least 100 zombies here. 2 more rounds like this, and we'll clear this entire parking lot. Haha, these zombies really have no brains. They rushed right into the trap despite knowing better. Don't you understand, after killing so many zombies these past few days, these creatures act purely on instinct with no capacity for thought. But never let your guard down. A single scratch from them could cost you your life. Upon hearing the commotion from another part of the parking lot, Long Kai and her group of 4 women and 2 dogs immediately proceeded cautiously toward the source. Rounding the corner, over 100 zombies engulfed in fierce flames came into view, crackling with the sound of burning. Yet the zombies showed no sign of feeling the burning pain, still roaring relentlessly as they lunged toward the group before them. Only when their bodies were reduced to blackened charcoal did they finally lose the ability to move, collapsing to the ground. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning corpses. Dodging past the burning zombies, Long Kai recognized the group that had set the trap. At their head was Zhang Kai, the leader of Building 9. Zhang Kai's group likewise noticed the 4 women and 2 dogs approaching steadily. Zhang Kai fixed his gaze on Long Kai with a serious expression. He recognized her too. After all, the live broadcast of Zheng Haonan's demise had already spread throughout the entire residential complex. Boss, look. Isn't that beautiful woman Long Kai? She's much more stunning in person than on camera, and her complexion looks so healthy. Certainly doesn't look like someone who's gone hungry. While there are 3 more stunning beauties behind her, equally impressive as Long Kai. Are they all women recruited by Li Ming? Isn't that obvious? Everyone in the complex knows Li Ming has the most supplies. Following him, how could they possibly go hungry? TCH, so what if that spineless weakling has all the supplies in the world? Without venturing out to expand, he'll eventually run dry. Zhang Kai glared sternly at the subordinate behind him. All of you watch your mouths. Careless words bring disaster. Don't offend them, just for a moment of satisfaction. Brother Kai, they're just a few women and 2 dogs. Maybe they've come to beg us for shelter. The speaker was Chun Jun, the second in command of Building 9. His gaze clung to Long Kai like glue, roving up and down, without restraint, filled with malicious scrutiny. The underlings behind Zhang Kai began to jeer. Brother Kai, if they're here to beg for shelter, are we just going to turn a blind eye? Brother Kai, you forbid us from using force or going against their will. But if she's willing, then it's not our fault. If all 4 of them demanded to have me at once, how should I choose? It's so hard to decide. Only a fool would choose. I want them all. If our plan succeeds, supporting a few extra women will be a piece of cake. If their plan succeeded, each of them could secure enough supplies to survive for at least a year. With those supplies, they could find any woman they wanted in the neighborhood. Zhang Kai's face darkened. Normally, as long as they didn't cross his bottom line, he couldn't be bothered to discipline them. He knew his brothers were under immense mental strain fighting zombies day in and day out. It was already hard enough. If he didn't let them vent their pent-up desires, something would eventually go wrong. But his instincts told him that these 4 women were no ordinary people. What normal woman would dare to venture into this zombie-infested underground parking lot? His sharp eyes fixed on Ji Yun, who stood behind Long Kai, and he said in a low, forceful voice, the short-haired woman behind Long Kai is Ji Yun. Yesterday, Feng Su's group of over 50 people from Building 3 disappeared. Not even their bodies were found. And now Ji Yun appears in Li Ming's team. That's too suspicious. Ha ha ha. Chun Jun sneered with contempt. Boss, don't overthink it. Just because something happens in the neighborhood, you think they're behind it. I've already asked around about Feng Su's disappearance. The ones who did it were Lin Guijin from Building 4. Afterward, he threw all their bodies downstairs to feed the zombies. As for Ji Yun showing up in Li Ming's team, what's so strange about that? There are plenty of women who covet Li Ming's supplies. Without waiting for Zhang Kai's reaction, Chun Jun strode quickly toward Long Kai. Chun Jun looked at the piles of charred zombie corpses on the ground, as if they were his own glorious achievements. A smug grin spread across his face as he boasted to Long Kui. Long Kui, how could that useless Li Ming bear to let you come alone to this dangerous underground parking lot? Why don't you come join us? We're nothing like that spineless Li Ming who hides behind women. You see those zombie bodies on the ground? That's our strength. In this whole neighborhood, only we dare to face these zombies head on. All the supplies in the underground parking lot belong to us now. If you're willing to submit, we'll share some food and drink with you. Chun Shanshan swiftly drew 2 boning knives from her sleeves, her eyes icy cold as she said, You bastards, say one more word insulting our brother Ming, and I'll carve the flesh off your body inch by inch. Chen Zhen was not intimidated by Chen Shanshan's aura in the slightest. Before the apocalypse, both he and Zhang Kai had worked for Huateng Security Company, and both were veterans of the Huan Nation's elite special forces. They had seen all kinds of formidable experts. If Chen Zhen and Zhang Kai had been the ones to confront Zheng Haonan, Chen Zhen was confident they could have taken him down just as cleanly as Huafian and Long Kui had. So in his eyes, Huafian and Long Kui's skills were nothing more than fancy moves. Chen Zhen sneered with disdain. They say Li Ming's skill with women is extraordinary. Now I've seen it for myself. Chen Shanshan instantly erupted with murderous intent, her two boning knives thrusting mercilessly toward Chen Zhen's vital points. Chen Zhen's face turned cold. He hadn't expected Chen Shanshan to strike so decisively. Clang! Chen Shanshan's thrust was blocked by Chen Zhen's swift use of his broadsword. Yet faced with Chen Shanshan's tenfold enhanced astonishing force, Chen Zhen's body still stumbled backward 3 meters, crashing onto the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Kai and his men were all stunned. That woman actually knocked down Brother Zhen. Brother Zhen is the man who could kill a tiger barehanded. I don't know about tigers, but I've seen him take down 3 zombies single-handedly. They say Brother Zhen can take on up to 5 zombies alone. Who is that woman? That bitch fought dirty, a sneak attack. Brother Zhen was caught off guard and lost his balance. Does she really think she's a match for him? So that's it. I thought she was strong enough to knock him down. Chen Zhen was utterly terrified. He alone knew the truth of that strike. It felt like being rammed by a ferocious beast. His hand was still numb, the prickling sensation constantly reminding him of the power behind that blow. Fortunately, Chen Shanshan had almost no combat experience. Her attacks were full of holes, allowing him to barely deflect her fierce strikes. Otherwise, he would have lost his life right there. But if he didn't fight back, he would lose face and never be able to hold his head up among his brothers. Pretending to be enraged, he stood up and pointed at Chen Shanshan, cursing, "You bitch, how dare you sneak attack me?" But seeing the cold glint in her eyes, his heart trembled, and he instantly backed down. This crazy woman was dead serious, showing no mercy at all. "I'll let it slide since you're a woman. Just apologize to me, and I'll forget it." The underlings who had expected Chen Zhen to knock Chen Shanshan down were now dumbfounded. "Brother Zhen, shouldn't you be beating that bitch down and making her regret attacking you?" "Brother Zhen, since when did you become so chivalrous? I remember you're not like that. You beat Mrs. Liu from the 18th floor half to death just for taking a sip of your water. Shouldn't this woman die for pushing you down?" Chen Zhen wished he could kill all those who spoke so easily. "Why don't you try it yourselves? This woman is as strong as an ox. No, even an ox would bow to her." Chen Zhen cleared his throat. "Ahem. Brother Kai told us not to offend them. I'm just giving him face, so I'll spare her for now." You think you deserve an apology." Chen Shanshan snorted coldly, immediately raising her boning knife and charging at Chen Zhen again. Slap. A figure exuding immense pressure appeared before Chen Shanshan in a flash, grabbing her wrist. Her wrist felt as if it were clamped in steel, completely immobile. Seeing this, Chen Shanshan swung her other hand, stabbing with the boning knife toward the figure. Slap. Her other hand was also seized firmly. Confronted by the overwhelming presence, Chen Shanshan broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing this, Long Kui immediately drew her axe and assumed a combat stance. "Easy, ladies. We mean no harm." Zhang Kai released Chen Shanshan's wrist, his voice deep and heavy. "I apologize for my men's rude words. I'm sorry on their behalf." Zhang Kai stood nearly 190 centimeters tall, clad in a military overcoat, exuding the awe-inspiring aura of a soldier. Just standing there, he gave Long Kui and the others a powerful sense of oppression. The fact that he could easily stop Chen Shanshan, whose attributes were enhanced tenfold, proved his formidable strength. Before the apocalypse, Long Kui wouldn't have dared to breathe in front of such a man. But now, with her tenfold enhancement, the freeze ability, red fur and yellow fur by her side, she naturally wasn't afraid of Zhang Kai. However, since Li Ming wasn't around, she didn't want to escalate the conflict. Long Kui shot Zhang Kai a glare, then turned to Chen Shanshan and said, "Shanshan, that's enough. We still have a mission." Chen Shanshan also rolled her eyes at Zhang Kai. "Got it, Sister Kui." The 4 women and 2 dogs were about to turn and leave when Zhang Kai spoke again in his deep, heavy voice. "Ladies, please wait a moment." Hearing that Zhang Kai wanted them to stay, Long Kui immediately furrowed her brows, her gaze turning icy. "You only managed to stop Chen Shanshan. Do you really think you're invincible? And you dare refuse to let us leave?" Zhang Kai was taken aback. Realizing the women had misunderstood his intentions, he hastily explained, "That's not what I meant. Ladies, I have a plan. I'd like to propose a cooperation." When he had stopped Chen Shanshan just now, he had deeply understood the power she possessed. Although he appeared remarkably calm, it was merely because his expressionless face betrayed nothing. In truth, he had unleashed 100% of his strength and almost failed to subdue Chen Shanshan. Astonished by this woman's astonishing power, he had never encountered anything like it in all his life. He knew Long Kui's strength was equally formidable. If all 4 of them possessed such power, it would be terrifying indeed. Yet if such terrifying individuals became their allies, it would be an exhilarating prospect. Their plan could proceed far more smoothly. Cooperation. Long Kui looked at Zhang Kai with curiosity. Zhang Kai paused, then said slowly, "I know Li Ming has hoarded a massive amount of supplies. They won't worry about shortages anytime soon. But you must have sensed it. The natural disaster won't end anytime soon. Even when it does, the world will never return to how it was before. The supplies in your hands will eventually run out. Currently large-scale chaos has not yet erupted. We should seize this opportunity to collect as many supplies as possible to prepare for the changes ahead. That is why we made the decision to clear all the zombies in the underground parking lot. Long Qi glanced around. No wonder they hadn't encountered zombies after entering the underground garage. It was because Zhang Kai's group had been clearing them out. Long Qi sneered. The pitiful amount of supplies in that parking lot isn't even enough for all of you to divide among yourselves, and you want to share with us. Zhang Kai hesitated, then continued. Those leftover supplies in the cars can barely sustain us for 8 or 10 days. After that we'll be completely out of ammunition and food. What we're targeting are the fresh food stores, grain and oil shops and convenience stores outside the residential compound. As far as I know, the supplies those shops have stockpiled are enough for our survivors to last a year. While we still have enough manpower, and before other groups target those stores, we must act quickly. As long as you're willing to cooperate with us, we're prepared to give you 40% of all the supplies. The moment Zhang Kai spoke these words, uproarious protests erupted from behind him. Brother Kai, are you insane? Why should we give them 40%? We cleared all the zombies in the underground parking lot. These are supplies we fought for with our lives. How many brothers have we already lost these past few days? And you just hand 40% to them? We refuse. What do they even count as? At most they're just playthings for men. Boss, if you really want women, I can send my wife to keep you company. Shut up. Zhang Kai roared in fury. His subordinates had no idea that these women's strength far exceeded that of all of them combined. If they were willing to join, it would drastically reduce their team's mortality rate. Offering 40% was already being generous. If distributed according to actual strength, letting them take 60% wouldn't be excessive. With the combat power of these 4 women, they could even set their sights on the compound's attached shopping mall. The large supermarket inside the mall alone stored massive quantities of supplies, not to mention all the restaurants upstairs. Once they secured those supplies, the entire team wouldn't have to worry about provisions for the next 10 years. However, the mall housed at least several thousand zombies. Retrieving the supplies from within would be exceedingly difficult. We're not interested in your plan, Long Kui said calmly. She knew that Li Ming's spatial storage contained enormous quantities of supplies. Although she didn't know the exact amount, she was confident they could survive for 100 or 200 years without worry. They had no need to risk their lives for such meager supplies and get entangled with people like Zhang Kai and his gang. Zhang Kai seemed to have anticipated Long Kui's response and continued, if you're dissatisfied with the percentage, we can offer you 50% of the supplies. Zhang Kai's subordinates erupted again. Boss, 50% is truly unacceptable. Besides us brothers, there are also the orphaned children of fallen comrades. With only half the supplies, they'll starve to death. Brother Kai, if you really want women, I'll go catch a few for you right now. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Brother Kai, we know you're usually rather clumsy when it comes to pursuing girls, but constantly giving things away won't win their hearts. Wealth is meant to be displayed to women, not spent on them, and certainly not stuffed into someone else's pocket like you're giving it away for free. Those worthless women are clearly gold diggers. Once we have the supplies in our hands, can you doubt they'll beg us for attention? Long Kui's expression darkened instantly. Murderous intent filled her eyes, and under the influence of her frost ice ability, the surrounding air temperature dropped by 10 degrees in an instant. The sudden killing aura made even the battle-hardened Zhang Kai shudder inwardly. Bang! Zhang Kai punched the subordinate who had called them gold diggers right in the face, knocking 2 of his front teeth flying and filling his mouth with blood. I should have warned you to watch your words. Next time anyone dares to speak disrespectfully toward them, don't blame me for being ruthless. Long Qi knew perfectly well that Zhang Kai was doing this to demonstrate his attitude and to save his nearly dying subordinate. Zhang Kai, for this attitude alone, I won't hold it against you. Let alone 50%. Even if you were willing to give me 90%, I would still have 0 interest. From now on, let's stay out of each other's way. Don't provoke us, or the consequences will be beyond what you can bear. After speaking, the 4 women and 2 dogs headed toward the parking lot exit. The zombies inside the parking lot had already been nearly wiped out by Zhang Kai's group. Moreover, with Zhang Kai and his men present, they couldn't fully display their strength. So Long Qi decided to lead them outside the parking lot to hunt zombies. Zhang Kai's subordinates watched the direction Long Qi and the others departed, their expressions gradually turning to shock. Brother Kai, are they heading out of the parking lot? Don't they know the outside is full of zombies? Damn it. Could they have discovered our plan and be trying to go solo? No way. We can't let them beat us to it. What are you thinking? 4 women and 2 dogs can't possibly stand against hundreds or thousands of zombies. It's fine. If they get eaten by zombies, Brother Kai won't entertain those foolish thoughts anymore. Above Tianhai City, an orange-red phoenix soared gracefully through the sky with a person and a dog riding on its back. And below us is the Nanshan District Police Station. Let's go see if we can find any unexpected gains. Nanshan District Police Building, Tianhai City. A crimson blizzard had already buried half of the 5-story edifice, rendering it eerily desolate. Without close inspection, one would scarcely recognize this as the former police station. When the blood rain descended and the zombie outbreak erupted, several citizens who happened to be nearby had quickly taken shelter within the building. However, among those who had entered the building seeking refuge were also carriers infected with the zombie virus. Predictably, the zombie virus erupted within the police building itself. The vast majority of those inside turned into zombies, infesting every corner of the structure. At this moment, the police building radiated an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. It was hard to believe that anyone could still be alive within this dread-filled structure. After all, this was the place responsible for maintaining public order across the entire Nanshan district, where criminals were detained and interrogated. Its security rating exceeded that of other buildings by more than tenfold, and as a government facility, its heating systems were first-rate. Over 30 people at the moment the outbreak struck had hidden within the detention cells on the first floor, originally used to hold suspects surviving the zombie attacks. Beneath the snow layer, the air was thin. The survivors huddled in groups of 3 or 5, pressing close together to conserve body heat. Every face was gaunt and haggard, and the air was thick with suffocating dread. 4 girls sat huddled together, their eyes darting restlessly, lips cracked, hands unconsciously rubbing their hollow bellies in a futile attempt to ease their unbearable hunger and thirst. How has Nangong Ling been gone so long, searching for supplies? I'm starving to death. Do you think she's abandoned us and run off to enjoy herself at a refuge alone? What's surprising about that? Self-preservation is human nature. This Nangong Ling is nothing but a fame-seeking hypocrite. Did you truly believe she cared about us? Her eagerness to save us was merely to build political capital once the disaster passed. Pity that her plans couldn't account for heaven's will. She never imagined this calamity would last so long. Zhang Ming, Li Jimin, Zhao Sisi, and Tong Lia, the 4 girls known collectively as the Meiji, revealed their ugly true faces, discussing matters without restraint. The reason they found themselves at the police station when the disaster struck was that while riding the subway, they had imaginatively assumed an old man crouching and checking his phone was secretly taking photos of them. They reported the incident to the police and were brought back to the station for questioning. A young couple huddled tightly together. The girl Yishi clutched her knees and whimpered, "Long, long will Officer Nangong Ling truly abandon us. Do you think we can still survive?" Her boyfriend Zhang Xiaolong pulled Yishi into his arms and comforted her. "She's not your mother, it's normal if she left. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let you go hungry." "Woo, but I'm literally about to starve to death." Yishi broke into tears. Hearing Zhang Xiaolong's words, the 4 Meiji girls couldn't help but burst into laughter. Men's mouths are indeed deceiving devils, all talk and no action. Try going outside and finding food for your girlfriend if you're so confident. Exactly. Of the rations allocated to you 2, you've eaten 2/3, leaving barely a crumb for your girlfriend. You put on a respectable front, but you're utterly shameless. Having his selfish behavior exposed, Zhang Xiaolong's face turned red with rage, and he roared at the Meiji girls, "Mind your own business. You bunch of damn harlots. Who are you calling names? You disgusting misogynist. I'm calling you lot gold-digging sluts fat and disgusting." The phrase fat and big-eared instantly shattered the Meiji girls' composure, and they let out shrill, fat-squeezing screams. Who's fat and big-eared? You are. All 6 of them immediately tore into each other. In this suffocating environment, they seemed to have found an outlet to vent their negative emotions, momentarily forgetting their hunger and thirst. "Shut up, all of you. How annoying. Make one more sound, and I'll throw you out to feed the zombies." Sang Biao, a criminal suspect originally confined in this cell, bellowed at them. "If it weren't for Officer Nangong Ling, I'd have killed all of you food-wasting trash already. What a bunch of useless waste." Upon Sang Biao's roar, the Meiji girls and the young couple immediately separated, glaring at each other resentfully. Within this cell, aside from Nangong Ling, the person they feared most was Sang Biao. Whenever someone displeased him, Sang Biao would resort to violence, without hesitation beating them until they questioned their entire existence. Sang Biao sat pressed closely against several other criminal suspects who had been imprisoned in the cell beforehand. Once the cell fell silent again, Sang Biao lowered his voice and asked the others, "How's it going on Fei Long's end? Why is the progress so slow?" Someone replied, "We just received word from Wei Go. He says he can definitely open the armory door today." Sang Biao was overcome with wild joy. If they could obtain firearms from the police station's armory, they would no longer need to remain cooped up in this place. His associates outside had already conquered the entire residential compound, living like petty warlords there, a fact that filled him with envy. He believed this was not a disaster, but rather the dawn of an era belonging to people like them. As long as one was ruthless enough, one could live better in this apocalypse than before, free from the constant anxiety of daily imprisonment. "Open the door quickly. Hurry." A clear, bright female voice came from outside. Upon hearing Nangong Ling's voice, everyone in the cell's eyebrows lifted with joy, broad smiles spreading across their faces. Their happiness stemmed not from any fondness for Nangong Ling, but simply because her return meant they would have food for another day. The Meiji girls hurriedly opened the door, attempting to curry favor with Nangong Ling so they could receive their daily rations first. Although Nangong Ling distributed all supplies equally among everyone. Nevertheless, each bread roll and each biscuit varied slightly in size. Though the differences were subtle, every bit counted. Especially when distributing water, she always poured herself a little extra, which others rarely noticed. However, upon opening the door, the Meiji girls were dumbfounded. Nangong Ling carried absolutely no supplies. In her hand was only a Tang-style straight blade stained with dark brown blood, supporting Officer Zhang Vida, who had lost an arm and was barely conscious. Dressed in black down clothing with the blade scabbard strapped to her back and her hair tied in a high ponytail, Nangong Ling looked valiant and dashing. But at this moment her face was etched with exhaustion and her eyes overflowed with tension and anxiety. We encountered a zombie ambush on our way back. Officer Zhang lost his arm in the process. Quickly help me get him inside and bandage his wound. Yet instead of rushing to assist Officer Zhang, the Meiji girls took several cautious steps backward. He was injured by a zombie. Will he turn into one? Off. I refuse. Officer Nangong Ling, throw him out immediately. I won't stay in the same room as a zombie. When they learned that Zhang Vida had been injured by a zombie, everyone in the cell cast looks of undisguised disgust and avoidance, as if desperate to distance themselves from this ill-omened figure. Nangong Ling erupted in fury. What do you think you're doing? He's my comrade. Get out of my way. Officer Zhang was wounded by a zombie while searching for supplies for all of you. Do you have not an ounce of gratitude? Zhang Meng curled her lips in disdain, one hand clamped over her nose, as if breathing the same air as Zhang Vida would turn her into a zombie. Officer Nangong, don't act so noble. Protecting us weak citizens is your duty in the first place. Besides, if you hadn't forced us to come here for a statement, would we be trapped? You bear undeniable responsibility. Meanwhile, Li Jiamei from the Jimei group also shot a contemptuous glance at the barely alive Zhang Vida. I will never agree to stay in the same space as a zombie. If you insist on going your own way, I'll post your actions online and expose you. Zhao Cici said, if you dare let him in, I'll definitely file a complaint against you. Tong Lia added, do you know who my father is? Once this disaster is over, I'll make you suffer for this. Nangong Ling trembled with rage, her hand gripping the Tang horizontal saber so tightly her knuckles whitened. Was this the reward for their risking their lives every day to find supplies, to be repaid by these ingrates? Originally, there had been 7 survivors from their police unit. But facing fierce and countless zombies every day, only she and Zhang Vida remained. Zhang Vida was the senior brother she respected most, and she was determined to protect him no matter what. Just then a bespectacled man with a middle-parted hairstyle and a scholarly face stepped forward and asked, Officer Nangong, may I ask how Officer Zhang was injured and how long ago it happened? This man was He Jiqing, a bank clerk from the nearby area. Nangong Ling suppressed her anger and replied reluctantly, Officer Zhang and I were ambushed by several zombies on our way back. While we were fighting them off, a zombie suddenly leaped out from the snow and grabbed Officer Zhang's right arm. The moment the zombie bit down, I made a split-second decision, severed his right arm, and killed the zombie. It's been nearly half an hour since Officer Zhang was injured. He Jiqing stroked his chin, his eyes fixed on Zhang Vida. Then, Officer Nangong, do you remember clearly? Did you cut off Officer Zhang's arm before the zombie bit him, or did the zombie bite him first? Zhang Meng from the Jimei group snapped impatiently. Why ask so many questions? So much blabbering. Are you playing Detective Conan? He Jiqing shot Zhang Meng a fierce glare. It makes a huge difference. If Officer Nangong acted first, that means Officer Zhang's arm was already severed before the zombie could bite him, so naturally, he couldn't have been infected with the zombie virus. If the zombie bit him first, and then Officer Nangong cut off his arm, there is still a chance that Officer Zhang has been infected. Nangong Ling tried hard to recall, but finally shook her head helplessly. Everything happened so suddenly, and the situation was so dire. I can't remember clearly. Li Jimin from the Jimei group immediately shouted, since you can't remember, we'll treat him as a zombie. Even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance, I don't want to stay with a zombie. He Jiqing cast another harsh glance at Li Jimin, then quickly softened his tone and said, I'm not so sure. People infected with the zombie virus usually show symptoms within 10 minutes. Officer Zhang has already been like this for half an hour. How about this? There are several separate cells inside the prison. Let's place Officer Zhang in one of them for observation. Even if he turns into a zombie, he won't be able to harm us. Nangong Ling pondered for a moment and could only nod in agreement. The 4 Jimei girls also accepted He Jiqing's plan, as long as it didn't harm their own interests. Nangong Ling helped the nearly unconscious Zhang Vida into the cell. The young couple Yishi hurried over and asked, Officer Nangong, where are today's supplies? I'm starving. Suppressing the anger in her heart, Nangong Ling pulled out a pack of biscuits and a bottle of mineral water from her black down jacket. This is all we have today. The rest of the supplies were lost during the fight with the zombies. You'll have to make do with this. Sang Biao moved swiftly, snatching the biscuits and water from Nangong Ling's hands. Yishi stomped her foot in frustration. Just this little bit of biscuits. Not even enough to feed a chicken. We're human beings. How are we supposed to get full? How could anyone be so stupid? When in danger, you should protect the supplies first and run. Saving a dying burden is useless. Sang Biao quickly tore open the biscuit wrapper, stuffed a few pieces into his mouth, and then shared the rest with his buddies. If you don't want it, suit yourself. I'm not picky. Thank you, Officer Nangong. Sang Biao's gang immediately stuffed the meager biscuits into their mouths. The 4 Jimei girls and Yishi flew into a rage and rushed to tug at Sang Biao's clothes. Who said you could eat first? Those are our biscuits. Don't you know ladies first? Sang Biao slapped Yishi to the ground. Ladies first. If Officer Nangong weren't here, I'd take care of all of you. Want some biscuits? There's still a little bit in the gaps between my teeth. Stick your tongue in and lick it. Sang Biao shamelessly opened his mouth wide at Yishi, revealing yellow, foul-smelling teeth. Yishi instantly felt nauseous, but there was nothing left in her stomach to throw up. Nangong Ling ignored the commotion and helped the unconscious Zhang Vida into a separate cell. Slap. He Jiqing delivered a heavy slap to Zhang Meng, sending her to the ground. He stepped on her face and pointed at her viciously. You stupid woman, have you lost your mind? Do you want to die? Don't drag me down with you. Can't you see the situation? Offending Nangong Ling means only death for us. If she abandons us, will you go out and find food for me? A bunch of brainless pigs. Right now, we should be trying to please Nangong Ling, make her willingly serve us until we die. Zhang Ming and the other Jimei girls wanted to retort, but immediately felt the venomous stares from everyone else. Though they were stupid, they knew better than to provoke the crowd's anger. Otherwise, they might really be thrown out to feed the zombies, and that would be disastrous. In the separate cell, Nangong Ling forced half a bottle of mineral water down Zhang Vida's throat. The choking sensation finally brought him back to consciousness. His eyes revealed boundless exhaustion, and he gave a bitter smile. Junior Nangong, I'm done for. The entire police unit is down to just you. Those ungrateful bastards outside aren't worth risking our lives to protect. You should leave. Go to the Nanshan shelter base. With your skills and the power of the Nangong family, you can live, well, even in the apocalypse. Nangong Ling's lips drooped slightly. She shook her head helplessly, took out her phone from her pocket, and handed it to Zhang Vida. Zhong Tao of the Nanshan shelter base has betrayed us. How could this be? The Nanshan shelter base is not only the largest disaster refuge in Tianhai City, but also a crucial tactical-level military base. How dare Qing Tao? Cough, cough. Zhang Vida's voice was weak and hoarse, shaken by the thunderous news, causing him to cough repeatedly. Nangong Ling quickly stepped forward to pat Zhang Vida's back, easing his coughing. The Nanshan shelter base was their last bastion of hope in their hearts. The only reason they had held on until now was the unwavering belief that sooner or later the people of the Nanshan shelter base would find them here, rescuing them from this hellish place. When did you receive this news? Zhang Yida, now calm, asked weakly. My brother-in-law sent me this message the day before yesterday. Nangong Ling's voice was slow and heavy. You know the position my brother-in-law holds in Tianhai City. For him to say such things, it's basically confirmed as fact. After sending this message, he completely lost contact with me. I suspect my brother-in-law has also been killed by Qing Tao. Nangong Ling sat on the ground, hugging her knees tightly, burying her head in her thighs, her body trembling uncontrollably as she sobbed. Zhang Vida forced a smile and mustered the energy to comfort her. Without seeing your brother-in-law's body, you can't be certain he's dead. Besides, Tianhai City isn't limited to just one official shelter. Even if Qing Tao has turned traitor, there are other shelters. As the young lady of the Nangong family, how could they dare to turn you away? Nangong Ling shook her head and said calmly, it's useless. This disaster came too suddenly and too fiercely. The top brass of the country are certainly overwhelmed now, too busy to reign in these shelters. These bases have completely lost control. Oh, no one knows what they have become now. Perhaps those shelters have already turned into hell on earth. Going there blindly without understanding the situation is like a lamb walking into a tiger's den. Zhang Vida fell silent. He had wanted to persuade Nangong Ling not to be so pessimistic. But looking at the ungrateful people they had risked their lives to protect, he had to admit Nangong Ling was right. In the apocalypse, perhaps kindness itself was a mistake. Zhang Vida forced a smile on his pain-twisted face. As long as you survive, one day you'll meet someone in this apocalypse worth trusting. Don't worry about those ingrates anymore. Don't let them weigh on your conscience. They don't deserve any more of your effort. Your swordsmanship is divine. Becoming a lone ranger in this apocalypse, roaming the world, wouldn't be a bad choice, ha. You're the lone ranger. Nangong Ling snorted with a laugh, eyeing Zhang Vida's missing arm. One-armed ranger, ha. Ha ha ha. They exchanged smiles, finding joy in their misery. Everyone else is starving, and they're laughing so loudly. Yishi slumped on the ground, speaking indignantly. Obviously, they go out every day and eat and drink their fill before bringing back the leftovers. They give us scraps and expect us to be grateful. It's disgusting. Serves them right if they get bitten by zombies. Her boyfriend Zhang Xiaolong cautiously glanced at He Jiqing and Sang Biao, then nudged Yishi with his arm. Stop your nonsense. If they hear you, you'll get another beating, and I won't help you. The girls rolled their eyes at Zhang Xiaolong in unison, as if he had ever stepped up when Yishi was beaten before. This pathetic man always hid in the corner when Yishi got slapped, afraid of being noticed. And Yishi was a fool. She talked back to everyone and everything, but dared not say a word to this creep. A classic lovesick fool. A short marmot-like man shuffled into the cell with a sly gait. He pressed his mouth to Sang Biao's ear and whispered excitedly. Boss, it's done. The armory door is open. Hearing this, Sang Biao, who had been lying on the ground resting, immediately sprang up in excitement. Really? Haha, our good times are coming. Brothers, follow me. Zhang Ming's eyes were sharp. Sang Biao's excitement meant he had found something valuable. She immediately stepped forward, grabbed Sang Biao's arm, and put on a flattering face. Brother Biao, did you find supplies? Can you take me? I just need a little, just a tiny bit. Slap. Sang Biao dealt Zhang Ming a hard blow, sending her to the ground. Get the hell away from me, you piece of trash. Right now, Officer Nangong is the only one on my mind. With that, Sang Biao strode out the door. Zhang Ming shouted after him. Huh. Take a look at yourself in the mirror before you dream of someone like Nangong Ling. Go back to sleep. The short marmot-like man grinned lecherously, crouched down, and touched Zhang Ming's face. Oh, so smooth. If Brother Biao doesn't want you, you can be with me. I'll make sure you're fed. Zhang Ming slapped his hand away, frowning with disgust. Who do you think you are? A toad lusting after a swan. Get lost. Hee hee, I like it when you resist. Soon you'll know what your grandpa is made of, and I guarantee you'll be screaming. With that, the marmot quickly hurried after Sang Biao toward the armory. The zombies along the path from the cell to the armory had already been cleared by the police team, including Nangong Ling. They had originally planned to retrieve weapons from the armory to deal with the endless horde of zombies. But after clearing the zombies, they realized they had no permission to open the armory door. The armory door was made of 20-centimeter thick steel, indestructible. Moreover, the walls were lined with steel plates, making it impossible to break through and retrieve the weapons. In the end, they had to abandon the idea and use the most primitive weapons, blades, to hunt zombies. However, they didn't know that among the survivors was a master locksmith known as the lock-picking Saint Fatty Long. Fatty Long's lock-picking skills were legendary. He claimed no lock in the world could defy him. But he never stole money, only women's underwear. This time he was caught because he accidentally left his DNA on the underwear of his target, leading to his arrest. Sang Biao walked with excited steps, every stride brimming with uncontrollable thrill. Seeing the armory door already open, he cupped Fatty Long's big head and planted a kiss on his forehead. Haha, Fatty Long, you're a genius. You can even open the police armory. I owe you one. As Sang Biao tried to enter the armory, Fatty Long grabbed his hand nervously. BB Boss Biao, I only helped because you said it was for Officer Nangong to hunt zombies. If anything goes wrong, don't rat me out. Though Fatty Long was a master of lockpicking, he was as timid as a mouse, only daring to steal underwear at most. If Sang Biao hadn't threatened and bribed him, he wouldn't have dared to open the police armory, even with 10 guts. What are you afraid of? Everyone outside is dead. Who's going to arrest you? Brothers, our time has come. In the armory, 10 gun safes were neatly lined up against the walls. China's police force maintained extremely strict control over firearms. Each of these safes was connected to the municipal police department's internal network. Every officer had a corresponding firearm registration number, and every transaction was recorded in the municipal bureau's backend system. And now all the safes had been opened by Fat Dragon. Even if the municipal bureau raised an alarm, no one would handle it anymore. Each safe had 20 positions for storing firearms. However, when the disaster struck, most officers had already retrieved their weapons and gone out on missions. So among the 10 safes, only 40-something Model 64 pistols and over 3,000 rounds of ammunition were found. Among one of the safes, they also discovered 2 assault rifles along with 2,000 rounds of rifle ammunition. Outside the armory, the racks neatly displayed various police equipment: riot helmets, bulletproof vests, police batons, handcuffs, tear gas canisters, and riot shields, all available in abundance. Besides weapons and equipment, the armory stored a batch of winter police uniforms and military parkas. Sang Biao and his men stared at the gear and clothing, their eyes wide with greed. It felt like rats who had seized a cat's tools. Sang Biao and his men couldn't wait to don the thick winter police uniforms, disguising themselves as officers. These days had kept them shivering terribly. Mole's diminutive frame, swallowed by the oversized uniform, his sleazy face looked utterly comical and incongruous. He saluted Sang Biao and grinned. Brother Biao, do I look like a real cop? Moles are still moles. Even in dragon robes, you'd never look like a crown prince. Having a cop like you just ruins the image of the whole force, Sang Biao mocked. Sang Biao took 2 loaded Model 64 pistols from the safe and holstered them at his waist, then picked up an assault rifle looking every bit a special forces soldier. Brothers, pack up all the equipment here, leave nothing behind. I'll lead you to forge our own era. His 6 brothers raised their fists in unison. Brother Biao, you're so cool. Much more impressive than real cops. Brother Biao, can we have those stinking whores from the cells? We've had enough of their cold stares these past days. Yeah, those sluts look at us like we're murderers, practically spitting on us. Let's show them what it feels like being handled by the ones they despise the most, ha. Especially that bitch Zhongming. If Officer Nangong weren't watching, I'd have already gotten my way with her. And that Yishi, what a snobbish slut. I'll make her realize I'm way better than her boyfriend. Mole grinned lecherously. I don't care which ones you guys want. I'm taking all these women. Ha! Only then did everyone remember Mole was a super pervert who wouldn't even spare septuagenarian grandmothers. Sang Biao chambered around in his assault rifle and scanned the group with a stern gaze. Do whatever you want with those whores outside. Kill them if you must, we can't take them anyway. But anyone who lays a finger on Nangong Ling, I won't show mercy. The group erupted in laughter. Haha, I knew you had a crush on Officer Nangong. Who would have thought old brother Biao still has it in him? True feelings in the apocalypse are even more precious. Officer Nangong will surely accept you. From now on, Officer Nangong is our sister-in-law. How would we dare harbor improper thoughts about her? Huh? Sang Biao and his 6 brothers draped thick military parkas over their uniforms, concealing their police attire and weapons, and slowly returned to the cell block. When the 30-plus people in the cell saw Sang Biao and his men wearing warm military parkas, their eyes lit up instantly. They swarmed around them, hoping to get scraps of the fabric. For days they'd relied on tattered blankets on the floor for warmth, barely enough. Those with experience would crumple food packaging and waste paper into balls and stuff them inside their clothes for slight warmth. An elderly man with white hair stepped forward, ecstatic. Sang Biao, this is great. You've done a magnificent service finding so many winter police uniforms. Quickly notify Officer Nangong to distribute these supplies equally. Clothing differs from food. It must go to the elderly, weak women, and children first. You young and strong can endure the cold a bit longer. Hearing priority given to the elderly, weak women and children, four sisters immediately claimed themselves as women and children, nodding vigorously. Hey, hurry up and take off those parkas. Don't make our clothes stink. Exactly, they reek. Wonder if they couldn't handle the thirst and drank their own urine. Inmates think they deserve such fine clothes. You've already finished everyone's food, so these clothes certainly don't belong to you. Take them off now. Strip those clothes off them. We outnumber them. Officer Nangong surely won't protect these inmates. A man set his sights on the scrawny mole striding forward to tug at his military parka, attempting to rip it from him. Bang! The man's head instantly exploded with a whole blood splattering across everyone nearby. Outnumber us. So what? Who else wants our parkas? Sang Biao said coldly. Everyone stared in terror at the gun in Sang Biao's hand, their faces turning pale. Guns? How do they have guns? Did they open the armory door? That's impossible. God. Someone screamed murder. These inmates are murdering people. Someone call the police. Bang. Another head was blown apart. Who are you calling inmates? Try saying that again. Mole pulled a pistol from his parka, grinning lewdly as he approached Zhang Meng. At only 5 feet tall, he had to stand on his tiptoes just to reach her chin. Hee Zhang Meng, I told you I'd make you scream, didn't I? Mole bro, what are you? Zhang Meng's lips trembled uncontrollably with fear. Mole suddenly punched her in the stomach. The excruciating pain made Zhang Meng collapse to her knees, curling into a fetal position. Mole grabbed her hair and dragged her to the corner. What am I doing? I'm going to fuck you right now. Right here in front of everyone, haha. No. Someone help me, please save me. Facing Zhang Meng's heart-rending screams, everyone remained motionless, including her sister friends, terrified that speaking up would make Mole target them next. Stop this right now, sang Biao. Mole. What do you think you're doing? Nangong Ling, who had rushed over upon hearing the gunshots, roared. Mole glanced at Nangong Ling, but didn't stop his actions. In fact, right in front of her, he readied himself, preparing to assault Zhang Meng. Damn you, I told you to stop. Did you hear me? Nangong Ling placed her hand on the hilt of her tang, dao, drawing its slightly teeth clenched. Bang! Sang Biao shot into the ceiling, his gaze icy. Mole, Officer Nangong told you to stop. Didn't you hear her? Mole spread his hands innocently. Brother Biao, my hands can stop, but my actions can't. Nangong Ling immediately recognized the Type 64 pistol in Sang Biao's hand. It was the standard sidearm issued to their police unit. The fury in her eyes intensified as she glared at Sang Biao through gritted teeth. Sang Biao, unauthorized appropriation of police equipment is a capital offense. Enraged, Nangong Ling swiftly drew her tang horizontal blade from her waist and slashed towards Sang Biao with lightning speed. Bang! 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 Sang Biao's henchmen were stunned by Nangong Ling's ferocious momentum and reflexively raised their Type 64 pistols, firing at her figure. Ting! 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 A bluish glow flashed in Nangong Ling's eyes as she rapidly swung her tang blade to deflect the barrage of bullets, then leaped backward with incredible speed. She bent low and slid backward nearly a meter before regaining her stance. Her teeth clenched in pain, her hawk-like gaze locked onto Sang Biao. Drip! Drip! Nangong Ling's left arm hung limp at her side as blood continuously gushed from her shoulder, cascading down her arm. The distance had been too close, and despite deflecting most of the bullets, her shoulder had still been struck. Fuck your mothers, who the hell told you to open fire? Seeing Nangong Ling injured, Sang Biao's veins bulged as he kicked the nearest henchman and roared in fury. Several of his henchmen wore expressions of shock and grievance. Brother Biao, do you think sister-in-law looks like an ordinary woman? Could a regular woman deflect bullets at such close range? She might have gotten lucky blocking one bullet, but we fired 5 simultaneously and she deflected 4 in an instant. Brother Biao, we're looking out for you. No one can control a woman like that. She's far too dangerous. Exactly. This Nangong Ling is too dangerous. From now on, when we find beautiful women, we'll bring them to you, Brother Biao. Sang Biao pulled out an assault rifle concealed beneath his military coat, roaring furiously. Do you think the woman I want is just some ordinary person? Anyone who speaks ill of sister-in-law from now on will be shot. His eyes filled with anguish and anxiety as he looked at Nangong Ling, speaking tenderly. Ling, we didn't mean to hurt you. Put down the blade and let Brother Biao check your injuries. Though he spoke gently, Sang Biao harbored deep fear of her blade techniques, skills beyond what any ordinary person could possess. If his men hadn't opened fire to stop her in time, he'd likely be lying on the ground already. Even if he survived, he'd have lost limbs. Nangong Ling was disgusted by Sang Biao's sudden words, her skin crawling with revulsion. Who do you think you're calling Ling? Dare call me that again, and I'll tear your mouth open. It's you who should drop your weapons. I'm giving you one more chance. Don't force my hand. Sang Biao held his assault rifle aimed at Nangong Ling with terror. He genuinely feared she might strike again. Her movements and aura were terrifying, like a beast in pursuit, forcing him to stay vigilant. Are we supposed to lay down our weapons and keep starving here, going days without proper meals? Do you really think I can venture out alone every single day to scavenge supplies for you? Would you really keep leading these ungrateful wolves who show no gratitude? Only I truly understand you. Only I care about you. Only I can protect you. Ling, be my woman. I, Sang Biao, swear that once you're with me, I'll never touch another woman. From now on, I'll follow your lead. Nangong Ling tore a strip of cloth from her body and hastily bandaged the wound on her shoulder. her gaze fixed on Sang Biao, radiating a deadly killing intent as she spoke. Who do you think you are? Just because you've got a few weapons doesn't mean you understand the world. You dare to plot against me. That's pure delusion. Though my abilities may not be great, I Nangong Ling certainly have the strength to take you all down with me. Sang Biao involuntarily stepped back 2 paces, subconsciously putting distance between himself and Nangong Ling. He knew her prowess was extraordinary, but he hadn't expected a single look from her to send such terror through him. Sang Biao pointed his gun at the 20-plus survivors, a sinister smile spreading across his face. It doesn't matter if you don't agree with me now. As long as I get you, I'll conquer you sooner or later. I order you to put down your blade immediately, or I'll kill 1 person every minute. If he could only strip Nangong Ling of her Tang sword, she'd be like a tiger stripped of its claws and fangs, no longer a threat to him. Upon hearing Sang Biao's words, the 20-plus survivors turned pale with terror. Officer Nangong, please just put down your blade. Sang Biao loves you so much, he wouldn't hurt you. Nangong Ling, I command you to drop your weapon immediately. What right do you have to toy with our lives? I knew this woman wanted to abandon us all along. She secretly wishes we were all dead. Nangong Ling, you vicious woman, do you intend to stand by and watch us get killed? You poisonous woman, one day heaven will surely claim you for your cruelty. Watching the very people she had risked her life to protect day after day turn on her, with curses, Nangong Ling's heart ached like being pierced by blades. It was Sang Biao who wanted them dead. Why were they directing such venomous abuse toward her? 5 members of the police force had already lost their lives protecting them. Even Zhang Vida, her closest ally, had lost his right arm and now lay confined to a hospital bed. Bang! The elderly man with white hair was shot in the head. There were no screams, only silence. Terror gripped everyone to the point where not a single word could be spoken. He really killed someone. All eyes turned simultaneously to Nangong Ling, filled with resentment and hatred, as if she were the true murderer responsible for their deaths. Or put down your weapon right now. You murdering bitch. Is it so hard to just drop that blade? If she had any mercy at all, she wouldn't just stand by and watch us get killed. Let's take her blade. She's a police officer. I doubt she'd dare strike us. Right, let's grab her sword. Would she really dare kill us? More than 20 people slowly encircled Nangong Ling, creeping toward her with cautious steps. Stay back. Take one more step, and I won't hold back. Nangong Ling gripped her Tang blade tightly, assuming a combat stance. Won't hold back. Prove it then. Everyone, don't be afraid. She wouldn't dare hurt us. Nangong Ling clenched her teeth, gazing at the ungrateful mob before her with seething resentment. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out from behind the survivors. Get the hell away from me. Anyone who takes another step toward Officer Nangong will be shot. Zhang Vida's face drained of color as he weakly raised his Type 64 pistol. His steps unsteady, he stumbled toward Nangong Ling. Upon seeing his weapon, the 20-plus survivors froze, too terrified to advance. Unlike Nangong Ling, they believed Zhang Vida would shoot if pushed to the brink. No one wanted to be the first to test that. Zhang Vida knew his time was running out. Forcing a faint smile through his pain, he said, Senior Sister Nangong, stop worrying about these ungrateful wretches. Run. Let me cover your retreat. Run. Do you want to fall into their hands and suffer a fate worse than death? Zhang Vida shouted with all his remaining strength to Nangong Ling. Nangong Ling's eyes reddened, a thin layer of mist forming in her gaze, and she bit her lower lip with unwillingness. Bang! Run! Do you think you can escape? Sang Biao fired a shot at Zhang Vida's thigh. Losing his balance, Zhang Vida fell to his knees, blood gushing continuously from the wound on his thigh. Sang Biao pointed his gun at Zhang Vida's head and sneered at Nangong Ling. If you dare to run, I'll slice his flesh off piece by piece and let these starving people devour it alive. The 20-odd survivors not only felt no disgust, but even showed a hint of anticipation. They were so famished that they had lost count of how many days it had been since they last tasted meat. Even the blood flowing on the ground seemed to quench their thirst. How dare you? Nangong Ling gripped the Tang crossblade in her hand tightly, trembling involuntarily. Bang! Sang Biao fired again, hitting Zhang Vida's other thigh. Oh! Zhang Vida let out a piercing scream. With the last of his strength, he shoved Nangong Ling away. Go! Don't worry about me anymore. Go! Nangong Ling lowered her head unwillingly. She too wanted to run, but she couldn't. She couldn't abandon her companion to save herself. Moreover, she had nowhere left to go. She could no longer hold back her grievance, and sorrow and tears streamed endlessly from her eyes. Clang! The Tang crossblade fell from her hand. Nangong Ling's face bore a mix of stubbornness and helplessness. As you wish, I've put down the blade. Please, I beg you to save him. He risked his life to help you find supplies. Sang Biao showed a smug grin, quickly stepped forward, and kicked Nangong Ling's Tang crossblade away. If you'd done this earlier, it would have been fine. I'll treat you well from now on, but... Sang Biao revealed a sinister grin and stepped on the wound on Zhang Vida's leg. The excruciating pain made Zhang Vida let out another heart-wrenching scream. You bastard, what are you doing? Nangong Ling glared at Sang Biao with fury and roared. Sang Biao's twisted face contorted with malice as he said, I'm a man who can't stand a grain of sand in his eye. How could I tolerate my woman being ambiguous with another man? So he must die today. Don't worry, considering his contributions to us, I'll give him a quick death, haha. Sang Biao raised his assault rifle and aimed it at Zhang Vida's head. Stop! Nangong Ling leaped desperately, trying to stop Sang Biao. Boom. The steel prison door seemed to have been struck by a cannonball. A deep dent suddenly appeared in the center, and the iron door torn from the wall crashed against the prison wall, raising thick clouds of dust. Brother Ming, there seemed to be many survivors here. Survivors. I wonder if there are any stunning beauties. Brother Ming, you're too strong. The place is filled with dust, can't see clearly. I hope we didn't crush anyone. Never mind them. Is this where weapons are hidden? Although this steel door is quite sturdy, it doesn't seem like it. As the dust cleared, everyone in the prison stared in shock at the man and woman chatting calmly outside the door. Who are they? How can there be living people here? Could it be an official rescue team? Great, finally someone has found us. Rescue team. But that woman is dressed too thinly, isn't she? She looks even worse off than us. Huafian wore a red leather jacket and a red leather miniskirt paired with black knee-high boots, revealing her fair, slender thighs. Her waist-length wavy hair exuded playfulness and sensuality, full of fashion. Even by pre-apocalyptic standards, her outfit was strikingly eye-catching. Not to mention, in this environment of over -50 degrees Celsius, it appeared exceptionally bizarre. But it was truly beautiful, moving, sexy, and generous. After mastering the Phoenix ability, Huafian was shielded by the Phoenix flame and feared not the mere -50-degree cold. As the dust completely cleared, everyone finally saw the true appearance of Huafian and Li Ming. Wow, where did this beauty come from? She's so gorgeous. A beauty of this level would be rare even before the disaster. I thought Nangong Ling was already beautiful, but next to her, Nangong Ling pales in comparison. Her clothes are so thin, she must be a refugee from nearby. After all, this is a police station. Maybe she thought there would be officers here to protect her. Huafian, in her leather jacket and miniskirt showing off her long legs, instantly aroused the protective instincts of all the men present, who wished they could wrap their own clothes around her. Seeing the men's reactions, the women cast sidelong glances and sneered, "Slut, shameless." Watching the dazzling Huafian, Sang Biao's heart skipped a beat. He once thought that after being captivated by Nangong Ling's heroic figure, he would never fall for another woman in this life. However, love came too fast. Like a tornado, he felt he was in love again. Compared to the beauty before him, Nangong Ling instantly became dull and no longer aroused any interest in Sang Biao. Huafian's appearance rekindled Sang Biao's desire for conquest. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Huafian, seemingly ignoring the unremarkable man beside her. Only Nangong Ling recognized Li Ming and said in surprise, "It's you." The thief from the Walmart warehouse. Hearing someone call him the Walmart thief, Li Ming was startled. After all, Chinese people's reverence for police officers is ingrained in their bones. Li Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman covered in blood with a haggard face and hollow eyes appearing before him. Ding! A blue system interface appeared above the woman's head. Name: Nangong Ling. Occupation: police officer. Appearance: 80. Age: 22. Physique: 90 points. Combat power: 150. Ability level: C level. Overall rating: 80. Ability level. The system can now display the target's ability level. C level, meaning Nangong Ling has awakened an ability. Li Ming was curious about what ability she had awakened. He had a deep impression of Nangong Ling since before the apocalypse. Without any ability, her combat power had already reached 10, stronger than his own original state. After awakening her ability, Nangong Ling's combat power had actually reached 150. However, she had been through too much. Her face was haggard, her skin had lost its luster, and even her chest had become flat due to prolonged starvation and malnutrition. Li Ming remembered that the system's initial overall rating for Nangong Ling was 90 points of beauty. Only 10 days into the apocalypse, her overall rating had dropped to 80 points. No wonder in his previous life, after awakening the system for 2 months, he couldn't find a single woman who met the requirements. Li Ming swept his gaze over everyone in the prison. The instigator was clearly the man holding the assault rifle. Sang Biao completely ignored Li Ming's gaze. He quickly took off his military coat and brandished the rifle on his shoulder and the 2 pistols at his waist, clearly showing off his strength. When a man sees a woman he likes, he will intentionally show his strongest side. Sang Biao generously tossed the military coat to Huafian, revealing a row of yellow teeth. "Beautiful lady, put on this military coat. Don't be polite with your brother Biao." Huafian did not take Sang Biao's military coat. She let it fall to the ground. She grinned at him, revealing a sweet smile. That smile nearly made Sang Biao's heart leap out of his chest. "Brother Biao, I have no interest in your military coat. But that rifle in your hand, I think my Mingo would love it. Can you give it to me?" Facing the sweet Huafian, Sang Biao almost handed over his rifle. "Wait, Mingo." This woman wanted his gun to please that man. Only then did Sang Biao shift his attention to Li Ming. He noticed that Li Ming's clothes were exceptionally clean with no signs of having been rolling around outside. Moreover, his complexion was ruddy and his blood qi abundant, not at all like someone who had starved. At that moment, Li Ming's attention was still fixed on Nangong Ling. Sang Biao seemed to grasp something, his lips curling high. "Brother, staring so intently at my woman is not appropriate, is it?" Li Ming's face instantly darkened. "Did you touch her? If she had been used, she would no longer meet the system's requirements. What a great loss that would be." Li Ming would not hesitate to flay Sang Biao alive. Seeing Li Ming so anxious about Nangong Ling, Sang Biao's smile grew even more intense. "I haven't had the chance yet. Guaranteed untouched. What I mean is, since you've taken a liking to my woman, and I've taken a liking to yours. How about we trade? You're probably tired of that woman anyway. After seeing Huafian, Nangong Ling no longer sparked any interest in Sang Biao. If he could trade an injured Nangong Ling for Huafian, that would be a great deal. Even if Huafian had surely been used by Li Ming, he didn't care. Brother Biao, if you don't want Officer Nangong, you can let us brothers have her. Why give her to this pretty boy? Groundhog climbed off. Zhang Meng drew his pistol and aimed it at Li Ming. We have guns, why fear this brat? All the women here. Swish. A red figure flashed before Groundhog's eyes, and in an instant his head was separated from his body. Watching Groundhog's head roll a few times on the ground, everyone was stunned, not knowing what had happened. Only Nangong Ling, who was also an ability user, saw Huafian's movement clearly. Nangong Ling was astonished. So formidable, so powerful. Although her blade technique was very crude, her strength and speed far surpassed her own. Even she herself might not be able to defeat this woman. Who gave you the courage to point a gun at our Mingguo? Huafian said coldly, holding a cleaver. Everyone's gaze once again settled on her. No, on the blood-dripping cleaver in her hand. Did she kill Groundhog? Demon. Vixen. No wonder she dares to walk around so scantily clad. She really is a fox spirit. Everyone retreated in terror, trying to distance themselves from Huafian. Don't panic, everyone. She's probably a martial arts master like Nangong Ling, shouted Sang Biao. No matter how skilled her martial arts, can she be faster than our guns? Thinking that even someone as powerful as Nangong Ling had been subdued by them, they regained their courage. They regained their courage and raised their guns at Huafian. Throughout all this, Li Ming didn't even blink. He walked straight to Nangong Ling. Oh, Officer Nangong, how did you end up in such a sorry state? Nangong Ling knelt on the ground, her head bowed, her body trembling with sobs. After a long moment, she slowly looked up at Li Ming, biting her lower lip, tears soaking her entire face. Help me. Please help me. I'll give you everything you want, just save me. Wah. At that moment, Nangong Ling could no longer hold it together. She completely broke down. She was just a 22-year-old girl. While she protected others, she also yearned for someone to protect her. Li Ming curled his lips and reached out to stroke her crown. His gaze fell on Zhang Vida, who was lying unconscious before Nangong Ling, barely alive. He had met Officer Zhang Vida once before and had a decent impression of him. Sacrificing himself to cover his comrade's escape, he was a man worthy of respect. Fian, Li Ming called out calmly. Huafian immediately understood his intention, and a ball of cyan golden phoenix flame rose in her hand. The phoenix's rebirth from ashes, its flame possessed immense healing properties. Huafian waved her hand, and the cyan golden flame instantly enveloped Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida. The cyan golden flame tightly wrapped around Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida. The sudden fire startled Nangong Ling, but the next moment her body felt an unprecedented comfort. All her pain and fatigue gradually disappeared, and even the gunshot wound on her shoulder began to heal slowly. Zhang Vida's condition was not as ideal, as he was severely injured. However, at least the phoenix flame had saved his life. Everyone was terrified by Huafian's display. See, I told you she was a demon. This kind of demon should be killed. Sang Biao, what are you doing? Kill this monster. These survivors seemed to have forgotten that Sang Biao had been hunting them moments ago, again treating him as their lifeline. Sang Biao and his men were not fools. They could see the extraordinary nature of these two. They didn't even have the courage to point their guns at Li Ming, afraid that the alluring beauty might go berserk again and kill them all. In a short while, Nangong Ling's wounds had mostly healed. Li Ming glanced at the Tang saber at Sang Biao's feet. Is that your weapon? Nangong Ling nodded. A thread of blue-white lightning appeared in Li Ming's hand, instantly connecting to the blade of the Tang saber. The Tang saber at Sang Biao's feet, as if pulled by the lightning, flew into Li Ming's hand. This move also terrified the crowd. Indeed, the man who could tame a demoness was even more extraordinary. Li Ming handed the saber to Nangong Ling. Let the blame fall on the one who deserves it. Go, hold nothing back. Nangong Ling took the Tang saber, her heart no longer hesitant or lost, her eyes filled with determination. She gripped the saber tightly in her right hand, and a blue light gleamed in her eyes. Her left hand slowly slid from the hilt to the tip. Wherever her palm passed, the blade instantly radiated a dazzling black, cold gleam. Black light blade. Nangong Ling slightly bent her body, assuming a drawing stance, exuding a fierce, killing intent. Abandoning defense, channeling all her ability to enhance her agility and the blade's attack power. Fian watched closely. This is true martial arts. Huafian fixed her gaze on Nangong Ling and nodded slightly. Under the oppressive pressure of Nangong Ling's fierce, killing intent, the air seemed to solidify. The heavy weight made Sang Biao and his men unable to breathe, their legs feeling like lead. Sang Biao forced himself to stay calm and let out a roar. A bunch of magic tricks playing games in front of me. Can you be faster than my gun? Brothers, kill them all. In the blink of an eye, Nangong Ling's figure appeared before him like a ghost. Swish. The black, cold gleam swept across Sang Biao's body like a crescent moon. A smooth cut appeared on both Sang Biao's body and the assault rifle in his hand. Split in two. Sang Biao was instantly slain. His henchmen, witnessing his body cleaved in two by Nangong Ling, trembled uncontrollably. Having dealt with Sang Biao, Nangong Ling showed no sign of stopping. Her icy blue eyes fixed on Sang Biao's underlings as if they were already dead. Swish, 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 swish. Black chilling arcs lashed out repeatedly in the cramped space, each like a crescent blade. Sang Biao's henchmen were diced like tofu under Nangong Ling's onslaught. Incredible! Huafian exclaimed in admiration. Although Nangong Ling was far inferior to Huafian in terms of supernatural abilities, when it came to martial arts, Huafian was no match for Nangong Ling, who had trained since childhood. Li Ming immediately collected all the scattered firearms into his spatial storage, paying no heed to the stares of others. Seeing the entire Sang Biao gang eliminated, the survivors burst into cheers and jubilation. Zhang Meng scrambled to her feet, picked up a stone from the ground, and smashed it viciously onto the groundhog's corpse. You were so cocky you dare to mess with me. Come on, aren't you so smug now? Until the groundhog's head was a bloody pulp, Zhang Meng collapsed to the ground exhausted. She recalled the malice they had shown toward Nangong Ling earlier. The other survivors, eager to show their stance, stepped forward to trample the corpses of Sang Biao and his gang. Officer Nangong, please don't be angry. We were only acting under Sang Biao's tyranny. What we said earlier might have been too harsh. We apologize here and now. You are magnanimous, surely you will forgive us. Yes, our officer Nangong has always been the kindest and most forgiving. How could she hold a grudge over such trivial matters? Seeing that Nangong Ling did not rebuke them, Yishi quickly stepped forward, tugged at Nangong Ling's sleeve, and wheedled, Officer Nangong, my boyfriend is starving. Can you go out and find us some food? Nangong Ling ignored their moral blackmail entirely. With icy disdain, she shoved Yishi away. Don't touch me. You disgust me. Li Jiamin, arms crossed, sneered, what a load of act. Who was it that already agreed to be Sang Biao's woman? Shameless. If it weren't for that handsome guy stepping in, you'd probably still be groveling at Sang Biao's feet. Nangong Ling's eyes froze as she stared at Li Jiamin, barely restraining the urge to kill. She was utterly sick of these people's faces. But her identity forbade her from acting. Though the official system had collapsed, she believed that Huaxia still stood and justice still prevailed. Li Jiamin quickly tidied herself up, approached Li Ming, and flashed what she thought was a sweet smile. Handsome, you're truly amazing. Thank you for saving us. If you escort me to a nearby rescue base, I might consider being your girlfriend. With that, Li Jiamin shot a provocative glance at Huafian, as if Li Ming had already been completely conquered by her charm and was nothing but a simp. Smack! Li Jiamin's neck spun 720 degrees on the spot. Li Ming, having been enhanced 64-fold, could barely control his strength. With just one slap, he ended Li Jiamin's life. Damn it, what a lunatic. She really disgusted me. Li Ming wiped the hand that had struck Li Jiamin on his clothes in disdain. Seeing Li Jiamin's horrifying death, fear surged once more in all present. How could this man be even more ruthless than Sang Biao? And with just one slap, he had taken Li Jiamin's life. Was there no law anymore? Was there no justice? What do you plan to do with these people, eh? Li Ming asked Nangong Ling. Nangong Ling cast a cold gaze at these ingrates. I cannot kill them, but I am no longer obligated to do anything for them. Let them fend for themselves. The survivors finally panicked. If Nangong Ling abandoned them, they would only meet their doom. They tried to grab her and stop her from leaving, but her icy stare terrified them back. With no other choice, the survivors knelt before Nangong Ling. Officer Nangong, you can't just abandon us. How can you be so selfish and shirk your responsibility? You are a police officer, you have a duty to protect us. Zhang Xiaolong, who had been silent all along, stood up calmly and said arrogantly, I originally planned to get along with you as an ordinary person, but now I'll come clean. My father is Zhang Dong, the richest man in Tianhai City. My father has already found a way to rescue me. He'll be here in about 2 days. If you protect me for 2 more days, I'll give each of you 100 million. No wonder she didn't dare to breathe a word in front of her boyfriend. She had landed a golden catch. But when it came to money, Nangong Ling couldn't care less. The Nangong family status in Huaxiao was not something money could measure. Moreover, anyone with common sense knew that money was now worth less than scrap paper. Don't talk to me about 100 million. Even if you offered me 10 billion, I wouldn't do it. Also, stop using my police identity to threaten me. If you truly anger me, you won't be able to bear the consequences. With that, Nangong Ling helped the feeble Zhang Vida up and left the cell. Li Ming cast an amused look at the survivors. Officer Nangong can't do anything to you because of her position, but I'm not a police officer. Jin Mao. From outside, a massive wolfhound trotted in swiftly and sat obediently before Li Ming. These people are all yours. Don't overeat. Oh whoa. I'll give you 10 billion. No, 100 billion each. Please spare me. Spare me. I'm so beautiful I don't want to die. Wah. Li Ming turned a deaf ear and left the cell with Huafian. The next second, agonized screams echoed from the cell one after another. Nangong Ling, standing outside, knew exactly what was happening. Far from feeling pity for these people, her heart grew increasingly excited. Toward Li Ming, she found herself developing a novel emotion. Seeing Li Ming and Huafian emerge from the cell, Nangong Ling stepped forward and said, You came here for the equipment in the police armory, didn't you? Li Ming shrugged. Although I only got a few pistols, it's still a decent haul. A blush crept across Nangong Ling's face. Your haul is indeed considerable. Besides these pistols, you also got me. I told you if you were willing to help me, I would offer you everything I have, including myself. Li Ming grew even more appreciative of Nangong Ling. He admired such forthright women. Zhang Vida, now fully conscious, had overheard every word of the exchange between Li Ming and Nangong Ling. He hesitated for a moment, then his eyes hardened with determination. Perhaps your gains are far from over, Li Ming. I know there's a stash of heavy firepower weapons hidden in the police station. a secret I accidentally learned from a high-ranking official. Rather than leaving them here for someone with ulterior motives to seize, it would be better for you to take them under your protection. Enduring the pain in his leg, Zhang Vida painstakingly led Li Ming and the others to the basement level of the police station. All the furnishings and equipment here appeared exceptionally old, and in the cold environment a musty odor could be detected. It was hard for outsiders to imagine that a cache of weapons was hidden in such a place. Just as Li Ming and the others stepped into the basement in the silent surroundings, two female zombies suddenly lunged from the corner of the wall. Zhang Vida, who had already lost his right hand, was so frightened that he stumbled backward. Shish! Shish! Huafian and Nangong Ling simultaneously drew their blades and cut off the heads of the two zombies. Zhang Vida gazed at the head of one of the zombies, stricken with grief, and tears of sorrow streamed down his face. Xiaojing, I thought you had already reached a safe place to take shelter. I never imagined you would. Nangong Ling also recognized that zombie as Zhang Vida's fiancé Wang Xiaojing. Roar! Roar! Before they could console Zhang Vida, the basement echoed with the seething, low growls of zombies. The presence of their group and the commotion just now had drawn all the zombies in the basement toward them. Nearly 30 zombies twisted their contorted bodies bearing claws and fangs as they encircled Li Ming and the others. Nangong Ling gritted her teeth, her face a mask of sorrow. These zombies were all her former colleagues. She had never expected that even after hiding in the basement, they could not escape the fate of becoming zombies. Yet even though these zombies were her colleagues, her heart was resolute at this moment. She wanted to survive. Nangong Ling gripped her blade with both hands and charged at the hideous zombies at full speed. However, she was only a C-rank superpower user. After swiftly slaying 10 zombies, she began to weaken. Gradually, she lost the upper hand. Fian, make your move. Got it, brother Ming. A burst of orange-red phoenix flame instantly enveloped Huafian's entire body, making her as beautiful as a blazing spirit. Under the combined assault of Huafian and Nangong Ling, the 30 zombies were annihilated in less than a minute. Zhang Vida stared at the valiant and heroic Huafian and Nangong Ling, utterly astonished. After awakening, Nangong Ling's strength seemed to have ascended another level. Her blade technique became even more fierce with no trace of hesitation. Huafian's dazzling and elegant figure left Zhang Vida utterly captivated. Stop daydreaming. Tell us where the weapons are hidden. Zhang Vida heard Li Ming's voice beside him. Behind that wooden door is a steel plate 20 centimeters thick. You all should be able to open it. Zhang Vida pointed at an old wooden door. With a single glance from Li Ming, Huafian instantly understood. 5,000-degree phoenix flame. Huafian swept her hands and a torrent of phoenix flame at an extremely high temperature blasted toward the wooden door. Sizzle. The wooden door instantly vaporized, and the steel door behind it melted into a hole 3 meters in diameter. Molten steel dripped continuously from the edges of the opening. This strike left Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida both dumbfounded. They had thought it would take considerable effort to open the steel door forged from refined steel. They never expected it to be so simple and brutal. What astonished Nangong Ling even more was the vast gap in strength between herself and Huafian. By the time Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida came to their senses, Li Ming and Huafian had already entered the arsenal. Seeing the neatly arranged, dazzling array of weapons inside, Li Ming's eyes sparkled. That sparkle was filled with surprise and delight. Firearms were every man's dream. On the first row of racks, 50 sleek, black Type 95 automatic rifles were neatly lined up. Behind the racks were over 10,000 rounds of ammunition. The second row of racks held 50 Type 81 heavy machine guns. Behind those racks were also 10,000 rounds of specialized ammunition. The third row of racks held 20 Type 04 automatic grenade launchers with 1,000 grenades behind them. The fourth row of racks held 10 Type 87 mortars with 500 mortar shells behind them. Li Ming cheerfully collected all these weapons into his spatial storage. These weapons would be extremely useful for the base he planned to establish. He had to place them in his space first to let them multiply infinitely. From then on, his space would have an endless supply of arms. On the floor of the arsenal, there were also over a dozen sturdy iron crates. Li Ming dared not let Huafian use her phoenix flame to open them. The consequences of fire touching this ammunition were unimaginable. He took an iron crowbar from his space. With his current strength multiplied by 64 times, he easily pried open all the crates. Li Ming's eyes lit up. Every crate was filled with hand grenades. With so many grenades, he naturally stowed them all into his space, without hesitation. In the last, slightly smaller crate, Li Ming also found 3 heavy sniper rifles. Seeing these 3 heavy sniper rifles, Li Ming was ecstatic. This was the equipment he had been eagerly anticipating. With his current strength, going into battle with a rifle was out of the question. Those rifles could only serve as toys or decorations for Li Ming. But heavy sniper rifles were different. While his legion of beautiful women fought the enemy, he could stay behind. Using this heavy sniper rifle, he could pick off enemies one by one. Although superpower users were formidable, they were still wary of the power of heavy sniper rifles. The arsenal also contained large quantities of bulletproof vests, blast helmets, and other equipment, enough to arm a platoon to the teeth. Li Ming stored all the equipment from the entire arsenal into his space. This expedition had yielded Nangong Ling and these weapons already a bountiful harvest. Once doubled, it would be enough to arm 2 platoons. Doubled again, that would be 4 platoons. So the most urgent need was still for top-tier beautiful women. Seeing Li Ming mysteriously empty the entire arsenal, Nangong Ling couldn't help but say, "So this is how you stole those supplies from the Walmart warehouse back then." Now Nangong Ling was certain that the culprit back then was definitely Li Ming. Moreover, Li Ming now possessed a staggering amount of resources beyond their imagination. Li Ming smiled calmly. "Still want to arrest me?" Nangong Ling shook her head and laughed openly and generously. "I just wanted to know the truth. Besides, I'm one of your people now. I wouldn't do anything rebellious." As her tension eased, Nangong Ling noticed that her shoulders still throbbed with pain. At that moment, Zhang Vida could no longer bear the pain in his thigh. Drenched in cold sweat, he collapsed to his knees. Noticing Li Ming's confusion, Huafian softly explained with an apologetic tone, "My phoenix flame can only heal their wounds, but the bullets are still lodged in their bodies. As they move, the bullets will inevitably tear the surrounding muscles, so the pain is unavoidable. If we don't remove the bullets from their bodies, the worst outcome is bone necrosis." Li Ming then searched the entire building thoroughly, once more collecting all valuable supplies into his spatial storage. These materials and equipment could later be used to establish a security center of his own. On the road, they encountered a large number of zombies, all of which were reduced to charred corpses by the simultaneous lightning and fire attacks of Li Ming and Huafei. Nangong Ling, with her shoulder pain intensifying, had lost most of her combat capability. She could only support Zhang Vida and follow Li Ming as he moved up and down. After Li Ming finished a round, Jin Mao came back with heavy steps, licking his tongue. When he saw Jin Mao again, the dog's body was a full size larger, and he was panting heavily with his tongue out. It was clear that he had eaten too much. "I remember the Tianhai City First Hospital is about 500 meters ahead, right?" Li Ming stood on the 4th floor of the building, gazing toward the hospital. Zhang Vida, pale-faced and unsteady on his feet, said weakly, "That's right, but the number of zombies there is more than 10 times that in the police station. We never dared to go there when we were out searching for supplies." After saying this, Zhang Vida looked at the charred zombie corpses on the ground and felt that his words were redundant. Given the power displayed by Li Ming and Huafian, even 10 times the number of zombies would be nothing to fear. Or perhaps the zombies should be the ones to steer clear of them. They were truly terrifyingly strong. After one round outside, Li Ming still seemed far from satisfied. "Since that's the case, I'll go over there to see if there are any surviving doctors to help remove the bullets for you. Fian, take them back first. Jin Mao and I will go alone. Let Officer Zhang stay at Xiao Yu's place for now. It's not convenient for a man to stay at our home." Huafian immediately looked tense. "Brother Ming, my mission is to protect you. Please take me along, or I won't feel at ease." Li Ming stared at Huafian with a dark expression. This was the first time Huafian had raised an objection to Li Ming since taking the loyalty pill. Although she was genuinely concerned for his safety, Li Ming said coldly, "Fian, if you're too good to me, I might just have to beat you." Huafian realized she had said the wrong thing and defied Li Ming's will. She quickly knelt on the ground. "Brother Ming, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida were stunned. In their eyes, Huafian's strength was already near monstrous. Yet such a person was as humble as a maidservant before Li Ming. Just how powerful was Li Ming? Li Ming waved his hand. "I'll let this slide for now. If there's a next time, you know the consequences." "Thank you, Brother Ming." Huafei immediately stood up and said to Nangong Ling with a smile, "Sister Nangong, I'll take you back first." As she spoke, Huafian instantly transformed into her full phoenix form. Seeing Huafian in her phoenix form, Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida were once again shocked beyond words. They wondered what kind of organization they had joined. How could these people be so monstrous? After Huafian had taken Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida away, Li Ming rode Jin Mao, who had transformed into a Qiongqi, and charged toward the hospital. Along the way, zombies, sensing the scent of a living human, twisted their bodies and lunged at Li Ming. However, Jin Mao was running at a tremendous speed. His speed was at least 150 kilometers per hour, like a small car speeding down the road. Before the zombies could even reach Li Ming, they were left far behind by Jin Mao. Zombies that had been standing in the middle of the road were instantly shattered by Jin Mao's horns, scattering into piles of flesh and blood on the pink snow. The 500-meter journey took less than a minute, and Jin Mao had already arrived at the hospital. Like the police station building, the first 2 floors of the first hospital were now covered in thick snow. Jin Mao's massive body crashed directly through the 3rd-floor window, leaping into the hospital building. In the narrow corridor, several people who were fighting zombies were startled by the sudden beast. "Damn, what the hell is that creature? Could it be a mutant beast? That zombie is already tough enough, and now there's a mutant beast. Should we retreat? Is there someone sitting on its back? He's not here to steal our spoils, is he? As long as he doesn't attack us, ignore him for now. That zombie is severely wounded. We must seize this opportunity. There are 4 of us, and only one of him with an unknown beast. We don't need to fear him." The 4 men fighting the zombie glanced warily at Li Ming, who was sitting on the red-furred beast. Li Ming watched the 4 men with interest. They all bore obvious wounds. Wasn't it said that the hospital was swarming with zombies and extremely dangerous? Yet there were people here fighting zombies. Li Ming then shifted his gaze to the wounded zombie they had mentioned. That zombie also showed a stunned expression. Wait, zombies can have expressions. That must be a legendary mutated zombie. In his previous life, Li Ming had heard that some zombies could mutate, gaining far greater power than ordinary zombies. But in his past life, he had been too weak and had never encountered such a zombie. Li Ming took a closer look at the mutated zombie. The mutated zombie's pale blue-white face was covered with brownish-black veins, and its eyes were murky, but clearly had pupils. Overall, it looked completely different from an ordinary zombie. It resembled a beast more than a zombie, with dark gray hair, sharp fangs and claws, and it crouched on all fours like a fox. Its entire body exuded a nimble and alert posture. This mutated zombie was clearly being hunted by the four men. It had suffered serious injuries with brownish-black blood slowly oozing from its wounds. Li Ming's sudden intrusion seemed to give it a brief respite. In the next moment, taking advantage of the four men's shock, it lunged at them like a cheetah. By the time the four reacted, the mutated zombie had already sunk its teeth into one of their necks, greedily drinking the fresh blood. "De Gang!" The other three cried out in horror. But the man they called De Gang instantly turned pale, his eyes becoming murky, completely transformed into a zombie. The mutated zombie revealed a playful smile and released De Gang's neck. The newly turned zombie, sensing living beings nearby, immediately lunged at the other three. One of them shouted at the zombie that had been De Gang, "De Gang, wake up. It's me, Xiangzi." But the zombie De Gang paid no heed and charged straight at Xiangzi. A burly man immediately stomped the ground, his body shooting like a cannonball to appear before the zombie De Gang. Bang! With a whip kick, the man shattered the zombie's head, splattering brownish-black blood everywhere. Xiangzi De Gang is already a zombie. He can't be saved. Don't let your guard down. That mutated zombie is still nearby. One slip and it will take your life. Li Ming stared at the burly man who had kicked the zombie's head to pieces. On that man's head, a red system interface appeared. C-rank reinforcement type ability user. Li Ming was astonished. Could the system now assess the rank of all ability users? It hadn't displayed such information when dealing with Ling Guijin. Perhaps after seizing Ji in, the system had also upgraded. Li Ming then turned his gaze to Meng Wu's two companions. Above each of their heads appeared a red interface. Character Xiangzi C-level animal type ability user. Character Desha C-level animal type ability user. No wonder they dared to fight zombies in this hospital teeming with the undead. All three were ability users. Or perhaps even De Gang, who had just transformed into a zombie, was also an ability user. Four ability users appearing simultaneously in this abandoned hospital could not be a simple team-building exercise. Then they must have come for the mutated zombie before them. What was so special about this mutated zombie? A red system interface also appeared above its head. C-level zombie. Even zombies had ranks. That zombie was also C-level. Facing the combined assault of three C-level ability users, the C-level zombie showed no signs of weakness. Li Ming pondered as the three ability users before him unleashed their full power to attack the mutated zombie. However, after drinking the blood of the man named De Gang, the zombie's wounds seemed to have healed considerably. Its speed and strength surged, allowing it to easily evade the trio's combined attack. Sensing the C-level zombie's recovery, Meng Wu shouted, "Everyone stop holding back. This creature's endurance far exceeds ours. If we keep this up, it will exhaust us to death. Go all out. If we fail, we retreat immediately. It doesn't have the power to keep all three of us here." With that, Meng Wu gathered his strength, his muscles bulging as he radiated a terrifying aura. At the same time, Xiangzi transformed into a mantis, his two blade-like claws gleaming with a chilling light. Desha also transformed into a dung beetle, his entire body covered in a hard, shiny carapace. Once the three were ready, Meng Wu commanded, "Desha, your carapace defense can withstand the zombie's attacks. You'll restrain its movements. My enhanced strength can increase tenfold. I'll break through its defenses. Xiangzi, once it's breached, you deliver the final blow and sever its head." Li Ming was stunned. After all that preparation, his strength only increased tenfold. Wasn't that easily achieved with a single loyal servant pill? Suddenly, Li Ming felt a chilling gaze like a dagger on his back. He followed the sensation and saw the C-level zombie baring its sharp, jagged teeth, staring at him with the intensity of a predator eyeing its prey. Clearly, the C-level zombie was unwilling to engage the three fully powered fighters and instead had set its sights on him. Li Ming met the C-level zombie's gaze and grinned. "I advise you not to mess with me." The C-level zombie seemed to ignore the warning, its speed as swift as lightning as it lunged at Li Ming with its claws. Xiangzi gritted his teeth and said, "Tisich, this beast knows it can't beat us three, so it's going after that guy instead." Meng Wu sensed trouble and immediately sprinted toward Li Ming, shouting, "No, stop it. If it absorbs more fresh blood, we're all doomed." Seeing Li Ming standing still, Desha yelled at him, "Hey, run. What are you standing there for? Trying to get yourself killed." Bang. The entire hospital building shook violently, dislodging snow from the window sills. Meng Wu, Xiangzi, and Desha froze and placed their mouths agape. The mutated zombie they had been battling for so long was swatted like a fly by the beast before them, its head crushed into pulp with a single slap. There was no room for resistance. Was the zombie too weak? No, the beast was too strong. Li Ming's expression remained calm, as if he had expected this. "Why won't you listen?" Li Ming said evenly. Meng Wu, the strongest of the three, looked at the composed Li Ming and trembled, his entire body quaking with fear. If even his mount was this terrifying, just how monstrous must its master be? Meng Wu's eyes were filled with caution. He spoke cautiously, his voice slightly trembling. "Be big brother, did you come here specifically to hunt this zombie as well? Since you killed it, the spoils are naturally yours. We wouldn't dare covet them. Let's go our separate ways. No harm, no foul. How about it?" Running into such an absurdly powerful person today, preserving his own life, was the priority. If they angered this man, that beast could wipe out all three of them with a single swipe. The world was full of zombies, there was no need to lose their lives here. The Shah was bitter. This mission had cost them too much, even Gang had died. He couldn't accept handing over the spoils to someone else. Fifth brother sure that mutated zombie was killed by that monster. But it was only because we had already worn down its strength that they could finish it off. If you ask me, we deserve a share of the loot. Otherwise, how can we face Gang? Meng Wu shot Shao a sharp glare. Shut up. You still call me fifth brother, so today's decision is mine. Was Shao truly that foolish? Couldn't he see the gap in strength between them? Even going all out, the three of them might not have been able to kill the mutated zombie. Li Ming looked puzzled, pointing at the sea-level zombie's corpse. What's so special about this kind of zombie? Why were you hunting it? Hearing this, Meng Wu and the others stared at Li Ming in disbelief. So you didn't even know anything, and just came here. And you still effortlessly killed the zombie that nearly wiped us out. Once again, they felt the injustice of the world. Some are born in Rome, others are born as beasts of burden. Since he knew nothing, Meng Wu decided to make up an excuse to brush him off. But just as he was about to speak, low growls of zombies echoed from all around. Damn it. The commotion just now seems to have drawn all the zombies from the entire building here, Xiangzi said. Shit, we got nothing today, and lost a brother like Gang. This is the worst luck ever, Desha grumbled, full of resentment. Meng Wu looked at Li Ming and spoke cautiously. Big brother, we shouldn't stay here. Let's leave before the zombies gather. Li Ming glanced around at the zombies, slowly dragging their stiff bodies toward them. These were just ordinary zombies, vastly inferior to the sea-level one they had just faced. Still, even hundreds of mutated zombies wouldn't make Li Ming nervous. Meng Wu and the others, however, felt their scalps tingle as they saw the dense horde closing in. They were somewhat capable, but against such numbers they stood no chance. They had already prepared to flee at any moment. TCH. They're just a bunch of zombies. What's there to fear? Li Ming said calmly. Crackle. Crackle. A blue-white light flashed in his right palm with hundreds of arcs of lightning writhing around his hand. Boundless lightning power extended from his hand, radiating a terrifying pressure that made the very air seem to dance. Lightning flash. The blue-white lightning burst from his hand, forming beautiful arcs in the air as they struck the zombies. The bodies of over 100 zombies simultaneously crackled with electricity. They were reduced to charred corpses. This scene once again left Meng Wu and his two companions utterly astounded. Over 100 zombies. To think they were all annihilated in less than a single breath. Was this truly something a human could achieve? Even if the three of them unleashed their full combat power simultaneously, they might not be able to escape from the clutches of over 100 zombies. Let alone annihilating them in an instant. Indeed, the one who could command a creature that could crush a mutated zombie with a single palm strike could only be an even more formidable monster. Meng Wu once again felt fortunate that he hadn't had the chance to deceive Li Ming. Such a person, regardless of whatever forces might be behind him, was someone they simply could not afford to offend. Meng Wu cautiously approached the head of the mutated zombie that had been crushed to pieces by the golden-furred beast. He pulled out a small knife from his pocket, bent down, and rummaged through the brownish-black brain matter for a while. He then fished out a longan-sized crystal core from the brain pulp. Hastily, he took out a cloth from his person and wiped the filth off the crystal core. Respectfully, he presented it to Li Ming with both hands. Brother, this is what we were looking for. We call it a zombie crystal core. Only mutated zombies have them in their brains. Li Ming took the zombie crystal core from Meng Wu's hand, pinched it between two fingers, and examined it closely before his eyes. This crystal core emitted a faint green glow. Li Ming could clearly sense the energy fluctuations within the core, though they were extremely faint. This kind of crystal core should be able to enhance your superpower abilities, right? Meng Wu nodded. It's the only way for superpowered individuals to improve their abilities. Although we are all superpowered, our strength is nothing to boast about. We happened to hear that there was a mutated zombie in this hospital, so we came to try our luck. Didn't expect we'd actually encounter one. Although it was a good thing Li Ming didn't dare to absorb it recklessly. What if there were side effects? He would never rashly do anything unless it was 100% reliable. Even if the success rate was 99. Moreover, the energy emanating from this zombie crystal core was too weak. Li Ming couldn't muster any interest in it. After all, it was only a sea-level zombie's core. For a superpowered individual already nearing the A-level peak, it was completely useless. Meng Wu kept his eyes fixed on the zombie crystal core in Li Ming's hand. After hesitating for a long time, he finally asked cautiously, "Brother, could you sell me the core in your hand? Name your price." Li Ming didn't absolutely need this zombie crystal core, its value was negligible. But once something was in his possession, how could he easily give it up? Unless they had something worth exchanging. "Tell me, what price are you willing to offer for this zombie crystal core?" Li Ming said calmly. Seeing that Li Ming was open to negotiation, Meng Wu's expression became excited. 100 cases of mineral water and 100 cases of instant noodles, plus 100 cans of beef. How about that? This price was quite tempting for others, but to Li Ming it was worthless. He still had over 200 cubic meters of water in his space, along with tens of thousands of cases of bottled mineral water. As for instant noodles, he had 3200 cases. Not a single case had been opened. He was even considering discarding some to free up space for collecting other supplies. Li Ming shook his head and spread his arms to show off his immaculate clothing. Do I look like someone who lacks supplies? Indeed, just from his attire, Li Ming was far cleaner and more refined than they were. It was like the difference between a tycoon and a group of street vendors. Not to mention Li Ming's formidable strength. He could obtain supplies anywhere. Meng Wu's expression dimmed again. Then brother, what do you lack? Maybe I can think of something. Women. Top-tier beauties, Li Ming said resolutely. Now only top-tier beauties could pique his interest. The enhancement from one beautiful woman could even surpass that from 10,000 such zombie crystal cores. Meng Wu's expression flickered. He had never expected Li Ming to make such a demand. The Shah suddenly became excited. Fifth brother, isn't your sister a top-tier beauty? She fits the requirements exactly. Bam! Meng Wu punched the Shah in the face. The Shah was sent flying 3 meters away, a testament to Meng Wu's fury. He had been cultivating his strength precisely to protect his sister. How could he sell his own sister for a zombie crystal core? This the Shah. How could he expose his sister so carelessly? If Li Ming had malicious intent, none of them would escape. Li Ming's mouth twitched as he carefully observed Meng Wu's appearance. A square face with particularly high cheekbones, utterly unrelated to handsomeness. Could his sister really be beautiful? Whether it's your sister or someone else, as long as they are top-tier beauties, I'll take them. One top-tier beauty can be exchanged for one such zombie crystal core, no limit. These men were superpowered individuals, so they must have their own spheres of influence. Within their territories, it might be possible to find several top-tier beauties. Rather than searching one by one himself, it was better to mobilize more people. He only needed to provide them with something of equivalent value. Zombie crystal cores were an excellent currency. He believed that most superpowered individuals would be happy to exchange top-tier beauties for them. Li Ming's train of thought suddenly opened up. He could indeed mobilize various forces to help him scout for top-tier beauties. Meng Wu was once again ecstatic. Using beauties to trade for zombie crystal cores was far better than risking their lives hunting mutated zombies. In his own residential area, he had indeed protected several young and beautiful women, keeping them from falling into the clutches of others. But Meng Wu's expression instantly grew cautious again. Brother, may I ask what you intend to do with so many top-tier beauties? Although Meng Wu longed for power, he truly couldn't bring himself to do anything too inhumane. If Li Ming was going to treat these girls with particularly cruel and perverted methods, he would rather give up the zombie crystal cores. Li Ming saw Meng Wu's concern and said calmly, "Don't worry. I just want to make friends with them. As long as they meet my requirements, I guarantee they'll be well-fed and well-treated here. Moreover, it's entirely voluntary. I don't want girls who are forced." Hearing this, Meng Wu felt much more at ease. Although he had protected those girls, they currently could only have 1 bottle of mineral water and 1 pack of instant noodles per day. If they were truly well-fed and well-treated, he believed some girls would be willing to give it a try. He was already eager to go back and ask those girls about their intentions. "Then how should we contact you?" Meng Wu asked joyfully. Li Ming secretly took out paper and pen from his space and wrote down his address and contact information. "If you have the goods, you can contact me through the information above. The quality must be up to standard. I have very high standards." Suddenly, the zombie crystal core in Li Ming's hand was seized by an invisible force slipping out of his palm. Heheha, who would have thought I'd come across such a good thing here? A sinister laugh reverberated through the narrow corridor. "This kind of thing is not something trash like you should possess." The zombie crystal core left Li Ming's palm and flew swiftly toward the direction from which the voice in the darkness had come. The man, convinced that the core was already his, revealed a sly grin and reached out to catch it. Whoosh! The zombie crystal core, which had been flying at high speed toward the man, returned to Li Ming's hand. "Huh! Someone dares to snatch things from me." Li Ming's face showed a hint of excitement. He truly wanted to experience the feeling of striking an enemy with full force. The man looked at Li Ming with a bewildered expression, his face full of confusion. What had just happened? Why did the crystal core, which was about to fall into his hands, return to Li Ming? He carefully examined the spot where Li Ming stood. There was clearly no sign of movement. The man walked out of the shadows with his hands in his pockets. Beneath his handsome appearance, his expression was filled with arrogance, carrying a condescending scrutiny. "Your ability is quite interesting. I'll say it again, this thing is not something trash like you can possess. I'll give you 2 choices now. First, hand over the crystal core voluntarily. Second, I'll break all your limbs, and then take the core." The aura emanating from the man filled Meng Wu, Xiangzi, and Desha with terror. Their bodies slightly bent, they assumed a posture ready to flee at any moment. However, on the escape route Meng Wu had planned, 2 figures slowly emerged, completely blocking the escape route. One was a woman nearly 2 meters tall with a bulky bear-like physique. The other was a slender man with thin clothing and effeminate and charming demeanor. Together with the man in front of Li Ming, they all wore uniform dark gray clothing. On their chests, they each wore a badge engraved with the letter N. Obviously, they were from the same organization. The bear-like woman let out a deep, steady voice of mockery. "Captain, can you give me that alien beast? Riding this beast on missions would be so cool." The effeminate man pinched his fingers in an orchid gesture and sneered. "How with your build, this beast might be crushed to death. But the man beside it is quite handsome, especially suitable for me." The bear-like woman immediately took offense and gritted her teeth. "You damn sissy." Li Ming swept his gaze over the 3. At the same time, a red system interface appeared above their heads. Name Kai Jian, B-level psychic type superpower user. Name Dai Xiaohua, B-level enhancement type superpower user. Name Baiyu, B-level flame type superpower user. Li Ming glanced at Kai Jian and said calmly, I'm the kind of person who doesn't take advice. I prefer the third option. Third option. Kai Jian frowned. Kill you all. Ha! Kai Jian let out an arrogant laugh. What an arrogant fool. Rules are made by the strong. If I say there are none, then there are none. Li Ming sneered. I completely agree with you. Rules are made by the strong. Both sides were on the verge of conflict, and the atmosphere was incredibly tense. The aura radiating from these people was clearly superior to that of Meng Wu and his companions. Their expressions turned tense and uneasy. The Shah without thinking cursed, fuck, I shouldn't have messed with that bitch last night. What a damn bad luck. On this trip, who the hell are we running into? Everyone can bully me. So damn frustrating. Xiangzi nervously elbowed the Shah twice, shaking his head to signal him to stop. Meng Wu smiled, speaking humbly and respectfully to Li Ming and Kai Jian. Gentlemen, the zombie crystal core has nothing to do with us. We'll be leaving now. Bang. Dai Xiaohua, weighing nearly 200 Jin, rolled like a ball in front of Meng Wu, blocking their path. Kai Jian glanced at the three. Did I say you could leave? Don't go too far. Even if we can't beat you, if we want to leave, none of you can stop us. The Shah became furious, transforming into a dung beetle with a hard carapace. Since awakening his superpower, he had never felt so humiliated. Bang. Veins bulged on Dai Xiaohua's neck as she punched the hard carapace of the dung beetle with all her might. The Shah showed a calm smile. Even mutated zombies can't break my defense. Just crack, crack. The solid carapace began to crack from the point of Dai Xiaohua's fist, spreading to the whole body. The Shah looked terrified, staring in disbelief at Dai Xiaohua, who wore a sinister smile. Clang. The carapace shattered into pieces. The Shah, Meng Wu, and Xiangzi, enraged, attacked Dai Xiaohua with all their strength, trying to rescue the Shah from her. Bang, bang. With two punches, Meng Wu and Xiangzi were both knocked to the ground by Dai Xiaohua's astonishing force. Blood spurted from their mouths. Bai Yu looked at the three on the ground and sneered with a sharp voice. Trash is indeed trash. Can't even withstand a single blow. You are as weak as ants. Meng Wu struggled, painfully looking up at Kai Jian with resentment. Who are you people? We have never offended you. Why are you attacking us? Kai Jian still kept his hands in his pockets, full of contempt and disdain for Meng Wu's group, looking down on them. Do you know the largest official shelter base in Tianhai City, the Nanshan Base? I am Kai Jian, captain of the 7th search team of Nanshan Base. Official organization. Nanshan Base. Search team. Meng Wu glared, gritting his teeth. Even if you are an official organization, you can't be so unreasonable. We are not criminals. Whoosh. With a fierce glare, Kai Jian's telekinetic force pressed Meng Wu's entire body to the ground. He raised his chin slightly, speaking with an arrogant and contemptuous tone. What right do you have to reason with me? Bringing superpower users back to the base is our mission. The leader's order is to bring you back by any means necessary. And violence is the simplest and most effective method, isn't it? You ants. With that, Kai Jian increased the telekinetic pressure on the three. Under Kai Jian's overwhelming telekinesis, Meng Wu, Xiangzi, and the Shah immediately spat blood. Kai Jian's smile turned manic. Hee haha, today is really lucky. Not only did I find 4 superpower users, but also an alien beast. As long as I bring you all back to the base, I will definitely receive the leader's commendation. Kai Jian turned to look at Li Ming, his eyes filled with greed. What makes me ecstatic is that I found a zombie crystal core here. Do you know what level of treasure a zombie crystal core is in our base? Let me put it this way, based on pre-apocalyptic purchasing power, this core is worth 100 million. This core in your hands is like a hot potato, if you know what's good for you. Where is that man? How did he suddenly disappear? Li Ming, who had been standing right in front of Kai Jian a moment ago, suddenly vanished like a ghost. Seeing this, Kai Jian showed an expression of extreme shock. Such a living person just disappeared before his eyes. He couldn't even sense any aura. Haha, he must have been scared out of his wits by my iron fist and ran away. Dai Xiaohua said smugly. In the past, whenever they encountered superpower users, they would all flee in panic. But this was truly the first time someone had escaped silently right under their noses. Hey beast, your master has ultimately failed you, abandoning you without a word and running away. From now on, you'll follow me and become my mount. Huh. The golden retriever glanced at the bear-like Dai Xiaohua, giving her a look of pity for the mentally challenged. Who are you saying ran away? Li Ming suddenly appeared behind Kai Jian. 100 volts lightning strike. ZZZ. Before Kai Jian could even feel terror, he was electrocuted, his body emitting black smoke, his eyes rolling back, and he collapsed to the ground. Captain, Dai Xiaohua and Bai Yu shouted in disbelief and terror. The next second, they both felt a deep chill running down their spines. Li Ming, who had just attacked their captain, was now behind them. Dai Xiaohua and Bai Yu stared ahead in horror, their eyes shifting as far back as possible. They hoped it was all an illusion. ZZZ. Hands crackling with lightning struck both of them on the back. Ow. Accompanied by their screams, their bodies were charred black, their eyes rolled back, and their hair tangled into a mess. Black smoke billowed out. Witnessing Kai Jian and his 2 companions being swiftly eliminated by Li Ming, Meng Wu and his party were struck with dumbfounded astonishment once more. Even a single Dai Xiaohua had completely suppressed all 3 of them, leaving them utterly defenseless. Such a formidable individual, yet still unable to escape the fate of being annihilated by Li Ming in an instant. At this moment, they gazed at Li Ming as though he were some unfathomably powerful monster, their hearts brimming with both reverence and awe. With a powerhouse like him, they had to cling to him as tightly as possible. Didn't he desire the finest beauties? They would arrange it immediately. Meng Wu was even contemplating whether handing his sister over to Li Ming might not be such a bad idea after all. After all, in this apocalypse, only strength commanded respect. Only someone as overwhelmingly powerful as Li Ming was worthy of his sister. He would need to have a serious talk with his stubborn and proud sister when they returned. Kai Jian strained desperately to maintain consciousness, painfully propping himself up with his limbs. The faintly trembling muscles of his face betrayed the fury he was struggling to suppress. You bastard. How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you even know what kind of organization Nanshan Base truly is? Within the base alone, there are countless monsters far more powerful than you. Kneel before me now and admit your mistakes, or I might plead for leniency with our leader. Otherwise, Nanshan Base. So what? The moment you attacked me, you were already a dead man. Leave him to me, Jin Mao. Oh, whoa. Jin Mao, having transformed into the Qiongqi state, let out a long howl, seemingly highly satisfied with Li Ming's arrangement. The beast fixed its gaze upon Kai Jian's, saliva continuously seeping from its jaws and dripping along its fanged mouth. Kai Jian finally succumbed to panic. Wait. Our leader values talent. I'll recommend you to become our team leader. As long as you become captain of our Nanshan Base, power, wealth, and women will be yours beyond measure. Please, I was wrong. Spare my life. Jin Mao paid no heed to Kai Jian's wailing whatsoever, lunging straight at him and ripping his right arm clean off with a single bite. Oh, no. I don't want to die. Please have mercy. I've hoarded supplies and women. All can be yours. If you kill me, the Nanshan Base will hunt me without cease. You'll never escape. Those few within the base are the real monsters, the truly terrifying ones. The Qiongqi transformed Jin Mao possessed an enormous appetite and devoured with astonishing speed. In less than a minute, Jin Mao had devoured Kai Jian's entire body. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, it seemed that the corpses of these espers held some sort of strengthening effect upon Jin Mao. After consuming Kai Jian's corpse, Jin Mao's monstrous form swelled another circumference larger. Its body had now grown to roughly the size of a compact car. Jin Mao also seemed to sense that the corpses of espers were of great benefit to it. It immediately, unable to contain its eagerness, pounced upon the bodies of Dai Xiaohua and Baiyu, greedily tearing and devouring in massive bites. After consuming both Dai Xiaohua and Baiyu, Jin Mao's body had now grown to the size comparable to a large SUV. Estimated weight had surpassed 2 tons. A crimson system interface appeared above Jin Mao's head. Named Jin Mao Peak B-Class Mutant Beast. Li Ming was overjoyed. His Jin Mao had already ascended to a peak B-Class Mutant Beast. Mutant beasts possessed far more ferocious power than humans. A single peak B-Class beast could even contend with an A-Class Esper. One could say that at this moment Jin Mao was invincible beneath A-Class Espers. Meng Wu and his companions watched Jin Mao's explosive growth and power and were once again rendered utterly dumbstruck. They trembled as they watched Jin Mao continue to swell, genuinely terrified it might decide to treat them as sustenance as well. Fortunately, after consuming the bodies of 3 espers in one sitting, Jin Mao let out a deeply contented burp. Li Ming cast a sidelong glance at the pale-faced Meng Wu and his 2 companions seated on the floor. You may go. Return and carefully scout for the finest beauties for me. 1 beauty for 1 zombie crystal core. The price remains unchanged. Meng Wu and his party felt as though they had snatched a life from the jaws of death, finally exhaling in complete relief. Today's events had taught them an important lesson. Although they had all awakened their esper abilities, their strength remained far too weak. Against ordinary people they might hold some advantage, but faced with a powerhouse like Kai Jian, they would be nothing more than fish upon the chopping block. And that was before encountering someone as monstrous as Li Ming. Without firmly clinging to a powerful patron, it would be nearly impossible for them to survive in this lawless, brutal apocalypse. Meng Wu, Xiangzi, and Desha exchanged glances and unhesitatingly dropped to their knees before Li Ming. Brother, thank you. From now on you are our brother. We shall obey your every command. Witnessing their sincere expressions, Li Ming had initially intended to have them patrol the hospital grounds to see if they could uncover anything valuable. But reconsidering, he decided against it. These 3 were simply too weak. A single horde of zombies could easily claim their lives. It would be better to let them depart for now. Li Ming wandered through the hospital with Jin Mao, who had reverted to its original form. The Qiongqi state's enormous size had nearly filled the entire corridor, and it obstructed Li Ming's vision considerably, so he had no choice but to revert it first. The hospital held an abundance of equipment, but Li Ming could not distinguish useful items from worthless ones, so he deposited everything into his spatial storage. Li Ming's space quickly reached capacity for its original state was already full, after every doubling the contents remained equally full. To make room for the medical equipment, Li Ming deliberately discarded 5,000 cases of instant noodles from his spatial storage. Those 5,000 cases of noodles placed in any faction's hands would constitute a remarkably substantial supply. And yet Li Ming had tossed them aside in the hospital as though they were garbage. No one knew what sort of bloody turmoil would erupt should someone later discover 5,000 cases of instant noodles stored within the hospital. ECG machines, ventilators, blood dialysis units, ultrasonic diagnostic imaging, X-ray equipment, CT scanners, endoscopes, duckbill clamps. Regardless of whether they could be used, he seized them all without hesitation. Zombies were encountered along the way, but the moment any appeared before Li Ming, they were instantaneously electrocuted into charred corpses. Soon the entire hospital building reeked of the pungent odor of burnt flesh. Unfortunately, among those zombies, he discovered none bearing the same gray-white hair as that peculiar mutant. He recalled Kai Jin mentioning that such zombie crystal cores were worth 100 million. Had he encountered more of them after successive doublings, he might very well have become the wealthiest person in this apocalypse. Reaching the first floor blanketed in heavy snow, Li Ming finally located the pharmacy as he had hoped. The Tianhai City First Hospital Pharmacy carried no fewer than tens of thousands of medicinal varieties, an overwhelming array Li Ming could scarcely differentiate. Regardless, Li Ming did not care and proceeded to raid the pharmacy mercilessly. The space previously emptied of 5,000 cases of instant noodles was quickly refilled with these medicines. Unable to avoid it, Li Ming once again discarded 2,000 cases of instant noodles from his spatial storage. Even so, 25,000 cases of unopened instant noodles remained. Could never finish eating them. Not even close. It was only after confiscating every single medicine from the pharmacy that Li Ming left with satisfaction. When passing a sealed nursing room door, Jean Mao suddenly halted its footsteps. It extended its nose toward the door, intently sniffing the air within. Woof, woof, woof. Jean Mao barked excitedly, alerting Li Ming that something lay inside. Li Ming immediately focused his full attention inward toward the nursing room. Soon thereafter, he sensed extremely faint yet frantic and disordered breathing from within the nursing room. A living person. Li Ming cautiously pushed against the door to the medical room. The door was not only locked from the inside, but a heavy storage cabinet was also wedged against it, barring any entry. The person inside seemed to sense the commotion outside, their breathing becoming noticeably more rapid and uneasy. If the door could not be opened normally, then force would have to be used. Ow! Golden Fur instantly transformed into his Chonchi form. Golden Fur, ease up. Don't accidentally kill everyone inside. After absorbing the power of those three from Nanshan base, Golden Fur's full-strength strike could flatten the entire room. Upon receiving Li Ming's command, Golden Fur actually raised his paw and made an OK gesture. Hey, who would have thought that Golden Fur's improvements weren't limited to just strength? His intelligence had risen considerably as well. Golden Fur dragged his hind legs across the ground twice, assuming a charging stance. Are you human out there? Are you the rescue team come to save us? Thank goodness someone has finally arrived. A faint female voice asked from inside the room, her tone cautious. Li Ming cast a glance at Golden Fur, who immediately obediently reverted to his wolf-dog form. One person and one dog. Li Ming replied to the door. A sound of heavy objects being dragged came from within, and then the medical room door creaked open, just a narrow crack. Two pairs of eyes peered through the gap from inside. Upon seeing Li Ming and Golden Fur outside, the hope and surprise in their eyes instantly faded into disappointment. Are you the only one here? Weren't you with the rescue team? One of them asked softly. The other pair of eyes fixed their attention on Golden Fur, gleaming with interest. Handsome, do you have any food on you? You. Can your dog be eaten? The owner of the eyes asked cautiously. Bark, bark, bark. Hearing this, Golden Fur bared his teeth and let out a fierce barrage of barks at the eye owner. Li Ming pulled out 2 cans of beef from his spatial storage and smiled. I have plenty of food. It depends on whether you're worth feeding. Their first instinct was to offer money, but they knew deep down that currency was worthless now. Both pairs of eyes locked onto the beef cans in Li Ming's hands. They could not even remember when they had last seen real food. They swallowed simultaneously. I'm a doctor. I'm a nurse. The doctor continued. Are you ill? I can treat you. I'm among the top 10 outstanding young female doctors in the country. As long as it's not late-stage cancer, I can cure you. The nurse, the same girl who had just considered eating Golden Fur, was desperately trying to think of her own merits. My injections are excellent. I can give you shots. I'm not sick and I don't need shots, Li Ming said with interest. Since you have no value, I'll be on my way. Wait, don't go, handsome. I can let you give me injections, the nurse pleaded anxiously. The beef cans in Li Ming's hands were far too tempting. When the zombie outbreak occurred, they had happened to be in this cramped medical room organizing supplies, which is how they survived. Though there was no food or water in the room, there was plenty of glucose and saline solution. For over 10 days, they had sustained themselves through injections of glucose and saline. While these could keep them alive, they did nothing to ease the hunger. Over this period, they had grown so starved that their vision blurred and other symptoms of malnutrition had appeared. Suffering from starvation, they had mentally prepared themselves to do anything for someone who could bring them food. Haha, I'm not that easy. To make me give you injections, you'll need to prove you're worthy, Li Ming said, his smile deepening. Accustomed to premium supplies, he had no interest in ordinary goods. 2 pairs of eyes peeked through the cracks, scanning left and right to confirm no zombies were outside before slowly opening the medical room door. How did you get here? What about the zombies outside? The doctor asked as Li Ming entered. The zombies. They're all dead. The two exchanged glances, clearly incredulous. They had just heard the terrifying growls of a large horde of zombies. How could they all be dead so quickly? Stepping into the medical room, Li Ming finally got a clear view of them. Both were wrapped in thick cotton quilts, likely layered 2 or 3 times over. Both were remarkably pretty. Though their faces were gaunt and dry from hunger and thirst, it could not conceal the beauty emanating from their refined features. The female doctor had an elegant, somewhat cold beauty with shoulder-length hair that made her look capable and astute. The female nurse had lively eyes full of vitality, her high ponytail giving her a slightly mischievous air. Golden Fur, following Li Ming into the medical room, stared fiercely at the young nurse. Simultaneously, blue system interfaces appeared above both their heads. Name Sang Yu. Profession surgeon. Appearance 85. Age 29. Figure 90 points. Combat power 6. Overall score 85. Name Lin 1. Profession trainee nurse. Appearance 80. Age 21. Figure 80 points. Combat power 5. Overall score 80. All this without even trying. Who would have thought two top-tier beauties were still alive here? They were likely like Nangong Ling. Starvation had taken its toll, lowering their system scores. If he took them back and nourished them for a few days, their system scores would likely rise significantly. As Li Ming entered the medical room, Nurse Lin immediately stuck her head out the door to check left and right. There really are no zombies. They're actually all dead. Before Li Ming could answer, he was suddenly hit by a foul, choking odor that nearly suffocated him. Seeing Li Ming frown and cover his nose in disgust, Lin and Sang Yu instantly blushed deeply. They immediately realized the problem. It had been over 10 days. Everything, eating, drinking, and eliminating, had all happened within this cramped medical room. Having spent so much time indoors, they had naturally grown accustomed to the smell of waste. Even the cotton quilts wrapped around them emitted an unpleasant odor. As expected, a beautiful woman's desperation was no different from anyone else's. Sang Yu reached out and took the beef can from Li Ming, asking cautiously, "You said the zombies outside are all dead. Has the disaster ended?" Li Ming shook his head. "By outside, I mean just this hospital building. The world beyond is still filled with zombies." Sang Yu's expression darkened, and she helplessly shook her head. "Is this world truly beyond saving?" She immediately opened the beef can and used her fingers to scoop a piece into her mouth. At least before dying, she could taste beef once more. Lin was also terrified, her face pale with fear, and she burst into tears. "Woo, I don't want to die. My wonderful life has only just begun." Li Ming comforted them. "Don't be too panicked. Since I've come here, I naturally have a way to get you to safety." Sang Yu had already finished the entire can of beef and said with surprise, "Really? As long as you can bring us to safety, I'll do anything for you, including giving you everything I have." Lin also immediately stopped crying and raised her right hand like a student. "Me too. I can do anything." Li Ming smiled with satisfaction. He had not expected to win over the doctor and nurse so easily. Indeed, only those who had suffered through the apocalypse could truly understand its laws of survival. Nanshan Base, underground level 4. A room entirely made of metal, yet it lacked the brightness typical of metal. Everywhere was stained with dark brown blood, and the air was filled with a foul stench. In the empty room, only a steel chair sat in the center. On the chair sat a man of ample build but haggard countenance. The man's hands, feet, waist, and neck were tightly bound by steel restraints, rendering his body immobile. The metal door of the room opened automatically, and two workers in protective suits entered carrying a silver-white metal box. Seeing the two workers, fear instantly spread through the man's body. He twisted and struggled desperately. Tears, snot, and saliva flowed uncontrollably like a criminal awaiting execution. "Cheng Tao, you can't treat me like this. I am your immediate superior. It wasn't my idea to suppress you back then. I beg you, let me go. Cheng Tao, I know you're here. Come out now. Wawala, I don't want to die. I don't want to become a zombie." The man cried and struggled desperately, his wrists bleeding from the restraints. On the other side of the room was a huge glass wall from which everything in the room could be observed. A man in his 40s, tall and portly with a slicked-back hairstyle and dressed in dark gray, stood before the large glass wall, staring at the man on the chair with a sly smile on his face. This man was none other than Cheng Tao, the leader of Nanshan Base. "Proceed," the slick-haired middle-aged man said coldly. The two workers in the room immediately placed the silver-white box on the floor and opened it. Then one of the workers took out a syringe filled with red liquid from the box. Seeing the red syringe, the man on the chair struggled even more violently. "Wawala. Cheng Tao, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Wawala. Give me another chance. I will definitely reveal all those who participated in suppressing you before. Please just give me a quick death. I don't want to become a zombie." Cheng Tao in the monitoring room aimed his mouth at the microphone. "Director Yao, isn't this giving you a chance? As long as you succeed, we can still work together to achieve something. Do your best, don't waste my efforts." With that, one worker firmly held Director Yao's neck, while the other took the syringe and injected the red liquid into his carotid artery. After the injection, the two workers immediately exited through the automatically opened door. All the restraints on Director Yao were released, and his body regained freedom. However, Director Yao did not run away. Instead, he fell to his knees in agony. Cheng Tao, with his hands behind his back, watched Director Yao expectantly. Director Yao let out a piercing scream, scratching his face frantically with both hands until his flesh was mangled, yet he did not stop. 2 minutes later, a greenish-brown blood light gradually appeared on Director Yao's face, and sharp claws began to grow from his hands and feet, becoming razor-sharp. His skin gradually turned greenish-gray, and his eyes became cloudy. Cheng Tao quickly asked the staff in white lab coats in the monitoring room, "How are the data?" Alas! The staff member looked at the data on the screen and shook his head in disappointment. No mutation reaction occurred. His final outcome can only be becoming a zombie. Cheng Tao was also somewhat disappointed. He had held great expectations for Director Yao. What about the zombie rank? Is there any chance he can make a final contribution to the base? By now Director Yao had turned into an ordinary zombie, twisting his strange body and pacing aimlessly around the room. The staff member shook his head and sighed again. Just an ordinary zombie, completely worthless. Cheng Tao sneered. A waste is a waste. In life he could do nothing but flatter his superiors. Even as a zombie, he can't make the slightest contribution to the base. Trash. Since it's trash, throw it into the dump. Clack. Clack. At that moment the crisp sound of high heels on the floor rang out. Secretary Lin Ying walked briskly with hurried steps, her face full of anxiety. Cheng Tao rolled his eyes expressionlessly and glanced at Lin Ying. Any news of Kai Jian? Half an hour ago Kai Jian's life signal had suddenly disappeared from their monitoring. Such a thing had never happened before. At first they thought it was just a malfunction of the instruments. Because Kai Jian had not even sent out a distress signal, his life signal had completely vanished. Although Kai Jian's strength was not the strongest, he was still considered a captain-level figure in the base. It was impossible for him to be killed without even sending a distress signal. Moreover, the members who disappeared with him were Bai Yu and Dai Xiaohua. Losing 3 B-level ability users at once was an immeasurable loss to their base. He immediately ordered Lin Ying to send the second search team leader Deng Jijun to investigate at the first hospital of Tianhai City, where Kai Jian had disappeared. Lin Ying looked solemn and answered cautiously. Captain Deng arrived at the second hospital of Tianhai City and searched around, but still found no trace of Kai Jian and the other two. There were no signs of a fight at the scene either. What about their life tracking signals? Cheng Tao asked with a grim expression. Undetectable. It's as if they vanished into thin air, not even their bodies were found. Bang. Cheng Tao slammed his hand heavily onto the instrument panel, his face twisted with fury. You mean they were instantly killed, and even their bodies were destroyed in an instant? Lin Ying appeared very calm, but her heart was terrified. She knew very well that when Cheng Tao was enraged someone would suffer, and she did not want to be that person. Although we didn't find Captain Kai, Captain Deng Jijun discovered something strange. Cheng Tao glanced at Lin Ying, waiting for her to continue. Captain Deng found a large amount of instant noodles in the hospital where the incident occurred, an astonishing 700 boxes. I suspect that this hospital was already a stronghold of some force, which is why they had stockpiled so many supplies there. Captain Kai and his team just happened to stumble into the enemy's base, which is why they were killed. After learning Kai Jian's identity, those people decisively abandoned the supplies they couldn't take and fled. Hearing that the enemy had abandoned 700 boxes of instant noodles and fled, Cheng Tao's expression improved slightly. 7,000 boxes of instant noodles were a considerable amount of supplies for the current base. Ordinary soldiers in the base were now only allocated 2 packs of instant noodles per day, and supplies were becoming increasingly tight. Acquiring these 700 boxes of instant noodles would help alleviate the urgent need. Tell Captain Deng to send people to transport all those supplies back to the base. Cheng Tao stared coldly at the zombie that Director Yao had become and said seriously to the researchers present, the outside forces are also growing stronger. I'll give you 10 more days. You must give me a satisfactory result, or else. Sang Yu and Lin Wen finally understood why Li Ming dared to say, as long as I'm here, this is the safest place. The 3 of them sat on the back of the golden-furred beast, charging forward recklessly. Ordinary zombies hadn't even approached them before being charred black by the lightning from Li Ming's hand. Those that collided head-on with the golden beast fared even worse, shattered into pieces by its sharp horns. Along the way, a few survivors searching for supplies witnessed this scene and quickly hid themselves, fearing that this ferocious beast would discover them. What the hell is that monster? Can animals grow this huge now? My god, zombies are terrifying enough, and now this monster appears. How are we supposed to survive? Are there people sitting on that monster? Probably captured alive as food reserves by the beast. Stay hidden, don't get caught. Sang Yu and Lin Wen were terrified. What kind of person was this? How could he shoot lightning from his hand? And how had he tamed such a fierce beast beneath him into absolute loyalty? At this moment their admiration for him reached its peak. As a means of transportation, the flying swallow would be more suitable, Li Ming muttered to himself. Huafian's flying ability was not only smooth and bump-free, but also incredibly warm and fast. The 10-kilometer journey from the hospital to home would take only 2 minutes by flight. But riding the golden beast 5 minutes had passed, and they had only covered half the distance. Comparing the two was like the difference between riding in a Maybach and riding a bicycle. After more than 10 minutes, Li Ming finally brought Sang Yu and Lin Wen back to Binjiangno, 1 residential district. By then the fireplace in room 2201 had been installed and was operating. The 500-square-meter penthouse felt especially warm, with 3 fireplaces and the air conditioning. After completing the work, Xiao Yu took the remaining materials and prepared to install a similar fireplace in his own home. Having such a fireplace at home made it far more comfortable. The injured Zhang Vida was settled in Xiao Yu's home, as no men were allowed to stay overnight in Li Ming's residence. Seeing Li Ming return with 2 more beautiful women, they were not surprised. This was routine. Everyone excitedly rushed forward to welcome him. Huafian and Long Kui linked arms with Li Ming on either side, while Chen Shanshan walked behind him, brushing the snow off his clothes. Yi Jiechi and Ji Yun had already prepared hot tea and a sumptuous feast for him. Huafian said, Brother Ming, you must be tired. Shall I give you a massage? Long Qi added, Brother Ming, I killed 30 zombies today. Exceeded the quota. Is there a reward? Jiyan said, I killed 25. Yi Jiechi said, I killed 20. Chun Shanshan revealed a proud smile. I killed 50, and I want a reward too. The women vied to show off their achievements, eager to receive Li Ming's reward. Chun Shanshan was the most enthusiastic. Li Ming laughed heartily. You're all too competitive. Don't worry, everyone will get a reward tonight. Sang Yu and Lin, when following behind Li Ming, stared wide-eyed. What was going on? Were these girls all rescued by Li Ming? Nangong Ling, who had arrived a few hours earlier than Sang Yu and the others, stood aside with an awkward smile. Before Li Ming returned, Huafian had already explained the entire situation to Nangong Ling. Everyone here owed their escape from the apocalypse's hardships to Li Ming, and all the women here belonged to him. At first, Nangong Ling found this arrangement difficult to accept, but as Huafian, Long Kai, Chen Shanshan, and the others endlessly praised and admired Li Ming, she gradually came to accept this relationship. Since ancient times, which king or noble was not surrounded by beauties? Li Ming was no exception. As they talked, they discussed Li Ming's extraordinary abilities in every aspect. Everyone here was immensely satisfied because of his power. Hearing this, Nangong Ling couldn't help but blush with shame, lowering her face. Her family, the Nangong clan, was a renowned aristocratic family in Huaxia. From childhood, she had been strictly disciplined, and she had loved martial arts since she was young, so she had never had a boyfriend. The spoiled rich second-generation and official second-generation boys at school, who treated women as toys, dared not even think of approaching her. They knew that once entangled with Nangong Ling, they would have to be devoted to her alone for life, and if they angered this young lady, the entire family might suffer. In the face of absolute power, wealth meant nothing. Even the businesses of the ultra-rich second-generation families were often connected to the Nangong family. Thus, whenever they saw her, these ultra-rich and powerful second-generation heirs showed reverence and dared not overstep. Although Nangong Ling was a bit headstrong, as a noble lady, her family had taught her to keep her word. Since she had agreed to become Li Ming's woman, she would not go back on her promise. In just a few hours here, she could tell from the words and actions of the other women that Li Ming not only provided them with excellent food and shelter, but also granted them great freedom. He had even given the Phoenix ability fruit and the Freeze ability fruit to Huafian and Long Qi, showing his extraordinary generosity. She became more convinced that following Li Ming was absolutely the right choice. So when she saw Li Ming bringing back 2 more beauties, she felt no great disappointment. 10 women or 100 women were the same, as long as there was still a place for her here. At that moment, Sang Yu and Lin stood frozen, staring at the abundant food on the table. Lobster, braised pork, roast chicken, hairy crab, sour fish, sour soup, with beef, spicy hot pot. The table was overflowing with dishes more lavish than any New Year's feast. Lin's saliva was already dripping from the corner of her mouth. They couldn't help but wonder what kind of lifestyle was this. In the apocalypse, how could they still eat such a sumptuous meal? Their respect for Li Ming grew even greater. Fian, take the 2 new sisters to freshen up. Li Ming glanced disdainfully at Sang Yu and Lin. Though they were beautiful, the smell on them was really. They are a doctor and a nurse. If you get sick in the future, you can consult them. Huafian released Li Ming's arm and gave Sang Yu and Lin a kind smile. A doctor and a nurse. That's wonderful. From now on, we're sisters. Welcome. How skilled are you at delivering babies? With so many of us women, you'll have your work cut out for you. Li Ming. Sang Yu. Lin. Upon learning that Li Ming had brought back doctors and nurses, Nangong Ling felt a warm glow in her heart. Despite already having so many women around him, he still held a special place for her, deliberately securing medical professionals especially for her sake. At this thought, Nangong Ling grew even more convinced of what she already suspected. Li Ming had brought back 3 stunning beauties in a single day, and ever since Sang Yu and Lin, when finished bathing, he had been visibly restless. It was as though he had purchased 3 blind boxes all at once, eagerly anticipating cracking them open to discover exactly what treasures lay within. Li Ming tore open all 3 blind boxes in one night, thoroughly reveling in the excitement. Afterward, he lit a cigarette and eagerly accessed the system to check his rewards. Ding! System task completed. 7th doubling achieved. Post-doubling space capacity 128.0 cubic meters. All stored supplies within the space have been doubled. Post-doubling physical attributes: Constitution 640, Strength 1024, Speed 896, Agility 768, Spirit 768. Special system reward upon task completion: B rank ability fruit. Nature attribute: Wind power. Unique. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a random system reward: 10 vials of A rank ability potion. Ding. System task completed. 8th doubling achieved. Post-doubling space capacity 256.0 cubic meters. All stored supplies within the space have been doubled. Post-doubling physical attributes: Constitution 1280, Strength 2048, Speed 1792, Agility 1536, Spirit 1536. Special system reward upon task completion: A rank ability fruit. Special attribute: Interchamber ability. Unique. Ding. System task completed. 9th doubling achieved. Post-doubling space capacity 5120 cubic meters. All stored supplies within the space have been doubled. post-doubling physical attributes, Constitution 2560, Strength 4096, Speed 3584, Agility 3072, Spirit 3072, Special System Reward upon task completion B rank ability fruit, Emission attribute, Surgical ability, Unique. Upon seeing his physical attribute values, Li Ming was utterly stunned. His strength had already exceeded 4000. Back at the hospital, Meng Wu, a C-rank enhancement type Esper, had only barely managed a tenfold increase in his physical attributes at full power. Even if Meng Wu's original strength was merely 10, his maximum output at full power would have reached only 100. Now Li Ming's strength had effortlessly reached 40 times that of a standard enhancement type Esper. The sheer terror of such power was almost incomprehensible. Unable to properly test his abilities at home for the moment, Li Ming decided he would hunt zombies the following day to thoroughly gauge the terrifying potential of his newly enhanced body. B-rank ability fruit, Nature attribute, Wind power. As the name suggested, it granted the ability to manipulate air currents and summon devastating hurricanes. Li Ming immediately thought of Chen Shanshan. This ability suited her assassin role perfectly. He opened the door and called Chen Shanshan inside. While Li Ming had been opening the blind boxes, the other women had long grown accustomed to waiting outside his door, ready to respond whenever he might summon them. Hearing Li Ming's call, Chen Shanshan's heart swelled with joy, and she immediately stepped forward, linking her arm through his. "Brother Ming, have you missed me?" Li Ming flicked his finger against Chen Shanshan's forehead, then retrieved the wind ability fruit from his storage space and handed it to her. "This is your reward for actively hunting zombies. The wind ability fruit, consume it." Chen Shanshan gazed deeply into Li Ming's eyes, her heart pounding with excitement, her hands trembling as she accepted the azure blue ability fruit from his grasp. "Brother Ming, I cannot adequately repay your generosity. I can only offer my body." She then looked at him with burning, expectant eyes. Long Kai teasingly stepped forward and draped an arm around Chen Shanshan's shoulders, her eyes gleaming as they fixed on the wind ability fruit in her hand. "Shanshan, if you're too afraid to consume it, you can give it to me. I wouldn't mind becoming the queen of wind and snow." "Huh?" Chen Shanshan shot a wary glance at Long Kai and hurriedly stuffed the ability fruit into her mouth, swallowing it in one gulp. Seeing Chen Shanshan's fierce yet flustered demeanor, all the women burst into hearty laughter. Only after Chen Shanshan had swallowed the entire fruit did Long Kai eagerly ask, "Well, any reaction? With your wind ability, can you control hurricanes now, eh?" Chen Shanshan swiftly drew 2 boning knives from her sleeve. The moment she focused her will, both knives were instantly enveloped in a vortex of rapid-moving air, emitting a piercing humming sound. "Want to take a hit?" Chen Shanshan challenged Long Kai with a smirk. "Oh, Shanshan, you've grown bold, haven't you? Daring to provoke me." Long Kai could not tolerate such provocation and immediately drew her axe. Click-clack. A thick layer of ice crystals rapidly coated Long Kai's axe, massively enlarging it and radiating a chilling cold aura, empowered by the ice crystal effect. This was a newly developed technique of Long Kai's, the ice giant axe. The thick ice coating not only enlarged and weighted her axe, but also infused it with freezing properties, dealing ice damage the instant the massive blade made contact with an enemy. Watching Long Kai brandish her ice giant axe, Li Ming couldn't help but admire how her techniques continued to grow ever more ferocious. As the pressure radiating from both women intensified, Huafian genuinely feared the cozy house might be destroyed. Li Ming held back Huafian, who was about to step in and stop them. Let them be. He had no concern about the house being damaged. The entire building had so many empty rooms, he could live wherever he pleased. Besides, he still had an inner chamber ability fruit in his storage which he could use to test its function. But Huafian could not suppress her fierce expression and warned, "Both of you show some restraint. If you destroy anything in this house, I will not forgive you." Long Kai grinned confidently and replied, "Sister Fian, don't worry. I'll end this in one move. Who ends whom is yet to be seen." Chen Shanshan shot back with an equally confident smile. The moment the words left their lips, both women launched forward in blinding speed. Clang. Their figures flashed past each other, and after a sharp metallic clash they landed back-to-back, perfectly balanced. Chen Shanshan wore a triumphant smile, while Long Kai stared in utter shock at her ice giant axe, now cleaved cleanly in two. Having personally tested the ice-coated axe, Long Kai knew its hardness rivaled that of a fine steel weapon. Yet beneath Chen Shanshan's wind blades, the extremely hard ice giant axe had been sliced apart as effortlessly as paper. Chen Shanshan's strike gave Li Ming immense shock and delight. By coating her dual boning knives with rapidly rotating air currents, she had forged an unbreakable wind blade. This combat style stood in complete contrast to Long Kai's wild, overwhelming approach. Utilizing minimal energy to achieve maximum attacking efficiency, this was Chen Shanshan's unique fighting method. Everyone perceives and wields their abilities differently, and the manner in which they express them varies accordingly. Chen Shanshan's latent assassin instincts had been displayed in all their glory. Nangong, Ling Sang, Yue, and Lin, one who had recently joined them, were all frozen in astonishment at the brief exchange between Long Kai and Chen Shanshan. Nangong Ling in particular, a skilled martial artist and a C-rank Esper, could feel more profoundly just how terrifying that single clash had truly been. Even with her extensive martial arts experience and Esper enhancement, she doubted she could have effortlessly dodged either of their strikes. At this moment, she found Li Ming even more enigmatic than before. Not only was Li Ming himself unfathomably powerful, but the women around him were each more formidable than the last. Long Qi, furious and unwilling to accept defeat, grabbed Chen Shanshan and demanded, "That didn't count. I was careless. Let's go again. This time I'm betting a week of Brother Ming's companionship." Li Ming. The function of the wind ability fruit was easy to understand, but Li Ming was utterly perplexed by the house ability fruit. Li Ming's system. What exactly is this house ability, and how should it be used? System. It is a trait-type house ability. The user can alter the properties of materials through their ability, enabling the construction of sturdier and more reliable structures. Within the range of houses built by the ability holder, there will be a 100-fold enhancement to their combat strength. Furthermore, the ability holder can transform their own body into a fortress, providing shelter or refuge for their teammates. The durability and surface area of the transformed fortress are proportional to the holder's strength. The higher their power, the larger and sturdier the fortress becomes. Li Ming's eyes lit up with excitement. Not only could he build houses rapidly, but he could also transform into a fortress. Could this not be described as a fully mobile stronghold? That was as perfect as it could get. From then on, no matter where they traveled, they would never have to worry about finding shelter. He had already recruited all the stunning beauties from Binjiang, one residential complex, so there was no need for him to remain here any longer. With this ability, he could find a suitable location and establish a reliable doomsday base. Although this ability had significant limitations within his own constructed houses, his combat power would be amplified 100-fold, nearly rendering him invincible. When encountering powerful enemies, he could simply construct a house on the spot, take shelter within it, and eliminate anyone who dared to enter. The first person Li Ming thought of regarding this ability was Yi Jieqi. This timid girl was particularly suited to playing a defensive sheltering role. She had studied architectural design in university, so her future constructions would undoubtedly have excellent taste. Moreover, she was patient enough to handle both the interior decoration and hard furnishing of the entire house, all entrusted to her with complete confidence. Li Ming decided that the house ability fruit would go to Yi Jieqi. Upon receiving this ability, Yi Jieqi was equally overjoyed. This ability perfectly suited her tastes. It could assist Li Ming without requiring her to fight on the front lines. More importantly, as long as she stayed within the house, she would gain a 100-fold power boost, which gave her tremendous peace of mind. After consuming the house ability fruit, Yi Jieqi could hardly wait to demonstrate her new power. She pressed both palms firmly against the ground with her eyes closed. Instantly, the cracks on the floor and walls caused by the extreme cold were seamlessly repaired. Buildings in southern China were never constructed with special insulation treatment, so Yi Jieqi added a thick layer of thermal insulation material to the exterior of the house they inhabited. Even the two crooked fireplaces repaired by Xiao Yu became perfectly symmetrical, adorned with exquisite relief carvings that looked like masterpieces crafted by an architectural maestro. The room temperature instantly became warmer, even slightly hot. As for the remaining surgical ability fruit, the most suitable recipient would naturally be Sang Yue, who was a doctor. Li Ming glanced at Sang Yue, who was still lying on the bed exhausted from overwork, and took out both a loyal servant pill and the surgical ability fruit from his spatial storage simultaneously. Only those who had consumed the loyal servant pill and possessed absolute loyalty to him could obtain an ability fruit. Li Ming handed both the surgical ability fruit and the loyal servant pill to Sang Yue, who was deeply honored and overwhelmed. Having witnessed Chen Shanshan and Yi Jieqi receive miraculous abilities after consuming the fruits Li Ming gave them, Sang Yu naturally understood the invaluable worth of this fruit. However, she could not fathom why Li Ming would entrust such a precious item to her, someone who had just recently joined them. Sang Yu suppressed her inner excitement and carefully asked, "Brother Ming's sister Ji Yun does not seem to have received an ability yet. Shouldn't she be given priority?" Ji Yun took the surgical ability fruit from Li Ming's hands, placed it into Sang Yu's palms, and smiled gently. "Sister Sang Yu, Brother Ming has his reasons for entrusting this treasure to you. We should respect and obey all of Brother Ming's decisions." Li Ming leaned back against the dressing table in the room and said calmly, "This fruit is called the surgical ability fruit. Only a doctor like you can unleash its full potential. In the days ahead, the life and health of everyone here will be under your care, including future childbirth duties. Your sisters will continue to grow in number, and your responsibilities will be extremely significant." Sang Yue. With Li Ming's affirmation, Sang Yu finally felt at ease and confidently consumed the surgical ability fruit. Long Kai leaned close to Sang Yue, her face full of anticipation. Well, how do you feel? Hurry and show us your ability. Sister Nangong, could you lend me your Tang Dynasty straight sword? I'll remove the bullet fragment from your shoulder right away, Sang Yu said, glancing at Nangong Ling, who was also lying on the bed exhausted from overwork. During the earlier battle with Li Ming, Nangong Ling had felt throbbing pain in her shoulder. After inquiries, Sang Yu learned that a bullet fragment remained embedded in her shoulder. Here. Using this sword, Nangong Ling asked with deep confusion. "Sister Nangong, you must trust me. This is the ability bestowed upon me by Brother Ming." Nangong Ling hesitated for a moment before handing her Tang Dynasty straight sword to Sang Yu. In this ability-filled world, nothing could be judged by ordinary logic. Moreover, she trusted Li Ming deeply, or whatever ability he entrusted to Sang Yu would most likely not go wrong. Sang Yu took the Tang Dynasty straight sword from Nangong Ling, placed one hand on the hilt, and closed her eyes. Operating theater. Instantly, a spherical light membrane began to form around Sang Yu, gradually enveloping both her and Nangong Ling within its glow. Clang. Sang Yu swung the blade, and a white phantom traced through the air across Nangong Ling's injured shoulder. Immediately afterward, her left shoulder was completely severed from her body. Witnessing this sight, everyone immediately regarded Sang Yu with hostility, their expressions tense. What are you doing, Sang Yu? Is this how you perform surgery? She hasn't wronged you in any way. Why would you do this to her? Nangong Ling has been split in half by you. Can she even survive? Everyone stay calm. I'm fine. Nangong Ling realized everyone had misunderstood and immediately shouted loudly. Although my shoulder has been cut off, I feel absolutely no pain. Moreover, the severed shoulder can still move according to my will. Don't believe me? Watch. Under everyone's gaze, Nangong Ling moved her left hand, which was still attached to the severed shoulder. Look, my left hand can still move under my control. Everyone kept blinking at Nangong Ling's severed left hand, finding it utterly inconceivable. Then Sang Yu brought her index and middle fingers together and made a slicing motion in front of her eyes. The bullet fragment lodged in Nangong Ling's shoulder immediately flew out from her body, floating in midair. After completing this step, Sang Yu waved her fingers again, and Nangong Ling's separated upper body seamlessly reattached, as if molded from modeling clay. Once everything was finished, the light membrane covering Sang Yu and Nangong Ling vanished. Sang Yu wiped the sweat from her forehead. Sister Nangong, the bullet has been removed. Try moving your shoulder and see. Nangong Ling quickly moved her shoulder and examined the cut mark. Remarkably, there was not a single visible trace of the incision, and the lingering pain from the bullet fragment had completely disappeared. She felt as though nothing had happened at all. Thank you, Sister Sang Yu. Nangong Ling said excitedly. She never imagined that under the surgical ability her gunshot wound would be completely healed in less than a minute. She had originally expected at least 1 to half a month of recovery time after surgery. Seeing this, Long Kai immediately stepped forward and linked arms with Sang Yue, wearing a mischievous smile. Sister Sang Yue, does this ability mean you can perform any surgery? Huafian pulled her away from Sang Yu and laughed playfully. Haha, are you hoping Sister Sang Yu will perform some kind of breast augmentation on you? Long Ki pinched Huafian, planted her hands on her hips, and stood tall. Do you think I need that kind of surgery? I'm completely natural. I think it's your little steamed buns that need Sister Sang Yu's help. Little steamed buns. Have you ever seen a size like that? Huafian also planted her hands on her hips and stood tall. Then asked Brother Ming. He's the most qualified to judge who really needs this kind of surgery. Exactly. Brother Ming has the most direct experience and the final say. Huafian and Long Kui hooked arms with Li Ming on either side, acting coquettishly. Brother Ming, you judge. Who really needs this more? Yes, we must settle this today. Li Ming glanced at each of them and turned a wicked smile spreading across his face. I suppose I haven't paid close attention before. Come on, let brother measure you again. The Wind ability fruit was given to Chen Shanshan. The Room ability fruit was given to Yi Jiechi. The surgery ability fruit was given to Sang Yu. This time, opening 3 blind boxes in a row, the items obtained also included 10 bottles of ability potion. No, it should be 40 bottles. Because the ability potion was obtained when opening the first blind box. Then when the next 2 blind boxes were opened consecutively and the supplies were doubled, the ability potion was also doubled. After doubling twice, the 10 bottles of ability potion had become 40. Li Ming asked the system, how do I use this ability potion and what are its effects? The system replied, to answer your host, since it is a potion, it is taken orally. Consuming the ability potion can increase an ability user's ability index. When the ability index reaches a specified value and breaks through the threshold, it can raise the ability user's level. Li Ming asked, ability index. Ability level. The system replied, as previously mentioned, ability levels are divided into C level, B level, A level, S level, SS level. The ability index for ability users is divided as follows. The system continued, C level ability, user 1 to 99. B level ability, user 100 to 999. A level ability, user 1000 to 9999. S level ability, user 10,000 to 49,999. SS level ability, user 50,000. The ability index is just a reference value for an ability user's power. It does not represent absolute strength or weakness. The system added, for example, some support type abilities, even with a very high ability index, can be easily defeated by an ability user with a lower ability index. The system further explained, also certain mutually reinforcing or counteracting ability attributes can allow one to overcome an opponent with a significantly higher ability index. The system gave an example. For instance, when A-level Phantom Beast ability user Huafian encounters B-level Beast Tamer Lin Guojin, Huafian's ability can still be suppressed by Lin Guojin's ability. Li Ming nodded and asked, then what is my current ability index, and what are the ability indexes of my ladies squad? The system replied, according to the system's assessment, your ability index host is rated at 9,300 points. Huafian's ability index, 3,700 points. The system continued, Long Qi's ability index, 860 points. Chen Shanshan's ability index, 830 points. Yi Jiechi's ability index, 2,300 points. Sang Yu's ability index, 630 points. Nangong Ling's ability index 97 points. Li Ming laughed heartily. 9,300 points. He was not far from becoming an S-level ability user. He already had 80 bottles of ability potion in his hand, and he estimated that he would soon break through to become an S-level ability user. Li Ming then asked the system, how many ability index points can this S-level ability potion increase at once? The system replied, to answer your host, this depends on each ability user's ability index and physical condition. The system explained the higher an ability user's ability index, the lower the increase from a single bottle of ability potion. Conversely, the lower the ability index, the higher the increase from a single bottle. The system warned, here is a reminder for the host, you cannot consume a large number of ability potions in a short period. Rapidly increasing the ability index can cause severe damage to the body. Li Ming, who had already opened a bottle of ability potion and was about to pour it into his mouth, was startled. He had been planning to down 20 bottles at once to quickly break through to become an S-level ability user. But how was this quantity defined? What counted as a large amount? 1 bottle? 10 bottles? The system replied, this depends on the ability user's own situation. The upper limit for an A-level ability user is 2 bottles per dose. For a B-level ability user it is 1 bottle, and for a C-level ability user it is half a bottle. Hearing the upper limit of 2 bottles, Li Ming was relieved and downed the ability potion in his hand. After drinking the potion, Li Ming checked his ability index again. It was 9,350 points. Can one A-level ability potion only increase the ability index by 50 points? Taking 2 bottles in a row only increases it by 100 points. Without hesitation, Li Ming took another bottle of ability potion from his space, opened it, and poured it into his mouth. After consuming the potion, his ability index had reached 9,400 points. He was only 600 points away from the S-level requirement of 10,000 points. Theoretically, he needed 12 more bottles of ability potion, but considering that as his ability index increased, the effect of each potion would diminish, Li Ming estimated that he would need at least 20 more bottles to break through 10,000 points. Li Ming called over all of Huafian's group, and for everyone who had already obtained an ability, he gave them a bottle of ability potion. Li Ming specifically instructed Nangong Ling to only drink half a bottle, as her C-level ability user body could not withstand the full potency of a whole bottle. They took the ability potion from Li Ming's hand and drank it without any hesitation, because they all knew that whatever Li Ming produced was of the finest quality. After everyone had taken the ability potion, Li Ming checked their current ability indexes with the system. Huafian's ability index had risen from 3,700 points to 4,200 points, an increase of 500 points. As an A-level ability user like himself, Huafian's increase was a full 10 times his own. Longkey's ability index had risen from 860 points to 1,660 points, an increase of 800 points, officially entering the ranks of A-level ability users. Chun Shanshan's ability index had risen from 830 points to 1,630 points, also an increase of 800 points, and she too entered the ranks of A-level ability users. Yi Jieqi's ability index had risen from 2,300 points to 2,900 points, an increase of 600 points. Sang Yu's ability index had risen from 630 points to 1,530 points, a full increase of 900 points, and she also entered the ranks of A-level ability users. Nangong Ling only drank half a bottle of ability potion, and her ability index jumped directly from 97 points to 697 points. Half a bottle had already increased it by 600 points. Her increase was the largest, a full 6 times the original. This also caused her, after drinking only half a bottle, to experience symptoms of a flushed face and accelerated heartbeat. If she had consumed a whole bottle at once, she would likely have exploded. But it was no wonder. This was an A-level ability potion, for a C-level ability rookie like her, it was practically a divine elixir. Li Ming took out 2 more bottles of ability potion from his space and handed them to Huafian and Yi Jieqi. Since they were already A-level ability users, they could use another dose of ability potion. Li Ming was never stingy when it came to improving the overall strength of the team. Only when the team became stronger could he relax and take it easy. Huafian took the second bottle of ability potion, and her ability index increased by only 450 points, reaching 4,650 points. Yi Jieqi took the second bottle, and her ability index increased by only 550 points, reaching 3,450 points. The increase from the second bottle for Huafian and Yi Jieqi had already begun to diminish. With that, a total of 11 bottles of ability potion had been consumed, leaving only 29 of the 40 bottles in the space. To train everyone to become S-level ability users was still far from reach. The task was indeed arduous,